Year 208. After watching the heroes show off their new weapons, we tried to make our own glass weapons, and we found the best way was to actually make them the non-magical way. Magical fires interfered with the anti-magical qualities, and conventional fires didn't. Or at least, mana-powered fires were weakened by the anti-magic sand and just made it harder to actually work with them. That didn't stop my craftsmen from trying, and the end result from our first few, successful, attempts were quite similar to obsidian, and these glass weapons felt very much like glass cannons, that they shattered after a few uses. The spears also caused the mana with a person or creature to become more unstable again. Anyone with levels should be able to suppress and control their mana, but if not controlled it could cause the mana to combust. I suspect this mana ignition, quality to these anti-magic sand and the anti-magic solar rays were the cause of my trichomas combusting into flames. They had little mana regulation or suppression ability, and as such, once the mana in them went crazy, they couldn't stop it. These weapons also didn't like magical storage, so they worked against things like bags of holding. Still, Rune's super range meant he could still exploit it, and I could still move these things with my portals. They even interfered with certain kinds of teleportation, though not portals. Magic could be applied around them, but not through them without significant force. It really was fascinating to work with these kinds of unique resources, and I wondered what was unique to each of these worlds. Surely, even a world like Treehome must have something unique that wasn't found on the other worlds. So far, I don't have much idea of what truly was unique between my world versus the mountain world or the Three world. Not without significant trade and knowledge exchange. I also commanded my assistants and artificial minds to search the parasite world, though we didn't find anything so far, and we even tested the waters too. I wondered whether it was something like tier or epic unlocks. Like how in civilizations, we'd have to acquire the necessary research and technology knowledge before we were able to locate natural resources like oil or uranium. If so, maybe I'm just too low on the tech tree. I can't see what's really unique to our worlds until I get the right skills. We had about 3 years left before the Demon King would come to our world, and our preparations to face the anti-magic Demon King were in full swing. So Lumuf then brought up the topic of the otherworldly heroes, shared their trauma and also their appeal for help. We should help them. The heroes themselves volunteered for it. Prabhu and Colette were keen to assist once we shared the circumstances of the other world. Ken, of course, realized this tied into his idea for a League of Heroes. That involves a deployment of Ian's seed on that world, something we're still considering as it's Ian's last one, unless I gain more seeds in the future, but with levels so scarce, it is something to be considered a bit more strategically. But honestly, there were just two types of choices. One, against the Demon King, and two here on the Mountain World or the Three Worlds. After my failed attempt on the Demon King on the Antimagic world, I was quite open to the idea of a clone here. From what we know so far, each world gets invaded by one demon world at a time, correct? So each world in itself represents an opportunity to explore one more demon world, more demon kings to fight, which is the only good source of high-level experience as it is. Ken spoke up for the idea, but we have 3 years left before this world gets invaded. Which shouldn't matter. Reality is, we need to be stronger if the Demon King from this anti-magic world is as strong as Ian described. We need to participate in the fight against this Demon King, which we can fight on our own terms because it's there, stagnant and waiting. Its abilities are also largely known, due to Ian's own past experience with a similar Demon King. On top of that, it is stationary, which means there's a whole list of abilities that Ian and the rest of us can abuse. I thought back to Harris and gang, and even before that of Mila and Alexis. I remembered they had long-range weaponry and spells. Edna thought over it and concurred with Ken. In truth, we're only risking the heroes. The domain holders will survive this and we will gain levels. If we can minimize the risk to our 4 heroes, that would make this exercise a net gain. This was simply because cannot be added to my pantheon, and they also could not receive my court of the day tree. They could only get normal familiars. If we make sufficient emergency teleportation devices, we could avoid most of the risk from a sudden detonation. The main cause of death for past heroes was actually the post-death detonation, and that was something they needed to prepare for, so with a few redundant countermeasures, Rune and Johan eventually relented. They were not keen on assisting at first, but Ken's focus on gaining levels did outweigh the risks, especially with the right countermeasures. After I heard both sides, I too eventually accepted that supporting the heroes was a good idea. The levels we could gain would help, and there was no reason to stop it. We also had to consider the risks of defeating the Demon King, because Sabnok did nuke almost a quarter to a third of a continent to death. Ian, you are much stronger now compared to the time when you faced Sabnok. Do you think a wall of your trees could block off the demonic corruption if it happens? I wasn't sure. Maybe. I remembered the energy from such a detonation was exponentially stronger at the core than at the edges. I remember the wave of demonic energies crushing the trees further away from me. I'm pretty sure my clone can survive the wave. It's just whether my wall of subsidiary trees and normal trees could withstand the demonic corruption. We could use the anti-magic glass weapons to weaken the demonic energies too, and so I started experimenting on anti-magic trees. Trees that were made from the sands of the demon world. It resisted assimilation into a tree, but the anti-magic weapon could help. For now, they made large anti-magic glass barriers. These glass barriers would serve as an additional protection for the heroes and my domain holders. Alka was enthusiastic as we worked out the offensive plan. A stationary target was the perfect target for him to exploit his shot from the stars, especially with the anti-magic ammunition and Alka's wide repertoire of star mana bombs. As everyone worked out their part of the plan, I felt nervous and even felt privately quite suspicious. Was this anti-magic glass weapon really that much of a super material? Was everything really going to work so well? I wondered whether this was going to overstretch us before our own Demon King. I had doubts even if I knew it didn't make sense. Logically fighting every battle and gaining levels is the best path forward. We just had to stack the deck and make sure we attacked every Demon King with sufficient overwhelming force. Ian, our patron, agreed to assist with the battle against the Demon King, but there are conditions and it will be our plan. Lumuf spoke to the Council of Kings, the heroes and the gallery of their high-level individuals, and in return the two heroes would help us with our Demon King. The two heroes agreed. Then Lumuf outlined our battle plan for the benefit of those present. 6 heroes in total, 4 from our world, would face the Demon King, and they would be supported by my domain holders. Edna would be present to tank, Rune for ranged weaponry and bombardment, and Lumuf for field healing and to suppress the demonic bomb. I would have to deploy my clone somewhere close to the Demon King, and when the time is right, teleport the heroes over. The plan also involved walling off the Demon King's post-death corruption, just in case it detonated. We outlined a possibility that the Demon King would wake up and attack us once the 4 heroes from our world arrive, or when my main tree was deployed. If that's the case, it'd be a simple mad scramble to fight the Demon King. If there was some time before we fought the Demon King, I would start to gather more of those forest rods. At the same time, we'd use the time to stockpile star mana ammunition and bombs. Of course, this would be our ideal outcome. At the same time, this strategy involved deployment of my clone, and I would like to have a permanent place once I deployed my clone. So Lumuf also negotiated for one of the demonic lands as the spoils for my assistance. This was contentious, and some of them said it was like we were annexing a plot of land, which we were, I guess. Still, it's no one's territory as it is because of the decade-long war. Once my tree was deployed, that location would be the staging point for the assault. Kings haggled a bit, but eventually agreed in principle. I could sense that they grew weary of the long wars, and I even sensed some underlying frustration with their heroes. There were some murmurs in the crowd that this was some sort of land grab and invasion, and the priests looked uncomfortable with letting another force claim their world, but they couldn't deny it in the end. Even in their world, heroes who survived frequently went on to start their own kingdoms, sometimes by force. This was similar. Lumuf and the councils went over the maps of the world and eventually settled on a spot that was once a forest. A group of elites escorted Lumuf to the target site, mainly just to ensure that we didn't put the seed anywhere else. It wasn't hard to blaze a path through demon territory, though we encountered a few demonic champions along the way. It was located about 2-3 days away from the immobile Demon King, and already we could feel its pulsing presence in the air. It was like an ambient pressure that could be felt in the mana, and even the ground itself was filled with demonic mana. There was a very clear possibility that the Demon King may immediately attack us once I deployed my clone, so everyone was ready for a jump. Once we arrived, Lumuf immediately entered avatar mode and my mana cleared the land around us. The clone deployed. I felt something in the ground once my roots started spreading in the ground. There was once a ley line that flowed underneath, that was now streaked with demonic energy, and that line of demonic energy headed to the core. It was subtle, mixed with the energies of the ley line, but I could sense it because I'm very familiar with demonic energy now. It was there, slowly pushing into the ground, and I could feel some kind of resistance. The Demon King has already started tunneling to the core, but it does so through a magical ley line. The Demon King tapped into the ley line. I wondered whether this was another piece of the puzzle. As my own clone grew, I wondered whether the Demon King would immediately move, but the Demon King did not react. I was relieved, and my clone took just 2 days to fully form. The benefits of a world that still had reasonable quantities of ambient mana. Once I was ready, I began to flood the area with beetles, spawning trees constantly, and began pushing back against the demonic corruption in the area. Rune, Johan, and Edna arrived soon after. All this while, the elites stayed put, and the elites of the mountain world were frankly horrified when they faced my gigantic clone tree and my 3 domain holders. Their reports to their masters back home were filled with similarly colorful words. At the same time, once my presence stabilized, I felt something different in the air, and I knew something was up. I wasn't sure why it didn't happen instantly. You've connected to the energies of another world. Soul Forge Green. Unlocked. Artificial Souls level cap increased to level 80. All artificial souls now have green option unlocked. Soul spiritualization unlocked. Souls empowered with soul spiritualization no longer need a physical body to appear outside of the soul realm. They will take the form of ghosts and spirits. Ghosts and spirits can gain levels like normal. You may create artificial souls as ghosts or wraiths. Mountain World. Souls synchronized. You may now collect souls from the Mountain World. Tree-bounded souls unlocked. You may now stop any chosen soul from reincarnating. You may stop no more than 10 souls simultaneously with this ability. Something happened, Lumoof asked. I just got a new Soul Forge color. I had forgotten that the Soul Forge needed a permanent connection, not just a temporary one through my avatar mode. But I didn't get this back in the Comet world. Was it because it was a dying world? And why was there such a long time lag? Because the Demon King was fighting or in the process of capturing the core. It's been a really long time since that happened and I didn't even know what to do. And now's not a good time. No matter, I focused on the plan. Since the Demon King didn't react to us, did not seem bothered by my presence, my beetles fanned out in all directors. We hunted for the demonic rods. I only had one left and I wanted more. My subsidiary trees pushed outwards and we attempted to encircle the Demon King. These trees would form a containment ring and at the same time spawn beetles that helped me capture the rods. It was actually really difficult to find the rods before they were deployed, but this was a matter of time. We eventually collected about 7 more rods and I sent these rods back to the valley. Meanwhile, Lumoof returned to the cities to coordinate the hero's movement. He was greeted differently this time around. The reports of the elite had already gone to the council, and I could tell they all felt like they bit more than they could chew. Previously, he was treated respectfully, and the kings conducted themselves cordially. This time, Lumoof picked up a sense of fear that was not there before. My priest had a calming presence, and his aura on its own was gentle, like the lapping waves of the sea, the gentle but present breeze of the beach. Mine was different. It was the thick, overwhelming presence of the jungle, and even for just a moment the elites remembered it. It was imprinted in their minds, just as how my own Valthorns remembered me. The heroes are not here yet. The 2 heroes of the mountain world were very eager to meet their otherworld counterparts. I learned their names this time, Adrian and Kelly, and they were in a bus with their friends when a truck came for them. It's always a damn truck. They will. Lumoof smiled, but not yet. We will try to arrange a session for all of you to meet before the battle. They are also eager to meet some people from their homeworld. I soon learned that Kelly was also a dark knight of some kind, but unlike Edna, she was more of the offensive type and had a mixed skill set between a barbarian and a knight. Adrian, on the other hand, was actually a food monk hero and excelled in physical abilities. He had to consume food before battle to release them as power. Why did the gods think this was a good combination against a Sabnok type? Did the gods make a mistake with this Demon King? My trees spread quickly and some soon covered the cities. With that came information. The kings and elites were visibly disturbed by the beetles that flooded the entire theater of war, and that fear manifested through their conduct. Already there were private discussions of what to do after the war, how to deal with me, fear and suspicion. This was the nature of people. Lumoof had to quickly intervene before this got out of hand and met the kings and priests. Our patron has no intention of invading your world. Once the war is over, we would return the lands back to you, except for the agreed plot, since that is a part of my god. The agreed plot was still pretty large, comparable to a medium-sized kingdom, sufficient for a presence. This wall of trees is merely to contain the Demon Kings. What could they do but accept Lumoof's explanation at face value? The armies of beetles were each in the tens of thousands, and the sight of beetles duking it out against demons was truly gruesome. We were still not yet ready to hit out at Sabnok, and about 3 to 4 months after my clone was deployed, the Demon King seemed to detect my presence and began to attack. We endured multiple attacks from the Demon King's subordinates. Champions came for us, and the battlefields were covered in craters from all the demonic champions' bombardments. Still, it refused to move, and I felt the energies of the core fluctuate. As I also began to notice the ley lines were also taking from me during the ebbs, I felt time was slowly running out, and called the 4 heroes to prepare for teleportation. Year 208 continued. The heroes exchanged greetings, and their arrival was greeted with bombardments from demon champions. 6 heroes. Those were relatively good odds, and both Adrian and Kelly were in the low-level 100s after their long periods of hunting demons. It actually cost me quite a bit of mana to send heroes through my clones, and it drained about 1/3 of my mana storage potatoes. The heroes were ready, and the Demon King continued to pump out demon champions and sent them our way. Magical projectiles from their champions were now a regular occurrence. There was an air of tension in the air. Expectations. We've killed a few demon kings. We've seen something like this in the hero journals, and so we'll do it again. I know you are afraid, but this is our job and we're good at it. You two will be too. Chung was the one that spoke and tried to calm both Adrian and Kelly. All we need you guys to do is hang in there and don't get killed. After a bit of pep talk, the heroes briefed Adrian and Kelly again on what we've seen in our own exchange with a similar demon king. A castle demon, perhaps. When you come to our world, you should have a look at the journals. Prabhu added, and snacks, trust me, you'll feel better with snacks. Colette promptly gave Prabhu an elbow. Don't diminish their trauma like that. I know. The snacks are just the equivalent of putting flowers on poop. It's still poop, Prabhu responded. But between the two, I know I prefer flowers on poop. Adrian and Kelly just sniggered. It's all right, it's not. Colette stared at Prabhu. We've all lost our friends in our own fights against the demons, and all of us will learn to cope in a different way. It's not helpful to make it sound so simple. Prabhu probably realized this was a dangerous conversation and decided to back off. Yeah, you're right, I'm sorry. Colette took a deep breath and after an awkward silence sighed. I know you don't mean any harm. Adrian and Kelly, the two heroes of the mountain world, just stared. Colette, of course, realized how awkward the conversation had become and decided to switch topics. We'll be fighting together for some time, so let's get to know each other, the female archmage answered. She looked not much older than when she first came, courtesy of the immense magic she held. They shared a pot of tea, and the two looked visibly calmer after a cup. They once again went through why their first assault failed and how that led to their capture. The four heroes of Treehome also shared their own battles with their demon king, and they too shared the failures they faced, how their friends died the first time. There was something about sharing their own losses that seemed to really relieve both Adrian and Kelly's hearts. Even if it didn't fix it, even if it didn't even heal all that much. We should get Kay and Stella here, Prabhu added. They are former heroes. Well, Kay was, but both of them saw as much shit as we all did, but I guess we can meet them. If we live through this, we will, Adrian said. Based on what the two heroes shared, there were some differences compared to Sabnok. For one, this hero didn't jam our communication system, so they were not forced to build communication towers. In many ways, what they suggested even seemed to say that this demon king was a weaker variant of Sabnok. That's not confirmed, of course. It's likely that the Demon King didn't even bring out its best skills, since the heroes were so weak. It still didn't make sense why it did this, of course. Why did the Demon King capture some heroes? Why keep them alive? The heroes went through something similar to Alexis. They saw the fields of demonic spires, the vast lands. The demons read their minds for sure. What was the purpose? Did they use the heroes' mana to help their capture of the world? Or use their minds to help improve or feed their own? Or were they looking for something in the heroes' minds? Or is it just a kind of parasitic or herding behavior that the captured heroes are farmed for something? I felt like I wasn't truly understanding all the pieces that were now available to me. My trees also searched the mountain world for demolite, and we found it everywhere. I was fairly sure I would find it in the three worlds too. The demons had rift gates, and these rift gates were the way to open paths across worlds. We also knew, at least from a simple guess, that these demolite were meant to mark their presence to the demons. Back home, we had accumulated demolite over the years, since our discovery of their purpose, but we have yet to destroy them. Not until we figured out how to manipulate it, or at least mislead it. I had one of the wild ideas to plant the demolite on the moon and lure the Demon King there instead. The fight against the Demon King would happen somewhere away from population centers, and we could, if we need to, blow up the moon, or use the demolite to subtly control the rift gates, or they could be two entirely independent things. Demolites are just nothing more than location markers, and once sufficient worlds locked onto a world, the demolites serve no other function. If rift gates don't rely on demolites for any sort of specific targeting beyond locating it as a world, then destroying demolites may be futile. It's all speculation at this point. We took full advantage of the Demon King not attacking us to fully prepare ourselves for the fight. Rune was especially keen on unleashing hell on the Demon King for a distance. The heroes themselves made plans for failures, and Ken walked through quite a few gimmicks that he thought would be commonly seen in such immobile bosses. It's surprisingly insightful, and in hindsight, it's actually quite common to see immobile bosses in earlier games, especially side-scrollers. Ready. I asked everyone present, spread throughout the theater of war. They would all launch attacks from their respective positions, and then all head towards the Demon King. Everyone unleashed their skills, as the entire world was momentarily flooded with side effects of using so much magic in a short period of time. The mages launched a massive volley of long-range fireballs, magical missiles, and other kinds of energy blasts. Chung shipped 50 large hero items through my abilities, and used them to shoot a barrage of hero-powered ballista bolts. Momentarily, there was enough magic flying through the skies that everyone, even those without magic, could feel a pulse in the air. Men and women from villages an entire continent away could feel the vibrations caused by so much magic. The close-range heroes Hafez and Kelly both had to stay back. Rune also used his domain ability to fire star mana bombs at the Demon King. The attacks landed within a span of an hour, and for a moment, the world was greeted with an earthquake that could be felt throughout the entire world. This explosion was bigger than the minefield we had for the previous Demon King. There were more heroes attacking, and coupled with Alka's star mana bombs, the explosion was so intense that it would scar that plot of land with magical residue for decades and cause tremendous magical instability for at least months, but in time it would heal, as it always did. I could sense that the attacks landed because there was a momentary weakness in the demonic energies, and I felt it ebb in the ground beneath and around us. Then a pulse and another strong shake. The dust had not settled, but the heroes continued to attack. They were not going to wait for it to transform. A rookie mistake, and Ken strictly reminded them to double tap, even if it seemed dead. Rune waited, however, since we didn't have that many star mana bombs. As the magical attacks provided cover fire, Edna was the first to approach, confident that she could survive anything the Demon King threw at it. The attacks kept on going, and for a moment we felt the world suddenly tear. A rift opened right around where the Demon King once was, and then we sensed demon champions from throughout the world vanish and reappeared around the Demon King. From those rifts, the demons counterattacked with magical explosions. It's still transforming. Chung said his eyes glowed with some kind of sight ability. Don't let it finish. He recharged his array of magic ballistas, and another volley was unleashed. The second volley mostly smashed into the demon champions. They took the hit on behalf of their king, and were vaporized by the star mana-charged bolts. The land around the Demon King had transformed into a huge crater, a result of all the weapons we deployed, and there was a thick layer of fire, plasma, dust, and dirt whipped up by all the explosions. Through my spiritual sight, my view of the Demon King was not obscured by dust, only interrupted by the sparks of magic in the air. I saw it transforming and splitting apart, and then, for a brief second, a surge in magical energy from within the Demon King. Immediately, energy beams fired outwards, aimed at the heroes and also our array of weapons. The heroes dodged and some of the weapons were destroyed. Our shields couldn't fully block the beam. It was still strong enough to destroy my shields and some. Only Edna's ability allowed it to take the hit head-on. At the same time, the demon champions that survived Chung's volley of ballista bolts started to fuse, and a few turned into the supercannon-type demons. This transformation happened incredibly quickly, far faster than what I've seen or heard, and once completed, they added cover fire and fired a constant ray of demonic energy. The rift sent more demon champions through. The heroes weaved through the magical beams and moved closer. Ranged attacks needed longer charge times, and just were not as powerful as their mid- or close-range attacks or skills. Meanwhile, I kept my focus locked on the Demon King. My artificial mind supported the wider battle, and we spawned trees as fast as we could. Beetles from these trees supported the larger battlefield, as the attack on the Demon King seemed to rouse the regular demons out of their routine and caused them to attack their nearby kingdoms. My trees also tried to close in on the Demon King. Let's shift to close combat. Hafez dodged a massive beam of energy overhead, his magical shield battered from all the attacks. The supercannon-type demon champion also blanketed the battlefield with its rays and projectiles. The earth rumbled again, and this time I felt a presence inject itself into the ground. It moved towards us. My roots spread to intercept it, and then something blew up from beneath my subsidiary trees, or tried to. My roots managed to hold the rocks in place. Another demon champion type surged out of the ground, and it looked like a spiky hedgehog. I didn't hesitate, and in those moments my roots pierced it quite easily, and for a moment I seemed to have gotten it. It should have disintegrated, but the Demon King wouldn't let its army of demons die. Then a pulse of demonic energy spread outwards, as I thought I saw the Demon King's energy splinter into 1,000 pieces. The spiky demonic hedgehog, skewered by my roots, glowed and empowered by demonic energy from the king itself, revived. Multiple champions throughout the battlefield, some killed earlier, were instantly revived by that demonic energy. It revives destroyed champions. That's a new trick, Chung commented, partly in bewilderment. I was partly amazed that it had an Edna-like skill, essentially an army of undying. The champions themselves were still quite weak, even with the slightly enhanced power, so it didn't take much effort to crush them. Not with my current levels, but they kept reviving. I skewered the demonic hedgehog again and then wrapped my roots around it. I crushed it, but I didn't move fast enough. And yes, even as I thought it was dead, it wriggled and revived once there was another pulse from the Demon King. Focus on the Demon King. Edna had already closed in on the main body, a large blob of demonic energy that started to swirl. And then suddenly it released something strange. Souls, spirits, 3 dead heroes, and then demonic flesh gathered around those souls. Kelly and Adrian, the 2 Mountain World heroes, recognized them and screamed. Kelly immediately charged in her star mana armor. The flesh shaped into surprisingly lifelike versions of the dead heroes. "Kelly, it's us, don't you recognize us?" One of the demonic-fleshed heroes said in an alien but incredibly lifelike voice, but I saw an intense gathering of demonic energy. "What are you doing?" "Edna, intercept, it's a trap," I commanded as my roots immediately surged out and attempted to attack the dead heroes. "Kelly, retreat." But Kelly didn't listen, my roots didn't do enough damage, and once she got close enough, an intense beam of demonic energy blasted outwards from the demonic hero. Edna couldn't get there in time. My wooden shields and Colette's magic barrier appeared and we blocked a large bit of the blast, but that attack was no weaker than the Demon King's death rays, so the heroine still took a bad hit. The demon hero disintegrated, its energy spent, and there were two of the demonic flesh heroes left. Lumuf quickly moved aside to assist, and we saw her soul fluctuate and weaken. Her skin was charred, like she had just walked through an intense fire. Had we not blocked it, I was sure that would have instantly killed her. "She's out." Lumuf lifted her and immediately retreated as fast as he could. She would need intense healing, and the demon's energies were so strong it even injected itself into her body. I vaguely sensed the presence of a demonic curse. "That's fucking low." Chung cursed, and they kept up their volleys at the main blob. It was irritating though because the demon champions kept reviving, and even when defeated, they would only remain dead for 15 minutes or so. The pulses would revive them, and once revived, it would force all the heroes to be on the defense. It was so irritating that both Johan and Rune directed their attention on the demon champions, and concentrated their attacks on the champions to redirect some of the aggro and open up some attack windows. The heroes could not attack and defend at the same time, and I could instantly see why this Demon King won the first round. This was one pain in the ass. Prabhu and Colette naturally focused on the other two demonic heroes, and the other two demonic hero lookalikes just looked at the remaining Mountain World hero and smiled creepily. Adrian cursed, "Don't speak to me, you're not them. Don't fucking pretend to be them." He retaliated with magical attacks, and the demon heroes blocked it with magic of their own. "But we are, come, join us, join our rebellion against the puppeteers," they said with a smile. Why do we serve the puppeteers anyway? They moved incredibly quickly, with speeds that did not seem weaker than the heroes. How did the Demon King animate these lookalikes that even had some almost hero-tier abilities? I was very curious what kind of world this Demon King came from. What kind of environment created this Demon King? Colette, Prabhu and Chung, the three heroes in middle range, all shared a glance. He needs help. I surveyed the battlefield then. Rune and Johan kept destroying the demon champions, but this took all their time. Edna and Hafez were both in close range, and they hacked away at the massive Demon King blob. They seemed to be doing damage, but they didn't have much window to assist others, since the blob itself had close-range offensive magics and also detonated small explosions around its main body. Lumuf withdrew all the way to the rear, a good distance away from the battlefield. He was still focused on stabilizing Kelly. An army of healers were on standby, mostly from the kingdom, but some from the Valthorns. They quickly got to work and suppressed the demonic curse within Kelly's body while keeping her alive. Lumuf's magical energies were exceptional at healing, and she got better, but it'll be at least half a day before she can return to combat. Prabhu decided to help, so he teleported next to Adrian and created a magical shield. It blocked one of the demon's magical blasts. "Don't fall for it. They're goading you." "I know," Adrian said, angry, "but I can't help it." The heroes traded attacks with the demons, but I concentrated on the demon champions nearby and attacked them with my roots. But this time my roots pierced the body and hunted for the Demon King's energy. I found it nestled within a slightly harder part of its body. My roots snaked through the innards of the demon champion and touched it, and I absorbed it, strangely easy. The demon champion crumbled, as if all the damage it took from the past suddenly took hold once more. I immediately set out to repeat it with every demon champion. It was fairly slow as the demons traded attacks. Edna and Hafez both cut away at the Demon King, but they couldn't land that many hits, not with the Demon King detonating explosions. They would retreat close in to land a cut or three, and then retreat again. Colette and Chung would then attack during the times Edna and Hafez couldn't land a hit. The gaps between their attacks were also fairly long, since the Demon King seemed to constantly shapeshift, and would regularly release beams of intense demonic energy that they had to evade. It was kinda shit realization, but I realized defensive heroes did not perform that well. Not against this Demon King where our shields just vaporized so easily, and sometimes, even taking a hit behind shields still dealt too much damage. The Demon King is in its own class, and the meta at that level of combat was offense and evasive abilities. Defense was useless unless they had something like Edna. Rune, Johan, are you able to see the Demon King's energies within the Demon Champion? If you can take it out, it would immediately make it crumble. They nodded and both switched their weapons to the mana-draining weapons and went for close-range attacks instead. They both had some kind of mana sight ability, and it was quite hard to spot the Demon King's energy, but the anti-mana glass worked incredibly well, and the champions' revival was interrupted once they managed to hack through the demon champions and get to where that demon energy was stored. They crumbled when that energy was drained. We cleared the champions quickly, and the battlefield's bullet hell of magical projectiles gradually became less dense. It would lessen the strain on the heroes to deal damage. With all three of us taking out the champions, it still took about 2 hours to eliminate all of them from the battlefield. We were left with the shadow of heroes, and we shifted our focus to help with Adrian and Prabhu. I was very curious what these two creatures were. They weaved and dodged quickly. These demonic flesh heroes were very high quality and had the speed and power to back it up. Still, I noticed that they were still susceptible to my aura, even if just a little bit, and that slowed them a bit. Eventually, working together with Rune and Johan, I finally stabbed my roots into one of them and I began draining its mana. The demonic hero screamed and shouted and then detonated itself up, or tried to. I detected its mana gathering, and my roots immediately intercepted it and interfered with its mana gathering. Instead, it just disintegrated. The last remaining demonic hero sensed its doom, and before anything, decided to detonate itself. That very act, however, meant its magical defenses were down. Prabhu immediately wrapped his magic around the demon, then flung the demonic hero high up into the sky where it detonated midair harmlessly. Adrian was exhausted. He wasn't as high level as the rest, and this battle weakened him. The trauma of facing his deceased friends drained him out. Retreat, we'll handle it. We were left with the main body. Kelly had stabilized, but she remained at the rear to recover under the care of the other healers. The Demon King is hurt, for sure. The heroes moved to attack. This time it was a clean fight. 4 heroes, Edna and the Demon King. The rifts occasionally spawned demon champions, but I took care of that. I mostly spectated this phase of the battle, occasionally helping with a shield or a root strike. My attack still didn't do much damage. Rune and Johan also retreated, but they also helped with cover fire. The repeated attacks from the heroes eventually weakened it, and we sensed the reduced intensity of its demonic energy, dropping over time. Let's end this. With all of its gimmicks removed, the concentrated attacks eventually destroyed the blob, and then a spire-like thing was within. Then I saw an immaterial energy beam that reached for the core of the world. The spire-like thing started to glow as it floated midair, and I detected a huge surge in corruption-type energies. Very, very familiar stuff. This was the Rotterdam's bomb all over again, and this time I won't let it happen. Lumuf charged forward at my command, as the spire created a magical barrier around itself. The magical barrier blocked the attacks from the heroes, but did not stop Lumuf, Edna, or Hafiz from going through it. I felt my domain push through the barrier, and Lumuf touched the spire itself. At that moment, it attempted to attack us mentally. Natives, submit to us. Domain has blocked attempted mental attack. Lumuf recoiled at the attack, but he too had a domain, and my energies flooded the spire. The spire smashed into the ground beneath us, and its energies attempted to infect the land. But by now my trees were everywhere in the battlefield, and my mana was ready to resist. Destroy the spire, I shouted, and the heroes came and unleashed hell on the spire. The spire cracked and then disintegrated into nothingness. Not even the demon core remained. At that moment, the flesh of the Demon King, many of it separated and cut off, started to transform into demolite. You've defeated an otherworld Demon King. Title obtained, Multiverse Demon Hunter. You've gained 7 levels. You are now level 221. The heroes slew the Demon King of the Mountain World. Many others gained level 2. More importantly, Alka leveled from his constant supply of the weapons of war and ascended to be my 5th domain holder. Year 208 continued. Vine and root-related abilities are all significantly upgraded. Your root distance has been significantly increased, and the depth and range expanded. Demonic mana resistance significantly enhanced. New domain skill Guardian Treants. You are able to spawn Guardian Treants near your clones or your main body. Guardian Treants can act independently and fight, but may not move too far from your main body or clones. I needed more offensive ability, or failing that, more movement and mana-related abilities. Adding more flesh to the battlefield generally, well, didn't do much. Yet I also wondered whether that's a wise choice. I'm a tree. Even with clones and more trees, I'm still a tree, and was I trying to fit a round peg into a square hole? It's tempting to believe, as one gains levels, that I would become more, all-rounded, more able to do what I was not able to do before. But I'm increasingly noticing that the system also forces a type on me, and doing something outside what the system considers normal for me generally requires extensive preparation. Even then, I would still be outcompeted by those who had the right classes and optimal builds for those things. The domain choices were really one of the rare times when the system actually allowed us to actively steer the direction of our powers. This is not so for humanoids, who, through their actions, can choose what class they acquire. Monsters, on the other hand, are what they were designed to be, and evolutionary choices still had to remain linked to their core form. Therefore, now that I could somewhat modify living beings to some degree, could I therefore guide this path elsewhere? Just as I attempted to steer the development of my tree folks and my lizard people, I'm starting to realize perhaps I missed monsters. The creation of true anti-demon monsters would be a great start. Just as nature is often an arms race between different species, why couldn't nature have their own counter for demons? The demons evolved indirectly, adapting the qualities of their captured world into their own, each time expanding the variety of demons, one world at a time. I would also speculate that each demon king was also slightly different, thus adding another form of evolution to their force. My evidence was that Sabnok was slightly different compared to the demon king of the mountain worlds. Perhaps the ratio of demon and core was mixed slightly differently with each new spawn. So nature had to evolve. The natural world most likely had two main ways of evolution. The first one, unique to this magical world, was the subtle evolution through the spawning process, in which the system creates life out of thin air, perhaps using a blend of the existing creations. This was most apparent in the Rotedlands edges, where we had hybrid creatures and plants. Second was, of course, the supposed Earth way of accumulated surviving adaptations. I am inclined to believe the first was the main, evolutionary tool in this world, simply because magic and demon kings just killed everyone so quickly that the system repopulates the world with slightly better adapted individuals. But why let the system be the only one doing it? If I could make treechais, why not make demon-eating hounds and beetles? Giant demon-eating worms, training, equipping Valthorns with the right skills is fine and all, but evolution must consider all choices. A point I had clearly neglected, even when it was what I started with. I had trained beetles, and my artificial minds continued to make incremental improvements to better adapt them to our ongoing war on the parasite world. Things that artificial minds were good at. Faster, stronger. Bigger, but I could do more, especially more radical recreations. Different, reconstruction from the ground up to make them more focused demon-killing machines. Artificial minds could take one or two steps back, but they were not designed for ground-up remakes. I could redesign them from bottom up, create stronger versions of their original form. Not just that, I could attempt to fuse the anti-mana glass or any other kinds of material into their structure to create something alien. Weaker but different, and then incrementally improve that weaker type to make it more powerful. Not just that, looking at it, could I also recreate artificial minds and improve them? I had responded to the growing need for oversight and for routine automation by adding more and more artificial minds to the problem. Patrick assigned and allocated tasks to them. Could we make better artificial minds and improve their hardware such that each level they gained did more? The heroes celebrated the death of the Demon King. Kelly recovered after 2 days of intense care. So, now we need to help you with your Demon King, Adrian said, but how do you already know what's coming? Complicated story, one I'll let you have more details once you visit our world. But the gist of it is that Ian can see the Demon King coming. Sort of. Whoa, the two heroes were impressed. You guys have counters for most Demon Kings then. Prabhu shook his head, not for the one that's coming. Ian said the next Demon King will be a massive, heavily physical, super magic resistance, anti-magic type. Something we have no counter for, not directly. We don't have a physical hero in our lineup, and sadly the two of you are not pure physical types either. So we'll have to make do with larger numbers and hopefully better equipment. The heroes gained some levels, but strangely, it wasn't very high. The 4 heroes and many of those who joined the battle also gained the same title as I did. A useless trinket, even those who assisted indirectly obtained the title. The 4 heroes from our world gained 4 to 5 levels each, though Adrian and Kelly, being lower leveled, gained about 10. A big party was held throughout the kingdoms, though the atmosphere was somewhat tense among the elites. My presence partly dampened the euphoria. The kings were fearful, and the worries had many aspects. Would we leave? What do the heroes want now? Who would do the cleanup of the demonic corruption that covered so much of the world? How do they maintain their power above the temples? Or would the king's power and influence be usurped by the temples again? The heroes were mostly oblivious. They were just happy to have the weight off their shoulders. The commoners partied like it truly was the end of the world. Have you guys attended parties like this? Adrian asked. Like back home? Yes, smaller ones, nothing like this. This truly is something else. Decades of constant warfare finally brought to an end, and the kings spared no expense to commemorate this momentous victory. Every kingdom contributed a small sum to the party, but combined, it was a truly lavish thing. A moment of bliss for the common folk. A moment for the heroes to forget the sacrifices and losses along the way. A moment to drown in the seemingly endless barrels of alcohol. A revenge party for a decade-long war. Because these moments may be all they have until the next Demon King comes along. The nobles made the effort to approach the heroes, and their questions were meant to get a sense of how we were back home, an attempt to understand where the kingdom stood in my world. Of course, I didn't expect Prabhu to know what to answer. The central continents ruled by Ian, directly, Prabhu said to a noble of the mountain world. It was a party and some heroes. What about the temples? They rule the other continents, well, indirectly via their influence on the actual rulers, but the central continent is pretty much de facto controlled by Ian and his organization. The nobles all naturally poked and attempted to drive a wedge between myself and the heroes. Why do heroes accept such an arrangement? Don't heroes want to create their own vision of the world? Prabhu laughed at that. I think that only applies if the locals don't even know what we want, then we have no choice but to create it. How is life in the central continent? What do kings and nobles do? Prabhu frowned. Honestly, I don't know. I don't see them much. All of my dealings with the world are handled by the Valthorns. Why do you let them treat you like that? A noble said. Surely a hero can handle his own affairs. It amused me that they goaded the wrong person. They would have had better success with the other heroes, who mostly remained with Adrian and Kelly. Maybe they would try it with them later. Prabhu just laughed at that. I'm quite happy to have a small army of assistants. Do you not feel like you're some menagerie animal? Why would I? My needs are met, and Ian may be my best chance to find a way home. Maybe Ian already has a way and has been withholding it from you in order to use you to fight his wars. The only wars I'm fighting are against demons and my hunger, but maybe you guys should pay Ian's clone body a visit and book a tour to our world. It wasn't exactly a secret by now that I sent heroes to their world. After all, now that Ian's clone body is here, he won't be going anywhere. The nobles winced. It's quite a pleasant trip. Prabhu went on a promotional spree. It's safe, and as long as any of the Valtrian orders guys accompany you, you can be assured of your safety. Food's good and the accommodations are great. There is some really interesting scenery to see too. I was told the valleys and the Freshkin colleges are super popular with the younger nobility. I somewhat cringed, so I focused on the other group of heroes. Some of the nobles approached them, but they were adept at dodging, and eventually they left the actual party. I've got a word of advice, Chung immediately said to Adrian. If you're gonna start your own kingdom, don't stick your thing in too many places and don't have too many kids. You have kids? Adrian looked at Chung like he said something funny and asked. No, but I've seen what my predecessors went through, and dealing with the mess isn't fun. They'll fight, and it broke my predecessor's heart when his wives and children fought with each other. Adrian shrugged and nodded. Chung held his hand. I'm serious. One of the things we heroes lack, surprisingly, is self-control. With all this power in our hands, we can get our way easily, but there are consequences, especially with people and with organizations. If you build a kingdom, remember that the kingdom exists because you exist. Once you die, your kingdom collapses with you. Is that why you guys have not made your own kingdoms? Kelly asked. When we came to this world, that's what they promised us. We'd be kings and queens, heroes, we'd have the man of our dreams. Chung nodded. It's a lie. Beautiful cake they sold us is filled with worms. Mostly. You gotta realize which parts are not filled with worms. Then, Kelly looked sad. Why are we here? What should we do? Survive. Until we all meet our eventual doom at the hand of some future demon king. That's sad. It makes me feel like what we've struggled so far is pointless. It's not. Even in our world, we eventually die. We are doomed, either disease or old age or many other reasons. Yet our life back home didn't feel meaningless. I thought going to class all the time was pretty meaningless. Adrian quipped. Meaning is something you can create. Our predecessors tried different things. One went on a hunt for good wines, another dabbled in fashion and arts. They took what they liked and dived deeper into it. For me, I quite like killing demons, so I'm trying to be even better at it, Chung answered frankly. Or you can be a snack addict like Prabhu. The two other heroes heard him but did not respond. Around the same time, I also sent my trees to explore the area underneath the Demon King. My trees spawned in where that Demon King once camped, and I detected strands of demolite that went really deep into the ground. The leylands were tainted by demonic energy, though they would fade in time. I sensed the taint weakening each day, and eventually the ley lines would flush out all the demonic energy. The Demon King had somehow pulled the ley lines of the entire region to the single spot, and now that the Demon King was gone, these ley lines were slowly drifting apart. This would be a good time to pin the ley line together to form a dungeon, but then I wanted to see how a world recovered. Defeating the Demon King did not answer the question I had. What was the demon's win condition? How did they win, and what determined how long the world held up? From what Lily said, I knew that a Demon King could remain undefeated for decades, almost centuries, but still the world did not fall. Yet from Sneck's world, their world clearly collapsed quickly. This was comparable to a doctor trying to diagnose a novel disease, and now we are trying to figure out the mechanics of the disease, a mutating virus. Concurrently, I started to clean up the corruption in the areas designated to be under my rule. It didn't take more than a week to clear my marked lands of the demonic corruption, my energies easily overwhelming the demon's presence. What's the plan with this location? My domain holders didn't stay long. Edna, Rune, and Johan returned home. There was also the topic of names for this new nation, and I decided to call it Branchhold. I would like to first increase the tree population and increase my total mana output. Later on, I would relocate some of the Void Archmages to this world and begin surveying the skies for other worlds. My astral sight was enhanced now that my clone body was here, and already I could see that this world could access 3 worlds and also Treehome, and also some other further worlds. It was the interstellar equivalent of expansion. I decided to open my land to refugees, and got some of my experienced Valtrian Order administrators and mid-level Valthorns to come over to Mountain World to set up the new nation of Branchhold. In time, I would like to introduce the Kenari to this world, and also implement offshoots of existing institutions. As for the lands outside, I also cleared a few safe paths to the rest of the inhabited worlds in order to kickstart the migration and resettlement, but for now the rest of the demonic corruption remained. The locals of the Mountain World called it the Demon-touched lands, and they spawned hybrids and demons quite similar to the Rotted lands, but still different in their own way. This was useful research, and I wanted to take another opportunity to examine them. It would be good to study them and compare them to the specimens we had back home. Alka actually gained his domain while bunkered somewhere far from the battlefield, though he was actively supporting the battle by giving the bombs some extra power-ups. As a field scientist, he could amplify the strength of certain equipment, and that included the bombs, and I figured through those contributions, he gained the experience needed to get through to the domain. He naturally joined my pantheon for life insurance. He got the domain of explosions, and the first, extremely unusual ability of his domain, always a bomb, was his ability to be a living bomb. Essentially, he could detonate a bomb around himself, without actually needing a bomb, of varying strength and up to the strongest bomb he has ever made. The number of bombs he could release was pretty much scaled to the strength of the bomb. At the same time, the field scientist class returned to me since, once he had his domain, his class no longer existed. It was merged into the explosions domain, along with all the skills. In a way, that sort of made Alka very dangerous. He could theoretically nuke himself next to me if he wanted to, and I was really thankful that I had other bodies as my own personal insurance. Then again, that's the same class any offensive-geared domain holder will reach. A hero or a mage with a domain would probably be similarly dangerous, so there really was no need for excessive paranoia. I would need Stella to get her domain, and we should largely have the pieces needed to really jam up the demon's process. Too bad we missed a chance to send some roots through that rift. Stella said to me privately, I would love to see what kind of world that Demon King came from. In the heat of battle, that was not an easy thing to do. The rifts were not common either. Since this set of demons spawned their own demons by manipulating existing ley lines, they did not require much reinforcements from their homeworld, except during that final battle with the Demon King. With the festivities mostly over, we had a Demon King to prepare for, and this time, I wanted to attempt to jam the Demon King's teleportation process. Year 209. Lumuf returned to the Sandworld alone. The place had not changed, but this time, we were not here for the sand or to study the solar radiation. We wanted to mess with the mechanisms used to send the Demon King through the worlds, and see whether we could essentially shoot down an intercontinental ballistic missile while it's ascending from its silo, or mess with the delivery vehicle such that the ICBM could not even hit its intended target. My plan was simple. We've seen the mechanisms used to create the portal, and the goal was to simply smash them before the Demon King could use it. After all, the Demon King itself may not be able to stop me, since it has to teleport to another world. If it did interrupt and attack me, that was a success. If it lured the demon in the core out of the core, that was also a success. If that failed, I'd attempt to mess with the mana balance of the portal and see whether I could stop the Demon King from teleporting. Any delay was a success, even if they still eventually made the trip. I don't think it's ready yet, Lumuf said as we stood above where the hole once was. I could sense the massive pit to the core beneath us. There was no structure here, no tower of void energy. Not yet, just the rift gates built into the walls of the pit. We could destroy it, of course. So we did, but I reckon the demons would be able to regenerate these gates fairly easily. These rift gates built into the walls of the pits looked more flimsy than the normal gates. During the day, the pit was covered, and we took advantage of the daytime to enter avatar mode, and my roots pierced through the ground beneath us. It was a demon champion that functioned as a mobile cover, and it wasn't hard to kill it once I found where its core was. The path between the two worlds was solid, and now from this side I sensed tremendous amounts of that core void blend had been injected into it. But I couldn't interact with the path. Only Stella could, which made me wonder. I know it's possible for a normal person to gain void mana, and I myself already have small quantities of star mana. But could we train a regular person to possess star mana, or to possess any other kinds of mana? Anyway, I digressed. I focused back on the pit and its immediate surroundings. How did the Demon King create those structures, and could we destroy it, copy it, or change it? There was currently nothing around us, except for the structure at the edges of the pit, which we have destroyed. Yet I had a feeling it wouldn't be so easy. The next likely candidate was the demon within the world. Maybe it coordinated the transportation and the opening of the rift. It must have had a mechanism to create the structures needed to open the gates to the worlds beyond. If so, I'd try to intercept it. We have 2 years left. Lumuf repeated. It's not here yet, but the rifts will open soon. Let's head further underground and try to reach those rift gates and observe from this end. Lumuf gulped. Some days, I think this avatar ability is cursed. Back home, war preparations continued, and I used the expanded range of my routes to continue my expansions into the sea and also underground. There was nothing much to find in the sea, not with my now increased range. Even underground, it was more of the same thing. Still, with the expanded range, I could reach even further out of the sea, and even deeper, and for once, began to connect to a string of smaller islands further out to sea from the central continent mainland. Places I could never reach before, and with it, more mana. I realized the folly of my earlier attempt at the womb of the Demon King. I was still underpowered, and if I sought to unmake the demons with mana, I would need a lot more than the mana of just one continent. I needed the mana of at least an entire world, maybe 2 or 3. So I shifted my attention to the parasite world, now in a state of flux. Do I still need this world? I needed a world where mana was plentiful. A world that could fuel the war that is to come, and this wasn't it. Actually, as I reviewed all my clones, I concluded both the moon and the parasite world should be on the chopping block. Comet World too, but since it had the value of traveling through the void space, I decided it was worth keeping despite the mana shortfall. My moon seed was now a waste, even if it was the first experiment we did. It had no mana production, and Stella's attempt to mess with the void paths into our world did not work. Not even when she tried to block the astral paths on the moon. It was the equivalent of trying to stop an out-of-control truck with a piece of paper, a really thick black piece of paper. Naturally, it didn't work, so I decided I would recall my moon clone. It was the easiest to recall, since it was so close to me that Stella could open a portal to the moon. Thus, the opportunity cost to redeploy was the lowest. If someday I were to find some other use case for a moon base, I felt my close tree shrivel, shrink, and then vanish. Clone seed recalled. 10 years of cooldown before it can be redeployed. Ah fuck, at least I know it takes 10 years, a blink of an eye actually. My immediate thought was to deploy it on 3 worlds. If I could use it to unlock the new Soulforge color, I would be willing to make enemies for it. With the enhanced mana from the mountain world, we renewed our offensive against the demons on the demonic parasite world. The parasite world is also linked, or near, its own set of worlds, though I couldn't see them clearly. The sky was littered with the effects of the collapsed void path that acted like clouds. Over the years, I realized that it was better to claim territory that led to a demon structure I wanted, or a place I wanted my Trichocomas to investigate, than to just claim the land for the sake of it. Like a blob, we gave up our land where we found nothing, and used the saved mana to push elsewhere. We captured a few demonic spawning pools, and these ones just generated more of these parasites. It improved my understanding of these parasites, but not much else. At the same time, as my tree looked up to the cloudy astral skies, I made a note to send Lumuf into the demon's pit once the skies began to clear. Maybe there was something we could learn about how the demon finds new worlds to target. That said, I think I may have to wait decades for it to target another world. Still, I could discover another world this way, by hitchhiking on the demon's targeting system. I could front-run its invasion by sending Lumuf to the other side, a future plan. The demons did not take any precautionary measures even after our invasion into the core. That was, of course, strange. If they were intelligent, they should have done something, but they didn't. Or maybe this wasn't something they normally reacted to, so they didn't know how to react. In any case, it took about the same time to reach the horizontal tunnels again, and we found the lesser demons massing. There were more spawning pools, and as we explored the tunnels, we realized that these tunnels were everywhere. In a world so large, there was no way I could find all the tunnels without a thorough magical scan of the world. The demons resembled the creatures we fought on the surface. Hardy, physical, and tremendous magical resistance, and had a soft underbelly and some no weak points. My domain holders had already made sketches and gave briefings on how to fight these monsters, training for the Valthorns, and mock demons made from stone elementals. I also used my Dream Academy to simulate battle against these demons. Because of the physical nature of these demons, it took quite a bit of effort for my Valthorns to learn mana-less combat methods. We also distributed skill seeds to help my Valthorns augment their arsenal of skills so that they could have some mana-less skills. Honestly, the skill spell issue is still confusing to me. They both feel like they should be one and the same, and yet they are not. It remains one of the puzzles of the system that I didn't really understand. Now that there were only 2 years left, the energies of the rift began to gather, and it was now possible to get a general sense of where the rifts would appear. It was going to be in the eastern continent again. Naturally, the Avon Triumvirs were not pleased to learn they would once again face a demon king on their land. It felt like they just had won a few decades ago. The energies from the rift were still unstable, and because of that, I couldn't properly pin down the location of the Demon King. Not yet, anyway. Maybe next year I would get a location, and then we could start planning an ambush. For now, it was time for the smaller rifts to appear, for the lesser demons and champions to grace our world. The first rifts opened almost at the end of the year, and the lizards walked out. We didn't intervene immediately. My deployed forces mostly just monitored their movements. We knew from the parasite world that there were some differences in the demons' abilities and behaviors between the demon world and our world, but we were not sure how significant this gap was, and whether that was a common thing across all types of demons. We watched as the Aven forces tried to fight these physical demons to relatively decent success, and eventually concluded that they were actually weaker here. Their bodies were so used to the dry, monolith environment that their hard, dried outer shells, that when they came to our world, their bodies hungrily soaked up the ambient mana, and it changed their tough bodies. We did notice that when sufficient of these demons were around, the ambient mana decreased significantly and made spelling more laborious. As a whole, though, the regular mobs were weaker, but the Demon King won't be subject to the same restrictions. It's likely from extrapolating our initial findings that the Demon King would have some kind of anti-magic ability. Maybe we'll get some global anti-magic, Edna speculated. We haven't seen global effect Demon Kings for some time. You sound like you're looking forward to it. Rune said, those were unpleasant times from what I heard from the survivors. No, I mean that's just what it is. Trends repeat themselves and the demons eventually rehash the same ability types. A global magic interruption is likely, but how do we circumvent a global anti-magic ability anyway? We would once again see the collapse of the global message system, but if it's anti-magic it could do more than that. I recalled that they could even interrupt my communication with beetles. The previous heroes made transmission towers, something I was only able to replicate to a much lesser degree. Again, we would need to work around the magic with skill and system. I made a note to train a physical-only Valthorn and relayed the message to elites. This is a bit too late, isn't it? I heard one of the Valthorns naturally grumble about my request. If the coming Demon King is a physical type, how are we going to get anyone ready? I know, of course. But if the Demon Kings eventually repeat itself, a physical type domain holder would eventually have value. Maybe 50 years, maybe 200 years, but eventually, we will encounter this type of Demon King again. I acknowledge my failure to consider this anti-magic, physical-only type of Demon King, so the right thing to do was to prepare for it. Essentially, as we reevaluated why we failed to prepare for this type of Demon King, we began to realize that we were guessing what kind of Demon King was coming, but that's actually unacceptable. For us as an institution, I had to predict at least 50 to 100 years ahead in order to prepare someone for that eventual outcome. 50 years was the estimated amount of time it took to train a domain holder. I wasn't thinking far enough. We needed to brainstorm and start to prepare for the Demon Kings after this one, not just the coming one. Look at where we failed and what kinds of powers we could have. I needed to be Batman and prepare for every eventuality. In fact, this was where the heroes' pop culture and media knowledge became useful. Ken and the rest of the heroes were more than happy to brainstorm, during the lulls and rest periods, the kinds of creatures that may exist on other worlds. The ideas were wild. Vampires, werewolves, slimes, spiders, eldritch horrors, human-like creatures, machines, supervillains, goblins and ogres, golems, oversized snakes. They essentially recited all kinds of monsters they could remember and tried to imagine Demon King versions of those creatures. It was a fun exercise and I found it strangely calming. It was great to be reminded of stories from our world, and it also reawakened my memories of the games I played, the books I used to read, and the stories I've heard. My domain holders, except Lumoof was still in the Sandworld spying on the demons, were naturally horrified by the kind of creatures they imagined. There were also some really good ones that made me think, such as the possibilities for one of the captured heroes to be somehow turned into a Demon King, perhaps through the demonic parasites, or something that's non-physical like a ghost, or a water-based Demon King, or a weapon Demon King. Ken, as a joke, suggested a beaver Demon King. I personally suspect a water-based Demon King was the least likely of them all. That said, even though they were speculations, it made sense to make some preparations and start training individuals to be able to counter or mitigate some of the threats. I wouldn't see the payoff now, but 50 years down the road, who knows what could make a difference. In this entire world, I'm probably one of the best placed to make this kind of moonshot investment, so I must. We didn't face much difficulty with the demonic mobs, so the heroes could breathe easy. Prabhu suggested that Adrian and Kelly take a visit to our world, a point I agreed with since they would fight here, so I had my agents in the mountain world make the necessary arrangements. The nobles were not very pleased, but what could they do? Adrian and Kelly made the trip to my clone, and I sent them here, right to Freshka. The transportation went well, and there were no system prompts. Personally, I was pleasantly surprised that there were no punishments or system problems from sending gods summoned to another world. My personal gut feeling was that they didn't think it was sufficiently likely, so they didn't create any security measures. Maybe they might for a future batch if they realized that heroes were fighting in places they were not supposed to. Oh well. The two heroes were most fascinated by the assortment of snacks and the relative modernity of Freshka, their first stop. The hero logs. I suppose it's like a guest book that the heroes have to sign every time they come here. Year 209. The heroes arrived in our world for their first trip. They looked quite afraid to approach my clone, but when they arrived, they didn't look back or turn around. Instead, they were quickly whisked through the tunnels and out to Freshka where the rest of the Valthorns attended to them. Snacks and food followed, and a health check, just to make sure they didn't suffer any weird symptoms from moving worlds. Even here, under the biolab's inspection, these otherworld heroes largely used the same underlying template. No significant variation in their soul spring or natures unless it's not something I'm able to see. Maybe there's another layer to the soul, or an ability to look further into the soul that I've not seen so far. The heroes, on the other hand, quickly asked to visit the hero logs. This is it. They watched the strange book, and then Kelly touched it first. I sensed a surge in star mana, and they were in a trance. Their bodies glowed faintly, and I sensed her own star mana enter the book. The book remained a black box to me, even now, and as more and more heroes used it, I felt the magical energies within the book seemed to change slightly. It's a blend of all their mana and yet different. Kelly eventually snapped out of the trance, and she immediately sat down. Prabhu offered her snacks and some tea, said a few words, and then walked away. Take your time. I thought about what I saw and learned for weeks. It's all right if you want to cry or want to just go somewhere quiet and shout for a while. She looked a bit teary-eyed and then nodded. I'll be fine. Yeah, I'll be okay. Prabhu nodded and walked to rejoin Adrian. Let's give her some space. Adrian looked at Kelly, and Kelly just nodded. It was his turn. An hour-long trance, then he immediately fell to the floor. Adrian froze and then sat on a sofa right next to Kelly. He sat and rubbed his head and then, can I sleep here? I think I need to sleep on it. Yeah, it's fine. No one comes here except us. Maybe except Stella, Kay, and Ken, but they can't use the book. Food and water is in that cabinet over there. Ian's powers preserve them so they'll last. I'm going to go get something to eat and we'll come back after that. Do not to run anywhere. This valley is normally off limits. If you need anything, the Valtrian guys are outside. Adrian nodded and settled himself on the sofa. Yeah, I'll be all right, I think. Prabhu and Colette left, and it was just Adrian and Kelly in the chamber of the heroes' journals. You're gonna sleep? Kelly asked. Yeah, okay. Kelly sat and leaned back onto the sofa. Maybe I should too. I'm not sleeping with you. Adrian responded. Of course not. Kelly laughed. I'll be here. They both took a nap. Prabhu and Colette returned about 3 hours later and found both of them still sleeping. That really knocked them out. Ian, can you let me know when they are awake? Sure. Is the entire continent like this? No, not really. This level of development was only present here, Prabhu said, but some of the other cities are becoming more modern and more Earth-like. It'll take a few decades, though, before they get anywhere near this. They walked the streets of Freshka. Freshka's city core had become more dense, and some of the buildings began to tower into the skies, built into or integrated with the giant attendant trees that covered it. Yeah, it's crowded. At the street level, it feels like any of the big cities. Prabhu nodded. They walked on elevated paths, separated from the common folk. A network of paths and ropeways crisscrossed Freshka, linking buildings to each other. The Valtrians built a network of dedicated paths for their own use, so that it was easier for the Valthorns to mobilize and transport goods around Freshka, away from general public traffic. We also had tunnels for that purpose, but the Valtrians advised that visibility had a value of its own. It was also good practice for my spies. Smells like it too. Adrian nodded. I wasn't expecting to smell coffee. It's not present in the mountain world. Prabhu smiled. I'll stop you there. Coffee was not invented by heroes. They already have it natively as a supplement and is popular with mages and priests as a study aid. Adrian nodded. Does coffee do anything? Yeah. There are magically enhanced and skill-enhanced versions. Some of them can essentially function like drugs back home. I've seen some southerner soldiers have them to help them keep watch through the night. Shit, that's really wild. We could have used something like that on the mountain world to help with the demons. Adrian said. So many alarms missed because someone dozed off. Kelly popped in. Sounds like something to trade. Maybe we can be coffee importers and connoisseurs back in the mountain world. I've always liked cafe culture. Tea culture is stronger here, and honestly, I don't even know what good coffee tastes like. Prabhu laughed. Did your parents ever let you try coffee? They always told me it's an adult drink, and I had to turn 18 before I could try it. You have strict parents. Adrian said. I always get coffee when I have to cram for an exam. But it's homemade stuff, and my mom's not very good with the coffee machine, so it isn't that great. Kelly coughed. Privileged. All I get is pre-mixed stuff. Adrian rolled his eyes at the lady. Prabhu just grinned. It's all right. There are some good ones, though their tastes would probably not match what we have back home. Honestly, the only one who could judge is Stella. Oh, speaking of which, when are we meeting her? Now, they entered the building through the elevated path and into a large, airy chamber. This was normally the top floor of one of the city's many eateries and tea houses. Stella was already there. A Valtrian nodded and then left through the stairs. Stella, meet Adrian and Kelly, the heroes of Mountain World. Stella smiled. Well met. It's nice to meet someone from home without having to get a notification that someone died. Adrian didn't get it. Sorry, what does that mean? It means the earlier batch must die before I meet someone new. Oh, anyway, that was my bad. It was a morbid thing to say. Come have some tea. Have they given these to you before? I've had tea. Kelly said, but these are different. Ah yes, then you must try it. Stella smiled. Come, sit. Separately, Alka, now with a domain, got the full briefing. A briefing that made his eyes widen and made him shake in excitement. It wasn't as if he didn't know or guess, but it was a strong hunch. He had suspected I had intended to stop the demons somehow, but now it was clear that I intended to somehow hack the system, and he naturally understood why I sent Lumuf to do all those otherworldly missions. I'm sorry we couldn't tell you all this before. Edna said. No, it perfectly makes sense now. The part on the Ava's warning of the eventual end of the hero's summon and the full extent of the discussion was also revealed. He naturally had far more questions than I did, things he would take some time to figure out on his own. More importantly, now that you have a domain and with the protection of my pantheon, I can now send you to the other worlds too. If you can figure out something, that'll be great. The next one for the domain would be Stella. Year 210. The Avan forces didn't have much problems with the weakened anti-mana demons, but they struggled really badly against the demon champions. The demon champions that came through were the supersized demons, larger than walkers, and it was their sheer size that made them difficult to kill. They were vulnerable, but it was really hard to reach that vulnerable spot without using magic. Ballista and bows worked, but they needed to pack sufficient punch to actually deal damage, without getting crushed or killed by the anti-mana sludge they released. Grandmaster Enka, naturally, appealed for help, and we continued to supply them with both weapons and manpower to deal with the anti-mana champions. The heroes came too. Chung and Hafez were eager to try out and see where they stood. They struggled just a little bit. Their natural combat instincts was to use their strongest abilities, and these star mana-powered abilities were weakened by the champion's magical resistance. Once they switched to their mana-less abilities, though, that made a huge difference. They noticed that using star mana to boost their own stats did not suffer drawbacks, though the length of that boost seemed to be shorter, especially if they took a hit from the demons due to mana burn. In short, these anti-mana's demons can dispel magical buffs. It was possible to stack stat-boosting buffs to hit harder, but not buffs that had a magical element. Ken's personal preference was to just somehow invent some kind of bunker buster, bomb, or TNT, since this was a mountain-turned demon, so just blow up the mountain the old-school way. Alka's alchemists and researchers were able to find some substances that created small explosions, but were orders of magnitude weaker than TNT. It'd be a long time before our technology caught up to Earth, especially on such non-magical matters. It was quite ironic to think it may be easier to kill this demon king conventionally by a nuclear bomb or Tsar Bomba than with magic bombs. Even if I understood the broad principles of such bombs, the actual fact was making such a bomb still required technology I did not have. Technology is often built upon many little incremental steps, and even if I knew what I wanted, it still takes a long crawl to get there. On the other side, we looked at stat boosting, drugs, and potions. Alchemists, witches, shamans could make potions and drafts that temporarily granted boosts. The heroes themselves have magical boosts, but because these magical stat boosts could be dispelled whenever they took a hit from the demons, it made sense to now consider non-magical boosts. We had these kinds of stat boosting potions and equipment for a while, owing to my long research into ginseng roots. My ginseng roots provided permanent boosts, but their relative strength was nothing like these temporary power-ups. One alternative was something like Lumuf's domain ability, but Empowered Faithful did not boost heroes or my other domain holders. In fact, from my own prior research, only about half of all types of boosting abilities worked on domain holders, but their effectiveness was average, but better average than none. Anyway, we gathered all these potions and elixirs and tested them out on the heroes and also my domain holders. We prioritized non-magical ones, and then tested them against the demon champions on the eastern continent. Those that were dispelled were sent back for further studies, and those that didn't would be chosen for use. You are supposed to be our alchemist. I specialize in magical explosive bombs, not potions. I can make lesser ones, but they are not that great. Alka was right, and generally I could make a lot of kinds of saps, and these were the extended versions of stuff you could find in nature. Healing saps, hallucinogens, relaxants, stimulants, poisons, and in these types of stuff I outclassed him significantly. His stuff were also more magical in nature, because his research was extensive in the areas of magical bombs, runes, and formations. Oh well, at least we know there is another gap to fill in our domain party. This continent feels like how it is back in our world. Kelly and Adrian commented as they visited the Eastern continent for the first time, the magical medieval nations and cities, the temples and priests. It was almost as if this was a template copied and pasted over the multiverse. They were nobodies in this world. Nobody knew they were heroes, so it wasn't hard to smuggle them to that part of the world. They were quickly guided to the location of the anti-magic demons, where they fought them for the first time. It wasn't a hard fight, since the demons were ironically weakened by the ambient mana, but the mana dispelling abilities were annoying and they had to adapt. The demon champions were harder, but less so for Adrian, who had a monk build. His heroic Kai-based abilities were only minimally weakened. Monks. I need my own version of Ionic monks. I totally need monks and physical combat masters. I'll need to start with a monastery on the mountain somewhere, or an island with peach blossoms. Maybe they should be called the Seedland Temple. I needed physical barbarian types, monks, and alchemists. Only then I would have a balanced team able to weather the demonic storm, and perhaps brave the storm and search for the eye. I'll probably also need vampire hunters, exorcists, witches, doctors. In short, I need every major RPG archetype out there. My forest on the mountain world expanded quickly, and within months we saturated the area under my rule with trees, turning what was once a demonic wasteland into a verdant, monster-filled land. There were some familiar accidents, of course. Exploding demonic trees were also present in this world, but thankfully no major damage. With the land reclaimed, creatures spawned, and the native fauna re-emerged. They were slightly different, as with all worlds. The dogs were slightly different. The lizard people of this world are different from the lizard people of Treehome. Minuscule problems appeared everywhere. There were linguistic problems, and the small group of Valthorns sent to administer this land on my behalf was quick to discover that the language had a lot of minor differences, each carrying different emotional weightage. Even if we understood what each other said because of system shenanigans, there were meanings and context that was missing. That led to diplomats and young graduates of FTC taking their first trip to the mountain world, in an attempt to truly understand this strange new world. I wonder whether I had facilitated the first true alien civilization encounter, even if they were more similar than not. This land was a blank slate, and knowing what I knew now, there were a few things that I had my new settlers work on, mistakes to avoid back with Freshka. 1. A clear constitution for this new land, with clearly set out delegations of authority. The central continent of Treehome is a troublesome, cobbled-together hodgepodge of nations, many subservient to different degrees, each with their own set of rights and laws. It worked on Treehome essentially through the brute force of my artificial minds, providing the much-needed oversight. I could crush those who oppose it, but I didn't think it was necessary to force such a change when it worked so far. Again, since this is entirely new, I hope to avoid that by having a simpler constitution, a leaner organization, and clearer laws. 2. Clear boundaries and standardized currency. Back home, the currency system is frankly a mess, and I wanted to avoid that. Even boundaries between internal disputing nations gave rise to unnecessary wars. 3. Better planned cities and nations. When Freshka was built, it was planned, but there were flaws, mistakes due to lack of foresight. Every time I had a new addition, like the Triology Colleges or FTC, I had to earmark additional land outside of existing city boundaries. It made for a city that sprawled outwards, that worked only because of a constant network of beetles that transported people from one part of the city to another. Defensive structures were added sometimes proactively, sometimes reactively, as in when we needed them. I had indirectly built a version of suburbia. So before any major construction was done, my settlers would first do up a structural plan for the entire land, together with a defensive plan for both demon kings and other enemies. Mountain World will face its own demon kings, and naturally, any new nation or city must be designed with that in mind. We'd also try to consider how we could accommodate future needs, one of which was my domain transportation ability. Right now, anyone who wanted to visit Mountain World would have to make a visit to the Valley of the Unrotten, because the teleportation ability only works between my main body and clones. So they have to at least touch my roots in order to work. With this place acting as a center for trade between the two worlds, I needed to design the cities to enable that to be a seamless process. A city around my clone body, instead of Freshka's design, where I'm located far away from the valley. Freshka was essentially traveling 2 hours to an airport far from the city center. If possible, I wanted to have this new nation have what's the equivalent of a city airport. It made sense back then because I wanted to protect the valley. The valley had things I wanted kept away from others. Again, historical baggage that I could change with this new piece of land. 4. It's likely that the diplomatic relationship with the other nations would deteriorate over time. Our contribution to their security and victory would be forgotten in decades, and what was a friendly relationship would eventually turn to war. I hoped to avoid that, so to do that, I wanted to significantly reach out to all the temples and find ways to stop it. I have nothing to fear, since I was confident I would win, but another crusade was a waste of resources, and an unnecessary sacrifice of the high-leveled individuals of the mountain world, who would be inescapably summoned to fight against me. So my expansion in this world must be accompanied by a significant spy arm to intercept negative intelligence and take out unfriendly parties, and a significant propaganda arm in order to build a positive public impression, such that the nobles are dissuaded from war. 5. If Treehome falls to some demon king, this world will serve as our backup plan. The land must be designed such that it can accommodate Treehome refugees for a reasonably long period of time. Year 211. These days I feel like I've been moving from one Demon King battle to another Demon King battle. After the Parasite Demon King, we moved on to the Demon King of the Mountain Worlds, Aquila or Sabnok Light. Now we're waiting for the Demon King to come to our world. All the preparations have been made, and there's not much I can do beyond what we've done, not in that short a time. Now we had to hope that what we did was enough. I hope it was, but reality had a tendency of surprising us, just as how I was surprised by their anti-mana nature. This was essentially the grind. We keep fighting demons and hoping that it gives us an edge for the next one. It even felt boring to me. Strangely, the heroes and my domain holders didn't feel that way. Their normal sense of time meant there really was a long gap between the Demon Kings, and those 10 years were filled with normal life stuff. Ah well. We already had our conventional weapons prepared, and Stella got better at sensing the rift gates. As a result, she was roughly able to estimate the location of the Demon King's movement. With that, we quickly worked with the Avan temples to evacuate the location and prepare for war. It wasn't easy, because of Ava's hold on the continent was weak. The warnings were quickly dismissed, and the political ruling parties that had valuable establishments in that area were quick to suspect a greater ploy at play. They suspected that the Ava wanted the place evacuated and claim it for themselves. Honestly, from my own assessment of the Avan temples, I am not surprised. Corruption and power-grabbing behavior permeated their structure to a far greater degree than ours. 2/3 of all priests of the Avan temples were in someone's pockets, and the triumvirs themselves were compromised to some degree. They had their biases, each favoring their home nation or their own original backers. So when the Avan temples made decrees, which they did often, resistance was naturally much higher. A riot broke out, clearly instigated by the nobles. The heroes were away fighting, trying to level against the demon champions and also trying out their anti-mana glass weapons against the demon champions. So for now we watched as the Avan Temples guys tried to quell the riot. This is stupid. Stella smacked her head. Ian should just march the Valthorns here and they'll just shut up. They were safe, away from the riots in the cities around them. Edna shrugged. To some extent, this is an internal matter for the Avan Temples. What good is Ian's forces if they are not projected at this time? The Avans clearly need our help, and they can't get them to agree. We need to put our foot down and force them to. This is one of the times where a forced evacuation makes all the sense in the world. The heroes should be here to evacuate them. That's what the Avan temples prefer. Declaring our presence so overtly would make it difficult for the Avan temple to maintain cordial relations with the other 3 temples. Our relationship with the other temples have mostly calmed down, with them tolerating our presence, and my Valthorns trying their best not to mount an invasion. It's a common line of thought among the nobles and Valthorns, who believe the central continent is significantly better than the unruly nations of the other 4 continents. The worst kinds are those who truly believe how good we have it, and they take the quality of life differences as the reason for us to invade them. As if it is our duty to uplift these other folks. My believers would definitely prefer to impose central continent-style federal rule on the others, and while I understand why, it's something I don't really want to do. I dislike that sort of thought, as hypocritical as it sounds. Yes, I secured the security of Freshka through a massive military and economic expansion, defeating and killing my way to power. But I think at some point, one must acknowledge that further expansion of the Valthorns is just pure greed. The central continent produces enough, and why do I want to impose my way on the others? There is space for coexistence, for diversity. Dominance does not have to equal annihilation for the other side. It's tempting, when in positions of power, to always apply force to get our way. That works, but ultimately, if the general masses perceive the ruling party as one that only gets things done by force, it also restricts the ruling party to a path of only using force. In short, if the other parties think you have a hammer, and will only use a hammer to hammer down everything, they will act and prepare themselves in response. A ruling party must be able to do all things in order to maximize its policy choices, because the hammer is not always the best choice. An olive branch or a stern warning may sometimes be all that's needed. Anyway, I have the privilege of being distanced from these issues because I have other lands where I don't have to deal with such things. A mob listens to no one, even the nobles that started it. The Avon temples tried their best to suppress the riots. One of my undercover priests nodded. They seemed to be exceptionally angry. Come on, we can't be waiting for the heroes to get things done. The heroes were busy. They fought a few demon champions for practice throughout the continents. In the Sandworld, Lumoof waited in the tunnels. We had already destroyed the Riftgate structures back at the entrance to the pits, and we were pretty sure those things regenerated after a while, because it was the 4th time we destroyed them. We made regular trips down into the pits to check on the status of the dormant Demon King, and each time we took in the magical changes down below. We noticed the strength of the mana drain from the depths below increased over time, but it wasn't getting bigger. Perhaps this was already the maximum size of the Demon King. For now, we only made a few probing attacks and mostly remained outside its senses. The Demon Mother formed a strong demonic bubble that acted as its means to sense intruders. The demon seemed to be particularly sensitive to my roots, and every one of my roots triggered the Demon Mother to respond with a huge blast of acid. The acid wasn't explosive, but they were heavily corrosive and seemed to suck mana out of everything. I had wanted to gather some of that acid for my own research, but it was really hard to collect samples since it's heavily corrosive and seemed to eat through my vines and roots rather easily. As we monitored, we began noticing the rate of mana drain began to plateau. Was the Demon King finally mature? Is it happening? I think so. The ground shook and Lumoof sprung into action. My roots surged out from our tiny cave and smashed into the Demon King's bubble, but this time I pushed harder. The Demon Mother roared in defiance and attacked with its corrosive acid blast. A wall of wood temporarily redirected the acid blast, buying time for Lumoof to move out of the way. More roots, and this time we attacked both the Demon Mother and the dormant Demon King. The earth shook some more, and the weird bubble around the dormant demon started to show wavy lines that seemed a bit like symbols. They were similar to the ones we saw on the rift gates, but different. Remember what we see. My artificial minds tried their best to record the signages and lines, but we were moving quickly, and my wooden shields blocked our sights. In any case, we were not getting a good view of the whole thing. The lines began to glow, and then that bubble of magic around the Demon King started to wobble and swirl like a blob of water floating in space. It wobbled and swirled, and then it started to move upward. At that moment, I felt a strong void mana presence above us. The dormant Demon King twisted and turned. It began to unfurl its body, and now I saw it for what it seemed to be. A gigantic stony lizard with 2 heads, one on each side. It looked deformed. There were streaks of glowing green in parts of its sand-colored body, and those glowing green parts emitted a strangely familiar energy. But we had no time to dwell on it. We moved upwards, and my roots blasted out like a machine gun. I caused the walls of the pit to collapse and hoped that the rocks would slow down the Demon King. The rocks that collapsed just melted into that blob. It was some kind of liquid mana mixture, and some of my vines drained some of its energy. It was demonic mana and core mana, plus something I wasn't sure about, like the remnants of the physical components of the Demon King that it didn't need. Thankfully, it was relatively slow, and Lumoof was able to shoot up the pits faster than the Demon King. We needed to get to the Void Tower before the Demon King did, and hopefully hack it. Now's the time to send more people over. I can't, Stella said. There's something that's over the demon's world and it's interfering with it. What? I couldn't see it, but Stella could, and she said that the demon world at this moment was covered in a cloud of void mana. Was it the doorway to that black sun I saw on the parasite world? In any case, as we approached the exit of the pits, I saw the previously destroyed rift gates had been somehow magically reconstructed. No matter, my roots smashed into them, and this time they were charged with so much void mana that they blocked my roots. Initially, I tried again with more force, more power, and borrowed some star mana. I took out a few of the towers and they exploded, releasing the void mana with it. Ian, the astral path is wobbling. We looked up. The sky was dark and Lumoof shot out of the pit like a fighter jet, and at that moment there were a ring around the pit, filled with void mana. It kept pulling void mana from that black sun, and I felt its void mana grow. Patrick had to step in once again as I felt a strong mental attack coming from the black sun, but I am stronger now and we stared at the black void. It wasn't a voice, just a really irritating background hum. It would turn anyone else insane, and Lumoof looked very uncomfortable even with my mind's shielding. The black sun filled the world with void mana. So I pulled star mana from the heroes and charged my anti-demon magical spears, and I threw them at the oversized ring around the pit. It exploded violently and some of the void mana leaked out. Ian, what's happening? The astral path is wobbling a lot. Mana surged out of the pit, and then destroyed rift gate towers magically reappeared. I pulled out more of my spears and threw them at the rift gates. They regenerated even after my attacks, but I sensed its energy level dipped slightly, which causes it to wobble more. It's not wobbling as much now. I charged another spear with star mana and flung it at the ring again. Another huge explosion as the void mana reacted violently to the star mana. At that point, the black sun pulsed, and the sky was suddenly flooded with void mana. I attempted to charge one more spear, and the spear exploded immediately, even before I threw the spear. Smart. I cursed as Lumuf emerged from a shell of charred wood. I used normal mana to charge up the spears, but they didn't do as much damage. The rift gates were charged, in a similar alternating pattern of void mana and core mana. The two-headed lizard emerged from the depths. If I can't hit the gates, why not the Demon King? Lumuf smashed into the Demon King and landed on top of it. Immediately, my roots pierced the Demon King's sandy top. I wasn't sure whether this Demon King awakened or not, but there was no harm trying. Lumuf mentally agreed. Well, to hell with it, let's hit it. My mana surged through Lumuf, and I knew it wouldn't work, but I wanted to weaken it and see whether I could mess with it. If star mana reacted badly with void mana, injecting star mana into a Demon King should cause it to fail to travel through the astral path, or at least disrupt it. I injected the Demon King with star mana again. This time I wanted the void mana in the ambient surroundings to trigger an explosion. Ian, what the flying fuck is happening? Stella cursed as she watched the astral path wobble like someone was shaking a string from the other end. Lumuf's trying to attack the Demon King. What? We planned for this. We'll see how it goes. Stella couldn't send someone over, but I could constantly pull things through the vine ropeway. More spears smashed into the Demon King, as a large rift cracked open in the skies above us, revealing a massive multicolored blob. Another black droplet emerged from the blob, and it flew towards the Demon King at incredibly high speed. Stop that thing. My roots surged outwards and smashed into the black droplet. It was incredibly tough, and I barely chipped a bit off. But I did, so I tried again. I managed to land 2 hits and then placed multiple wooden shields along its path. It smashed through them easily. I wrapped vines around it, but it burned through my vines like I was a level 1 tree. I smashed it repeatedly, each time a little chip off. I attempted to trigger it with star mana, and the explosions didn't hurt it at all. The black droplet touched the Demon King, and it merged seamlessly. The Demon King, previously without a will, now opened all of its eyes. It shook its body midair, then both the black sun and the formless blob vanished abruptly. I felt magic around us shift and concentrated itself around the Demon King. At that very moment, Lumuf could even taste it in the air and feel it on his skin. Even in my avatar form, the void and core mana was thick in the air. How? The whole place was meant to be an anti-mana world, and the Demon King itself is meant to be an anti-magic Demon King. The mana was drawn into the Demon King at that moment, and then that same runic swirls appeared around us. Ian, it's wobbling, Stella said back on Treehome, and the rift's moving, it's going somewhere else. The gate to our world opened, and the Demon King was immediately wrapped in a huge bubble of magic. It was going to warp to our world, with Lumuf still on the Demon King's back. My roots pierced the Demon King's outer shells and strapped in for the ride. Year 211 continued. How do they get more insane with every generation of Demon King? Ken said as he mused about the implication of interrupting the Demon King. He was safe in Freshka, far from the site of the conflict, and he had tea. Prabhu, who was on one of his snack runs and one teleport away from the eastern continent, shrugged. Actually, I think the gods are the insane ones. They are just doing the same thing repeatedly, and somehow hope that it wouldn't get a bad result. That's insanity too. He seemed to momentarily experience a mental attack then, and quickly downed a cup of tea made from my leaves. Ken laughed and turned to see Kay. Kay sometimes joined them for their tea outings. Actually, us heroes are pretty boring. It says a lot that a magical tree has better ideas than us. We really should have our own ideas. The League of Heroes is a good one. Prabhu sipped his tea. Combining forces is still a great idea. It is. Ken nodded and then sighed. Ideally, we should reach more worlds and recruit more heroes. If we could hit 10 to 20 heroes at max levels, we could essentially attempt to engage Demon Kings the moment they spawn. Kay chipped in then, she shrugged. Yes, but honestly, not too convinced. Local history suggests that heroes were summoned in high quantities many decades ago. 20 isn't much, then 100, a super squad of heroes. We'd have to somehow reach at least 10 civilized worlds if each world summons 10. On average, we're looking at smaller and smaller numbers, which does align with Sneck's own experience. Ken shrugged. 10 worlds is doable, just a matter of time. If you think about it, the Demon King is no longer an existential threat to this world. With Ian's ability to access multiple worlds, he could effectively evacuate people from one world to another, thus preventing a total extinction. All we need is Ian or Stella to somehow reach more worlds. I don't see how it's not an existential threat. Annihilation of 90 to 95% of the population is still pretty much an existential threat. Let me clarify. As it stands, it means Ian has achieved a kind of stalemate. Stalemate in the sense that Ian has effectively prevented total loss, since, with Ian's ability to reach worlds, he could easily mount a counterattack on any Demon King. The Demon's world is never truly safe as long as Ian can reach it. Ken answered as the little Sneck coiled around his shoulder. That's something very few worlds can claim to do. I don't get that leap of logic. If a demon king wrecks this world, how is that a stalemate? Think about it in normal cases like Sneck's world. There's no return or chance to retake the world, not without some otherworldly aid. Ian's link to this world means there is a chance, just as how he already partially reclaimed the surface of the parasite world. This world will never truly fall to the demon world, not with Ian around. It's like having a retry after every game. That's nothing. Prabhu shrugged. I'm sure the gods' own homeworlds or home systems have achieved the same result and even better, since the demons most likely can't beat these gods in their home turf. The kind of stalemate is just more of the status quo, really. Another one or two very safe worlds. Ken nodded. Fair, but think about it. With levels, Ian could have more clones. More safe worlds, there's no real limit as long as Ian keeps gaining levels. What makes you think there's no upper limit to the levels? What if the gods are all maxed out characters that can't do more because the system no longer gives them more power? What if they cap out at level 500? Ken paused. Wait, that would suck. What level is Ian? Prabhu laughed. I don't know. I can't scan his level. I can't scan any of the domain holders, really. If there is a level cap, then the focus should shift towards getting more individuals to that level, rather than just one, which is already happening. You mean Ian knows there is a level cap? Ken paused. I have no idea about the existence of a higher level cap, but I enjoyed eavesdropping. Their predictions can be really wild. I'm just speculating. This behavior of training up others to gain levels seems consistent with preparing for a level cap up ahead. Ian's trying to hit it with a strong party, which brings us back to your idea. More heroes, numbers game. Prabhu nodded. League of Heroes, totally a good idea. Ken choked on his tea. Fuck, I didn't say all that to get you to give me praise. I didn't need your validation that my idea was a good one. Prabhu grinned. Well, it looked to me like a long-winded way of getting compliments. No, Ken rolled his eyes. If there is a level cap, then it totally becomes a game of numbers. We would discount the benefits of snowballing the hero's individual strength by gaining levels. The League of Heroes must continuously get more heroes, which is a flaw since we don't know whether we can reach more worlds, and the hero summoning clearly has a timer. Kay answered. If the League loses more heroes than it can recruit, it'll die eventually. Now you're saying my League of Heroes is a dead end, isn't it? Ken laughed. I'll still continue it, though. No, not at all. Prabhu laughed. I wasn't expecting this. Lumuf mentally spoke to me as we dug in. I sensed his thoughts were mixed with pain, and I could feel his suffering, so I tried my best to take it off him. It wasn't hard to dig into such a massive creature. My roots spread out of Lumuf and easily found loose pieces of flesh and rock that I could wrap around as an anchor. The rift gates in the ground had regenerated, and the skies above twisted, as if a piece of cloth was cut up. I felt an energy pulse from within the Demon King, and it flowed outwards. That energy created a bubble around us. It didn't seem disturbed by our presence, not that much anyway. The skies turned bright and sunny as the two massive structures vanished. Instead, in the vast bright skies, there was a surreal patch of darkness, as if someone just copy-pasted a part of the starry sky here. That magical energy from within the Demon King swirled everywhere in this bubble, and my sensors rapidly attempted to make sense of what was happening. Lumuf coughed in pain, as the magical energies were quite overwhelming. The magical distortion smashed and cut his body. It felt like he was stuck in extremely fast-moving water. I tried my best to shield him, but even those decayed quickly when faced with this onslaught of weird blend of demonic magic. Then in a sudden burst of movement, the entire bubble of the Demon King was pulled through that patch of darkness. I saw a flash and then darkness, a surge of mental attacks, and Lumuf yelped in pain. Then the pain receded a little, the mental assaults on our presence weakened, only momentarily. We were now in this starry sky, and around us we saw so many other astral lines, paths to other worlds. There were thousands of them, each their own line, glowing in their own way. They were not connected. These glowing astral paths seemed to float and move in a big sea of darkness, covered in little specks of dust. There seemed to be an epicenter to the lines, a blot of darkness in the middle of everything. They were far away, and at that moment, another incredible headache. The attacks were back, and they were stronger. Domain has blocked attempted intrusion. The warning repeated, and Lumuf had it too. He had it worse. Even in avatar mode, he had to endure both the violent magic of this, land between worlds, and the mental attacks. But unlike before, I could feel a direction to this attack, and it came from somewhere, a spot of darkness in the void sea. It kept attacking, and like waves at the beach, it's possible to see the direction of the waves. My domain blocked more intrusion. The violent magic of this space seemed to tear us apart fundamentally, and I had to constantly try to pull it together, like trying to piece together pictures that had been cut up. Reality itself seemed to be breaking apart, even if I knew it wasn't. It just felt that way, strange and unnerving. My vines and my abilities seemed helpless, and I tried my best to use my mana. But then in this space between worlds, I looked around, and in this huge sea of darkness, I zoomed in on the specks of dust that seemed everywhere. Then I saw little flickers of something I know very well deep within all those little motes of dust. Souls. From a distance, they were wrapped in this dust, drifting, moving between the space taken by the path between worlds. They were like tiny planktons and algae on a sea of darkness, bobbing along the waves and ripples from the demon's magic. They came out of one world and then, pushed by these void waves in the void sea, went to other worlds. Some vanished when they got too close, but on closer look, they seemed to have just warped out of existence altogether. Where were we exactly? Yet the fact that there were souls here made me call upon my soul forge and attempted to channel its powers through Lumuf. He was in poor shape, so I'd try everything. My soul forge was most effective around my main body, and so my soul forge's abilities could only affect a small area around Lumuf. Yet it was what we needed. It worked incredibly well. The tearing energies around us suddenly didn't hurt us anymore. The tearing forces that we experienced was a bit like the reconstructive energies in the soul forge when I tried to piece souls back together. Here, it was used offensively to tear us apart. Was the Void Sea also some kind of interplanar, soul soup? Was this where the souls went after they were ready to be reincarnated? The space where they would eventually find their new worlds? It was frustrating to find myself asking more questions than getting answers. Why couldn't I access it through the rift gate? Why didn't Stella's void portal bring us to this space between worlds? I focused my sensors on the magical bubble around us and the Demon King's pulsing energy. I was certain it created this bubble, and this bubble accessed this space. Domain has blocked attempted magical intrusion. The warnings did not stop, but as I kept studying this space around us, I began to suspect that the souls were always there, but I lacked the means to see it. Souls were everywhere. I've been absorbing souls without seeing them most of the time, only when they are close to me. But I absorbed souls and their remnants from the entire continent, and after my automatic soul processing, these inner souls left my body somehow. This was most probably where they went. It was fascinating, and the Demon King's core must have something that allowed this to happen, so I would revisit the core after this incident. Souls, like clouds of little tiny dust swept around by the waves of this violent sea, wobbled. I didn't know why, but I liked this place. I stretched my roots outwards, even though Lumuf was in immense pain, and then felt the bubble push back. I couldn't get out of the Demon King's bubble. My roots extended outward, attempting to reach into the outside. I felt like a kid, letting my hand hang out of a moving car's open windows, and felt it push back harder. If I could just put my seed here, in this vast sea. I felt the Demon King's bubble of energy swirl intensely as more of that energy tried to keep my vines from touching the walls of the bubble. Lumuf looked barely conscious. Although we no longer faced the tearing effects, we still experienced the Demon King's energy intensely, and now it felt like all of it was focused on us. Ian, the rifts moving violently. Stella screamed at me back on Treehome. We'll be there soon. What's happening? The location where the Demon King was projected to land kept changing. It's like a gunman whose aim was getting interrupted by someone nearby. It almost felt like it's not going to be in the eastern continent anymore. I'm trying to track it, but it's moving very violently. I seem to be interrupting the Demon King by my presence. You need to stop, or it's going somewhere we are not prepared to defend. The Aven temples were immediately appalled to find out that the Demon King won't land in the scheduled location. They protested and complained how we've just made them use up their reputation and political capital for something that would not happen, but I ignored them. I had bigger shit to fry. The heroes, likewise, were just slightly surprised that the Demon King would no longer be at the initial scheduled location. The two heroes of Mountain World wasn't even phased. They didn't know it was possible to predict the Demon King's location in the first place, so this wasn't unusual to them. We're still trying to track it, Stella said, as her group of void mages scattered throughout the eastern continent reported on their observations. The higher-level void mages were improving, and quite a few were able to detect the energies of the rift. Lumuf struggled, and we felt the world twist around us again, as if everything was suddenly stretched. I pushed back strongly, and did not hesitate to try to interfere with the Demon King's energies. My avatar screamed as my energies swirled and fought, and it visibly caused reality around us to bend and twist in unnatural ways. The Demon King roared, and I briefly thought it was in pain or uncomfortable because the bubble around us twisted. I kept doing it, and it bent a bit more. Then that oppressive energy vanished. It was unmistakable, as the environment became one we were very familiar with. The rift had somehow opened somewhere high up in the sky. Demon King Busahir has arrived. The world around us suddenly turned to flames as we started to fall, really quickly. Lumuf had barely any consciousness now, holding on to the Demon King by sheer willpower. I briefly saw a vast sea, and I immediately pulled Lumuf back to my main body. He would need some extensive healing from what he's been through. The Demon King's right over the northern peninsulas. Stella screamed as everyone quickly made preparations to move there. I wasn't sure how long we were trapped in that collapsing fireball. Lumuf was quickly back in Freshka, and my healing pods started their work. I felt the Demon King burn through the starry sky, and then the Demon King landed like a massive meteorite, and it crashed into the area that was once a shallow sea. Was because the impact momentarily pushed all the sea and turned it into land. The impact was so strong that it became the epicenter of a tsunami that propagated outwards, and my roots picked up both the vibrations and shockwave of the impact. It was time to fight once more. Stella and the Void Mages were quick to pinpoint the location. Then the heroes and my domain holders activated teleportation abilities. My domain holders and other folks arrived on the site and were greeted by a strange sight. The Demon King's other head had been partially severed, half of its head damaged by the twisted rifts. Throughout the Demon King's body were strange cuts, like parts of its body had been torn apart. Ian, the Demon King looks like it's been through something, Edna said, as the image we provided earlier didn't match what landed. At this point, I felt a bit drunk and dizzy, like I've got a migraine and also had too much to drink. The magical energies of the Demon King's astral path was so unnerving that I momentarily couldn't quite think clearly, so those words didn't quite get through to me. The Demon King was sluggish, and with Lumoof disabled, all I could see was what Stella and my mages could show me through magical scrying. It roared, and then, momentarily, I felt a force attempting to pull magic towards it. I couldn't focus, my mind seemed hazy from all I've seen in that trip through the worlds. I could briefly feel the Demon King activate something, but it wasn't that strong. Throughout the world, magic seemed to momentarily fade, magic's being suppressed but still manageable. They reported as the heroes and my domain holders quickly moved to engage. We are engaging. Okay. My mind gradually cleared up, but I lacked the means to view the battle or participate. I felt the ripples of their battle from afar. Year 211. Lumoof was in bad shape. Edna knew when Ian said it would take for him a few days to recover. The patriarch of the trilogies was almost never out for a few days, so what transpired didn't seem good. Yet she had a feeling it wasn't all that bad. Edna, get ready. Stella's giving us the location now. The sky told them the general direction. The rift gate opened so high up in the sky, and what followed was a streak of light that burned through the sky. The Demon King had somehow opened its rift way up in the sky and was on track to. A sudden shockwave of magic rippled through the air. Everyone felt the explosion, especially those on the northern parts of the eastern continent. It landed so strongly that a huge burst of wind temporarily destabilized the regular weather patterns. Her skin felt a little tickled at the sensation of the unstable magic within the swirling winds, and she waited briefly for it to settle. Edna tapped the teleportation scroll and chanted the coordinates. All right, let's go. She wondered whether it would work, but then she smiled when the stored magic from within the scroll activated. She felt it tug, and they were teleported about half a day's distance away from the impact site, on what was once a beautiful natural beach. Instead, her eyes saw a vast charred crater, and at the center, a Demon King that looked burnt and glowed. Its magical energies felt unsure, and that was when Edna knew something was wrong. Ian, the Demon King, looks like it's been through something. Magical communications still worked, and Edna quickly went through her preparations. The massive Demon King was visibly injured from the impact, its outer shell charred and twisted, and Edna felt unusual magical energies radiating from many parts, as if some of its magic from traveling through the land between worlds had not been completely removed. There were smaller explosions, and the Demon King seemed to reel from the impact. What the hell is happening? Rune asked, but he was getting ready. I don't know, but we should attack. Hit it while it's weak. The heroes clearly thought the same. They arrived no later than Edna and began their attack after a short minute. This was an advantage, and they were not going to waste it. Edna took out javelins made of anti-mana glass, loaded with as many non-magical enchantments the central continent's blacksmiths and weavers could fit. Then she popped a few elixirs, and felt her strength surge through her blood and muscles. There were better magical equivalents, but this was what they have to work with. The hero's first wave of attacks landed with a loud explosion and a smaller shockwave. Every explosion was physical. They felt it in the air as the shockwave passed through their body. She sometimes had dreams of these shockwaves, or maybe nightmares, moments when she thought about fighting Demon Kings. She took a breath and those thoughts faded. She focused on the giant before them. Demon King was huge, and the hero's attacks only took out chunks of its massive outer shell. From afar, the heroes were explosive fire ants trying to kill an injured giant tortoise. The heroes tried magic, and magic seemed to work. Then the Demon King opened one of its undamaged eyes. For a brief moment, Edna felt magic around them attempt drain away, but then just as suddenly, it was interrupted. The Demon King jerked and seemed to cough, if such a thing was possible for the Demon King. Instead, they saw green streaks appearing throughout the Demon King's body, and it felt strange, familiar. It pulsed in resistance, and for a moment Edna felt like it was fighting the Demon King. What was Lumoof and Ian doing back on the Sandworld? Ian's attempts to inject it with his seed actually succeeded. Ian, is that you? Edna asked. There was no reply. What are we seeing exactly? Rune asked through their shared magical network, which thankfully wasn't drained away. It wasn't like this when we saw it down there. I have no idea. Edna said as she approached the massive body and hacked at it. It didn't do anything, but their attacks hardly hurt. The magical suppression aura from the Demon King seemed weak and unstable. There were sudden periods when magic was suppressed, and then periods when it wasn't. The heroes clearly figured it out, as Edna watched them time their magical attacks during the gaps. Those magical attacks exploded on its massive shell, and more of it were blown off. Edna, realizing that her attacks were still not that useful, decided to retreat and provide defense for her peers. Most of the attacks from the Demon King seemed to be physical, as it launched rocks and massive boulders at extremely high speeds. With magic not fully suppressed, it wasn't a problem for her magical shields to block, and when magic was suppressed, she could easily manifest skill-based shields to divert the attacks. For a moment it all seemed to be going well. Rune and Johan clearly looked uncomfortable, but they didn't say a word. Edna knew something was wrong, and her peers knew it too. She noticed it when they fired their attacks a little slower and kept their eyes looking. Johan's companion beasts also stopped attacking and focused on watching. Edna sighed and decided to ask, "Ian, do you feel anything?" She inwardly cursed and felt Lumuf's absence from the battle. "My magical sensors are detecting ripples from the battle. Is everything all right? I don't know. It looks like it's going according to plan." Edna got in position and felt one of the large rocks smash into her shield. Rune was the first to notice it when they saw the crumbled chunks turn to sand. Dark, dirt-like but very clearly sand. Black sands. The Demon King's residual energies were still uncertain, and one magical explosion ripped the shell in half. It cracked open and then smaller demons emerged. In the hundreds and thousands they were the lizards they've fought. Ah darn, mobs. Rune cursed, but somehow it relieved their tension. Fighting the Demon King was always stressful, and they could really use Lumuf's calming presence. The mobs died easily, their anti-magic energies had been weakened. Alka wasn't in the plan for the battle, since his focus had been magical bombs. So the initial plan mostly assumed magical bombs would be useless, but from the hero's attack, that wasn't true. They still packed a punch. Then the air around the Demon King started to swirl, and the black sand started to form a barrier around the Demon King. Giant worms made of rock and sand surged out of the ground. "Is it me, or is this a little easy?" Rune cursed as his anti-magic glass arrow punched through the giant worm's body. At the same time, the Demon King roared. Johan rolled his eyes. "You had to fucking say it. I couldn't keep it in forever." Rune quipped as he took cover behind Edna's shield. "The tension was getting to me." Acid began to pour out of the Demon King's body, and this time the anti-magical energies in the land really surged. They felt like they were back on the Sandworld once more. The thick acid flooded the crater. The heroes lost their ability to fly, as the anti-magical energies jammed their magical movement. Oh dear. Prabhu and Colette cursed as they felt some of their magical attacks drain away. Their fireballs got smaller as it traveled above the acid-filled crater. Their lightning bolts seemed to shrink and weaken. The Demon King essentially made a moat, a crater lake of anti-magic acid around its main body. "This is all your fault," Johan said, but his attacks increased in frequency. He fired more of the glass arrows, but they seemed to do nothing. Rune just rolled his eyes. "It's a fucking coincidence." "We all knew this was going to happen one way or another." Edna just smirked as they retreated up the crater to the rim. "Well, boys, there's a lake between us and the Demon King. Ideas. We need to drain this acid away. We can just knock a hole in the crater's rim and acid should be able to flow out," Rune said. Edna nodded, agreed. The heroes stood on the rim and launched their ranged skills, but with their arsenal of skills restricted by the anti-magic lake and the large distance to its large body, the rate of damage was easily halved. "All right," Rune nodded and pinged Alka. "Alka, we need earth-busting bombs here. Got it." The skies suddenly flashed as multiple projectiles flew their way. The bombs detonated on the rim of the crater, and even though some of its effectiveness was drained away, it achieved its goal. The crater lake started to leak and the acid started to flow out into the city. "Stella, we need a portal. We need some platforms." A black void portal emerged a distance away. Stella couldn't activate it close to the crater, but Ian's roots began to shift the earth around them. A few platforms of rocks emerged throughout the crater, but before any larger space could be created, the Demon King's mouth opened. The very presence of Ian's roots seemed to cause the Demon King to roar, and then it blasted acid towards the direction of Stella's portal. "How'd it know?" Stella asked. The portal forcefully closed when acid smashed into it. Rune shook his head. "I think Ian's been bugging it so much on its homeworld that it remembered Ian's presence." Edna smirked. "You're saying Ian irritated the Demon King. Is that not what Ian did?" The acid flowed slowly out of the crater, and the heroes moved closer to attack on the platform. The heroes closed in and attacked with all their might. Then the Demon King's body cracked apart, and then it split. They pointed as they saw the Demon King crack apart and transform into 5 smaller Demon Kings. "I hate split-body Demon Kings." It roared and attempted to open a rift, but then one of the split bodies was covered with green streaks and it glowed. The rift collapsed before it could open. Edna once again felt that familiar presence and wondered, had Ian somehow corrupted the Demon King? The heroes engaged the split bodies, and honestly they were not exceptional. They were tough, but relative to Sabnok or Aquila, this was probably a whole grade weaker. It almost seemed like it was under the effect of some kind of weakening effect, so when they successfully destroyed two of the split bodies, they eventually focused on the third one. The crater lake was half drained, and that meant their spell's effectiveness had recovered somewhat. It was odd that the anti-magical properties were contained within the liquid, instead of its main body. The third and fourth split body was destroyed a while later, again without any particularly unique gimmicks. It seemed to rely on its high strength and toughness, but beyond that, the heroes took them down. Down to its fifth body, it roared, and then the acid started to float. The heroes attacked it relentlessly, and they hoped to interrupt the transformation. And they did. It cracked, and then just as its outer shell vanished, it revealed a round, black-green crystal. The heroes knew what it was and immediately teleported away. Everyone else warped away except for Edna. Edna felt a pulse from the crystal, filled with dense anti-magical qualities. It was good that the heroes warped out at first sight. If they get caught in the pulse, they wouldn't be able to leave or defend themselves from the explosion. She activated her duty beyond life and death. Edna sped ahead and went as close as possible to the black-green crystal. She had a javelin made of anti-mana glass and stabbed it. It cracked the crystal, and then she felt the crystal pulsed. The glass crystal glowed as it absorbed mana, then it cracked. She took out a few more and stabbed it in again. Each of the anti-magic glass javelins sucked mana out of the crystal and interfered with whatever reaction that happened within it. It was amazing how these glass weapons seemed to work better than Ian's vines in some way. The green-black crystal pulsed weakly, and then, with a whimper, stopped. Demon King Busey here was defeated. Edna smiled and gave the all-clear once there was no explosion for 10 minutes. Stella, portal please. A void portal swirled open right next to the green-black crystal, and Ian's root surged out. It wrapped itself around the crystal like a hungry octopus consuming its prey, and once it had a good grip, pulled it through the portal. The air was still filled with the anti-magic qualities. Edna began to check the other destroyed bodies, and noticed it had begun its transformation into demolite. Yet her eyes were drawn to the remains of the body with black and green streaks. It wasn't transforming into demolite. As she got close and investigated, it really felt like Ian's energies, and her mind began to speculate whether Ian's constant magical harassment during its gestation period interfered with its development. Ian, we should look at this too. A void portal appeared next to her, and again, roots and vines pulled the remains through. A demon king was slain once more. Honestly, it felt like a chore, and Edna wondered whether this was how Ian felt. It had seen so many generations of demon kings, and participated in so many of its conflicts. This was a tiring chore. Year 211, months after the victory. How are you feeling? Edna came and checked on Lumuf. There were lingering side effects from the exposure to that twisted space. Better, it'll take some time before I'm fully in shape though. The strange energies of the Demon King in that void space are far more persistent than Ian expected. The tearing forces of the void forest were mild, but they lingered and manifested quite a bit like demonic curses. I could remove curses quite easily, but these were not exactly curses either. They felt a bit more like reality being in conflict with itself, which was really hard to explain. I also noticed they seemed to mark Lumuf like a sign, though eventually it went away. Lumuf gained about 10 levels from the trip through space, and he unlocked a new skill, Forest Sanctuary. It's not a combat skill, but it created some kind of pocket dimension, as long as there's a few trees in the area. The Forest Sanctuary essentially functioned as a super safe campsite, since, well, it's in its own pocket dimension. Around the same time, I got the briefing on the battle with the Demon King from the team, though I saw most of it through magical scrying, and the moments when my trees were through to the other side. The anti-magical energies of the acid interfered with the scrying, and Edna's mention of the weird greenish glow made me suspicious. The flesh we harvested that didn't rot or disappear, or the Demon King's core both had greenish glows. They have never glowed in that manner. The core of the Demon King was safe in the valley, and they looked strange and out of place, like someone tainted the Demon King's core. I vaguely recall the pulse to be quite weak, at least initially, but now they pulsed with a far stronger glow and with much more fixed intervals. It felt a bit like two incompatible songs mashed together. On top of that, the battle with the heroes meant their star mana already damaged the core, so it wasn't fully usable. Still, we now had multiple specimens of the core, sufficient for my researchers and scientists to perform comparative analysis. They also began to construct a smaller model based off the various undamaged components across all the cores. It was the equivalent of stripping multiple crashed airplanes to get sufficient parts for a usable whole, and it was Alka's little pet project. While they worked on that, I focused on the tainted energies of the Demon King's core, the green streaks. They were mine. We made them. It wasn't hard to figure out that these were created from my mana. The cumulative effects of our attacks on the Demon King during its gestation clearly left a long-lasting impact on their formation. Coupled with what the heroes reported, I suspected that my mana had somehow lingered, or was absorbed by the Demon King. The fact that this could happen validated parts of our offensive strategy. What if I could taint all the Demon Kings? Could the taint stop the Demon Kings from behaving the way it currently does? Does the taint carry over to the next Demon King? Could I render the planet's cores infertile, such that Demon Kings could not spawn from them, even if they won? Extrapolating my earlier conversion of the Demon Walkers, would it be possible to convert the Demon King? The next step was naturally to scale this up by an entire order of magnitude. What we needed to do was to effectively deliver such a high quantity of mana to the Demon King, such that I corrupted it when it was still in its infancy. The quantity of mana I needed was more than what I have now, but it's not impossible. I'd also need to improve Lumuf's ability to deliver mana and cope with my power. Though he could project my power and my abilities, he also suffered from the side effects of that projection. Therefore, he began mana practice. He's a priest, but he had to train and get used to large quantities of mana. We did this training before, but our goalpost had shifted. The goal was to prepare Lumuf for mana at least 10 times more than what I had now. With that amount of mana, we'd then attempt to poison the Demon King once more and see whether we could essentially stop the Demon King before it even happened. It was painful to subject Lumuf to the large amounts of mana, but like Stella, only through exposure to excessive amounts of mana could he hope to gain the immunity to it. With higher mana tolerance, Lumuf would last longer in the demon worlds. He cursed, of course. He understood, but he cursed. The path to end the cycle required sacrifice. Pain, my avatar understood the purpose, but the pain was real and it hurt as hell. The astral pathways collapsed instantly after the Demon King's death, and though I was a little sad that I would lose access to the anti-magic sand, I was also curious of what came after. What would the next demon world be like? Stella was quiet as she watched the astral paths collapse, the revelations of the starways being this space that's not really empty. Souls, and maybe even other things we may not even think of. Maybe the gods truly reside in this void space. The dust had settled, and it seemed I gained a few levels. I wasn't there for the bulk of the battle, so I was still pleasantly surprised by the additional levels. You gained 5 levels. You are now level 226. Astral sight improved. You may now see further between the realms. Natural mana overwhelming upgraded. Mana storage upgraded. It was nice that the system rewarded my mana poisoning with more mana-related skills. These upgrades were incremental improvements, little bits of extra efficiency and effectiveness from every point of mana. We had a post-battle review with the heroes too, and strangely they actually said the battle was comparatively easy. There were very few truly threatening moments, and their problem was just dealing damage to the Demon King. They had a small panic moment when the bomb ape appeared at the end, of course, but that was something we all saw coming. Based on the data from the domain holders, the heroes were generally right. It wasn't that bad for a Demon King. Unlike Sabnok or Aquila, the number of strange gimmicks were few, just that acid lake defense. I wondered whether that was because our mild mana poisoning had somehow interfered with the full breadth of the Demon King's powers. They had easy mode because we locked some skills. Ian and Lumuf should invade the demon world more often. Lumuf choked. Edna just grinned. Now, let's not get ahead of ourselves. It just so happens that the demon world was an anti-magic world. For the next Demon King, we should consider a more thorough invasion, one led by the heroes. The heroes squirmed at Edna's response. The initial plan a few years ago was a hero invasion, one that had to be modified because of the unique qualities of the anti-magic sandworld. Now, it's time to revert back to our original plan. There's nothing to worry. We would do the initial scouting and reconnaissance, but the plan should not change. Both Alvin and Kelly of the Mountain World were just too stunned to respond. They couldn't wrap their heads around a preemptive invasion, or at least struggled to. Even after they've seen Lumuf do it, it still baffled their mind. I wondered whether their mental controls were slightly different from that of Chung, Prabhu, and Gang, but when they dipped into my biolabs, I didn't see anything different, at least not from the outer appearances. Chung just sighed. Can't delay it forever. It's likely we will get something more normal for the next Demon King. Edna speculated. If the next world is anything like a parasite world, the plan will proceed. We'll see which world comes first, either this or the Mountain World's Demon King. The frequency of our Demon Kings isn't that high, I think. Kelly said, I can't remember, 15 if I'm not mistaken. Lumuf answered, their records are just as choppy as ours, darn it. Why is ours so frequent, Demolite? Edna answered, we have more Demolite than them. That doesn't make sense. Chung answered, the Demon Kings create Demolite. Why would more Demolite result in more frequent Demon Kings? Edna shrugged, I don't know, but the Demolites linked to the frequency. Wait, have you guys known this for a long time? Prabhu asked. Edna paused and she momentarily wondered whether this was revealed before. Yes, to some extent it's something we've been speculating, but we were not sure. We saw it in ancient dreams. Or more like Ian saw it. The heroes murmured as the statement stewed in the air. The locals won't like that. Chung said. All the native rulers use demolite to varying degrees for stuff. Edna nodded. Indeed, even Stella's void portals and the Riftgate relies on demolite to store the void mana. It is currently the best available source of void mana storage. Other alternatives just don't work as well. So if we destroy it, we may or may not reduce the frequency, but we lose our best known way to store void mana. Yes, that's right, Edna answered. It's why we did not say much until we have more certainty. Branchhold's growth was good, and I was quite fascinated by the idea of starting a city from scratch. My spymaster seemed excited to have a new assignment, and I thought he grew bored of the challenges back home. He denied it, of course. In other cities, they had to go an extra step of having magical food equivalents. Thus, Branchhold was designed to be significantly more vertical than Freshka that sprawled outwards. This resulted in some redesigns for my beetles. Beetles naturally had the ability to climb up trees and slopes, but their packages and cargo had to be properly supported since gravity still applied. I liked the idea of a city that's dense, and strangely, it appealed to the beetles too. It seemed that humans, Canari, and elves didn't quite like it, but dwarves found it quite similar to the mines, so density wasn't a problem. The treefolk also didn't like dense places. They got comfort from their link to the earth, so dense cities didn't appeal to them. The local folks were neutral to the idea of density. They seemed more interested in the safety aspect of any institution, most likely the residual impact from the long period of war. Those who faced long periods of uncertainty due to war valued security far more than those who didn't. Generally, of course. There are those that embrace the nihilism and meaninglessness of life in the face of war. What I learned from the locals through Branchhold's extensive surveillance was rather telling. The drive to survive created a hardened society, and nobles who are just far more warlike. A decade of constant war created nobles who were now eager to expand their power, and that power turned on each other. I had expected that my presence would deter them from actually fighting each other. After all, in our world, the presence of a strong superpower pretty much resulted in an era of peace. That did not happen. The system, which indirectly encouraged conflict since everyone gained levels from fighting, essentially was stuck in this hostile loop. War was inevitable not just because of demons, but because war rewarded those who survived them. The system grants levels, which then equate to strength to impose one's will on others, and thus war. Therefore, how could a world that grants power through warfare have a state of peace? It could, if somehow everyone turned away from the system. But that leaves a world defenseless against the demons. With no outside interference, either divine or demonic, those who possess power will fight for more power. Of course, this is a very pessimistic assessment of the nature of people. Not all people seek out power, but those who become nobility and the rulers tend to be those who are more likely to seek out power and cause conflict. It was just the necessity of their role. Even if one originally did not covet power, those who coveted their power would rise up and attempt to overthrow those who could not defend their position. Thus, by sheer elimination of more peaceful rulers, as they failed to defend their throne, the world should naturally veer towards violence. On the central continent, we mitigate this through our extensive education program, the FTC, and also the presence of our priests. But I know that wars cannot be entirely avoided. In fact, small wars are like controlled fires, a thought that sometimes horrified a part of me. It keeps the military on their toes instead of decaying into a state of complacency, especially since the threat of demons had dwindled significantly over the past few decades. I've tried to mitigate that with more dungeons and more dream wars, but a lifestyle of war, an entire society engineered towards winning a war, that was something else, and that's what the mountain world had. That kind of focus was admirable, and I admired how well they handled it. I wondered whether that's how lilies felt, as they grappled with the constant shifting forces of the world. Competition and conflict created true strength. This was true back home because it forced everyone to be on their toes. On a macro level, if I wanted a strong army, it must be allowed to experience war and battle. Back on Branchhold, they have yet to have all these cumulative systemic changes, and thus a state of warfare is the default. The peace created by the two heroes did not last very long, a rather pessimistic state of affairs, but so be it. Their weakness meant I had gaps to exploit, and I freely expanded my trees on the mountain world to increase my total mana capacity. It didn't matter if I didn't formally own the land in a way that was just a feint. As I thought about it, the crystal dude was right. I was an invader, and right now I'm spreading my trees to invade this world and steal its mana. My actions were justified because I can't defeat the demons and end this stupid cycle without some invasions to gain more mana. At this juncture, it was a good and timely reminder for that age-old phrase. He who fights with demons should take care that he does not become a demon. I suppose with all the demon hybrid experimentations, I wasn't far off from being one. The topic of experiments, Alka approached me to explore bomb beetles, essentially massive suicide beetles or a swarm of tiny ones, using my biological evolutionary engineering to craft or grow a bomb-compatible beetle with flight or movement for the explicit purpose of blowing itself up at the target. Smaller experiments were successful, and now we wanted to take it to the extreme, supersized bombs and superfast swarms of them. Speed, stealth, and power was the primary issue. The idea was to create a literal flying swarm of explosive beetles, and then, with a large enough portal, send enough through to the demon world. Why not just normal bombs? Simple. Alka wanted to exploit system shenanigans to overcome manufacturing constraints. My subsidiary trees could spawn beetles by pure system effect and mana. If I could create suicide beetles, and the subsidiary trees, of which I have an absurdly large number of, I essentially had the ability to bypass resource restrictions and just bomb the demon world with just an army of banelings or exploding zerglings. We could then bomb the parasite world to hell and break the status quo. The war on the parasite world had reached another status quo. We were beginning to question the value of this world. I wasn't learning much on the parasite world. The fringes of my expanded territory had to endure more demonic attacks, and I noticed some changes in the demon types used to attack my lands, but it really felt like it was going nowhere. If anything, I should ask the 6 heroes to mount our first liberation mission on the parasite world. Liberate a world from the control of the demons. Prabhu wrapped his head around the idea of a counter-invasion. I thought we wanted to invade the demon world to attack the demon king before it attacked us. Yes, but Ian proposed something more radical as a test bed. Edna was the one to deliver the message. Lumuf's recovery meant he wasn't in his best shape, but it was time. Ian's incursions into the demon world highly suggested the existence of a demon king that metamorphosed into a mother in the core of the world. We believe that if we defeat it, it may free the core from the demon's control, and the planet then reverts back to a normal world. Ken and Snek were excited at the idea. This worked. It meant Snek had a chance to save his homeworld. It's proof that it could be done. Ian has been expanding on the parasite world, right? Yes. Ian has a large force present currently fighting a long drawn-out war of attrition. It reached a stalemate recently due to mana limitations. The heroes glanced at each other uncomfortably. We know what we are hitting. No. Ian's unable to see what's in the core as the pit that leads to the core is flooded. I'm not doing it without Lumuf doing recon. Prabhu said, or at least, can the flooded pit be drained? If we know what we are hitting, then maybe. Possible. With enough trees, Ian could drain some of the water out, but if it goes all the way to the magical core of the world, it would take some time. The roots would need to reach that deep in the first place. The demon mother's also likely to be weaker than a full demon king, at least. That's the sense I got from the demon I saw in the core of the antimagic world. Another free world, Prabhu answered. Could we get heroes there? Edna shook her head. I don't know. That's entirely up to the gods. They only summon heroes in response to a demon king. Is the parasite world linked to any other worlds? Yes, but they are too far with our current abilities. Anyway, let's have that conversation later and get back on topic. The battle, if any, will happen in the core of the world, because it's highly unlikely we'll be able to get the demon mother away from the core. The heroes looked at each other. Strangely, it was Chung that asked, Ken, what do you think? Fighting a demon in the core of the planet feels very in-game boss to me. Chung rolled his eyes. Now's not the time for a gaming reference, it's a risk. Ken said, Snek would definitely like to see it happen, but if Ian could stack the battlefield in our favor and with the full recovery of their team, it may work. Can't we just drop a bomb into the core? You mean like Star Wars? Yeah, Death Star and all that. We could, but that may blow up the planet, and that's not what we want. Adrian and Kelly were both too flabbergasted to digest the idea. Aiding the defense of another world was one thing, but an invasive liberation of a demon world never quite crossed their mind. You have time to decide, Edna said. We're waiting for the full recovery of the entire team before we attempt this. What do you think of the idea? The heroes had their own session. Yes, Prabhu said, I say go for it. We have the necessary skills, and as heroes, this is what we do. Defeat demons. You sure that's not your mental overrides hitting you? Chung asked. I know, but it's the right thing to do. If it resets that world, it may mean more hero summons in the future. More candidates for the League of Heroes. It's insane. Kelly just said frankly, so yes, you're insane. Chung said, why are we taking this risk? We're risking our lives here, going down to the demon world's pit to fight this thing in there. I'm against this. We don't need this fight. Colette shrugged. I don't know. I want more information before I decide. Hafez and Adrian both nodded. Yeah, I'm with Colette. I need to know more. If it's an easy fight, we should go for it. Ken's right. If Ian could stack the odds in our favor, then we have nothing to lose. Chung sighed. All right, then I'll let Edna know that we want more info. We're not going in there blind. Prabhu laughed. That's a privilege, Chung. Our predecessors all had to face their demon kings with no data, but this isn't a necessary fight. Maybe not, but it is our duty. That's the gods speaking. Maybe, year 212. Lumuf had finally recovered from the effects of the trip, and he noticed his sensitivity to the soul realm had increased. There were moments when he saw specks of things flying in the air and briefly wondered whether his vision was bugged. Then it was clear it's actually the soul's movement in the world. He could seem faintly, and if he was in his own. Is it because of all the mana practice we are doing? Lumuf asked. I'm not sure. I didn't get a skill, though. I thought it was a matter of time. I thought we get the skill first, then we see the results, not the other way round. Lumuf chuckled. We both knew the system can be irregular and inconsistent, even if it broadly tries to stick to a set pattern. Broadly, level-specific things have been followed quite strictly, but when do people actually learn or acquire, a skill has been one of the weirder aspects of the system. Perhaps a system had to have hard and soft aspects, both RNG and checkpoints, in order for it to work. Mana practice and soul sight practice took up most of Lumuf's time. His mana control wasn't poor, but now his mana tolerance has improved. It made him sick, and he actually got skills to cope with more mana, just that the quantities we needed to poison the Demon King were too high. He would have to reach even higher levels. For me, Alka's team of scientists finally gave me one Demon King core model. It was a replica, constructed from the data gathered from all the demon cores we had so far. It did not contain all the elements of the demon, just the parts of the runic carvings that we somewhat understood. They said it seemed to open up some kind of network, but it fizzled out before they could get further. The amount of power needed by the model was quite high, and Alka said he saw what appeared to be a very, very large three-dimensional map in his mind, but it hurt his head so much he had to stop. His speculation was that it was not designed for mortal minds, or at least, designed such that it suited how the demon's mind worked. Therefore they brought it to me. My vines wrapped around the object made of some of the toughest crystals we had, and my mana flooded it. Runes within it flared, and then I briefly saw the entire core glow. I felt it and saw the magic of the replica core seem to tap into something that existed in an entirely different place. It was a mini portal within it. No, metaphorically, it was the equivalent of an interdimensional wireless modem that's now making a call to this space in another part of the world. I felt a connection, and instantly my mind was assaulted. My artificial mind stepped in to protect me. It wasn't a domain-type attack, but more like a DDoS or a ping bombardment. Mental firewall activating, filtering. This felt like a nostalgic return to the days of rootnet. Then I felt a strange, uncomfortable sensation, like something attempting to pull me from the other side of that connection. It pulled and then snapped. At that moment, I saw the stars that Alka claimed to see. It was vast, and then they disappeared and reappeared again. The map seemed to twist in unusual ways, and I realized it wasn't actually three-dimensional. I wasn't even sure it was a map. That uncomfortable sensation returned, and then I felt something push back against my presence very, very strongly. It was so strong that the energy somehow spilled through the replica, and the replica cracked. The connection was lost then. Alka just looked at the cracked replica with a look of bewilderment. What just happened? I saw the stars, and then something kicked me out. I'm not sure what. Alka strapped in as I shared what I saw with him through our Dream Academy. There's a guardian on the other side of that. It might be possible to kick it out, or at least stop it from kicking you out. My bomb domain holder touched the cracked demon core replica. We'll have to make a few more of these, out of different materials, to see what'll work well. What do you think we saw? A star map, an invasion plan, a path, or just a history of worlds invaded? If there was a centralized controller that told demons where to go, it had to be on the other side of the demon core. So I wondered whether every demon king essentially calls home and asked, where do I go? And somebody or something on the other side tells it where to go. The key point is, if I figure this out, I could fuck with it. If I stop all the demons from being able to essentially dial home, could I take out the momentum behind the Demon King's constant invasions? Essentially, cause them to turn on themselves or invade worlds that were already invaded, and so slow their expansion across the multiverse. This strategy was an expansion of my earlier demonic IFF interference strategy. Of course, I eventually shared our findings with the other domain holders, the heroes, and my other senior members. It sounds like the Demon King's actually a remote-controlled drone, and the mind behind the Demon King is safe somewhere else. Ken quickly connected the connection and gave a wild speculation. We have been fighting clones all this while. The core of each planet's just a clone factory to manufacture more drones. Lumuf naturally understood what that meant. Are you saying each Demon King is an avatar of some controlling entity? Well, close. Actually, yes. It's like how Ian speaks through you. Absolutely. Then we just have to take out the Demon King's controller and all of this should end. Actually, if the Demon King was really some kind of entity like myself, that's actually a lot harder. It meant the entity behind the Demon Kings, if there is such a thing, could have many, many clone bodies and are manufacturing these self-replicating motherships. I pondered the thought for a while and realized that countering the Demon Kings as a whole fell into two large, long-term angles. One, destruction and extinction. If it's possible to destroy its power source, or if there is some kind of central will at the heart of all the demons, then destroying it should end this demonic plague once and for all. Part of this strategy requires heavily leveling my domain holders so that they could fight battles on the demon world. There are lesser outcomes under this angle, such as just destruction of its ability to travel worlds or destruction of whatever's assisting its wayfinding. 2. Confusion and redirection, messing with the demon's world-finding abilities, and under this umbrella, messing with its friend-foe identification. Under this set of strategies, if it's not possible to destroy the demons as a whole, maybe because there isn't actually a center or a node, then we would essentially confuse the shit out of it and mess with its ability to find habited worlds. We could create curtains such that they couldn't find us, or jam the teleportation portals such that the demons couldn't invade us. There are lesser angles, or ones I consider unlikely, such as assimilation. From an evolutionary standpoint, if the demons at the center were some kind of code or virus, could I alter them such that they became benign? If the demons were some kind of rogue, program, or magical gray goo that ran out of control, could someone reassert control over them? The evolution of beetles with more specialized materials continued, even beyond Alka's suicide beetles. Since the creation of specialized trichomonas, we've expanded the evolutionary development to a wider range of creatures. My domain powers over evolutionary meddling extended beyond beetles, so it'd be a waste to restrict myself to them. Horns would be upset, but he'd understand, and he's too busy fighting demons in the parasite world to nag me about it. We experimented on anti-magic infused beetles, but creating them consumed the anti-magic glass, which was now a finite resource. The first few designs were crap, and the regular beetle mind struggled, so I made artificial mind variants. These performed better with the custom-designed bodies, but they also struggled. Actual performance in the battlefield didn't seem to match up with how they were designed, so we had to make multiple revisions. It's not as if they were not working, but when compared to a regular beetle at the same level, their performance was lacking at first. The later versions finally managed to perform just as good, but it did take about 60 different variations. The artificial minds too had to adapt to their new bodies, and that was also another, lagging, aspect. These minds were able to seamlessly work with regular monsters because it seemed their movement and attitudes were already in them somehow. It's like there's a blueprint of how to move a spider or how to move a beetle already available, while this modified anti-mana beetle was different, so even basic things had to be learned from ground up. Honestly, some of the earlier designs were embarrassing. It reminded me of my younger days when I played with Spore and I just placed all the horns and spikes I could and made what looked like a Nerubian or a porcupine beetle. Yeah, more spikes is better. Not really. Over time, the refinements made by my artificial minds made them more functional, and they began to look more like something more functional. In terms of experiments, I also relooked at my artificial minds and tried to create more powerful, fully formed souls. With my higher number of soul forge colors, it was theoretically possible. It took some time, but eventually I managed to increase the artificial mind's overall performance and mana production. It still wasn't much, not when compared to the Titans, but twice as fast or twice as much mana is still a significant improvement and helped the artificial minds cope with the huge amount of background administrative work to keep everything running. Branchhold had its own set of artificial minds to run the wooden lifts and coordinate the carrier beetles. I also sent Ally over to the mountain world, and she, or it really, took the form of a lizard person, salvaged and repaired from the corpse of a dead lizard person. Ally, as the parasite, received an artificial mind at the core, essentially giving it sufficient power to function, but not enough to truly exhibit the full range of its abilities. A converted demon champion parasite was something even my own Valthorns viewed with an uncomfortable suspicion. There's just something uncanny about a shapeshifter that could possess another that made normal people uncomfortable, something that I don't get. Maybe it's the assurance that it's almost impossible to possess me that made it discount that threat. In any case, Ally would assist my spy masters in my plan to bend the opinions of the mountain world in my favor. Within the immigrants to Branchhold, we swiftly detected agents of the various kingdoms eager to find out more about us. At this point, I merely informed my spy masters of their presence, but did not do more than that. I didn't want the natives to realize I could monitor them, so I decided to let the agents work as they please and only allowed capture in places where it was probable that someone could have noticed them. Short, my spy masters had to hunt for spies without relying on my tree's surveillance. This was good practice for him, of course, and it also hid the full extent of my abilities from the natives. Working in other worlds would be a common occurrence as this went on, as I foresee my gradual expansion over time. Eventually, as I get in touch and have a presence in more inhabited worlds, I'd see myself become some kind of centralized transportation network, the warp network between the worlds. I'd probably make a lot of money just by charging for transport, and with very few alternatives, well, except the void mages, I'd essentially be a monopoly. Of course, as it is, I'd already have tremendous economic advantage because I could easily arbitrage any pricing differences between Treehome and Mountain World, and the central continent, by extension, has access to two economic markets. The merchant lords easily saw the economic opportunity to exploit the pricing difference, but all these depended on me agreeing to teleport the goods. I decided against it, as it would not be good for me to crash the prices by flooding the market with essentially imported goods from another world. There were some ideas that came out before our supposed invasion of the parasite world. What if we shifted Demolite from our world to the mountain world? No. What if it triggers a permanent increase in demonic invasions to our world? That would not be good. Kelly and Adrian refused, and frankly, I could see their point. I wasn't sure how the demonic surveillance and targeting mechanism worked, and if I shifted it there, could I essentially trigger more demons without reducing ours? So I considered some more alternatives. One was to shift the Demolite to the parasite world, or to the Comet world. I didn't want to shift it to the Comet world because if the demons could somehow see the Demolite, essentially these Demolite were surveillance bugs, I didn't want the demons to target a hyper-mobile Void Explorer. Thus, we settled on sending more of these Demolites to the parasite world and see whether it affected the frequency of the Demon King's invasion to Treehome. We shifted almost all of our Demolite to my clone on the parasite world. No change to the existing astral paths, Stella said, but the further ones are wobbling and fading. It seems removing Demolite only reduces the frequency of Demon Kings multiple decades down the road. Stella later theorized those that have already locked onto our world are coming as scheduled, but those further away have not properly locked on, thus removing the Demolite made targeting more difficult. Essentially, that meant Demolite was some kind of aiming aid. Without it, the demon could still find us, but just a bit harder. We kept the Demolite in the parasite world. Lumoof kept practicing with mana and trained hard. He needed to be ready for the shit I was gonna throw his way, and after the shit I put him through, he clearly understood he would be seeing things way out of his league. My trees were busy, draining the waters from the parasite world to create patches of drier land. Strangely, now that my trees covered a large part of the parasite world, some normal weather had returned. A return of seasonal rainstorms and small snows during the colder period. The parasite world had always felt a little hot and humid, a bit like being in a tropical swampland, but my large patches of trees had gradually repaired some of the weather. I found it weird because this wasn't a conscious thing. I didn't actually attempt to change the weather, but the changes on the parasite world over time had been rather dramatic, and some parts absolutely no longer resembled what was still a demon-controlled world. With more mana coming from the mountain world, I gradually inched closer and closer to the pit of the parasite world. Each piece of territory was won through a constant war of attrition against the hordes of the demons. They spawned more creatures, newer variants, but we had improved beetles to counter them. The demons clearly had some ability to learn and adapt, especially on the demon-controlled worlds, since they were able to spawn new variants. The fact that demons in the invaded worlds did not adapt that strongly, when compared to the demons on their controlled worlds, made me wonder whether demon kings and demon mothers had some control over the development of demons. Or perhaps because the system considered demons to be native in this world, thus the system spawned adapted demons. Or was there some kind of automated learning, or just through recombining known traits in different ratios, in the same way nature adapted to changes in the environment through reproductive processes? The only I'd know is if I controlled a core. My trees encroached on the areas around the pit to the core, and we began the process of draining the pit of water. Moving water wasn't difficult, and I eventually released the water throughout my controlled areas, essentially creating rivers out of these once shallow lands. There was a lot of landscaping to do. The water from the pit had to be cleaned and filtered too, as I noticed it contained far higher quantities of demonic presence within it. I didn't know how long it took for the core to spawn another demon king, but from what I could detect on the surface, there was hardly any progress, and it seemed like an exceptionally long spawn time. New lakes appeared too, as more water was shifted out of the flooded pits. The fact that it was an exposed pit made it significantly easier for me to remove the water because I could spawn trees all the way to the edge, and those roots at the edge functioned like pumps. Water was then gradually sucked out of the pit and then channeled through the root network. At the rate we were draining the pit, I estimate it would take about 2 years to drain the water and reach the core. Good enough. By then, Lumoof and the heroes should be ready for another fight in the depth. Year 213. I see the transportation went smoothly. Glad to see you, Master Johann. I rotated domain holders between the two worlds. One of my newer treefolk lords, Baron Thrade, and a delegation of administrators were present to greet him when I sent him over. I could send him over unannounced, but the Valthorns have a huge operating procedure built up for fixed deployments, so I went along with the bureaucracy. Baron Thrade's kind was a rarity on Mountain World, but he was one of those willing to take a relocation package over the branch hold. At level 50, he was relatively lower level, but that was normal for those with noble classes. Noble classes and ruler classes leveled slower, just like those with the higher tier or upgraded classes, but they made up for it by their aura and other state-level abilities. This act of greeting domain holders and receiving visitors was one I felt a bit iffy about. There was an element of brown-nosing that I didn't quite like, but Lumuf and my senior leaders claimed that it was nothing more than a good practice of hospitality. Eventually, I settled and agreed to let the practice continue, but forbid lavish and large receiving parties. Well, I'm here for my assignment. How's everything? It was his first visit to Branchhold this year. Baron Thrade shook his head. We caught another 4 spies. I'm fairly sure Branchhold is infested with spies at this point. Our spies are trying to weed out the rest, but with so many immigrants, it's quite hard. Some of them essentially do nothing but feed info back to their minders back in the kingdoms. Johann laughed. Well, I'm sure Ian saw it coming, so good luck there. Baron Thrade paused at the statement. Would you be assisting the counter-espionage efforts? Johann looked at the treefolk lord's misaligned eyes for a moment and shook his head. Treefolks were not what people would consider pretty. They were more tree than people, and so their body structure was unusual. No, that's not what I'm here for. Counter-espionage remains the task of Branchhold's designated council. I believe Ian's intention is for the council to level, so it wouldn't be right for me to interfere. Ah, I see. I would step in if things really got out of hand, but it's important to let the people make mistakes and learn from them, as long as it wasn't a lethal one. That said, I did find my tolerance of lethality increasing over time. Instead, I want a briefing on the latest wars of the foreign nations. Baron Thrade nodded. Right this way. There are days when I think war is inevitable. The system facilitates and encourages the act of combat. Not just that. There are days when I thought war was good. The system is part of this world's nature. It is how this world works, and war was how the system and people of this world ensured the survival of the fittest, the survival of those who could gain the levels and skills needed to survive. War accelerated that process, as conflict ensured and required each and everyone to strive harder to protect what they have and to survive. War was coming because the system encouraged it. War was coming because those who survived are better equipped to face the future. It was a morbid, cruel assessment of the world. Or was it me, becoming numb to this constant state of war? Despite the benefits of war, it came at the expense of generational learning, because war encouraged destruction of infrastructure and knowledge. War was the equivalent of stepping on others to go higher and destroying others' ladders. There had to be a balance somewhere between the two, and I wasn't sure whether the central continent's model was the best one, even if it worked very well so far. I also didn't think it was right to transplant a governance model that worked for the central continent to Branchhold and the wider mountain world as a whole, because both worlds and people had different histories. Johann sat and contemplated the briefing. My spy masters had built a basic information gathering network throughout the other kingdoms of the mountain world. This complemented the information I gained through my trees, which also expanded outward. The mountain world people fought a lot. In fact, the wars of this era seemed more violent than ever. The level 80s of the mountain world fought each other, and their levels meant the destruction they wrought was more extensive. Conflicts seemed to arise from the smallest things, the rulers eager to shake the status quo with the military power accumulated over the decade of war. This was partly why there was a surge in immigration to Branchhold, once it became clear to the population of the world that no one actually attempted to invade us. Branchhold's military power remained a huge unknown to the people of this world. We should arrange a visit to the central continent of Treehome and establish the sheer gap in power between our two worlds. Once they realized the kind of military power we have, it would greatly ease our efforts on Branchhold. What was the point in that, really? Show that we have a bigger stick. Was there a point to scaring the people? Is it not the same as what the heroes did? Their presence frightened the other nations into compliance and gave them the right to have their own kingdoms. It's useful to get some of the nobles to work with us. There are those who feel that they can oppose us if they combine their might. Fear. I'd prefer if we were liked, but then again, being liked never stopped them from fighting against us. If anything, I'd like my spy masters to bribe, blackmail, preach, and twist these other nations to get out of my way. After all, why kill when you could convert them or bribe them? It's unnecessary bloodshed. Money's not an object for me anymore. Over the decades and centuries, I watched the value of money fluctuate, and now I was at the point where money is kind of a secondary result of my will. After all, money was useful to convince others to mobilize and do what you want. Now, though, with the resources of a continent and my power, should I choose to wield it, was absolute. Money was just an intermediary. After all, money is just a means of exchange, and also a way for the state to exercise its power to govern. A nation could pay its employees with food, lodging, or any other kind of benefit in order to compel them to do what the nation requires them to do. At the core of it, what was a nation? A nation was a means to create an overarching structure to enable the provision of services not possible to be achieved at a smaller scale. Back home, democratic systems generally try to ensure that the government has a mandate, so to speak, from the people that it is governed. This partly was to ensure stability, to align the will of the people and that of the rulers. In a world with magic and skills, how does this mandate play out? Frankly, in a world where skills, levels, and magic exist with monsters of varying strength, the value of the common man is not much. It's more of an oligarchy of the powerful. Too frequently, it becomes a mandate of the system, not unlike the mandate of heaven. The system bestows a select few with the power to rule, and thus they create their kingdoms. Levels create power, and that power is exercised to rule over others. Those who have power and gain power used it to oppress and to demand those beneath them to obey. I'm aware that's essentially what I did. My overwhelming levels ensured I could execute my will and bend Treehome to the direction I want it to go. It was a form of tyranny, even if I've generally tried to have a light touch. Lumuf once said the presence of level caps was to ensure that no one got too powerful, but clearly, the system wasn't expecting a creature like myself. Occasionally, I wonder whether this was all planned. Did the system know this is what I would do? Does the system have a desire? Does it have a goal? Why? It was a question many people around the world asked. During prayers, many asked why level systems were created, and lamented how unfair it was, how some nobles had inherited skills and some had none. What was the purpose of it all anyway? I noticed a rise in these types of existential questions from the inhabitants of the central continent, which I suspect was a result of rising affluence and education levels. Was there even a purpose to it, to create a system where the system grants so much power to those who jump through its hoops? The system encourages slaughter and encourages achievements. This, of course, tied back to development. Rightly or not, I've significantly uplifted the development of the central continent and invested significant resources on magical research and weapons, tools of war to wage more dangerous wars. This was known to all on Treehome and has functioned as a deterrent from the other nations. Alka's crystalline bombs are well known for its incredible destruction. Their magical ripples could be detected an entire continent away. Yet my goal was to end the cycle, and there is a worry, just like back home, that further research and overuse of bombs may eventually lead to some kind of magical nuclear winter. We don't know how much magic is, too much magic, even if I'm currently quite certain it's nothing to worry about. On Branchhold, the issue of a constitution was a bit harder than I initially expected. Mainly, the refugees and immigrants to Branchhold had very different expectations, norms and requirements compared to the administrators from Treehome. Those from Treehome had lived a generation or two under my rule, and their social, cultural, and administrative norms had deviated quite a bit. Form filling was a struggle with the immigrants who didn't even know what a form was. Things like waste disposal, sanitation, and food processing all had gaps. Even on Treehome there were some gaps, especially between continents, but the other continents had learned from us by exposure. Many nobles, influenced by my spy masters, adopted some of our norms and policies. Even the triumvirs of Ava adopted more regimented training processes, supported by my Valthorns indirectly. All that happened over a long period of time, so the gap never felt so big. But here, these people never had that exposure. The worst thing was, it further solidified my delegation's impression that the people of Branchhold were uncultured barbarians. This was something I wanted to avoid because it was a formula for resentment and worked against my intention to build a good, positive impression among the nobles, warrior classes, and general peasantry of the world. The gap's too big, Johann admitted in a personal conversation with me. I'm not sure it's possible to educate them and get them to change their practices so quickly. I wasn't sure why, but that statement made me churn a little. I sensed disdain and a little bit of patronizing in those words. I get that he had a point, but I wasn't too comfortable with that feeling, so I decided to clear it up. Perhaps there is no need to. Oh, Johann was one of my soldiers, and he respected the warrior ethos of the people, but that was about his only positive impression. There was an immediacy to their life. The focus is on winning the next battle, not stepping back and thinking about how to win the war. This difference in time horizon was probably something that would need a generation or two to change. The immigrants didn't understand or comprehend the security we could provide. Why think about what's going to happen a year down the road when the demons could invade and kill everyone next month? In a way, the decade-long war was a big setback to their overall society, and frankly, he understood that we could have easily been the same. Yet it made day-to-day interactions frustrating. It was an experience quite like the Kenari, who also seemed to live their lives day by day. These people lived life day to day, and rather than try to change them, is there a way to make a better or more productive version of this mindset? That sounds rather strange. Johann laughed. Isn't foresight one of the better qualities of civilization? To create a structure from nothing. It is, but I am beginning to wonder whether I've been looking at civilization with a far too narrow perspective. To me, that just sounds like chaos. Maybe. The strength of planning and foresight allows the accumulation of our efforts towards a larger goal, something that cannot be achieved through instant reaction and living day by day. There has to be a guiding path or a focus. It's the equivalent of a corporate ethos and culture towards some kind of goal. An organization this large, by sheer number of actors and players, would generate many contradictory forces. A noble in one part of Treehome would and could take the exact opposite direction as another noble. It's impossible to force everyone to be perfectly aligned. It's too much effort and means turning everyone into robots. Ultimately, it boils down to the question of, what kind of world did I want Mountain World to be? Does it even matter if its main function is to serve as a massive mana generator to complement my future mana requirement? Why was I doing this? How do the immigrants take the rule of the council? Johan asked one of the relocated administrators. Not well. Language differences are getting better, but they are still unused to the way many things are done. There's also no respect for the Valtrian order, which makes it harder for the order personnel to carry out their work. The priests are having a slightly easier time, but it's not smooth sailing either. Johan spotted many small aggressions and conflicts as the relocated administrators and guards tried to impose their version of order onto the refugees. Most accept it, even if they don't understand. After all, they came as refugees to avoid the threat of war, but there clearly was some expectation gap. They expected life to be similar back to where they came from, not this accelerated uplift society where they had to adjust to how I wanted this city to be. This was a result of my will being in conflict with those of the refugees, and frankly, many made the journey with incomplete information. I could solve this problem by allowing mass migration from the central continent to Branchhold, but I wanted to see how receptive the local folk were before I did that. I also had some concerns about facilitating such a large movement of people between worlds, and I wanted rules and proper process before such things were permitted. The artificial minds could be granted authority to operate the inter-world transportation and the necessary mana budget, so that freed up one part of my mental load. There was a strange problem that emerged for those who came from the central continent. I didn't notice it immediately because of the presence of my healing aura in Branchhold, but my spymaster noticed it in their field operators. Diseases of another world. Most diseases were mild, but it was another aspect that I did not foresee. Stella swiftly reminded me of the diseases brought by colonizers during the Age of Exploration. Then we realized these diseases of Mountain World were made of magic. I eventually agreed to a learning visit for the refugees and the nobles. I thought about it and realized maybe intimidation wasn't a bad thing. It was the whole idea of a nuclear deterrence. I had the impression that my domain holders already qualified to be my nuclear deterrents. I also wanted the refugee representative to see for themselves what kind of culture and society we had back on Treehome. Many refugees have their own de facto community leaders, which we selected for the trip. In total, about 100 refugees would take their first trip to Treehome. Their arrival on Treehome was a quiet one. I had not fully declared their presence here, so they were shuffled like tourists on tour buses, always escorted by security personnel. They were frankly odd, the equivalent of jungle bumpkins entering the city for the first time. Year 214. Lumuf's mana practice continued, while my other domain holders made regular trips to the parasite world to set up the stage for an invasion. He had managed, over a period of 2 to 3 years, to increase his mana tolerance by about twice of what it was, but lately his progress has plateaued. It still wasn't good enough, but Lumuf said he would just gain more levels, and hopefully those higher levels gave him extra stats and new skills that helped with his mana tolerance. I agreed I did not want to subject him through pain if there was not much progress. Since we had a roadblock in this particular direction, Lumuf went to the parasite world to see what he could do there. My attempts to drain the pit of the Demon King went quite successfully, and the amount of water was then redirected to make actual lakes and ponds in the areas we controlled. I've reached about 3/4 to the core of the parasite world, and now the walls of the pit are filled with vines and crawler-type plants. Down here there were few demons, but nothing much of a threat. A champion was no king, and if they could not field kings, my domain holders had nothing to fear. Hytririon, my converted walker, served as my champion and fortified the area around the pit. Despite all this, there was no sign or signal that suggested this world was attempting to grow another demon king. Not yet anyway. The magical energy of this world was still low, despite all the recovery in the past few years. The path in the stars appeared to be faint. I wondered what kind of world it would invade, but for now we kept digging. It would be another year or two before we reached the core. Fancy seeing you here, Kay said as she walked up one of Branchhold's highest trees, where there was an observation tower that looked out. Stella nodded at the crystal golem when she walked in. I was told it's a gorgeous view of the vast Demonlands, still not reclaimed by the heroes. The two heroes, Adrian and Kelly, did use their powers to retake some of the demon lands, but they didn't seem particularly enthused. I'd say the same for you, Stella responded as she worked with her tools. Over the decades, she had made some tools and equipment to help her with her task of observing the skies, and the mountain world skies were filled with entirely new stars and worlds. Did Ian send you here to give me a hand? Nothing like that. I just asked for permission to visit another world and got it. I just have to be escorted outside Branchhold. Ah, that does sound like something you would do. See anything you like so far? Not yet. The rangers told me the food choices are quite interesting, but my taste buds aren't exactly the best. Stella smirked at the golem. Taste buds. Yeah, eat, as if I needed that. Kay shrugged and then perched herself at the balcony. She took a moment to take in the view, but this place does have a really good view. This city doesn't sprawl, not like Freshka. Not yet. A blasphemy. Kay teased. Ian already has an anti-sprawl plan. Stella didn't reply and continued to work. She collected readings of various magical energy signatures, and she continued her work on her theory. She thought that each different world's magical key that identified that world, so if she could figure out what the alphabets were, she could then figure out how to match the alphabets to the rift gates, and then use it to call places that we currently have no access to. Magic was a lot of hard work. How many void mages did you bring with you? Kay asked. Stella paused. 2 of them are helping me with the research. Do you find portals different here? Not really. About the same. The only worlds where I felt my portals were nigh unusable were that Comet world and the anti-magic world. That was a waste. Ian should have kept that world, Kay said. Now our supply of anti-magic sand is cut off. Stella just smiled. Wait, what's that? Look, we have the magical coordinates for that world. With a sufficiently high-powered amount of void mana, and if we can replicate a smaller version of that core mana void mana tunnel, how far are we? Honestly, the biggest roadblock we have right now is Ian's lack of core mana. Between what I've seen and what we've gathered from the Demon King's core replica, we're halfway there with the tunnel. Shit, we are just 1 mana source away from being able to go wherever we want. Let's not jinx it and make it sound so easy. Core mana isn't the easiest thing to find, but if the parasite world invasion goes well, Stella smiled. There are still mountains to climb after this one, and this is still a really, really tall mountain. How long have you known? Kay asked once Stella took a break. Know what? That we're going to be able to essentially connect all the worlds we've been to. Oh, it was always there. Each world has a signature, a phone number. Each rift gate Ian steals comes with its own coordinates, mostly intact. I've known how to lock a rift gate to a past world, especially if we've stolen the gate from that world. It's just we lack the power to make that connection. Void mana doesn't survive very well in the void forest. It gets swept away and disrupted by the smallest eddies. Is Ian planning to do that with this world too? Kay looked up at the sky. The mountain world would have their own demon king too, but their cycle was a little longer, ranging from 15 years to 20 years. Yes. I've discussed it before. We have to grab as many rift gates from as many worlds as far as possible. It's one of the easier ways to collect all the astral alphabets or numbers. Next was to map that number to our observations of their location in space and see whether we could make some sense of the numbers. I believe there is a logic or pattern inbuilt in the language of the rift gates, which brings me to my next task. Which is, I need to get my domain. Within the Demon King's core replica, Ian spoke of star paths and a massive map, but he said there is a guardian within that map. He'd only let me use it once I have a domain. I've seen images, though, through the Dream Academy, but I'd really like to see it for myself and feel what that thing is. Do you think that's a creature of the void? Do you think there are things living in the void forest? Kay asked randomly. Like, hunters within the void forest that look for certain things. I wouldn't say it's impossible, but I've not seen any. My void archmage relaxed and took a sip of water. A Valthorn dropped in to just check in, and then left once they noticed both Kay and Stella were in there. Branchhold's security condition wasn't as robust as Freshka, but with my artificial minds constantly monitoring everything, I had the ability to react almost instantly. Still, I had the Valthorns patrol all the key installations. I didn't trust my detection abilities to get everything. Stella's levels were mostly through research, but in her earlier days she did some power leveling with the domain holders. As she reached her level 140s, her levels had slowed, and so she would also need to get some combat experience in, even if it's indirect. It was really quite irritating that the path to a domain seemed to require combat experience. Was this world so battle-crazy? Stella's time had to be split between her astral alphabet and Riftgate research, crafting and combat, and also her teaching duties at her Void Academy. Thankfully, these days she wasn't the only Void Archmage. We had a few promoted to Void Archmage over the years, and for risk mitigation, we rotated them to other roles. One moved on to crafting and creation of Void mana-sensitive artifacts that Stella used, and also taught the next generation of crafter Void Mages. Sadly, the process of getting acclimatized to Void mana was still horrible, and it was something I worked on, one of which was my breeding program. I had the ability to inject an inheritable skill, and I intend to stack the inheritable skills to create a naturally attuned Void Mage. The very first young tree folks just enrolled to the Void Academy last year since the breeding program started. Patrick went a bit further and suggested that I acclimatize young lizard people eggs and treefolk seedlings to void mana, but the potential of killing these babies made me squirm. I wasn't willing to go that far. Maybe, not yet. I spoke to Reefy after a while. I spoke to him, or it, every few months, but our conversation was usually brief. Usually nothing of particular interest, though Reefy often brought trinkets and showed all the strange fishes that are found in the depths. Then this time he brought something else to my attention. Dead giant found. No, Reefy shared, through our root link, an image of a giant creature submerged in the depths. It looked like it had died many, many years ago. From the depths, all I could see was a shadow-like image, but it was something similar. The shell was filled with scars, but I could tell what it was. A dead Zeratin, too big, need help, minions too small. Can send help. Reefy's mental image shared a location of the dead giant, and I immediately had the Valthorns deploy ships and mages to the location. I also pinged Lilies, my old friend, to get in touch with Valicira, the Zeratin, once more. If there was a dead Zeratin, I thought I should let them know. Stella, Lumuf both returned from the other worlds, and they were joined by Edna, Alka, and a large contingent of mages. They boarded the largest vessels we have. The location was right in the middle of the ocean between the central continent and the Western Isles, between two oceanic valleys. Over the years, some layers of ocean sand had covered most of it. It's down there, right at the bottom, Alka said. His magical abilities and past experience as an occasional archaeologist meant he had some skills for this kind of event. We could use a portal and teleport it up, but we'll need to encase it in a bubble of magic to preserve it from further harm. Bones. I could learn of its last memories from its bones, but I would do so after I got the Zeratin's views if they allowed me to do so. But let's wait, and let me see what else I can learn through magic. I recalled these Zeratins loved water, and I wasn't sure if digging up Zeratin bones from the ocean was potentially an offensive thing. If they loved water so much, an oceanic burial could be what they've always wanted. Stella shrugged. I'm sadly unaware of their funeral rites or customs, despite being their apprentice. As far as I know, they don't have such customs, even though they do feel the loss of their fellow Zeratins very, very strongly. In that case, let us just do magical research for now, and wait for the Zeratins to emerge. As it turned out, we didn't need to wait long, as a thick mist soon emerged in the area and two massive Zeratins emerged, and one younger one that I've met before. Their presence was thick and rippled outwards. Their presence was comparable to any domain holder. The tree's compatriots have gained much strength. The largest of the Zeratins spoke. Everyone just looked at Lumuf, and he entered avatar mode. I spoke through him then, indeed. Valicira, as you have met them, you can host them in your shell. At that moment, one of Valicira's shell hexagons opened up to reveal a small box. Hop on. We will dive to the depths together and see our departed brother. Stella was the first to go. A portal opened between her and the box in Valicira's shell. The rest of us followed, and all in, about 20 of us dived into the depths of the ocean. I had to admit, as a tree, I felt really, really uncomfortable being so deep underwater, and it took a lot of my willpower not to scream or shake. It was so bad that Lumuf had to use his calming powers on me. Yet the depths of the ocean was wonderful, as Valicira's shell was incredibly magical. It was like a flexible screen that could turn transparent, and allowed us to see the ocean outside. It was like we were in a glass box in the depths of the ocean. The dive into the depths took just a moment, as all three Zeratin landed around the giant bones. Our fallen brother, another one for the demons. The other giant Zeratin touched the scars in the shell with its nose and seemed to sniff. It's been 5 centuries. Long it has been, but no longer. The giant Zeratin blew all the sand again, and this time it swirled around the shell. The giant Zeratin then bit at the skull of the dead Zeratin, and at that moment, the giant Zeratin seemed to glow. The other giant Zeratin and Valicira also bit the bones of the Zeratin, and I felt a sudden surge in magic around us. And then just as quickly, it was gone. Do as you please with the bones. We have done what must be done. For providing this information, Valicira shall provide the reward, the giant said, and then just as quickly, the 2 giant Zeratins swam away and then vanished. You may take the bones, Valicira said. The small box we were in was then separated into 2 compartments, one with only Lumuf and another with everyone else. Stella then opened a portal in front of Lumuf, and water immediately rushed in through the portal, but he was encased in an armor of wood, and he breathed through a vine. My roots surged outwards and through the portal, and then my roots wrapped around the bones of the ancient Zeratin. Then I moved everything to another part of my secret hideout, where my preservation abilities would keep it safe for our later studies. It is safer for our bones to be in your hands than anyone else. All of us could see and feel your energies rippling through the multiverse. We hope our bones can push you a bit closer to your goal, but beware, they can sense it too. They've begun to suspect something's gone wrong in this part of the world, and they would not react well to a nascent god. A new puppeteer will only earn their ire. They can't tell the difference, Valicira said, year 215. I am now in possession of two sets of bones from legendary creatures. One, the dragon bones, which I recovered from the moon before I withdrew the clone, and now the bones of the Zeratin. Since I wanted to now see what happened to the Zeratin, I figured I might as well check the dragon's bones as well. I moved a large piece of the Zeratin's skull from one part of my secret hideout, right to the biolab located within my body. The skull itself was large enough to be a truck, but this broken piece was about the size of a large door. It pulsed momentarily as my biolab began its work. Ethereal vines from my soul-forged biolab entered the bones, and I began to see images and little bursts of thoughts, emotions, a lake and then a sensation of moving, a black sun then abruptly snapping, forced off the path, another lake but then it's dried out. How? Then demons, large demons, champions, running. Flee and conjured water around itself. The champions latch on and then the sensation of moving again. It's unstable, demons on its back, ocean, a struggle, pain, sinking. The memories ended there, and I realized this Zeratin had probably been yanked out of its path across the stars. The demons could do that, or at least that black sun could. I feel that black sun is the key to everything, and I proposed the idea of destroying or capturing the black sun to the domain holders. They generally concurred that it may work if it's the only one. I wanted to speak to Ava again, ask them whether they've ever tried assaulting the black sun, if that would work. I tried a few more Zeratin bones, but the memories of its last moments were similar. So I used the bones of the dragon from the moon that I've kept for so long. It's a bad habit. I would keep things and only check on them when I remember them. Patrick gives me regular reminders, but I find it hard to focus until it really draws me. Anyway, I focused on the dragon's bones now. Its memories were far more hazy than the Zeratin. The images I saw were faded, but I saw flight, run, fear, the sky, the stars, and then a really intense sensation of emptiness. Then the moon. The dragon looked back and saw a world aflame, a roar, and then a long period of waiting. Hoping for others to join it. No one came. No one was strong enough. I needed some time to process my thoughts. These were the last moments of these great creatures. Both bones had power, and as I studied them, I felt I gained a better understanding of their nature. The study of their bones led to additional Titan options. Titan option unlocked, Dragon Replicant, a creature with the flight, combat, and magical prowess of a lesser dragon. Titan option unlocked, Zeratin Replicant, a creature created based on the Zeratins of the Void Sea. Possessed ability to move between worlds if there is an existing path. Comes with void mana as default and can use some void magic. I have one Titan soul left, but I looked at the 6 heroes allied to me and realized I wasn't in a rush. Not if this arrangement worked. I would get more fragments, sure. I was so close to 100 fragments, but that's really a consolation prize if I could direct the heroes' actions. These dragons and Zeratins were so powerful, surely they would have achieved a domain. What stopped them from stopping the demons? Or that was the wrong question. The dragons stopped the demons many times, as seen from the memories in some of the ancient tree, but they were eventually overwhelmed. If so, what can we do to avoid their mistakes? If 2 or 3 demon kings invaded us at the same time, we would fall, just like the dragons. Even today, we don't really know whether that's a rule or just a convenience of the demons. It is entirely possible that they assigned one-to-one worlds just to maximize the number of invaded worlds, but could easily focus on a single world. We needed to test this. Was there a physical or magical barrier that prevented simultaneous invasions? It's possible that a demon king's presence emitted something that interfered with the astral paths, thus preventing multiple invasions. Since we now had a demon king's core replica, we also needed to figure out how to confuse their targeting system. We had seen the astral paths wobble when Demolite was removed from Treehome, and so we've seen that the creation of stable astral paths required core mana. Thus, I directed my attention to one of my potential sources of core mana. The core fragment of the anti-mana world. Unlike the shard of the Comet world, the rousing presence from a few years ago was still dormant. It was as if it slept. When I touched it again, this time the presence was quite similar to the sensation from the Comet world. The presence was still collecting itself, and its core mana, however few it was, seemed to resist me. Without actually convincing that presence within the core to give me its mana, the core mana was far more bound to its presence. Stella was back on the mountain world after the Zeratin incident and back to her magical research. She seemed to quite enjoy Branchhold, and with our enhanced abilities, we noticed that Mountain World was linked to 2 other worlds. One of those 2 worlds was a little further away, and we would likely need to redeploy some Demolite to reach it. It was strange how each world's astral path was different, and how each world sees the void forest differently. This made me think that even the demons' star maps may not be all that reliable, since they probably had their own frame of reference, or these maps were collected from their jumps. Even the souls on their path to reincarnation traveled to this void forest where they would move and wobble their way to other worlds. I attempted to access that view again, even with my soul forge, but I've yet to succeed. Maybe I needed the right levels, but I also consulted my fellow domain holders on whether they've seen such things. Lilies, for one, had no clue. This was way beyond their experience. Over time, I realized the process of learning is very often just repeatedly throwing something at a problem and seeing what sticks. I wonder whether the gods got to their current solution through the same process. Counting down to the invasion, Ken asked the heroes when they met. They didn't meet that often, but they still made it a point to meet every other month. Everyone had their own things to do. Some of the heroes had their own projects, like Chung and Hafez, and the Mountain World heroes, Adrian and Kelly, also found their own passions and hobbies. They did say they felt lost after the defeat of the Demon King, but eventually they found something to do and occupy their time. Prabhu nodded. Kinda, but not really. We're just working on our own thing for now, while waiting for the cue. Snek, the little snake spirit, was the most eager of them all, which meant Ken had a little more stake in this project than the heroes. Snek wanted this invasion to succeed for all the obvious reasons. After the Zaratan's warning, I wonder whether this invasion may be the wrong move. What if I drew their attention and become marked by the demons? What if we invited greater scrutiny? These were my worries, and so, for now, the best I could do was over-prepare. If necessary, I'd cover them and pull the rest of them back to Treehome. We finally drained the waters of the pit, and I finally got a glimpse of what was within those pits. It was similar to what we saw in the anti-mana world, the demon mother around a core. The parasite world's core was smaller and filled with holes, quite a bit like a ball-shaped Swiss cheese. The area around the core itself had been hollowed out, and instead there was this giant octopus creature with multiple tentacles. Those tentacles weaved through the holes of the core and tied itself to it. Inspection didn't work, but I reckon it was the same type of creature. From what I could tell, it even had approximately the same level of strength as the Demon Mother, and I quickly shared my observations with the planned assault force. We do have a clear path that leads all the way to the core. We could guide a lot of bombs to the core and flush out the Demon Mother, but that came at the risk of destroying the core, which is so tied up with the Demon Mother. So we needed a surgical approach, said Lumuf. Capture the Demon Mother, Edna said, and Lumuf gave Edna the stink eye. Oh, come on, don't kick me into the pits. I'm not kicking you in. I'm asking you to go in with the heroes. Heroes weaken that creature, and then Ian captures it. Pause for a moment. Chung asked, can you clarify what that was? Ian captures demons by flooding them with mana. Don't you know that already? Prabhu said. They've attempted to capture the Demon King too. I know, but can it work on the Demon Mother? Edna shrugged. It should. Been prepping Lumuf for that possibility. Can we supply you with star mana to do so? Chung wondered. Could star mana do the same thing? Actually, I never thought of it. That star mana was so toxic to demons that they die from exposure, but that was when we tested it against regular type demons. We've never attempted to infect a Demon King with star mana, though I didn't think it'll be a good idea, since they did avoid mana within them, and that was normally an explosive reaction. But it was worth trying. If one of the heroes functioned as a battery, I could channel the star mana through Lumuf and inject it into the demon. So do we want to try it out with this demon within the core? No, I wasn't sure why, but I felt that using star mana to capture the Demon Mother in the core would not go well, especially if it interacted with the void mana within the Demon Mother. Just a normal attack will do. Our goal is to free the core and gain access to the core mana. Not crack the planet in the process. I wasn't sure Scorched Planet even worked as a defense policy. Destroyed worlds did not form a wall that prevented travel. If it did, it may be worthwhile to look into destroying uninhabited planets to form interstellar barriers. As part of the preparations for the invasion, we significantly increased the number of trees on Branchhold and soon made connections to more magical ley lines. I spread my trees, discreetly where I could, and ramped up my total mana output. Back on Treehome, we did the same. I added more trees, and extended my trees further out to the various islands closer to the central continent. This was an incredibly lengthy process, as lifting sand and rock into a stable structure was actually quite difficult, and we honestly had to look for locations where the deep-sea monsters didn't appear too much. Publicly, these artificial islands were to serve as my military ports, of course, with all that excuse of reducing piracy and facilitating trade. It's just a cover for my real intention to spread my roots across the ocean and expand my total mana output. My expansion on Mountain World went relatively easier. Mountain World as a whole only had one single ocean that's rather deep, fed by hundreds and thousands of rivers. That meant there were very little physical barriers to my expanding trees, and it was possible to go around any large habited areas. The cold peaks of the mountain world didn't do much to stop roots that could tunnel through mountains, though in the process, I discovered that Mountain World has very interesting subterranean life and culture. There are entire parts of the world that resembled parts of the eastern continent, where cities and entire nations lived within mountains, and within many mountains, there were massive caverns that contained things from an older era. Many of these were in territories far from Branchhold, so I'd probably need to cook up a plausible excuse to send my Valthorns to investigate, or probably just have them fake it as adventurers. Yeah, that'll be something to do. I could have an initiative to set up branch-hold-sponsored adventurers and send them in that direction. But I could indirectly stir up a gold rush if that leak came from me, since these guys would suspect I know something. Anyway, as a result of my expansion on both my homeworld and mountain world, my total mana output increased by approximately half, and my total mana storage by that same amount. This was a massive increase, though most of that increase came from greenfield expansion on the mountain world. This wasn't enough, obviously, but then again, the demon mother might be weaker. Time to set it in motion, whatever the consequences may be. We've been working on this plan for years, Stella said at the edge of my clone tree on the parasite world. She set up multiple observation posts, and a few more of her students, other void mages, joined her. They would monitor the stars for any signs that something was wrong or reinforcements were on their way. Lumoof, my domain holders, and the heroes stood at the edge of the pit. Lumoof made a repeat of the mission statement. Down there is the demon mother. Our goal is to capture it or defeat it and free the core of the parasite world. The reason to capture this is simple. We want to test whether it is possible to recapture a world from the demons and gain access to core mana. If it's possible to free the world, it may mean we can have a new population base and more future heroes to rely on. With core mana, Stella and the Void Mages can start to establish stable, astral paths through the Void Forest and mount a counter-invasion. The heroes gulped at the term counter-invasion. Getting core mana was the equivalent of having the fuel needed to make the journey. The counter-invasion was a deep strike meant to target the real command center of the demons. Any questions? Lumoof asked out of habit. It was just a procedure. They have discussed the issue at length over the years. Everyone shook their heads. The pit had been heavily reinforced over the past year. I have 4 seeds. One on Branchhold, one on the Comet world, one here in the Parasite world, and one more in store, still serving its cooldown. There's 4 more years to go. They thought of waiting, but then I didn't feel like we needed to. We had made extensive preparations, and they all had a variety of weapons. The Ice Blades of Arya, the Death Staff of Lilies, Stella's Void weapons, and their own hero items. Check equipment. Everyone took a minute to recheck their list and nodded. Lumoof nodded and entered avatar mode. Vines branched out, and around him, the vines turned into a massive walking vine creature. He looked at the pit and thought of the many times he made a journey into the core. The pit itself was already filled with vines, and my beetles already patrolled the entire pit. The only area we've yet to claim was the large cavern around the core. Lumoof made a prayer, and the heroes nodded. Time to claim the parasite's core and free this planet. Year 215 continued. The entire pit was captured. Chung asked as my vines have captured the trees. We've figured out how to make some bioluminescent plants which lit up the path and made it easier for us to defend the pits from the demonic assaults. Only the core chamber is unclaimed. Beetles with adapted legs meant for walking up and down vertical trees also served as my defenders here. Damn, if Ken could see this. This is hella beautiful if it wasn't a journey to the death. Then Chung slapped himself. Choi. Shouldn't have said that, Prabhu smirked. It shouldn't be that hard. Initial data suggests it's slightly weaker than a demon king, but still significantly stronger than a champion. Seems to be the leftover husk of a demon king, or at least a part of it was the demon king. I could technically teleport them down to the edge of my vines, but I didn't want to reveal that part of my abilities, so they made the journey riding on Lumoof's carriage of vines. As the heroes approached the core, Stella and my sensors began to detect some movement. Something's happening to the astral paths, and I'm detecting some magical pulse from the demon. It was a momentary magical surge that quickly subsided. Then the demon repeated it again, and then it got stronger and stronger. What's that? Stella asked, her eyes peeled to the stars above. I've got no idea. It felt like a warning beacon, or an alert beacon, meant to alert the demons that it is under attack. But it sounds like we may have company. There was still nothing in the astral paths, no movement. Lumoof and the heroes approached the core and found the demon mother coiled up with the core. Well, that is our opponent. Lumoof introduced, and the heroes quickly got ready. The demon mother, at that moment, abruptly shrunk its size and hid within the core. Where is it going? I think it can see your star mana and is hiding from you. Edna responded, and knows you're here to get it, but Lumoof just laughed. It knows that you won't destroy the core, so it's using the core as a shield. Oh, I think you can leave this hide and seek to me. My avatar jumped to the core, and then my roots surged out. My roots and vines spread out, and the demon mother was no larger than a small cow, attacked my vines. It was strong for sure, but destroying my vines revealed its location. The demon was indiscriminate and happily attacked the core, but this close, I felt a rough, hazy presence touching on my avatar's will. It called to us. It was groggy, as if it's been long asleep or unconscious. Something pulled it back. Follow the colored vines and it'll lead to the demon. The heroes approached the core. Meanwhile, through Lumoof, my vines flooded the holes of the core and attempted to slow down the demon mother's movement. It could easily cut through my vines. After a few minutes of hiding, it soon realized its initial plan to escape or hide within the core wasn't going to work because the heroes eventually caught up and attacked it. The demon fought the heroes within the core for a short few minutes and found itself outmatched. The heroes landed a few hits, but frankly, they held back because they didn't want to damage the core. Yet, it was clear that the heroes would win if it remained within the core. So rather than remain in the core, the demon flared its magic, burnt through my vines, and then rushed out of the core. I tried my best to delay it, but it still managed to blast through them after a few hits. Chase after it. That flaring of energy seemed to mark something else as well, as Stella immediately noticed something unusual was happening. Ian, something's coming. I'll do my best to delay it. I need you to send more void mages over to me right now. She immediately barked orders as a group of void mages on standby immediately jumped to action, and I sent them through my clone. The demon rushed up the pits, and I tried my best to block it and covered the pits with thick walls of wood and trees. It heated up like a shining, burning missile and blasted through my attempts to delay it. The heroes and everyone else gave chase and fired attacks. Just attack it. Don't worry if you land a hit on the walls or anything. I can always fix the trees later. Each attack weakened the demon mother, but it moved with speed equal to the demon king and dodged most of the heroes and my domain holders' attacks. At that moment, Lumuf immediately asked, should I stay in to secure the core or go after it? Go after it. My vines and roots can reach here. Let me deal with it for now. I don't think I'll need my full strength here. Got it. Lumuf immediately darted after the heroes and my 3 domain holders. My domain holders were slower than the heroes, but Prabhu had used a magical acceleration ability to pull them up so that they could keep up. Chung launched volleys after volleys of homing magical arrows at the demon mother, and this was when I saw phase out and vanish momentarily before appearing a short distance ahead. Great, just great. Chung charged another shot while he flew up the pit after the demon mother. There was an invisible demon before this. Prabhu quipped while he charged a star mana-powered homing fireball. At the hero's level, the fireball resembled an actual neutron star rather than a ball of fire. The demon mother took a few hits, and then it flared a magical energy. Up on the surface, Stella immediately deployed a wide array of void mana equipment and started to channel it. I felt her void mana spread through the skies above and seemed to be pushing against something. There was something coming that only she and her void mages could see. Ian, void mana batteries, I need more. She yelled, and my vines wrapped around her and her void mages. This linked her to the void batteries back home. My clones and my roots essentially functioned as cables, linking them to the stored mana batteries back home. I felt huge quantities of void mana travel through our linked bodies. The skies darkened, and I saw strange explosions in the skies above. Then I saw a flickering astral path. It flickered momentarily, and a burst of light traveled through the path. It vanished just as quickly. Stella winced, and I felt her magical energy destabilize. We'll have company. I couldn't stop some of them. Stella had been working on, interfering with rifts for the longest time, and even then it wasn't perfect. Rifts opened in the skies, and then strange black demons emerged from them. I could tell these were mini demon kings, stronger than champions. They charged at Stella and my void mages. Guardian treants and an army of beetles emerged around my clone tree. My artificial minds quickly got to work. Protect the void mages. It's trying to undo their interference. Horns and my other artificial mind-powered beetles led the defense, while I created a wall around my void mages. I couldn't block them from the sky, as that would prevent them from doing their part of battling the rift. A few of my higher-leveled Valthorns also joined the fight on the surface. These were my level 120s to 140s, those who aimed for the domain. A battle raged on the surface as the defenders destroyed the black demons. Oh dear, something big is coming. Stella said as I felt her and all her void mages expend all of their energy. Their battle was one I couldn't see, but it was something called a void shield that attempted to use void mana to shield a world from rifts. Still, she did her best and pushed. I was very surprised by how much void mana she had within her, even without the void batteries. Then the skies cracked like a glass shattered, and I saw that same black blob from before. The glass attempted to return and fix the shattered sky. And the demon mother surged out of the pits and bathed in the strange glow of the black blob. A black droplet from the blob. Stella winced. Not gonna let that happen. To me, it looked like a piece of glass sheared through the drop and a bit of it disintegrated. Yet that very same strike sent a huge jolt of pain through Stella. She bit her lips and then pushed again. More. She pulled more void mana through the roots, and I saw that droplet shear in half in an invisible strike. Yet that strike knocked her out. The rest of the void mages did their best to hold out without her. Ian, we need another void archmage here. More rifts began to open in the skies above, and this time I could see it. The demon mother merged with what's left of the black droplet and then transformed. It regained power, and at that moment the temperature in the world began to increase. Thankfully, its reign would be short-lived. The heroes shot out of the pits, and they didn't hesitate. They've fought many demons before, and their heroic battle sense was impeccable. They unleashed a torrent of attacks at the transformed demon. Rune and Johan also unleashed their own version of hell, mostly with bolts of anti-mana glass and anti-demonic wood. In a single combined strike, the transformed demon mother cracked, and its outer shell shattered, leaving a large egg-shaped black droplet that crashed into the ground below. At this moment, I noticed the rifts all immediately closed, and the crack to that black blob had vanished. The void mages had sealed the rift once it retreated. The egg-shaped black droplet released a similar, familiar pulse. It attempted to detonate itself. Fucking hell, it's got a bomb too. The heroes cursed, but we also predicted this eventuality. It was, after all, a former demon king. It must have had that crystal core. My vines approached it, and Edna, once again, withdrew our valuable anti-mana glass weapons and stabbed the egg. It wobbled from the strike, and the anti-mana glass did its work. Unlike the Demon King, this egg didn't pose that much of a challenge. It wasn't as strong as a full Demon King, and that made a world of difference. Lumuf immediately closed in, and in avatar mode, my vines wrapped around the egg. Lumuf winced slightly as my vines drained it of mana. I then inserted my own mana into it. Through Lumuf, my mana flooded it, but instead of converting it, it began to disintegrate. The egg somehow stopped its attempts to detonate itself, and instead struggled in its dying breath. It pulsed, attempting to fight off whatever nearby, but its weakened attacks barely hurt Lumuf. We had defeated it, and the egg melted away to reveal a ball-shaped metal shell within. My vines quickly wrapped it and sent it back home for further investigation. The rifts had closed, and my defenders crushed the remaining demons. We freed the parasite world from the demon mother, and elsewhere we noticed the tide of demons attacking us began to dwindle. Down in the core, my vines had wrapped around the core and started to drain it of its demonic energy. It was like an engine covered in old grease and gunk, and it took a while to clear it. Then the much-needed announcement came. If anything, a title seemed like a worthy prize. Title obtained, Liberator of a Fallen World. The heroes were rather amused. A title. As I began to drain more demonic energy out of the core began to glow. It was as if it was restarting after a long time. My vines from the entrance of the pits entered the core chamber and grew on the walls of the core. Here in the depths, gravity was a little wonky. The will of the parasite world began to rouse from a long, long coma. It would take some time before it could communicate. I sensed that its will was fragmented, and there was still a lot of demonic mana residue to clear. Is everything all right up there? Edna asked as she looked up at the still dark skies. The energy still felt unstable, even if none of the rifts were active. Seems normal for now, the void mages answered. It's now quiet in the path, we're just dealing with waves from the sudden closure of rifts. The heroes loosened up after hearing that, all clear, and some of them stretched. So what now? We're done? Yes. Let's get all of you back to safety and let this planet recover slowly. It'll be some time, I think. Lumuf answered, the fact that we got the title is a sign we achieved what we came to do. Ian will need some time to figure out how to access the core mana. Chung looked at Lumuf. Can we be here when that happens? I'd like to see what Ian does to the core. I'm not paranoid or anything, but letting Ian have the core is a big, responsibility, and I just want to see what's happening. Lumuf nodded. We'll keep you informed. Prabhu ribbed Chung in the elbow, and Chung just said, ever heard the phrase, trust but verify? Letting anyone control a planet's a big deal, even if it's an empty one. The heroes returned to Treehome and Mountain World, and my domain holders also withdrew. I watched the Parasite World's core carefully, but there were positive signs. The recovery rate of natural mana of the world seemed to start to tick up. This was a very, very slow recovery, and Patrick's quick calculations suggested it would still take 15 decades for the mana to fully recover to Treehome's level. Of course, this was a straight line increase, not an exponential recovery, and it's possible that the recovery of the Parasite World worked exponentially. With everyone back in their respective homes, I focused on retaking the entirety of the Parasite World from the demons. Stella woke up about half a day later on the Parasite World. She rested and underwent treatment in a healing pod. I didn't want to move her, not until I had a bit more certainty on the damage she experienced. As my avatar, I always had direct insight into Lumuf's health, so I knew exactly how he was. With everyone else, I needed to do more checking and tests. Stella smiled when she woke up, and I immediately felt it. The density of void mana around her began to swell, and her condition suddenly improved, as if something just clicked. The void mage had finally gained her domain, the domain of void. With both the core and her ascension, the great plan could now take another leap forward. Year 216. Void Explorer. At that moment, I felt Stella do something. I waited for it to happen and then detected nothing. What happened? A single split body of mine is in the void forest, and it's traveling there. With this, I can go and see a lot further than just relying on our astral sight. Best part, I can establish a void portal to anywhere my Void Explorer is, but only one world at a time. Oh, I couldn't see it. Is it similar to what Sneck did? A bit. But he couldn't travel very far. I've got such restriction, and I don't need to kill myself to do it. but using void portals does mean that heroes can't travel to whatever you find. Yes, but you can, and as long as your seed gets through, it also means the heroes can. This also seems like a duplication of your efforts with the Rift Gates language. Well, in a way, yes and no. We hope to learn the Rift Gates language to enable us to travel to faraway worlds, but it's like randomly dialing numbers without knowing what the numbers are. With this, I could actually arrive at a world and figure out what's the number to call through my Void Explorer, since I know its location in the Void Forest. Of course, I need to get the number and lock the number while it's there before I move on, because the numbers change as the Void Forest moves. I frankly struggled to understand this concept. The very fact that we lock the number locks the number even as it wobbles. But if we never lock on to the world's number, that number keeps changing. Stella called it like a slot machine or a Schrodinger's cat because a world's calling number is not fixed until it is observed and locked in a rift gate. Perhaps the very act of locking it in a rift gates releases a signal to the void sea or void forest that identifies that world as this particular number is linked to it. Outside of complicated void magic logic, which I still struggle to understand, Stella was now a member of the Pantheon, and that meant she could now venture out into the other worlds with an insurance policy. It'll still hurt as hell, and I'm not sure if there are side effects, but we would try not to find out. Nothing so powerful didn't have side effects. What else? Any particular benefits from gaining your domain? She shrugged. It took forever, but frankly I feel a lot stronger, and my mana pool felt like it just tripled. Not just that, it even felt like my void mana is a little bit more dense and stronger. Most importantly, I've got a far better view of the Void Forest, and that I think will be the most helpful ability. I see, but now we can move on to the next phase. I briefed Stella on the full details on what my goal was, and whether she was willing to assist me on it. She said she wouldn't take the battle itself, but she would be more than happy to play the role of the logistics and transportation person. And can we do something about all these things attempting to read my mind? Why is my domain constantly blocking attempted interference? Edna chuckled when she heard it. It comes with the level. Now you know how many things are constantly attempting to read your mind. Shit. Stella cursed, but where are they from? How do they do it from this far away? Edna just shook her head, and then walked to the wooden window overlooking the entirety of Branchhold. Well, what's next? What's next is we figure out what to do with the next Demon King, while helping that parasite world get back to its feet. Our victory on the parasite world was unknown to the general public. It was an invasion known only to the senior leaders of the Valtrian Order, and the select group of people around the heroes. For now, no one's clamoring for anything, but now that I pretty much have an entire world to repopulate, it's something I needed to think about more seriously. What do you guys think about a planetary migration program to the parasite world? I asked them. The parasite world has no native population to immigrate and build a city. I'd need to invite a pioneer generation to move to the world and live there. The first group I approached were naturally the Canary and many other similar, less populated groups. Ian has gained access to an unpopulated world, and it is my honor to extend an invitation to the Canary to make a move to this world. It's unpopulated. Does that mean Ian giving us the entire world? My diplomat flinched at the sheer greed of the Canary Prince's statement. The Canary had lived on Treehome for 2 decades now, and there's a group of lost generation, those born on Treehome, but found themselves with an identity crisis. No, you do need to negotiate which parcel of land you want from the senior Valthorns. The allocation of land currently sits with Patriarch Lumuf. The Canary is just one of the first groups invited for this move. He hoped that this new world would be a permanent home for the Canary. If we're sharing, we are not interested. One of the other Canary leaders quickly interrupted the prince. Let us take this back and discuss. For the Canary that lived as the sole race on what was Kemet world, a life of coexistence with the other races was a huge, huge problem. The fact that they haven't waged any large wars is merely because they were extremely intimidated by the sheer power we had. They didn't have any single person who could match any of my level 100 fighters, what more my domain holders. In a world where the Valthorns did not exist, they would have fought wars for dominance with the others. The new generation were slightly better, but even the new generation had 2 groups. One group that was fine with coexistence because that's all they've known, and another group that wants to somehow reclaim that supremacy, either by figuring out how to travel to other worlds or gain power and annihilate the rest. Some attempted to summon their own heroes, hoping to have something equal to the heroes of Treehome. It didn't work, of course, because they didn't have access to divine power, nor do they understand what created the heroes. I didn't even understand it, despite all the research I've done. It really makes me wonder whether the process of creating heroes isn't actually something the gods have control at all, but instead is a system process, meaning it was a function already built within the system, which the gods then tapped and made tweaks. It certainly explained why there were other administrators like Mozart. If so, I may be able to gain access to that process someday. Anyway, I generally tolerated the Kenari after all. Centuries of thinking they were the sole sentient race, and then losing their world, they've been to a lot of pain and loss that their society still needed time to cope with. Their loss of societal power and prominence also significantly damaged their pride and psyche. Their rulers used to control everything in their world. Now they had to obey my Valthorn, and find that what's left of their society was left at another's mercy. Perhaps this anger, and this desire to return to how it was, is a societal coping mechanism. I've seen this generation gap emerge between those who moved from the Kemet world and the new generation who struggled to understand that line of thinking, or those who took that thinking to the extreme. Best I could do was encourage the individuals that accepted it, help them integrate to this new world order, and have my army of artificial minds consistently watch their every move for any potential activities. We've recruited some of the Kenari as members of the Valtrian Order, but because of their relative youth with us, even their strongest is only about level 80 to 85. I've also yet to grant any single Kenari member one of my soul-strengthening seeds to exceed their limits. The Kenari had fairly strong pack instincts, a bit like werewolves, and as such I've found that it's difficult for me to deploy a Kenari against one of their own, as their own internal bonds were stronger than their loyalty to me. Eventually, though, I believe there will be a lone wolf Kenari that I can ensnare into the Valtrian Order, or at least establish a Kenari group that's wholly part of Valtrian structure such that their loyalty and pack instincts were with us. Lilies asked as the statement sunk in. I shared the images of the battle, and I was rewarded with complete silence for 2 days. I knew it was thinking and internally debating it. I could sense the ripples of something through the shared roots. It wasn't the first time Lilies responded to me in this manner. Back when I successfully invaded the core and attacked the Demon King, it had pretty much the same reaction. 2 days later, Lilies asked a question of utmost uncertainty, which was unlike them. A set of events they have not encountered. Maybe. I have my Void Mages watching the stars for it. I believe they must have noticed it. My Void Mages claimed it emitted a warning of some kind. I naturally found that statement hilarious. All life is filled with suffering. It is the way of the tree, to fight those who seek to snuff life out and convert entire living worlds into destruction factories. It is our suffering that enables others to have the fortune to suffer their lives. I wasn't that conceited to think I'm God or something, but surely a world full of life is better than a world with none. From my point of view, this was not debatable, because life is better. Stella attempted to use the replica of the Demon King core once more and access that map within it. This time, protected by her own domain, she investigated and channeled her enhanced powers through the Demon King's core. She pushed and I felt that round object glow, and then, in a sudden burst, I felt something crack from within the core, and then the core shattered into many small fragments. The core is clearly linked to some kind of void net, Stella said, and then she smiled. I didn't manage to push as far as I liked, but I have some good news. But let me try it again and confirm my findings. She attempted to use another replica, but instead she found the core unable to be used. Nothing was wrong with the core, but whatever it was linked to had managed to block the core from accessing it. Ah darn. Oh well, let me announce it anyway. The domain holders and heroes gathered, and Stella made the horrible announcement. I've managed to decrypt some of the Demon King's core, and I have 3 main things to say. Rune leaned forward. Oh, this gonna be good. 1. The demons have some kind of control node or command center. Each Demon King is linked, through a certain particular frequency on the Void Forest, to these command centers. It was through this particular frequency that the demons coordinated their attacks and also asked for help. It matched with the frequency used by the Demon Mother when it summoned that core. The Void Mages will start work and construct a sufficiently large Demolite artifact to replicate this effect and start jamming this coordination process. It's likely that the crystal artifact will get attacked, so we need to play defense. Yes, Ginseng Tree on a far greater scale. I think life seems to love fractals, and it's just the same thing scaled up. Or we could keep it as a reserve weapon until we have a wider array of tools to deploy. I'm personally of the view that we don't want to alert the demons too much. We're uncertain of their intellectual ability and what sort of retaliation if they start viewing us as a threat. They would start paying attention to us, and the longer we can pull the wool over their eyes, the stronger we can be. That too, Stella nodded. Secondly, the bad news. The demons have a set core suns. These are the black suns we saw, and I saw at least 5 or 6 of them, each located in a different segment of space. These things, from what I briefly saw through the core, provide the fuel and the demonic mana, and also there's a black blob which gives the intelligence behind the core. If the endgame is to defeat the demons permanently, we will need to take out these suns somehow. So unfortunately, there's no real single target at the center of it all, unless that black. I suddenly realized that maybe it's a variant of my own clone ability. Were the demons, at its heart, created by some kind of demon life type of god? Or should I treat the term slavers literally, that there is at its heart a parasitic virus that seeks to assimilate all races into its fold, enslaving those which resisted. The third item is that I should be able to locate Sneck's homeworld within the next 10 to 15 years and establish a connection to that world. The question, therefore, is Sneck's world important enough for us to do so? I ask this because my Void Explorer's ability to survey worlds is quite limited. We're constrained by Ian's clone. Edna responded. Ken immediately interjected and supported Sneck's case. Yes, Sneck's world is valuable. His world has demonic dragons, and their people are familiar with blood magic and spiritual magic to an incredible degree. Sneck's own abilities are good, but there's more of that on their homeworld. Saving it or rescuing whoever that's left is an overall increase in combat power. You do realize we need to agree too, right? Chung added in a rare rebuke of Ken's position. Ken glared at his friend but quickly saved it. Yes, I am aware, but at the very least, we could arrange an escape for those still living on that world if a full invasion can't be done. We've seen what the demons do when their worlds get invaded. There was an uncomfortable silence, but then Prabhu cut in. What if we use Stella's Void Explorer to look for more worlds, more living worlds specifically? There should be their own heroes, and with that, we could grow the League of Heroes. It'll make it a lot easier to defeat any demonic scourge with a bigger League of Heroes. That too, Stella said. There's two real directions at the moment. I either send my Void Explorer towards the demonic core and find what's there, or go the other direction where Sneck's world is, and see what else we can find along the way. From what I can see, my Void Explorer takes a really long time to get anywhere, because the space between worlds is so freaking large, and there are some other strange creatures in the void that I would like to avoid. There are things in the Void Forest, things quite difficult to describe. If you're familiar with the more wild cosmic horror stuff, yeah, they are there, and well, what we do is we avoid them. Can they fight demons? Stella just shrugged. I'd like to be in the Void Forest. I believed it to be the way forward, and if needed, I'd like to meet these creatures. Should we vote on the last one? Stella asked, and Lumuf nodded. Edna shrugged. A League of Heroes would definitely buy us time, I guess, and we should save what's left of Sneck's world. 4. Eventually, the majority voted for, except for Chung, Rune, and Johan. It was cute that it was the 3 archer hero and domain holders that voted against. They are focused on their targets. It's been 1 year since we've liberated the parasite world, and the world's energy level continues to increase. We spotted the appearance of more natural monsters and animals, including more variants of regular animals such as cats and dogs. Even the vegetation seemed to have started to sprout. From the core, which now glowed, we noticed the holes in the core started to fill in. It would take some time, but eventually, I believed the world would recover. For now, that consciousness from within the core remained dormant. I thought of taking the core before, but I didn't want to be like the demons. I also wanted to see if I could cooperate with it. Year 217. It's emerging. One of the treefolk's lord could not control his excitement as a treefolk grew out of its little shell from the specially fertilized ground. From the ground, a charcoal-colored treefolk emerged with a natural magical presence. The treefolk was small, the size of a small pot, but the fact that it survived was great. The Valthorn researchers watched in admiration and then got their gear. It's amazing. A void mage made the first contact as he approached the young baby treefolk as it stretched. He yawned and stretched his super tiny dark wooden limbs. The treefolk lord immediately reminded him to be super gentle. It looked so frail, so tiny like just a finger could easily snap the twig. They touched him with the most gentle of touches and it looked, its eyes hazy and blurry. Then it followed. The baby treefolk could walk from birth, but it was uncertain and wobbly. The void mage nodded to the treefolk lord. I think it's safe. The treefolk lord immediately approached and extended a finger to the youngling. Decades of experimentation with life led to the birth of the first void-sensitive treefolk. The goal eventually was to engineer a void mage stronger than Stella, so this first young void treefolk would not be the strongest because we would get better at it. But the fact that we could made me really happy. I've mostly devoted the application of my evolutionary powers to the races that I found most malleable, like treefolks, lizardfolks, and to some extent, the humans. Elves, centaurs, dwarves, and Kenari were a little more difficult to work with on an evolutionary standpoint, mainly because their life cycles were naturally much longer, so it had an impact on the experimentation cycle of birth, growth, maturity, death. The treefolks were also naturally long-lived, but they could easily crossbreed, a hereditary feature of their plant origins, which made them my researchers' first choice to attempt an infusion of magical powers and create super mages. In fact, I sometimes wonder why treefolks were not more common throughout the multiverse, given how adaptable and malleable they were magi genetically. My researchers were delighted, of course, and many would want to plan more detailed variants, like water element-focused treefolks or specific skill set types. Along this, we continued our efforts to train more specific class types as part of our effort to counter the demons. In particular, the physical combatants such as wrestlers and other barbarian class types, and even have a very good mix of racial talents, from centaurs, dwarves, lizard folk, and tree folk too. We had relatively good success. We got some of the barbarian or brawler type candidates up to level 75 to 80, but it'll take a decade or two before we start to see the first level 140ers that we would then push towards getting their domains. A relatively short time, all things considered. For the exorcist, alchemist, witch class types, we struggled a lot more. There were very, very few witches in this world. So few that there were probably less than 10, and they seemed to be a class in decline. For exorcists, well, they didn't exist. These were roles normally performed by priests, so exorcism as a specialization was unnecessary. For alchemists, the difficulty was getting levels and helping the alchemist level in the relevant classes. We tried our best to provide various types of exotic materials, but progress was slow. This experience replicated itself across to the blacksmith or crafter classes as well. We managed to get a few to level 100s, but then they plateaued significantly. They took on bigger projects and more ambitious creations, but somehow the levels moved really slowly. Like Alka's case, he seemed to gain most of his levels from his weapons manufacturing and its subsequent use in battle. It's almost as if the system told us to fight, and I hated that the system encouraged conflict. It sucked, but I kept providing them with more exotic materials. Sand and soil from the moon, soil and minerals from the other worlds, remains of beasts from the high-tier dungeons. I don't know how long I'll take, but I really didn't want to believe that the systems forced crafters to make tools of war as the way to gain level, but the evidence was undeniable. Lilies did it with their death weapons, Ira and Aspeng did it with their ice weapons, Alka with his bombs. I did it indirectly, through my familiars. I gained experience when my familiars served those who gained levels, and they gained it through combat. The Parasite World's astral paths vanished when the demon mother was slain, and in its place was a black cloud that engulfed the entirety of the world. Stella projected that it would clear up in a few years, that this was essentially void debris, left from the collapsed structure of the world's astral paths. That was both good and bad, since it meant we couldn't see if anything cut through that cloud and invaded the Parasite World. Despite that, my beetles soon swept the Parasite World of demons, and we captured more and more of those spawning pools. Then I got an upgrade to my existing skills. Biolabs upgraded, living sacs and chrysalis added. You may now create or grow certain types of creatures through your trees. These creatures will grow in sacs over a certain period of time. You may also insert living beings into these sacs to grow or alter their biological makeup. Alterations may cause loss of levels, classes, and monstrification. Demonic spawning pools will be converted to biolabs. The spawning pools changed overnight, as they were replaced with frankly grotesque trees filled with liquid-filled sacs and massive fruits. The demons were converted into beetle-ish variants. Parasite World was eventually purged of its demons, and the terrain began to change. As the energies returned to the world's core, the tectonic movements underground began to restart. Energies began to spread out from the core, and ley lines began to reemerge. In the later half of the year, we observed slightly more tectonic movements. Some of these were frankly massive earthquakes where huge continents were shunted upwards. Some of my trees were suddenly cut off, as the once flattish terrain started to reshape itself into something else. It thus seemed to me that the will of the world had significant influence on the terrain of the world, and now it began to reassert its control on the world. Also, the Canary eventually decided to send a small delegation to the Parasite World, along with the treefolks, lizard persons, and dwarves. The terrain was still rather unstable, though the area around my clone tree has been very safe so far. The core has not tried to kick me out, yet even if I sensed it will slowly, very slowly waking up. It's almost like it was in a dream. How long will it take for you to reach Sneck's world? Another 10 years, Stella answered. For now, we should be focused on our other issues, such as the Demon King of the Mountain World, or perhaps 3 worlds. Oh, Lumuf said, I almost forgot about those guys. We should visit them. I wonder how they are doing. Yes, or at least try to visit the other 2 guys. The humans are hostile once they learn we are of foreign origins. You can help me move around with your portals, then we can avoid those that seek to attack us. I'd like to avoid using our powers to kill when it's pointless. Stella shrugged. People can be such a pain for no good reason. Are you speaking from experience? Lumuf smirked. Well, maybe. Do you really believe there's an end? My priest asked Stella for her view of the Void Forest. I'm not sure. Even if there isn't an end, I very much don't like the alternative. Stella then suddenly laughed. I just realized that question would normally be asked by the non-clergy to the clergymen. You're the priest, Lumuf. That kind of metaphysical, philosophical question should be your area of expertise. True that. Lumuf smiled as he too realized the irony. They were both walking in branchhold, their presence meant to reinforce our power. Do you think we are expanding too fast? Fast, Stella laughed. I don't consider a few years to be fast. Well, Ian thinks we are expanding a little too fast and wants to spend some time consolidating our strength. He's exhausted from the constant Demon King battles and is even thinking of sitting out of the next fight. The Void Domain Holder stared at the priest. Ian wants to sit out. Yes, he thinks I've been suffering quite a bit and wants to pick his battles. Let the others gain more experience, because he seems to think he's hoarding the bulk of the experience. He thinks that with the Pantheon's protection, it's best for the rest of the domain holders to get stronger and play a bigger role in the main battle. That's strange, but what Ian did with the anti-magic demon was pretty effective. Lumuf made a long sigh. That's exactly the problem. I'm going to try and repeat what I did with the next Demon King. So, in 2 years, I'll need to go to the next world. The next Demon King for Treehome should be around year 221 to 222. For Mountain World, they have a longer 15-20 year cycle, so we're looking at year 223 to year 228. We need to go to the next world. Stella smirked. I'm coming too. Trust me, nothing's good there. Every demon world I've been in is just full of fighting. I know, Stella said, but I really want to see it for myself. It's one of those things that really sounds like it's worth seeing. I hope you don't regret it. Don't see how I would. Stella smirked. In some ways, Stella's void domain makes her very different from the rest. Her presence in the world was coated in this dark haze, a sheen of mind-bending black oil that disrupted any attempts to look closer. Even in the biolab, her soul's spring of void mana located within a temple of onyx and black marble, built on a black marble foundation that looked like stars in a night sky. The stones that formed her soul's temple were just different, even if structurally we all had the similar presentation. I've seen the things of the void and that creature on the other side of the demon's core. What else could be worse? Lumuf paused and nodded. That is a good point. Are there accidental summons in your world too? Ken sat and asked Kelly and Adrian one day. Maybe, not surprised if there are. I wish we could locate them. They sound like they'll all die within the first few days. Consider Stella, who was accidentally summoned, and apparently so was Ian. Ian's from Earth, yes, or at least one of them. No one was quite sure whether they all came from the same world, because each of them seemed to have a slightly different version of Earth. It didn't help that everyone had a different memory of Earth, so it's not entirely impossible it's the same Earth, just that their own memories were flawed. They were children, after all. It was a good point, so I pulled Ken aside one day. I waited at least a month before I spoke to him. The Valthorns and my spies were always on the lookout for accidental summons, but I felt that having a different group running it in parallel, led by someone else, could be a better way of getting these accidentally summoned guys to accept them. Like it or not, the Valthorns had big government plastered all over them. They were seen by the citizens of the world as the men in black suits, even if they dressed super normally and conducted themselves well. One of the realizations I had, governing the central continent, was it's impossible for a single organization to do everything while maintaining any semblance of coherence. There was no way to do everything because the circumstances on the ground were so varied, and ultimately it is highly dependent on the quality and training of those on the field. Thus, as wasteful as it seems, running parallel, competing organizations was actually a better approach. It's even better if they were seen as independent. It reminded me of a book I read when I was an indie designer about self-cannibalization in the tech industry. Each of the organizations were, in reality, a slightly different tool with different finesse and precision. They all had a niche. If they achieved their stated goals, the cost on a societal level is essentially negligible, since labor unused is wasted, and the central continent is flushed with most types of resources. On the Mountain World, I've arranged for some of my experienced Valthorns to take the role as adventurers. I had to be discreet about it, so I smuggled them there through secret tunnels and Stella's void portals. I knew there were some hidden chambers in the many mountainous valleys of this world, secrets that even those locals couldn't find because of my exceptional senses of the ground underneath them. My roots, as they spread through the ground, are sensitive to the presence of magic and unusual structures, and my artificial minds would then compare this data to our growing knowledge of the mountain world's geography. From this, we would notice inconsistencies. Most of these inconsistencies are minor, like small shifts of terrain due to movement of the Earth. After all, maps were made at a snapshot in time, and for magical worlds such as the mountain world, they didn't have satellite mapping. There were also mortal errors arising from measurement differences, weather, and the use of imprecise tools. What we really wanted to look for were entire omissions, areas where entire ancient segments were not recorded altogether, or where the recorded history didn't really make sense. For this, I sent guys in the level 100s, low-level 100s, but they were pretty much mini demigods when compared to the creatures of the mountain world. I wonder what it'll be like to go to a world where levels are high. There had to be some worlds where ancient civilizations still existed. I refused to believe that the entire multiverse was a waning world. My artificial islands finally made it close enough to the northern islands and also the southern continents back on Treehome that my roots could finally reach these two continents without the need of using portals. Naturally, this was a huge game changer for my efforts to protect Treehome. I was now able to project power there and have direct insight into their activities without them realizing it. Politically, these man-made military port islands were greeted with outright suspicion and a whole lot of denouncements and accusations, but we were rightfully the world's superpower, and that's all they could do. The northern islands were frankly familiar territory, and this was where the two former heroes made their base. Alexis and Mila continued to do what they did, and they did maintain some semblance of communication with us. Lausanne, as the one who did meet Mila in her earlier stint back in New Afrika, served as my liaison with the two. It gave her a chance to have regular trips up north with her now adult son. Of course, with my trees spreading through these two newly connected lands, I took the chance to spy on the temples and hunt for more information. I wasn't sure whether my spies missed, or even the temples themselves didn't know about the existence of methods to summon the gods. I still had questions for the old gods, year 218. From the mountain world, there were other worlds that we could visit, like how each planet has a field of vision. Every new place we went widened our field of view and pulled back the fog of war. Stella thus proposed a visit, since her research to decipher the alphabets of the rift gates relied on her expanding her knowledge of the many worlds beyond. Essentially, based on the current star structure, Treehome was linked to the mountain world and Three World through the Void Forest, and Treehome was further linked to the Comet world and Parasite world through my clone. Mountain world was linked to two other worlds and was not linked to three worlds. My Void domain holder travels through the void space took a really long time, which she described as space is actually really freaking huge. She even asked Sneck how they even managed to hitch a ride on Heroes, because that sounded like trying to catch a bullet while it's flying to its target, a point which Sneck described as hitchhiking. Sneck explained that in spiritual form, they could create these tiny threads that form a kind of web in the void forest, which allows them to attach themselves to heroes as they appear. It's really difficult, of course, and most of the time they'll fail. In fact, Sneck was equally surprised by his own success with Ken. It really sounds too convenient, Sneck. I knew he wasn't lying. I don't deny it. My success was the result of an exceptional combination of circumstances that I am not sure can be replicated successfully. Sneck answered, just as how it took an exceptional set of circumstances to create a void domain. Stella nodded. Well, I suppose the fact that we are even all here together is an exceptional set of circumstances. Sneck had adopted a wooden sculpture of a snake as its body, but even then, I found Sneck's soul structure to be extremely similar to my relatively new ability to give souls an ethereal form. Or actually, it was the other way round. My ability to give souls some kind of ethereal ghost type form that was very similar to Sneck's soul structure. That implied Sneck's society had significant development along the spiritual soul magics, which allowed them to do all the things they've done so far. This, of course, supported why we wanted to learn from them. We only hoped that we were not too late. We didn't know how long had passed, and as Sneck described it, time spent in the void forest is like being trapped in a bubble. There's no real perception of time, no reference frame. Lumoof decided to go with Stella to these other worlds. Well, what can we detect from afar? Stella frowned and agreed that was a good thing to try. Nothing from one world and the other. I feel the presence of people. Her senses when it comes to the void space was far sharper than mine, so I could only trust her. Nothing is strange, Stella repeated. Let's go there, I agree. When we arrived, it was a massive purple world with hugely strong winds. It wasn't anti-magic at least, but it was very, very dim and dark and cold. No ice, but it was really, really cold. It didn't take very long for both of them to cough. A bubble of air immediately protected them, and they realized there was no oxygen in the air, just dust and sand. Strange. Do you detect any magic? Lumoof said once they regained their breath. It wasn't magical. No, it's like it's the moon. Stella said as she felt the unusually quiet presence. Lumoof activated my avatar, and then I felt great. Emptiness in this world. Lifeless. Lumoof touched the ground, and through his fingers I felt the strange purple soil, and this world was what they called a barren world. It's a common thing in space-based 4X games to have barren worlds. I guess I just didn't expect this to be one. It's so barren there are no demons here. This seems like the perfect place for a starbase. Stella quipped, the kind of world where the Resistance builds a secret base. I didn't know you were a fan of space opera. In a strange twist of curiosity, fantasy fiction was a rising field on the central continent, and with it, the heroes did some writing of their own. It was a little strange, for me who came from a world without magic, to see these people with magic do their own fantasy fiction. At first, more fantasies were mostly about their world, but some were a lot more interesting. Like attempts to create an origin story of myself, or the origins of the systems. I know enough. My void mage answered, as I took some of the soil samples and sent them back for investigation. The constant winds and the purple sandstorms were a huge irritant, but why was the world dead? Lumoof spread vines and used them to push himself all the way to the top, because I want to see the sun and the stars of this world. Stella came too, and as we slowly got closer to the sky, I saw what was an extremely small sun. It was very faintly blue. It was so small that it's probably just a really, really bright star. The skies were a deep purplish hue between black and purple, a small light blue sun, and I felt strange about its rays. Not anti-mana like the burning sun of the anti-magic world, but this one felt corrosive in a different way. Stella frowned. Her layer of void mana encased her in a shell. Feels exceptionally small for a sun. Lumuf took out a magical telescope and pointed it at the sun. When we looked at it, we noticed that the small sun wobbled extremely quickly. It spun quickly. Is this all? Stella asked as she looked at the rest of the world from high above. Lumuf encased her in a bubble of vines, protecting her from the rays. From here, it was just all purple sandstorms. This is a lifeless world. We should go. I think you might be right. Lumuf kept staring at the sun, and I realized it might be a white dwarf or a neutron star. The rays of the sun were weak, unenergetic, so the world didn't have energy from its star, thus it remained a barren world. This was the slow-mo equivalent of a comet world's death. Stella smiled. I feel like we're space tourists, traveling the multiverse in search of unusual star systems. I wonder how many other worlds are like this. It was frustrating that I kept stumbling into new issues, new questions to be answered, but very, very few answers. Was this what scientists had to deal with? New issues, new questions, but their datasets didn't tell them much. Constant dead ends. I remember when the comet world collapsed, it said its world's sun died. But then, what was the link between the star and the planet's core? Did this world have a planetary core too? Actually, what are stars in this world? Have I been assuming the stars of this world to be the same as the ones back home, when I should clearly investigate whether they are something else entirely, since the core of worlds are also different? Not just that, I thought back to the anti-mana world and then the black suns and wondered, are demons some kind of race that were able to control their suns, or they are natives created by some unusual sun? The first one implied they were up there on the Kardashev scale, which fit their abilities so far. Then again, it's not right to apply science fiction concepts to this world. Stella shrugged, thinking along those lines, if we can destroy stars, we can destroy the demons, since that would mean we have the means to destroy those black suns. To destroy the demons, be the destroyer of suns. Lumuf quipped, turn off the lights of darkness. That's one way to put it. Stella looked back at the dim, bluish star above the barren world. Well, let's go visit the other one. My labs back home analyzed the soil samples from the barren world and found that its chemical composition was mostly normal. The purple color came from some kind of purple quartz they had, but in itself, it does nothing. I made a note to send some miners to that world and see whether they could get to the core. If the core's dead, what did that look like? The other world, thankfully, was a lot more normal. In fact, the first thing we saw were goats and a large, really large lake. Wow, Stella said as we arrived at the shore of the massive lake. Looks like it's an inhabited world. We both looked up and from the sky we saw only one astral path to the demon world. It was really dim. This world hardly gets invaded, only a single one. Domain prevented attempted intrusion. Lumuf, did you get that? Stella said as she lifted her void staff. Yes, we looked around and I spread my senses. The land was a field of grass and my roots through Lumuf connected to them. Through the grass I sensed a group of people far away, a party of sorts. Then an angel. An actual angel with a halo and wings flew through the sky and landed nearby. The angel itself had very human-like features. Greetings. We received reports of unidentified individuals. This is the natural wildland preserve of Galama. Please display your entry permits to utilize the dungeons in this area. Stella and Lumuf looked at each other, and then my priest smiled. Greetings, we're lost. Our teleportation spell did not work properly and we have landed here. Please, could you get us out of here? Stella could teleport both of them out instantly, but waited to see the angel's response. The Galama angel waited for a while. So you do not have a permit? No, we do not. Lumuf added, under subsection 144 paragraph 92 of the Galama Wildlands Preservation Act, you will be subjected to a fine and a hearing before the High Magistrate. The minimum fine is 400 general coins and maximum fine is 40,000 general coins. Lumuf looked at Stella. Oh Lord, Stella smirked, we're in Lawyerland. She had also used Inspect on the angel and discovered that this was probably around level 50. Lumuf looked back at the angel. Any room for appeal or negotiation? You may plead your case before the High Magistrate. The angel took out a fiery staff. The tip of it glowed with a golden flame. I will now place the two of you under arrest. Fire chains. Chains of fire attempted to get close, but then the moment they attempted to latch onto Lumuf, it just withered away. It did work on Stella, but just as quickly, her domain also protected her, and the chains of flame just snuffed itself out. The angel wasn't fazed, and Lumuf just answered, are there any exemptions for otherworldly visitors to laws? We would like to visit your leaders. That, however, did faze the angel. It had a look of shock and then began to recite. Under the Foreign Visitors Act, engaging with foreign visitors shall be restricted to the Grand Magistrates and in the specified containment areas. Its firestaff glowed, and it shot a flare into the sky. Within minutes, Lumuf felt the presence of other things approaching at high speed. This world also seems to have its act in order. Lumuf quipped, "Think we're not needed here." Stella nodded as we waited. "I agree." The first to arrive was a human lady. Lumuf could tell because the wings was clearly an attachment and she didn't have a halo. Instead, she had a burning trident. "Galama Patrol Angel, you have activated the high-tier emergency beacon. State the emergency." The lady stated with a stern voice. The angel immediately pointed the staff at the two visitors. These two claimed to be otherworldly visitors. The lady turned to face Lumuf and Stella. Domain had blocked attempted inspect, I see. The lady took 3 steps back once the error popped out. She looked at the angel. Full update. The two stood a distance away and protected themselves in a bubble, and it seemed like the angel briefed the lady. "You think we should just bail right now?" Stella asked. My roots was all the way in the ground, and it soon spread further and further. This preserve was actually quite massive, and there was a city half a day away by foot. There's a city in that direction. We could teleport there, but looking at it, we'll stick out like sore thumbs. Everyone seems to be an angel or human. It's a good thing you didn't send Alka, Rune, or Johan then. Stella smiled. Humans really do seem to dominate the multiverse. If Ian's to be believed, that's not a good thing. Lumuf shrugged. There's another city in that direction, and it's also part human and part angel. In Earth's religion, angels are creations of gods. Are they creations of a god, or they are just some kind of winged humans, like harpies? Stella asked, as she used her magical inspection abilities on the two. From what we could identify, the human was higher level and seemed to be part of an organization of law enforcers. The cities of this world were entirely devoid of vegetation, and their buildings were made of marble. That made it a little harder for me to spy, but I noticed multiple angels all over the area, and they also had smaller tower keeps that functioned as the base of these angels. The angel and the human lady finished their conversation, and then the lady came to greet them. "Greetings again, visitors. I am Lael, a senior law enforcer of Legatia operating under the Legatia Law Enforcement License. As required under the Foreign Visitors Act, I shall now escort you to the nearest Grand Magistrate for your hearing. I've instructed for your earlier misdemeanor to be expunged from your records." Stella couldn't help but chuckle. "Sure. Are you too familiar with flight?" Lael spread her magically attached wings. "Yes." Both of us, Stella answered, but she was interrupted. "No." Stella looked at Lumuf, and Lumuf shook his head. "I can propel myself forward with vines and roots, but not fly. I don't consider throwing myself through the air at high speeds to be a form of flight." "Fair enough," Stella said as she punched Lumuf on the arm lightly. "I'll carry you." Magically. Stella floated. Flight was a small matter for mages at her level of power. "Lead the way, Enforcer Lael." The lady led the two through the air, and I felt a little sick. I didn't like flight very much, but even despite my sickness, I had to admit this was a beautiful world. The terrain seemed perfectly manicured, like every tree and flower was exactly where it should be. The land we were headed to was a tower of ivory and marble. It shone in the bright light of the sun, and as we approached, we noticed a lot more flying angels everywhere. "I think our visit here will be short-lived," Stella said. "If they've got their act together, then we've got nothing to give them." "That's fine, actually," Lumuf said. "Let's not poke our heads where we are not needed." We landed on a large white circular platform at the side of the towers. If there was a Disney-ish castle or city, this seemed to be it. The city was built upwards, filled with spires and balconies for flyers to land. Enforcer Lael landed, and more angels came to meet her. She immediately walked to them to brief them, and then escorted the two to another room. We noticed how most rooms had 2 doors, one on top for flyers, and one at the bottom for those who walked. It naturally meant every room had really high ceilings. A short wait later, we eventually met someone who was a grand magistrate. He was an angel with 4 wings and a large burning halo. "Enforcer Lael states you two claim to be foreign visitors, but I don't sense the energies of a hero within you. It also certainly is a few decades too early for a hero to arrive." I mentally flinched at "a few decades." God admit some worlds have it so lucky. That means there are 2 possibilities left. One, some of the otherworlders have learned how to use portals, or 2, you two are accidental summons. Stella smiled, and she saw no reason to lie. "We learned how to use portals." The Grand Magistrate stared at Stella and sighed. "I must admit I am a little annoyed that my sense lie does not work, so I must ask you the old-fashioned way. Are you telling the truth?" Lumuf couldn't help but chuckle, and Stella nodded. "Do you wish for a demonstration that can wait for the greater councils? If you speak the truth, what is it that you've come here for?" "Honestly, we came to visit," Lumuf said. "We are seeking out more worlds to ally ourselves with. More allies in our war against the demons, which we fear will soon escalate to a greater level. Demons, we have that mostly under control here. Mostly because we still get them every few decades. How bad is it over? Over in your world?" The Grand Magistrate seemed curious. "Every 10 years, give or take," Lumuf answered. "Hindsight, it's a miracle the world survived for so long. The power of light is not so easily vanquished. The Grand Magistrate answered. 10 years is intense. Stella smirked at how mildly he put it. Indeed, Lumuf seemed perfectly in sync with the magistrate, so we are looking for allies. 10 years is difficult for us to absorb on our own. The Grand Magistrate paused and nodded. I shall take your request to the higher council, but I foresee some visits will be necessary. That can be arranged. Year 219. Assimilating by force is easy for an institution like me. It's easy to use my way, the way that worked so far, and apply it elsewhere. That is a set of actions with no room for negotiation, and the reason why I disliked that was because I wasn't sure whether my way was the right way. My main goal of expanding is mainly to grow my mana pool and gain valuable talent. Thinking from this angle, whether the central continent or branchhold has similar or different culture doesn't have much significance. In fact, the only reason to really mold culture is to grow a culture that feeds into the talent pipeline, which thus leads to the issue of assimilation via force. Force, as pleasant as it sounds, makes it a lot harder to get genuine cooperation and true loyalty among those who have the talent or capability. Any relationship with my new followers would start from a defensive position instead of one where we met in the middle. All these assimilation hiccups need to be weighed against the future loyalty and value of any high-leveled individuals such a system would produce. The system encourages conflict. I've thought about this at length many times. As a consequence of that, I'm also viewing that cultural uniformity is a weakness. Genetically identical plants, for example, all have the same vulnerability to a virus, and I apply that same concept to cultures and societies when faced with demon kings. They also encourage different sorts of talent, and even if it's hard to see, this culture managed to create multiple level 85s through constant war. In a way, the mountain world culture could be summarized to a war and survival culture. I wanted a stronger, better version of that, war or survival culture, as the culture of Treehome had now changed over time to take an industrial, specialization and technological superiority focus. These two types of culture had different focus. Treehome spent a lot of time on crafting, on development, on education. This was a consequence of my multi-decade education program and the various research and manufacturing initiatives. I believe that the war and survival would be a lot easier to transfer to newly settled worlds or restore old worlds where things are lacking, and the people of Mountain World were thus tougher even if the Treehome folks had more levels and far better equipment. They had a scrappy, can-do attitude who sought out how to get things to work with nothing. In my own Valthorns, they also have that self-sufficiency, but we had an entire training system that focused on creating that sort of ability. I saw these cultural differences in how a normal Treehome citizen behaves when they face a problem they were unfamiliar with. The first thing they would do was to talk to a Valtrian official. For the Mountain World citizens, they had very little dependence on the government, and they would think for themselves, throw solutions at a problem and see which stuck, or live with it if it's not too painful or difficult. Like it or not, on Treehome, we created a competent governmental structure, and this led to reliance on that structure, as is sensible to do. There are merits to outsourcing certain decisions to the government. It took the mental load away from them, so they could focus on other areas. A person's ability to gain levels in a chosen field was ultimately a constraint. 85 100 levels scattered over multiple classes, and 85 levels in a single class had very different combat outcomes. The Mountain World folks are more generalists because they had to be self-sufficient. Treehome encouraged specialization, and that meant outsourcing segments they were not good at to others. I remembered my dear friend Jura, who kept his villager classes until quite late, until a sheer fluke merged the villagers' classes with his warlord class. It's quite common for the people of Mountain World to have many classes, and when added up, it is usually slightly more than level 85. This was because the soul energy requirement of multiple low-level classes was not that high. The way I thought about this was that the soul is this huge power supply, and it could power many small appliances or one large machine, and higher-tier machines were significantly more power-hungry than smaller, weak machines. My adventurers on the Mountain World trawled through multiple cave chambers over the past 2 to 3 years, and they found various trinkets and artifacts, dating to just a slightly earlier time of Mountain World. Not that old, just a few centuries or so. Weapons of war and fortifications. The cave chambers were home to hideaways and secret military stashes forgotten to time. They've not been touched for ages, or perhaps they were not meant to be touched for ages. My adventurers found tomes of magic, hero items, and generally just weapons. I was personally quite disappointed by the haul, since these things were relatively mundane, but my adventurers were happy, and the mages were more than delighted to study old tomes of lost magics. I found the protectors hidden in these caves to be a lot more interesting. They pulled out giant snakes, robot-like golems, and strange tree creatures that I eagerly studied. We had golems on our world. The hero Hafez and Chung took significant attempts to recreate robots from Earth, but they had not seen widespread adoption due to the relatively poor quality of the golem makers. On the central continent, we did attempt to train our own golem masters, but progress in this front was fairly slow. The strongest golem maker we had was level 70s, and he could control 10 elephant-sized golems simultaneously. Strong for sure, but we struggled on the autonomous aspects. I could insert my artificial minds into them, but that felt like cheating, because the whole goal of having golem masters was for them to develop self-aware golems. Training other types of units or subordinates was naturally where I spent most of my idle time. We sent them on various missions to let them gain experience and build knowledge. Some of them spent time as adventurers, some of them spent a lot of time in the dungeons, others rotated between Branchhold and Treeholm. Our academies throughout the continent was filled with students as we expanded new training systems to train all the other kinds of units. Even blood magic underwent some secret developments, known to only my domain holders and a select group. A while ago, it was clear to me that blood magic was a foul, blunt attempt at soul magic. Sneck's past experience in blood magic meant he could guide us in the direction he was familiar with, and we tried to experiment on using healers, shamans, witch doctors, and spiritualists to create some kind of soul-focused versions of their class. Ken paraphrased Sneck slightly when he said the soul has the best power-to-size ratio. It's such a small thing but contains such vast potential for incredible power and could pull even more power from the system. On Sneck's world, they embraced blood magic and guided it towards better uses, which in their terms used willing sacrifices which reduced the foul side effects of Hex. Through my magical knowledge of souls, that was just a salve. It could be better handled. A long time ago, we built a massive structure as a panic button to detonate the lives of my citizens as a last resort. Now, with my growing strength, my clones and domain holders, I saw that was not really necessary and modified it. The real strength of the hex bombs came from the unusual stitching of souls. Souls, each containing their mana, their skills, their power, were essentially weaponized. The hex bomb burned all the future potential and past strength to create what it really was. A magical radioactive nuclear projectile made from souls. I could alter souls directly, and so, since that discovery a few decades ago, I had been experimenting on using soul fragments to create a hex bomb. It was a natural extension of what I've been doing with soul fragments. I collected them naturally through death, stitched them together, and created artificial minds. This set of alterations essentially cobbled up the fragments into a pattern similar to the hex bombs. You've learned a skill, Minor Soul Bomb. My initial demonstrations of the Minor Soul Bomb, which can be fired from my main body or any of my clones, revealed a very small and weak hex bomb but with none of the side effects. This was a good development, even if it's still useless in its current form. With further enhancement and research, we would be able to develop stronger versions. Alka wanted to create portable versions of the soul bombs, combining his crystal containers with the soul bomb's components. It failed, but it was a matter of time before he found the right combination and design. As for some of the shamans, healers, and spiritualists that participated heavily in the blood magic-related experiments, they eventually experienced a class modification. A shaman became a soul shaman, the healer became healer of the soul, and the priests and spiritualists became soul-powered spiritualist. As Parasite World recovered from the demon's hold, I suddenly experienced a connection from the core of the world. Then I saw images. It was a trend I noticed, that creatures of incredible power spoke in images. A world invaded, the rifts opened, and the demons dug a hole down to the center of the world. They latched onto it, the core, and injected it with something so painful that all I felt was its shared pain. Then it felt itself forced to carve out a little bit of itself each time and give it to every spawn of those demons. Every bit it remembered itself getting smaller, weaker, less. Its mind, if such a thing could be ascribed to a core, felt more fragmented, more scattered. Then it felt itself shatter, split into many parts. At this point, I had to pull in some additional minds to help cope with all the fragmented visions. A black sun once more, a world in pain. It felt its power used, and the world changed. It had fragments of memory of a world before the demons, a vast swampland, a perpetually humid central band around its planet filled with bloodsuckers and animals. Parasites, leeches, worms, it was once a bug heaven. The world had few defenders, just gigantic animals and beasts. There was a small civilization of another kind of walking lizards, primitive. Then it was all gone, core mana, a glowing yellow thing, energy, core's essence. It spoke in images again, but I felt it, a little bit of gratitude. The will of the Parasite World has granted you access to its excess core mana. You've gained access to a small quantity of core mana. Adapting potato mana storages to core mana. High-density potato cores unlocked. Adapting potato storages to core mana. Potato cores unlocked. Warning: core mana in its raw form cannot be used by mobile creatures as it will decay to normal mana once it leaves contact with the soil of the planet. That was a step forward, and I informed Stella of the issue. Angel World was a land of incredible wealth. It was fragmented, ruled by various angel lords and archangels, but war in the angel world was mainly through tournaments. The concept of total wars were only relevant against demons or monsters, but outside of these things the angels didn't fight amongst themselves. Instead, they selected champions and wagered territory in their tournaments. Territories were exchanged through such tournaments, and everything else followed. Tournaments happened daily, and the tournaments were large affairs. Groups of hundreds fought against other groups of hundreds. The angels themselves encouraged it, and it was soon clear that the gods they followed had rather similar views. The god they believed in seemed to believe in peace through war and order through conflict, constructive conflict, and they saw it as structured warfare. These angels, while resembling the angels commonly seen on Earth, were more of the combative kind. The angel lords of the world formed a council of some kind, as a discussion channel. That, of course, didn't conflict with the battles they constantly waged in the Colosseums. It was also strange that the battles were always fought by humans, not angels themselves. The angels were more than happy to sit it out. So-called enemies could enjoy a cup of nectar together, even making merry and laugh while their champions fought to near death. As Stella described, these angel guys are like some kind of lawyers and behave like two-faced snakes. They mean what they say, but only in the specific context that they said it. They have absolutely no qualms contradicting themselves in different contexts, so any alliances must be super tightly worded, which could bite both ways. They seem more than willing to maneuver themselves into situations where they can bend those agreements. I found it ironic that these angels were like snakes, but then again, I wasn't better. So what is the news? Stella asked as she rested in one of the angel world cities. Their cities were large, gleaming places, towers of ivory and marble. I have core mana. Stella paused and purred. Ooh, that's good. You know what? I think we can revisit this world at a later date. Let's work on the core mana. I can't wait to hack the next demon king that should be headed our way. Lumuf groaned as he remembered what it meant. They arranged a meeting with the angels and soon returned to Treehome. Stella observed the path through the void forest, and we see one bright, glowing path to this other world, Treehome. Treehome would see its demon king next year, and Mountain World just 2 to 5 years later. Two demon kings are so close together. I mentally groaned. To me, it felt like just last month we fought a demon king, and now we have to fight another one. It's so darn tiring, though my domain holders clearly don't think that way. I needed to space them out, but my people say it's the best way forward. The levels gained from each of the Demon Kings were the building blocks, and we would construct a path out of this stupid cycle. The goal is to get more people to that level and round out our abilities, so we'll field more level 125-149s, just so that they can get the experience needed. Rune and Johan met them regularly, those who are on the path and for M. The heroes were interested to see how Lumuf did it since they missed it the previous time. Once everyone was ready, Stella hacked into the demon's astral path and opened a portal with our rift gate. Stella gently tapped a little of the core mana and the link to the astral path stabilized. All right, let's give the demons a taste of their own freaking medicine. Didn't we do that already? Edna sighed. I know, but I still love saying it, Stella said. Year 220 continued. We need to talk about our strategy. Rune and Johan gathered the team before the invasion and brought up the issue. We're currently limited, bottlenecked by Ian's low supply of clone seeds. Everyone listened intently. Ian intends that we eventually find our way to strike at the Black Suns, as Stella described it. From the sheer size of those things, the amount of mana required to have an even battle is huge, and yet Ian currently only has what? 4 clones, Stella nodded. Yes, we need a lot of firepower for that, but we have a force projection issue on a multiverse scale. We are dependent on Ian to deliver our main damage dealers, the heroes. Void portals don't work because of the magical instability caused by star mana void mana interactions. Go on. Ian needs to level up quickly and find a way to scale up that number of clones. The battle with the demons and the Black Sun feels like essentially a numbers game. Ian needs to control a large number of high mana generation worlds in order to even compete with the amount of demonic energy those Black Suns seem to possess. Edna nodded. All right, so Lumuf needs to participate in every battle. Rune then raised the main point. My opinion is, we should not be investing so much in recovering demon worlds, which have very long gestation periods. The Parasite world, as per Ian's own models, claim at least 5,100 years before its mana output could even hope to match our homeworld. This is because the demon's world had eaten away at those worlds, and those worlds are less, diminished, weak. Instead, Ian should be focused on spreading his clones on regular worlds that are facing their own demonic invasions. Ken and Sneck didn't quite like that angle. We can still free Sneck's world, but we need not plant a seed there. That's essentially my point. Travel to Sneck's world will then rely on Stella's rift gates, but we need the clones to send the heroes over. Ken responded, which Ian can withdraw after the deed is done. Fair. Ken nodded, but Sneck looked quite upset by the idea. I reiterate, Ian's focus should be reaching the mana levels needed to effectively drown a demon king, and to do so it needs multiple regular worlds, at least 10. Ian should abandon non-productive worlds and replace them with Stella's rift gates. That's reliance on the whims of the void. Stella quickly clarified. Ian's clones are an output of the system, its connection secure. Rift gates can be hijacked and the pathways can be destroyed. It is not a worthwhile comparison, especially if it's a world key to the plan. Rune agreed. Indeed, which is back to our bottleneck. Ian needs to take a much more aggressive stance and level because Ian's foundation is what supports the plan. Could someone else play that same role? Ken asked. I'm just saying that. Could there be a clone-focused domain holder who could lock or leave a clone in those worlds? Train another spiritual tree into another Ian. It doesn't even have to be a tree, we just need someone at the domain level to play Ian's linkage role. The room was silent, and I myself was rather taken aback by the suggestion. It could work, but it needed a cooperative partner. My mind immediately thought about the first two non-mobile friends I had, Lily's or Reefy. I could imagine a Reefy or Lily's clone across worlds. Lily's especially, with their natural multi-minded structure, seemed easily able to gain some kind of clone-like ability. Or maybe Arya and Espeng, Reefy. I wasn't sure I wanted to unleash Reefy out to the multiverse. I fear Reefy, badly controlled, could easily warp into another demonic swarm. I would have to check with Lily's and Arya. At that point, Edna suggested someone else. There are two former heroes, Alexis and Mila. Mila's hotels has branches. Do you think she can be trained to have hotels across multiverses? My priest had an aha moment then. That's a good point. I totally forgot about the two. Rune then elaborated. Ideally, Ian gets more clones because they are all locked to the same teleportation network. At the rate we are going, we will discover new worlds quickly, and with the amount of demonic worlds out there, we pretty much need to add clones at an exponential rate. But gaining levels gets harder the higher we go, which then leads to Ken's very good point. If we can't have Ian gain many levels, could we train multiple Ians? Lumuf nodded. In theory, that's a solution, but I would like to immediately add that Ian's unique mindset is due to his current mix of knowledge from before he was a tree. Training a native tree into an Ian-tier domain holder frankly sounds horrifying and could go really, really bad. I've seen Ian's thoughts, and their perception of things can be very different from our own. With humanoids and other mortals, we can get aligned quite easily. It's not so easy with trees. Druids can tell you of strange behaviors from their spirit trees from centuries ago. The Archer Ranger looked pensive as he contemplated the issue. Ken eventually also nodded. I realize I did not give enough thought to my suggestion, and thus I'd like to retract my suggestion. Raising a potential Lovecraftian deity is not a good idea. That idea with Mila is worth considering. Mila's hotel, at the domain level, could be a reasonable alternative, Edna added. Not ideal, as her hotel lacks the defensive abilities of Ian's clones, but doable. Her past life as a hero would also mean she would be more amenable to our objectives. What if she never develops those abilities? Then too bad. It's a risk we take with these developments. The rift gates opened and Lumuf led the way. It was humid and hot, and glowing spawning pools littered the landscape. The demons spotted Lumuf appearing and roared. We knew that this was one of the stereotypical hell worlds. There were fountains of flaming lava and jets of fire around us. Demonic spires and structures similar to the dreams I once had. If some of the worlds were sandy and dry, this one was hot and lava. The demons were medium-sized, about the size of a large cow, and had 2 horns and 2 wings. They were similar to what we referred to as the old-school demons. My vines and roots spread out around Lumuf, crushing each and every demon in our way. Normal demon world, really hot. Lumuf described it. Normal in what way? Those back on Treehome asked. There's really no baseline for normal. Each demon world seemed different, and there's no repeat yet. Correction, traditional, hellfire and brimstone demon world. I believe the type the heroes were expecting. Oh shit, we finally found hell. Ken cursed. I didn't know why I wasn't expecting this. We've made a loop, and I remembered that flaming demon king from the earlier days. Demon King Baal, and now after 220 years I'm bringing the pain back to their world. This was probably just one of the many such worlds, but it felt symbolic to me. I was once burnt by the flames of this type of demon king, and now I'd disrupt it in its infancy. Lumuf had a good time, and naturally enjoyed my shared fire immunity. As a priest, there was something extremely satisfying about crushing these really traditional demons with divine vines and roots. You guys better get here before Lumuf wipes the place clean. Stella and a band of the level 125-149s joined the fray. The demons clearly weren't expecting company, and my mages made short work of the many exposed spawning pools. Really, Edna was amused. Why? Lumuf shrugged. I don't know, weird system shenanigans. I seem to really get a kick out of destroying these earthly-inspired traditional demons. Ever feel like an inquisitor? Stella smirked as her own void magic skewered the demons apart. Now that she had a domain and had the insurance of my revival ability, she was willing to take more combat risk. Is this the point where I tell these demons? Stella knew the phrase that came next and already preemptively rolled her eyes. No one expects the Yonic Inquisition. I wished I could groan because that was terrible. My forces fanned out as they crushed the demons in their path. Like a tide, the demons tried to cobble together a resistance, but nothing much could stand up to high-level individuals. They had greater demons, like those with wings and large massive claws that were the size of houses, but even these champions died easily now. Nothing was going to stop us from getting to the pits. All we needed to do was find it in this hellhole. The Valthorns ravaged through the lands and cut through the demons' defense like paper. Even without the heroes, there wasn't much that could stand against the might of so many high-leveled individuals, and eventually we found a pit. It was a big boiling chasm of lava, surrounded by the telltale Riftgate towers. The Demon King's in that, right? Rune looked at Lumuf. It has to be. It's underneath all this lava or magma. Well, this at least means it's fire-resistant or fire-earth immune. We're dealing with the pits of hell type of Demon King. It's probably a magma beast. Edna looked at the bubbling lava in the huge pit. It was likely this chamber of lava led all the way into the core. Ken naturally thought about Lord of the Rings. How do we get down there? My roots were incredibly fire-resistant, but the lava still got to them eventually, and it just drained my mana to keep healing my roots against the might of endless lava. Our attempt to invade the demon world, curtailed by a sea of molten lava. How appropriate. Rune smirked. This calls for a really strong earth mage. We could freeze the surface and turn it into hardened rock, that way the Demon King can't get out. You know, it'll just blast through it. This is unfair, though. How does anyone expect to retake such a world from the demons? Rune added. Getting through lava would need a really strong mage to work at it for years just to get to the core. Not really. A good lava mage could easily manipulate the lava out of the way and give us a path through to the depths. Edna responded. Our strongest fire-earth element mage is what, level 120? Rune said. No offense, but this is the Demon King we're talking about. Even us domain holders are still inadequate. All right, what's our alternative plan? Similar to the anti-magic world. What do you mean, similar to the anti-magic world? We can't even access the core. I say we cover the surface with bombs and nuke the Demon King once it tries to leave for our world. Rune said. We know it has a fixed path up that chamber of lava and through this pit. Alka was fairly amused. I like how you think, Rune, I really do. Stella paused as she stood above the tunnel. She opened a portal somewhere else and then lava shot out like a high-pressure water cannon. Edna looked and asked, a portal in the core chambers, close. There's a magical eddy of some kind preventing my portal from getting too near, but this is about 3/4 the way to the core. The lava jet was constant, but nothing changed. After a while, Stella shrugged. Doesn't work. The entire core and the surroundings of this world is magma. Look, how the fuck did the Demon King even conquer such a world? Magic. Stella smirked. Rune's idea has merit. With sufficient bombs, and I'll add my own void ones, it may be possible to send the Demon King off course entirely. What I'd like to achieve this time is to knock the Demon King out of its teleportation path, so Alka needs to invent some kind of snare bomb. What the fuck is that? We don't want the bomb to detonate immediately. We want bombs that will latch itself onto the Demon King, blow up while it's floating through the void space and knock it out. Anyone tell you that's insane? Rune said. I mean, I like it, but it's insane. We know that the Demon King doesn't get summoned if there's a surviving Demon King. I want to test whether that is location dependent and requires the Demon King to actually be there. If the Demon King is in another world, what happens? All right, go on, Rune admitted. On a super large scale, I want to know whether we can teleport a Demon King elsewhere. You want to build a rift gate here? Edna asked. We're not ready for that, but someday I'd like to try it. For now, though, let's just start with snare bombs. Snare bombs. Alka nodded. No issue. We can easily repurpose Ian's beetles to be suicide bomb beetles and latch onto the Demon King. I think we can try giant harpoons too, whether we can anchor the Demon King to this world. Force it off its teleportation process. Rune whistled. Most of the domain holders returned to Treehome to start construction of their planned materials. Multiple giant nets, harpoons with magical chains, and bombs with hooks. It would take some time to accumulate the necessary equipment and ordnances, but based on the magical sensors we had on this hell world, the Demon King wasn't ready yet. In fact, none of the rift gates had opened. The Valthorns regularly swept through this lava world, clearing the land of demons, and captured any rift gates that we found. Stella then sent them back to Treehome, where she would study it with the other rift gates. It also helped that we now had 3 other Void Archmages. They took the role of maintaining the interplanar rift gates and transporting the materials to the demon world. We sent specialized builders and craftsmen to the demon world to study the rift structures and also build the traps. Honestly, it may not work, but if it did, we were sure as hell going to replicate it every single time. Ken, you all right? Chung asked, as Ken sat in a corner of a city cafe in Freshka. He looked tired and sipped a big mug of herbal tea. Ken, who was so young so many decades ago, now looked like a man in his late 40s, unlike Chung, who looked to be in his mid-30s. Age, friend, age. Reality meant Ken, who is no longer a hero, did not benefit from the aging reduction effects of the hero class. He did have fragments, of course, from his friends who perished during the war, but outside of the fragments, he has high levels in Thinker and Beast Tamer. Those levels slowed down aging, but not as much. Even my own domain holders experienced a burst of aging once they gained the domain. Stella, for example, felt younger, stronger once she gained her domain. Theoretically, I could keep anyone alive forever. With my incredible healing powers and evolutionary powers, I'm able to modify a person's body such that the effects of aging are almost entirely eliminated, but they would become not exactly the same. A human that was made immortal becomes different, and because this is an imposed process, unlike an earned process through gaining levels or unlocking their domain, the body becomes in conflict with the soul, and it creates issues. I should be able to get past this in time. After all, calming or unifying the soul and the body is part of my repertoire. But for now, it's something I rarely experiment on, and so back to Ken. I'm aging. Ken laughed and the herbal tea removed the pain. I can tell. Chung said, a price for freedom of mind. The freedom for me to think unheroic things. Chung smirked. You can fix it if you gain levels like them. I don't need to. Ken said, there's a point where one lives too long. I think this, a lifespan of 250 years, I think this is ideal. Too much and we become unable to care for anything because everything fades away and we'll just be burdened with endless ennui. I'd still rather live forever. You only feel that way because the gods impose a purpose in your life. Ken insisted, which, as I sometimes think, it's not a bad thing. Many of us require purpose. Purpose gives us direction, gives us focus. It allows us to forget, to forgive, to let go of things that do not matter when viewed against our central purpose. You've lost me, Chung laughed. Year 221. Is this normal? A section of Branchhold was cordoned off for work. Construction of the weapons meant for the lava demon world required the combined efforts of many skilled workers across the entire empire. I've never seen something like it. The citizens of Branchhold stared. Most migrants to Branchhold had not seen our large-scale, directed plans, and they could not fathom a civilization able to deploy the resources across an entire empire, and now, across worlds. All they saw was a mobilization for a war. Those on Branchhold were tasked with the manufacture of spears, hooks, and chains. It alarmed the spies scattered in Branchhold and reported the findings to their masters in their own capital cities. Branchhold geared for war, splattered across intelligence communiques all over the world. The nearest nations to Branchhold immediately received a huge influx of more spies and more scouts. Fools, really. If we really wanted to invade, we didn't need such mobilization. On the lava demon world, the area around the pit became one of the largest magic formations we've devised. Multiple redundant large-scale magical snares, thousands of stationary weapons, more bombs and explosives than I bothered to count littered the area, and more was made every day. We built larger ballistas, equipped with chained harpoons. The place was geared for war, and frankly, the mood in the air was optimistic. Man, the demons would regret invading our world after this, Rune said as he admired the temporary war city on the lava demon world. There were hundreds of level 80-100 druids and mages deployed to conduct minor terraforms. They could just melt everything in a volcano. They could, but with the number of mages we have, we'd still survive. On top of those plans, there was a quasi-suicidal plan with Lumuf at the center. The idea was simply to freeze or solidify the entire surface of the lava pit, have Lumuf enter avatar mode in the center, and have my avatar form latch on to the Demon King as it attempted to teleport to the other world. Stella's void mages also made their own set of preparations. Large quantities of void crystals, and multiple void magical formations created. The target was the Black Sun that appeared as part of the Demon King's ascension, and this time they planned to attack and interrupt it directly, in the same manner as how Stella disrupted the Demon Mother of the parasite world. All of this was only possible because of our efforts across the decades. If it's not enough, we'll go back and work harder. Our sensors were on overdrive, and these days Stella, the void mages and the elemental archmages had their own set of magical sensors. I had a feeling we'd see the Demon King this year and rush the team to work faster. Back home, Stella had largely triangulated the direction of the accumulating astral energies, though so far not a single rift had opened. This was simply because my Valthorns regularly scoured the landscape for any rift and captured them or destroyed them. That meant no rift for the demons. It was very effective, and this time the Demon King was projected to land somewhere in the southern continent. Unlike before, I didn't give any advance warning. since the Demon King was going to land in one of the wide deserts of the south. Back on the Lava Demon world, we realized we had a real simple problem. If we failed, the Demon King would leave for our world. That's normal and all is status quo. But what if we succeeded in detaining the Demon King? If we succeed, we'd have to fight the Demon King without the heroes. Or we could just leave, since we technically achieved our mission of detaining the Demon King. I'm sure Stella would be fascinated to see what happens next. Does the Demon King attempt to open the portal again? I think it would, since the path through the Void Forest is still there. It only collapses when the Demon King dies. This was also a project for Stella and her team, where they would attempt to collapse an astral path before it's used. In fact, the Void Mage Academy had to be expanded quickly, due to the scale and requirements we needed in the far future. So much depended on having enough Void mana and enough magical talent to run all we needed to do. So if we succeed, just watch. We weaken it, I guess. It sounds like the real success case is to tear it apart while it's in the astral path. Yes. Our role is just backup this time. Chung grinned, amused that they didn't have to travel to the other side, or if the interruption fails and the Demon King comes here. They were still happily resting in the central continent, in one of the seaside towns facing the ocean. On the other side of that vast ocean was the southern continent. The core pulsed, we felt it, a cracking in the movement. The core of this world was probably just really hot, molten iron and other minerals. Well, ready, everyone got in position and we expected this. The heroes were somewhere near to the southern continent, assisted by a small group of Valthorns and Void Mages. The lava-swept world cracked, and we felt a powerful presence move from the core up into the surface. All right, let's get the party started. Alka laughed maniacally, freezing bombs. The mages and his assistants detonated hundreds of ice element magical crystals, and the sudden surge of large quantities of ice magic caused the huge pit of lava to temporarily freeze over. It wouldn't last for long, as the heat from the core would eventually melt it again, but for now. Lumoof jumped into the middle of the hardened lake and activated avatar mode. My roots pierced through the hardened lava and expanded as fast as I could. The roots covered every part of the pit. A living barrier, Rune and Johan led the thousands of ballistas at the side, all armed with hooked harpoons, each equipped with bombs. There were at least 100 different types of bombs. My sensors felt the force from within the core surge upwards, and the ripples of that force pushed against my roots. It was trying to uproot Lumoof and my roots from down below, but I resisted. My roots held onto the igneous rock and earth as the pressure built up beneath us. Are we going to trigger an explosion if this keeps up? Stella looked as the pit began to bulge upwards. My roots resisted the magma and lava displaced from the Demon King's escape, and the Demon King approached at high speed. It's coming up the chamber really quickly. The pressure from lava beneath us strengthened, and this time I felt the effects of heightened demonic magic. It attempted to tear at my roots, but we held our ground, literally. Towers began to emerge out of the walls of the pit, the gate mechanism. It was a point of great interest to see how the demons created these rift gates out of thin air. For now, that was something my builders, mages, and crafters studied intently, while a battle broke out around us. The demons emerged from all around us and attempted to retake the pit. They failed. From beneath, the Demon King shot up the lava chambers like a missile. The Demon King was going to smash right into me, and it clearly didn't care. Lumoof, brace for impact. The ground beneath us was filled with my roots. It'll have to destroy my roots to get out. On the surface, the rift towers began to channel their abilities, and the Void Mages studied it intently. This was the second time it's happening, but the first time such a large group of Void Mages was deployed to study it. All right, we're going to have to start interfering with the Black Sun once it emerged. Stella shouted to her team of Void Mages. Their magical formations were ready and charged up. The Demon King smashed into my roots from below, and I felt a strong burning sensation. My roots were incredibly resistant to heat and fire, so I wasn't disturbed by that aspect. Yet its ensuing impact shook the entire pit, and then it pushed the entire chunk of hardened magma upwards, like a superhero lifting an entire city from down below. Fire. Rune and Johan commanded as we got line of sight on the Demon King. It was a Demon King of tradition, a massive horned beast with 8 wings and 4 arms, each with a weapon made of lava. It was huge, in the same size as the anti-mana demon turtle. The hooked harpoons fired from all around the pit, all aimed at the Demon King's body. The Demon King pushed, and the hooks and harpoons slammed into the Demon King. Our projectiles attached itself to its skin like a pesky parasitic seed. Up above, the skies twisted. Stella and her Void Mages swung to action, and their magical formations activated. A dome of Void mana emerged above us, and at the same time, they had their own set of Void energy ballistas, all aimed upwards. The sky tore apart as the Black Sun emerged in view. The ballistas shot out, some with the anti-magic projectiles, some with Void mana projectiles. It flew at it and burned in a black flame. The rift towers glowed, as core mana and Void mana pooled in them at the same alternating pattern. The Valthorns attempted to smash them. The Demon King itself began to emit some kind of energy as it flung the chunk of rock filled with my roots aside. Then the multicolored blackish blob emerged in the sky, like it teleported out of nowhere. A fragment of it, a droplet, descended from it. Now, Stella yelled, and all their magical projectiles and abilities activated. A full year in some, her void mages prepared magical projectiles, meant for this moment. It worked on the demon mother, and now they tried it on the king. I felt a strong pulse of energy struck that black droplet. Its outer shell crumpled like a Prince Rupert's drop shattering, and it detonated. Shit. Shields. I activated shields where I could. Teleport out now. Stella and her crew all escaped as soon as they could, and my domain holders warped back. All except Lumoof and Edna, and we watched a huge explosion happen in the skies of the demon world. We were too near. It destroyed all the structures and weapons that we made, but some of my Valthorns didn't make it. Not everyone could teleport out in time, even with their fastest scrolls. About 30% of my thousands of Valthorns deployed perished, because our shields were not strong enough to block a Demon King tier explosion. As they say, safety measures were written in blood, and the next time we would have significantly higher shielding. From our world, we saw the demon's path wobble, wobble, and shrink. Stella, now safely back on Treehome, slammed the nearest table and cursed. A huge ball of charred wood protected Lumoof, and in the aftermath we saw a half-burnt demon body. All the harpoons and hooks had been burnt away in the explosion, and a much, much smaller droplet. The two merged and struggled. It felt incomplete, like a car with an engine that was far too small. It didn't fly off immediately, and the path continued to wobble. Edna stood, unharmed by the scarring. She grinned and approached the giant, smoldering Demon King, her weapons flared with magic and power. A battle to avenge the fallen. Come King, only one of us will remain standing. Edna laughed and attacked the injured Demon King. Lumoof observed the massive crater around us and also charged at the Demon King. The Demon King was weak. It did not have the strength I expected of Demon Kings, but perhaps this was a sacrifice of those who fought it. My vines stabbed it, and each time I tried to drain a bit more of its mana away. We need to get back there, Rune and Johan said. Stella immediately tried to check the rift gates. I can't. The explosion temporarily weakened the astral path. It'll be months before it's ready. Ian, we need your seed there. A seed on a lava world. It'll cost me 10 years. I thought about it briefly, but as the battle between the Demon King and Edna raged on, I agreed. This may be an opportunity I won't see in a while. Lumoof fought the Demon King too, and the battle stretched across the battlefield. Then he landed somewhere and embedded my refreshed seed into the ground. My tree sprung up instantly in a sudden burst of magic. I sent Rune and Johan immediately to the other side, and they joined the battle. I think we can win this, Edna said as her anti-magic sword slashed. My roots, now empowered by my actual clone body, pulled the Demon King closer. My vine stabbed its large demonic wings, and I called on the powers of my 3 worlds and flooded the Demon King with my mana. A giant demon was, in some ways, just a really big target. It roared, and I felt its massive demonic axe chop off one of my branches. It hurt as hell. The Demon King's lava axe landed on my wooden shields. Rune and Johan deployed all their magical weapons. It was a battle of attrition, as Edna and my tree traded blows with the Demon King. Yet I felt we had a chance. Stella and the Void Mage's detonation of the black droplet was key. That black droplet contained a significant chunk of the Demon King's power, and with this we now have an idea how to weaken the Demon King. My domain holders unleashed their fury. It wasn't in the same tier as the heroes, but we were not fighting a full-powered Demon King. Just a pale, weakened version. I struck it repeated with my roots and noticed its movement was sluggish. My roots kept up the pressure and drained the Demon King of its energy. By my own measures, that explosion left the Demon King with only 20-30 of its strength. The King's movement was slower. Its massive body seemed too heavy for the power it had inside. It struggled, and eventually realized it couldn't keep up. Then it decided to shed its larger outer shell, revealing a smaller, human-sized demon. Lumoof, Edna, Rune, and Johan kept fighting, but this smaller one was faster and almost landed a hit on Rune if not for my shields. I think you two need to back off, Edna said as she kept up with the faster, smaller Demon King. This demon's form was better suited to its power, but the Demon King that struggled. The King's power weakened some more. Each hit from my roots chipped a little more of its energy. My guardian treant emerged to fight it, battling it, and eventually my roots got a good hold of its smaller body. I drained its still large quantities of mana and realized we were winning. I actually struggled to believe it. Edna landed a few more hits and my 2 archers attacked with their anti-magic arrows. The Demon King was immobilized. My treant guardians punched and held the Demon King, and it was battered. I felt the King's magical energies drop as Edna's cut began to remove demonic matter from the Demon King. Its healing stopped. Another strong punch from my treant. The King's body crumbled and revealed what I always wanted, an undamaged demon core. It didn't detonate, not with what little magical energies it had. It felt like an eternity as my vines wrapped around the core just to be sure. I drained it, but there was nothing left inside to be drained. It was an empty, purely undamaged Demon King's core. I was left speechless for a moment as the madness of battle suddenly gave way to exhaustion. Edna looked pensive. Holy freaking shit. Did we just win? Lumuf, Rune, Edna, and Johan all stared at each other, waiting for something to pop up. They looked up to the sky, wondering whether the sky would split apart to reveal some gimmick. It had taken so much to get here, but I looked at those who fought and felt genuine joy burst out from my soul. We won. Everyone felt like a huge weight lifted off their shoulders, and they looked at my giant tree clone safely and grinned. We won. In a strange twist of fate, we had somehow managed to defeat a demon king without the heroes. It took extensive preparation, attacks from everyone, and a bit of luck that the blob at the end detonated, but whatever it was, we got through the finish line. My domain holders glowed, and I felt their strength increase. Power. We would need a lot more of it in the coming days. Holy shit, I gained like 15 levels. Edna shouted and punched the sky. Me too. Rune, Johan, and Lumuf all gained levels. You've gained 12 levels. You are now level 238. Tree of Life, you've gained 2 extra clone seeds. Natural Mana, overwhelming upgraded. Root Strikes upgraded. Demonic Resistance upgraded. Domain Ability unlocked, Greater Titans. Your Titans will now change into their greater forms, with wider range and abilities. Patrick's Mind Reading and Protection range will now expand to include all your clone trees, and its range is increased significantly. Hytrerion will now be able to temporarily shrink to travel through the void, and can shapeshift into other battle forms. The Demon King has been defeated. The announcement of its defeat was greeted with a strange feeling. I lost 30 of those who failed to avoid the explosion, but those who survived gained powers. The star paths linked to Treehome all abruptly vanished, including those subsequent to this Demon King. That was not a good sign. It meant the demons discovered that we could counter-invade their world and thus drop the invasion paths. It was also a sign that they were preparing for something bigger. But there was no use worrying. We consolidated our gains, celebrated our wins, and prayed for those who fell. The souls we collected, some would move on, some wanted to stay back. I tried where I could to give all of them a chance to at least say goodbye to their loved ones. All right, we need a roll call. Who gained what powers? My domain holders came together, and it seemed among the survivors, quite a few gained a lot of levels. Stella smirked. I gained void weapons and projectiles. I can't wait to try it out on the other Demon Kings. Are we trivializing Demon Kings already? Rune cursed. And you sound too excited for that. They would adapt to our changes. Stella said, they are not stupid. The fact that they dropped the star paths shows they are learning, and we probably shouldn't repeat it for the mountain world unless that's what we want. Do you think they'll throw something stronger our way? What else could it be? That black sun or blob is probably figuring out what to do. I had a tree still in the lava world, and I also needed to figure out what I should do with that tree. What did you get anyway? Just some super strong, unavoidable null element arrow attack. Rune said with a sigh. A domain tier arrow attack can't be that bad. Stella laughed. Edna jumped from level 160s to level 180s, and so gained 2 domain tier abilities. First was the strangely named ability A Knight's Myth, and I felt her power spread throughout Treehome, and strangely only Treehome. Just like my Yonic classes, Edna's power had changed Treehome. Edna's new domain ability enhanced all knights on Treehome, and allowed them to take up a special class Knights of Treehome. In addition, when defending Treehome, all knights are empowered against outside invaders. It also had sub-abilities. Part of the myth, it opened up a unique set of quests for Edna alone, the Mythical Knight's Quest, which summoned level 130-150 creatures that existed in a pocket dimension that only Edna and a few companions could battle. Each victory awarded skills and stats. For the ordinary Knights of Treehome, they could attempt lesser variants of the Knight's Quest, awarded and unlocked through the system. Seems like a knight's gotta do what a knight's gotta do. Stella grinned. You're becoming like the Knights of Fairy Tales. I can't really say I hate it. Edna laughed. It's amusing. Edna's second ability was the 3 Strikes of Honor. It unlocked a battlefield-wide enchantment that protected everyone from 3 instances of an undetected, unreactable attack that would have killed them. An enchantment with additional rules befitting a knight, such that an attack that was known and but cannot be responded to was still covered, but it essentially meant death had to come from known sources and from known attacks. Instead, heavy but non-lethal damage would apply. If someone were to be killed by a sword that he saw coming but didn't react or incorrectly reacted, the protection would not apply. Essentially, it prevented instant kills. As always, the system had a tendency of awarding preventions after the disaster. The precautions we have were all essentially earned and paid for in blood and souls. Lumuf's skill was probably pretty good too, projected presence, which strangely allowed his to project himself in another location and essentially be at 2 places at once. Alka's new ability was Crystalline Supercomputer, which allowed him to transform crystals into magical computers. Johann, in my opinion, got the best new domain skill, reconstructed mythical companion. He essentially has the Titan equivalent skill of using bones to rebuild a mythical companion. Obviously, he asked and received the moon dragon bones. He didn't even need all of it, just one large piece was sufficient for the ability to start regrowing a dragonling in his domain space. A victory is a victory. Stella said, we should throw a party. Lumuf agreed. A party to remember the sacrifices of those who fell and those who survived. Then let's do it. Year 222. It's surreal. We both looked into the skies, and even my void mages could see it too. An emptiness unlike before, not a single astral path headed our way. How did that work? Why did the astral paths disappear? I realized at that moment when we finally destroyed the Demon King for the first time that the collapse of the rifts was also some kind of warning. The demons, or something at the top, could sense Demon Kings being defeated before their time was due, and we would soon invite greater retaliation from the demons. This wasn't the end, even if we've won a reprieve. No, a part of me even suspects that it may have been a mistake to go all the way with the Demon King. I should have pulled them back, dragged this arrangement for a bit more. We could have got more experience and a bit more levels. What's done is done. Lumuf assuaged my worries. We still have links to the other world, and we will have to hunt for Demon Kings through those worlds instead. Stella's Void Explorer, in particular, should get us to more habited worlds. If this gives us time, we'll need to prepare for whatever they throw our way. I believe we can do it. I knew Lumuf wasn't that convinced either. I felt it in our connection, but it was done. We now also had 2 more clone seeds, which essentially meant I didn't have to recall the lava world. I remembered Rune's strategy, which focused on living worlds, and that meant these 2 seeds should go to 3 worlds, and the new lawyer world if they'd let me put my trees there. Or else I'd have to keep looking for other friendly worlds. Or maybe Stella could find a super world. It had to be there, somewhere out there. They fucking won. The heroes couldn't believe it. The fact that we've destroyed the Demon King on the lava world invited a lot of chatter. The key seems to be that droplet from the blob. That explosion burnt through a lot of the Demon King's body. Chung observed the battle through our Dream Academy. With the Dream Academy, I could record and replay scenes, which I could then share to them as a dream. Actually, Stella needs to target that blog directly. She tried, but it's too large and protected by too much magic. What if that blob is the real heart of the demons, and the Black Suns are just nothing more than power generators? They only seem to supply void mana after all. That does sound plausible. What needs to be made, I think, is some kind of interplanar nuclear missile. A black hole missile, kinda. Blow that shit out of space. You're talking about a missile to destroy something that's way too big. That blob looked to be the size of an entire sun. We don't even know what that thing is. Prabhu countered. We may be heroes and our powers are incredible for sure, but we're probably not at the Planet Buster tier. No matter, it does mean that Ian's discovered a few weak points to the Demon King. One, that droplet is a very big weakness. It explodes and deals enough damage that the Demon King is severely weakened. If that fails, corrupting and flooding it with mana seem to poison the Demon King and block a large amount of its powers. More importantly, this world now doesn't have new Demon Kings. Ken laughed. You don't believe that, right? It looks to me like it's going back to lick its wounds and come back with something more powerful. What? A demon emperor? Probably, Ken said, but based on what Ian knows, it may be a meteor. The heroes stared at each other. What we've got Armageddon and we have to knock a comet out of its path. Yeah, probably. Chung just stared at Ken like he said something insane. If you're right, I'll hate you so much. You already do, bruh. Ken lightly punched Chung on the shoulder. No, I don't. It's not the first time you said it, so I assume you've already hated me. Oh, wait, now that you reminded me, I do, Chung laughed. We had a large funeral for the Valthorns who died. The priests were quick to twist their deaths into a kind of martyrdom, and some of these Valthorns wanted to live on. My priests soon claimed that their death was a noble sacrifice to defeat the Demon King before it arrived, much to the annoyance of the 4 temples. Despite that, they were unable to actually mount any actual countermeasure beyond a war of sermons, as they denounced our claims. Most kingdoms didn't care all that much about waging a war with us. They were all power crazy, but none of them were suicidal. The large funerals throughout the continent did draw some curious spies from the other kingdoms, as they wondered what caused such a large loss of Valthorns in the level 100s. But it was not all lost, as my powers of the soul allowed me to retain those who wanted to remain and place them into new vessels with no soul contracts. For those that wanted to remain, I took their souls, or what was left of it, and made them into training trees or beetles according to their own personal choice. For those who wanted to move on, for whatever reason, they were given a chance to say their goodbyes to those who they loved. Using my Dream Academy and other such abilities, I was even able to store some of their thoughts, their words as something that their family could revisit again. The common folk were oblivious. News about Demon Kings, especially faraway Demon Kings, were irrelevant. The people were mainly concerned with their day-to-day affairs. A A demon king was killed on the planet or somewhere else, or what their name or lack thereof was useless information. As for the 4 temples, there was immense confusion on the ground. I detected multiple secret conversations on this matter, but it was all idle speculation. Most of them had no clue that we did it, though they would suspect something once they noticed the deaths among my senior Valthorns. What was quite clear was the 4 temples were mostly stagnant, their leaders trying to hold on to vestiges of their past glory, but their strength was too weak to even try and challenge us. For now, our homeworld has now settled to a somewhat comfortable status quo. Wars are still fought regularly between nations, but the idea of a crusade has long faded as the foolish arrogance of their earlier priesthoods. Those that still wanted to do a crusade, my spies would identify them and remove them. It was actually quite easy to get priests removed. In feudal societies like the kingdoms, priests existed as advisors to the throne or played ceremonial and social roles in their respective cities, and everyone had secrets. Once we got hold of the secrets, and the priests often got into quite a bit of trouble when their nasty activities were revealed for all to see. The world of espionage wasn't a nice one, but it had to be done. Our sense of peace required regular maintenance, and maintenance meant removing bad actors. My next target for spies was to send them to Threehome, but to do so, we'd need a small base of operations. I intended to establish a base in the chaos of the demonic invasions, and so sent Rune and Johan there to spy on them. Back on Mountain World, the rifts of the demons opened. Do we invade? Edna during her tour of Branchhold, and this time I wasn't so sure. I didn't know the long-term consequences of destroying the Demon King on the Demon World, and without knowing what comes after this, I couldn't decide with utmost confidence whether what we did was the right thing. I did not want to face escalated responses on 2 worlds, and so to maintain the status quo, it was ideal to just weaken the Demon King, such that those on the Mountain World had an easier fight on their hands. Adrian and Kelly didn't really have any strong views on the matter, especially after the concerns of stronger retaliation. To these 2, the Demon King was always their duty, and the 4 heroes of our world had agreed to assist them anyway. The demons that came through so far were variants of ice-type monsters, which suggested that the heroes faced an Ice Demon King. Elemental-type demons were not exactly that much of a threat. My Void Archmages transported Rune and Johan to the Demon World, and they arrived in what was a seemingly endless boreal forest. There are trees herein. How? I wasn't expecting to see trees on a demon world, but it seemed that they've found one. A boreal forest, filled with ice-type demons. The trees, strangely, were not destroyed, and thus continued to live on in the demon world even post-conquest. No clue. I think you'll need to send Lumuf here once he's done with whatever on the other world. The world was filled with ice, and they eventually did find a pit, but they didn't engage, and I decided we needed to take it slow. They captured a few rift gates, so Stella would be able to reopen access to this world at a later date. They were not comfortable heading into the pits without Lumuf's presence, so they decided to back out. Instead, we prepared the Mountain World for the impending invasion. We're not going down there without Lumuf, so we're backing out. Lumuf didn't particularly enjoy returning to the world of angels, but after a long absence due to the invasion of the Demon World, it was time to actually make our pitch. Lumuf and Stella faced a large council of angels and humans of at least 20 members. It felt like we were in a courtroom, before a panel of judges. We'd like to seek cooperation with those with capabilities to fight demons, Lumuf explained. The core issue we want to solve is that demons are able to tap on the resources of multiple worlds, but we don't. Each world faces the demon alone, or is assisted by their respective gods, but we feel this process is not optimal. It often leads to too much destruction and too much death. First, explain what you mean by the resources of multiple worlds. How did you discover the demon's ability to tap multiple worlds? Lumuf looked at Stella and replied, "We visited them." "We've seen the demon worlds. Explain, how did you visit them?" "We went through the rift gates." Objection, that's not possible. Rift gates cannot be traversed by the living. It can, Lumuf answered. Each rift gate has a unique mana resonance, and it is possible to reverse it. This will require a demonstration. Lumuf looked at Stella again and realized this was going to be hell. These angels required supporting evidence for every single statement we make, and they cross-examined our observations against their own. But we did learn something in the process. The nature of this society required that all Demolite be destroyed, and they thoroughly destroyed the Demon King's remains after every single battle. Their angels and enforcers also regularly patrol the world to destroy Demolite or any demonic remains, as they view the remains as unholy. Their logic was simple. If a man that carried plague died, they burnt the body to prevent it from continuing to spread more plague. Thus, any remains of the demons had to be removed as well. In short, they've managed to do what we've always theorized. they significantly reduced the demon's targeting ability and reduced the frequency of the invasions. All remnants of the demons had to be purged. As the pitch became more of a grilling session, I realized I personally didn't want to deal with them at all. I didn't want to be shackled with terms, and after all the questionable things I've done and I'm willing to do, I don't think these people would be able to understand it. Even if we were allied, I was bound to break the terms somewhere along the way. Our opponent could adapt, and what we had to do may change. A legal document specifying the terms of alliance wasn't worth it. If things worked for them, and it has worked well so far, then I didn't need to pursue a civilization-to-civilization type of alliance. Maybe it would be better to just open an embassy and recruit interested parties instead, which I suppose will also require a messy list of agreements. At that point, Stella proposed something else, since the grilling really wasn't productive and there was a lot of arguing over nitty-gritty details, all because they have no understanding of what happened. Stella, especially, found the entire ordeal exhausting and so spoke out. Let's just stop this farce of a grill. I propose that a delegation from this world visit us. We will take you on a tour of the demon worlds. We have access to the demon worlds, and you can see it for yourself. Arguing over details is fascinating, but I don't have much time. There are more worlds to visit, more preparations to be made. No more than 5 persons are allowed. Lumuf nodded, and the session was adjourned. The Council of the Angel Lords had a lot to discuss, especially the idea of a tour group. You could talk at length about the beauty of the mountain, but it'll still pale to actually walking and standing on it. That's a good idea. Taking them on tour. Lumuf complimented Stella's idea. It worked for the lizard folk. Hopefully it'll open their eyes to what they are dealing with. They'll definitely recommend we destroy all the demolite, Lumuf said with a chuckle, which actually works on a longer timescale. Stella said, it allows the cycle to be somewhat sustainable, since 80 years to a century per invasion is actually quite a long time, enough for any world to recover from the aftermath. A stable status quo, but it feels a little like cutting off one's leg to save ourselves. Lumuf conceded, we would no longer be able to gain strength as quickly without the experience from the Demon Kings. It is a good form of peace and a dilemma, a stable status quo or a constant grinding treadmill upwards. After what we did, that is no longer a choice for Treehome, but it is for the mountain world and 3 worlds. Should we decide for them? Stella smirked. Do we cut off the path to ascension in exchange for century-long peace? We would be ill-prepared for what comes after such a long period. Lumuf didn't have the answer. I didn't either. Eventually, the angels and humans decided to send 3 individuals, and we were introduced to one of the oldest angels we've ever seen in their world. He had 8 wings and was actually old, with white hair and an actual aged appearance. From what we gathered, the wings actually had an impact on the powers of these angels. Those with 2 wings had lower potential than those with 4, and so on. Someone with more wings had no inbuilt level limits, so their path to a domain was unhindered. This is Raf, a former High Arbiter, and was once known as the one closest to the gods. The angels introduced Raf and his 2 assistants who would visit our worlds. The 2 assistants were fairly distinguished people in their society, but were frankly deferential when next to Raf. It's not every day I am offered to visit another world. He chuckled like an old grandfather. They must really distrust you to demand I come out of retirement. Lumuf shrugged. It seems they find offense in every statement we make. They are either too young or newly old. Raf grinned and he walked slowly, yet we could tell it was an act. He radiated a power similar to those in the level 120s and was clearly seen as one. It is also such a rare thing to meet 2 people stronger than me. My priest grinned. Your attempt to inspect us was duly noted. Old habits die hard, Raf said. Everyone inspects everyone in this world, and as domain holders, it all just gets blocked. Does it offend you? It doesn't, it is but a minor disturbance. Lumuf responded, that is good. They spoke of an intent to form an alliance of some sort. Tell me you are not so foolish to think an alliance with these people would be worth it. Lumuf was fairly stunned at how harshly he criticized his own council. It's in an exploratory stage. War with demons is something we face across many worlds, and we could use some additional forces. You'll get nothing of value from the Council of the Tower Lords. They are bureaucrats, concerned with the administration of their lands to the letter, and war is fought in coliseums and gladiatorial arenas. Many of them haven't even lived through a bad demon king. If you want allies, they are not the ones you should approach. Lumuf couldn't reply to that, not immediately anyway, but I suppose you wouldn't know. Stella and Lumuf just shrugged. How old are you, milady? Stella paused and looked at the old archangel. I lost count, frankly, maybe 80s. Still very young and already so powerful. I wonder what kind of hell they put you through. Stella chuckled. Oh, you wouldn't want to know. I will, actually. It would at least be a fascinating story for the younglings. They said there are more of you. Yes, Raf nodded and frowned. Have we holed up in our ivory towers for so long? Stella and Lumuf just looked at each other for a while. Never mind. So where are we going? In wood, faith. Year 222 continued. Arbiter Raf, we're here. Welcome to Treehome. His companion seemed unsure as they stepped through the portal and onto the world of Treehome. He emerged in a special platform in the Tower of the Void Mages with Stella and Lumoof leading the way. Stella nodded briefly and then vanished in the poof of blackness. Lumoof smiled at Raf and guided the guests out of the tower. Welcome to Freshka, the root of the central continent. Lumoof nodded. Some would say the heart, of course. Freshka's sprawling towers of trees seemed to stretch till the horizon, and the three angels didn't know what to say. It is here that our guardian Ian made his stand. The earth is his and he is the earth. Raf nodded and instead looked above, past the leaves and canopies. Your skies are empty. Lumoof wasn't sure what he was talking about and looked up to see stars and skies. It is without the paths of the demons. The demons, what have you done to their path? Lumoof paused, suddenly understanding what he meant. You could see the star paths. Every angel can. It has been our ability since birth. Raf answered. With practice the humans can too. Those born with many wings like me can see it easily. Is that not an astral or void power? Lumoof asked. It is, but we are linked to the heavens, and the heavens grant us the ability to observe the skies. Raf laughed, and I was so tempted to capture one of these angels and put them in the biolab for analysis. Perhaps some other time, I see. Lumoof nodded as they were led to a gigantic beetle with a carriage, stairs, and really comfy seats. A tour bus, essentially, with protective screens. Actually, before that, I would like to fly up to the sky and see the city for myself. Raf suggested. May I? Lumoof paused and shrugged. You will attract a lot of attention. Ah, nothing an illusion can't hide. He activated some kind of illusion ability that turned himself almost invisible, but we could still sense his presence. The illusion glowed brightly to my spiritual eyes. In fact, all the angels glowed brightly in my spiritual eyes. They have robust souls, and Raf's glow was very much like a creature attuned to the spiritual realm. He took to the skies, invisible to almost all regular folks except those skilled enough to see him. Lumoof immediately issued a warning to the Valthorns to notify that there was a friendly flyer in the air. It wouldn't be nice to shoot down our guest. My roots lifted Lumoof up to the skies where he stood next to Raf. Interesting way of coming with me. Raf said, I couldn't leave my guest alone, could I? Lumoof said. The two other angels were on the ground, surrounded by other Valthorn members. Very interesting city you have, but are all cities like this? No, this city is unique due to its founder's presence. Lumoof said, you wish to see the cities beyond. I feel a very strong presence coming from there. Raf pointed in the general direction of the valley. What is? Ian, then I'd like to see him for the horror that he is. Oh, Lumoof smirked. Raf landed back down. I'd like to meet your guardian. You can meet him through me. Lumoof said, that's not the real my avatar activated and my presence was felt through Lumoof. I misspoke. Greetings, Raf. Welcome to Treehome. I said through Lumoof. His eyes glowed and the air rippled as my presence washed through Freshka. I could control it quite well, but even then, each level I gained, I had to work harder to hide my domain. I shall not stay long. My presence is not for the faint of heart. The world bent around me. My apologies for assuming incorrectly. Raf said. He wasn't pale, but I could feel his nerves tensing, his body straining to bear the weight of being in the same space. I shall speak to Lumoof instead. I am Ian's avatar, my priest repeated. Raf relaxed and nodded. Did your kind once believe in gods? Lumoof paused as they sat on the giant beetle. The beetle would carry them throughout the city and then to the outskirts. Yes, and many still do. The other continents are home to those who believe in the four gods, Ava, Hawa, Gaia, and Nira, and your kind don't. Raf remarked as they took in the view. Many once did, but now we are Ian's faithful. He is, in many ways, a growing god, unlike the other four who are further, much further away. There is nothing quite like standing in front of a real god, even with my own power. Raf thought about it for a moment and then laughed. It is an incredibly tragic thought that we, the angels without a god to serve, are here, visiting a world where a god lives with them. They said you were the closest to God. Bah, closest to a god that mostly ignores us and sends us heroes, Raf answered. What is angelic fervor without a goal? Our God neither gives us commandments nor guidance. Our existence and structure an illusion constructed by our predecessors to delude the lesser angels and mortals. Our wings of faith cannot bear the thought that our God cares not for us. In its place, we built a society of rules and imposed our version of order on the world because we cannot exist without it. I see we are not that different. Lumoof smirked. In the chaos of this world, we find our own ways to survive with what we have. We do what we must to live and dispense with what we don't. The beetle led them through the outer areas, farmlands, and smaller villages. Not unlike the outskirts of the angel world, it is strangely orderly. Raf was fairly impressed. If you wish to see something less manicured, we shall take you to the places where Ian does not exert his rule. Raf was puzzled. There are places spared of Ian's rule. Why not? That is dereliction of divine duty. In the presence of a god, what choices do mortals have other than to submit? It is a choice a mortal makes, whether he serves or not. Ian does not require submission, and our focus lies in the long arc of life and civilization. Raf didn't seem quite satisfied with the answer. Then let me see the world without the touch of proper guidance. A void archmage teleported in and a portal opened in front of them. The group was sent to the eastern continent. They toured what was a small village, their presence masked by illusions or, in Lumuf's case, a skill. Raf was not pleased with what he saw. We saw the villages of the eastern continent, where there were people who starved. We saw the cities in various stages of war. Even here, where Ava's rule was quite strong, blood was shed almost every week. Death and war was the natural state, and seeing it for himself seemed to affect Raf quite strongly. Are all the other worlds you visited like this? Most, yes. This is the natural state without the presence of an overwhelming will. The nature of mortals and the system is to compete, and from competition it escalates into conflict. Those who win gain levels and gain control, and those who lose have nothing. Even in Ian's land, conflict is part and parcel of our society. It is something we resist strongly. Raf said. The archangel stared at the sights of death and suffering, and Lumuf felt a strong, swirling presence in him, a deep dissatisfaction. For them, their reprieve usually comes when a strong hero emerges and establishes a nation. But heroes die to the demon kings, and after some time that order fails to keep things together, and the nation disintegrates and reverts back to the state. So this is what a world without the presence of true order. I see there's a case that my kind has been too complacent. Raf said. Complacent? Lumuf paused as I too digested the implication of that statement. Raf looked. I've seen enough of this part of the world. The others are like this. Can I see more? The Void Mage teleported them to a large port on the eastern coast, the seat of the Aven Temple. This feels very much like us. I never realized how disturbing it is, now that I am sitting here listening to the same words, used to praise another god. Raf said as he observed the temples. He walked in one of the largest temples disguised and listened to a talk by the Aven priest glorifying Ava. He watched the priests praise a god that was rarely present, even if Ava granted his priests powers through the system. Are all the temples similar? Lumuf shrugged. It is not right for the man of one faith to disparage another. All I can do is take you to visit the rest. And they did. They visited all the 3 other temples and the other continents. More villages, more places. Large cities, but not necessarily good cities. Each time, Raf seemed more angry, more frustrated. Your god leaves them be. Raf asked Lumuf. Your cities are clearly better, and yet you do not seek to apply your rule and improve their situation. Ian strongly believes that those who want a better life are given fair opportunity and chance and then allowed to work for it. Once Ian secured the central continent, it was no longer necessary to invade the other continents. Then this suffering is allowed to happen. Ian does not attempt to save everyone, Lumuf said. As a creature of the world, Ian strongly believes in letting nature find its own level. It is this competition that creates excellence. Raf's face darkened. You see worlds like this everywhere and make no attempt to improve their lives because of competition and because of creating winners. We do not profess to be saviors or uplifters, Arbiter Raf. My priest clarified. Our goal, Ian's goal, is the existential threat of life, the demons. The steps we take with our developments and improvements are all meant to achieve the means to protect ourselves and eventually defeat that existential threat. Mortals will fight each other, as is normal in nature. A lion will prey on the gazelle. It is not our goal to uplift the lion or empower the gazelle. Our goal is to protect the lion and the gazelle from the outside forces that disrupt this arrangement. But your actions change the balance of power by your sheer presence. Yes, it does, and it is unfortunate. Where we can, we try to have a light touch, a small footprint. We aspire to be wardens, not nannies. Raf had a look on his face that could kill. The other 2 angels wasn't sure why either. I had seen enough of this intentional disorderliness. May I see? The demon worlds. They teleported back to Treehome, and then Lumuf guided them to a wooden platform close to the valley, a place connected to my roots. I sent them to the lava world, still swarming with demons, but with its astral paths destroyed. Raf and the angels stared at them, in the area around my clone. He looked at my clone, an island of peace in the chaos of the demonic lava world. Most of my Valthorns retreated from the lava world, so the demons have naturally reclaimed the land. I maintained a small area of control around my clone tree, where my Valthorns could come here regularly for demon-killing practice and gain levels. The archangel stared at them and looked at Lumuf briefly, then back at the demons. He flew and glowed brightly, and 2 burning tridents of fire emerged in his 2 hands. His 8 wings flickered and combusted in a golden flame. If you don't mind, I have some frustrations to work through. Lumuf shrugged. Oh, go ahead. I've killed more than enough. The 8-winged angel zoomed right into the center of the flood of demons. Fools, he shouted as he flung his golden flaming trident at the demons. It detonated in an explosion, vaporizing the demons. He surged into the masses of demons and slaughtered them like a furious archangel. Lumuf just shrugged and turned to the other 2 angels. Is Raf normally like that? The 2 angels were starstruck and ignored his question. We have never seen him unleash his fury in centuries. Lumuf sighed. These 2 angels were just groupies, but after a while, as Raf indulged himself in a feast of slaughter, one of them turned to Lumuf. He is normally more reserved. It has been said that the fire in him had died, but it seems that it is back now. He had a burning halo on his head when there was once just a golden ring. Raph was having a good time fighting the Hellworld demons. Maybe stupid system shenanigan even meant these two factions were natural enemies, and the demon champions emerged, trying to hold Raph back. My level 125 149s could defeat Raph. We didn't have much problems with the Hellworld's mobs after all. He fought for 2 days, and as he returned, he was covered in gunk and residue. Dust covered his 8 wings. My apologies, Patriarch Lumuf. That was something I sorely needed. Raph said, "They say that people often gain clarity in the intense moments of combat." Lumuf nodded. The battle was over and they retreated to the clone tree to rest. Raph initiated the conversation. "Your people consider choice and life as the core tenets that guide your decision. Mine considers law and order as the only single tenet. Yours are content to let men be, so long as they live correct. Fair, we do intervene occasionally, but the law must be consistent." Raph said, "I admire your world and your civilization for achieving what it did, but more than that, it reminded me of our failings." "How so?" Raph walked to the 2 angels and then declared to his 2 countrymen, "I once believed that our world displayed the flaws of overextended orderliness. But here in these other worlds there is none. Given a choice between order and chaos, order should be the default. Law must hold as far as we can." The 2 angels listened. "Once we return, we must expand and join this crusade against the demons and uplift the mortals from their suffering. We will bring order to the worlds beyond ours." My priest listened. The 2 angels immediately stepped in. "Arbiter Raph, that is a decision of the... I will not be denied. Our society has lived in those ivory towers for too long. We, angels created by gods long past and abandoned, were meant to wage war and bring progress. They may have forgotten us, but I now realize what our purpose is as a people. Our wings and spears were meant to send us across the stars. Instead, we turn it on ourselves. It is time for our obsession with order to be directed outwards. Uplift the faithless, to guide the faithful, to impose a structure in the chaos and to smite the unholy." The 2 angels cowered as his passion leaked. Lumuf just shrugged. "A mortal's struggle is what leads to levels. Would you be keen to carry out that under our auspices?" Raph shook his head. "Your world and your people hardly need one more, but my world, my beloved angel world more than ever, would require my perspective. My kind had slept through our purpose, and when I return, there will be revolution." I wasn't sure why I didn't feel that excited to hear that. It felt like I had just awakened a more zealous, more extreme version of our own expansion. Uplifting worlds and orderliness has colonialist vibes written all over it. If there are many worlds just like this, then it is our failure. We had been complacent, confident in our success to prevent the demons from coming to our world. If there are worlds that suffer regular demonic attacks, it is our duty to assist them. We are giants in our little pond, but now we discover that there is an ocean out there for us to liberate. The people of the multiple worlds are misguided and they need to be improved. It is our duty as angels to do so. Why else are we granted a connection to the stars if not to go there? Lumuf felt my concern. "I highly recommend caution and a light touch. What you do is very much what an invader does." Raph nodded. "Your concern is noted, Patriarch Lumuf, but we are angels and we will do better." I felt like I would regret our collective decision to introduce the demon worlds to the angels. Those who sought to impose their will for the benefit of others were not much better. Our first task once we return is to discover a method to channel our own connection to the heavens and open these gates, Raph declared with fervor. The 2 angels didn't dare oppose him. Lumuf looked at the other Valthorns accompanying him and sighed. "We occasionally see zealots, but they were always our own." Raph was not. He might be a force for good. There are worlds that might accept him. No, I could easily see worlds that would accept the angels as the messengers of their gods. His kind, if spread throughout the stars, would help many worlds from the fury of the demons, but I could also see the great destruction and the dictatorial order that they would inflict on worlds. The perfectly manicured version of their homeworld, copy-pasted across many others. He would be the burning fury of ancient angels, imposing their laws. A part of me wondered, do I let him go, or do I stop him here? Was he that different from me? I imposed my will on the worlds I touched, for all I claimed to have a light touch. Is he all that different? Was he better for the greater world in the long run? Or would they, someday in the far future, be something else entirely? Raph looked at the 2 angels. I had seen enough. Let us return to our world and call for a great council. Action and then revolution. If it is something you want to achieve, then let us work together. Lumuf proposed, trying to see whether Raph could be absorbed into our structure. Lumuf sighed as he sensed my discomfort. Maybe this idea of a multiverse alliance may not be a great idea. I sometimes forget creatures of other worlds have different core values. Raph had done us no harm, and his goals aligned with mine in the long run, even if we had slightly different visions of that end. He could set up a concurrent entity, a force that supports us where we can't. We wanted to defeat the demons. The demons were the true enemy. They wanted to impose order, and the demons' destruction was tangentially related. They were not the enemy, even if I saw the seeds of disagreement. Just as I left the Crystal King bee, I shall leave them alone for now. We have to steer this rabid dog in a direction that would not harm us. Lumuf spoke via our mental link. Engagement is the only way to manage them. They are passionate but perhaps misguided. Killing him would end the problem here and now. A part of me wondered. It would make him a martyr, an enemy of their world. Yet until the deed is done, I strongly did not want to pass preemptive judgment. I know from experience that arguments with zealots did not go well. Those who sought to expand would expand constantly. It is a need, a craving, a desire for more power, more land. This was, in a way, a demon-like behavior. I wasn't sure Raph would be that sort of zealot. As Stella stood at the edge, Raph bowed politely to her. This has been an enlightening experience, Lady Stella. I now see that my kind's failing. Once I return, I will guide my people to step out. Don't sell yourself short. Your kind has done great things for your world. Stella said, oblivious to the exchange between my priest and Raph. Stella opened the void portal and sent him back. He stepped through, and I felt like roots tangled in my soul. We may have an ally in the war against the demons after all. We had given them perspective. I just hope I didn't regret it. New Estate, year 223. No void mages in the angel world. Stella agreed after my discussion. They seemed so reasonable, though. The most frightening folks usually sound reasonable. That's how they get their foot through the door and win over followers. It is an art of guiding the blind to achieve more perverse goals. Is it really that bad? Edna said, if we need to, we can fight them. They lack the means and ways to compete with us. 4-winged, 6-winged angels or higher have no level restrictions, so don't exactly count them out. Lumuf answered, they are in the same class as dragons and that kind. They may gain their own domain holders in due course. Given that they even can innately see the astral paths, they may gain access to other worlds sooner than we think. Edna nodded, we should kidnap some and study them. Rune suggested, they are fascinating. Rune, Stella said, you cannot be serious. You're suggesting kidnapping innocent angels for studies. Ian hasn't gone that far, then bribe them. Entice them with money knowledge, trade small useless information for it. The more we learn about them, the more we can prepare for them. Rune proposed, that's unethical, Stella said, but it works. Rune said, and Edna nodded along. Keep our demons close and in this case angels closer, I agree. If these angels have innate astral knowledge, that could be a welcome addition to our lineup. We may not need angels directly, but there are humans who developed similar abilities. Surely some arrangement can be made. Stella frowned. I feel like that's cheating. It's called preparation. Fine, Stella wasn't pleased. If they get there, I think that's not a bad thing. Edna admitted. Someone that could help fight the demons is still a net positive. A point which I agreed with and was why I let Raph go. We don't need much ties beyond being there for the final battle, I guess. If we want them there for the final battle, we will need ties. Of course, if there's such a thing as a final battle, there's a possibility this conflict is like pest removal. Just a constant, never-ending war against a multiversal cockroach infestation. The second revelation, of course, was about my 2 new seeds. Just 2 seeds. Rune and Johan immediately realized that this wasn't going to go that well. If let's say there's another 2 more seeds further down the road after what? 3 decades, we just have a grand total of 9 worlds. It wasn't great, and it meant that the total, stable war potential was spread over 9 worlds, more if we could add Stella and the Void Mage's portal abilities. The future we foresee is a war of attrition against the demons, and I could see the shifting battle lines in the stars. The war will be fought over many worlds with the heroes, and 9 worlds is not enough. What if we did what we did in the lava world and attacked all the demons' blobs? They could take countermeasures. Stella said, the black blob wasn't adequately protected, and what makes you think these demons won't realize it? They have some battlefield intelligence and can adapt to us. So you're saying what we did was a fluke? Stella paused. Not exactly. In specific circumstances, we could repeat it. I do not mean to reduce our achievements down to something less. It's just that it's a changing battlefield and the demons can and will adapt. The ranger laughed. All right. We gotta hop to the mountain world. They'll have a demon king too. Unlike our little stint in the lava world, I took a step back for the mountain world. A cursory scouting mission to the demon's world, which returned us to the boreal demon world filled with ice and trees. Sure, you guys don't want to do more. We did identify the location of the teleportation and rigged the place with bombs. I didn't want to destroy the astral paths so quickly, not without knowing what was coming for us. It wasn't fair to put the mountain world through that risk, so we hedged and decided to engage the Demon King when it arrived instead. The giant ice giant-like Demon King that arrived was nuked quite heavily the moment it arrived, which removed its outer shell. They prepped, no, everyone was prepared to teleport if there was any sign of the detonating bomb. It did, but relatively speaking, it was a weak bomb. The Demon King of the Mountain World, Demon King Miyajizan, was defeated on the same day as it arrived, and the Mountain World could see another 15 or so years of peace. My domain holders gained a level or 3, but they've reached a point where it's starting to slow down, and Edna suggested rotating the soon-to-be domain holders to play a much larger role. From our victory on the lava world, I now possessed a full Demon King's core undamaged by any star mana, and this was something we placed into my biolabs for studies. Like the copy or replica we made from the assembled copy, it immediately opened up to a far larger map of the multiverse. It was a field of stars with lines, paths. There was just one blob at the heart of it, and as I prodded it for more information, the Slaver's Prison. Stella saw it too, as she experimented on the core of the Demon King. Unlike before, there was nothing blocking our attempt to intrude on this network. Stella played with it, and her eyes began to bleed. Shit, sorry. A bit of healing later, her eyes were restored, but it did make her feel a little uncomfortable. The demons have a collective memory. Each of these demon worlds actually transmit information back to the Black Suns and the Blob. Stella used her magic to make a pale copy of the star map. Their view of the Void Forest is fixed to this perspective, but mapping it doesn't quite line up. As Stella once said, the Void Forest appeared differently to everyone else. What was near for me could be incredibly far away to someone else, and that perception of the Void Forest can get very distorted. Astral neighbors, like the Mountain World and Three Worlds, actually are quite far apart on the demon's map. This was odd to me, but to Stella, a space that's dependent on one's frame of reference was normal. No matter, my concerns led back to the Blob. That Blob is our target, isn't it? I asked her. She earlier said there was no single target, yet here it is. A single blob at the very center, a prison of gods or heroes or cores. That blob directs the will, and I'm not certain if that's the only blob. It looks, according to this map, to be only one blob, but yet it's referred to as the Slaver's Prison. It might not be the real thing, and we are just taking out the means by which the demons command a particular segment of its forces. Stella poked at the core for a bit more. I highly doubt it is the only one. The gods once said that they fought a war with the demons across thousands of worlds, and from this map there were thousands of worlds. Are you able to use this map and exploit this Demon King's core? I want to know whether we can visit our neighbor in the demon's frame of reference. Stella nodded. It should be possible. The rifts should be able to line up to the commands of the core. I'll need a year or two, but I should be able to rig this to one of the rifts. But I'll need you to supply us with the core mana, and we can start experimenting on its abilities. Got it. What about your Void Explorer? How far is it from the Snex world? It's almost there, another 3 to 5 years, I think. Stella explained, as one of the other Void Archmages came in with some more schematics and notes. A short time to rescue Sneck's kind. Sneck and Ken made preparations, of course. Ken, in the past few years, learned Sneck's language and taught a small group of Valthorns to speak it. We just hoped that there was still someone there. Year 224. Stella was getting better at manipulating the Demon King's core, though she had to be healed after using it. The unusual magical architecture of the King's core strained her mind, and she asked, Ian, are you able to augment my mind? Through that Dream Academy? What? The heroes themselves were unnerved by the statement. You're asking Ian to. I know what I am asking, but the Demon King's core needs more mental power, and every time I use it, I feel my mental capacities are insufficient, even if I have the right mana type for it. She made progress, and her team of Void Mages, supported by a group of dedicated Void Enchanters and Crafters of the Void, created a huge contraption around the Demon King's core. You must remember that this thing is essentially designed for the Demon King, and not meant for mere mortals. The Demon King's core was pretty much a nuclear reactor, linked to multiple arrays of crystals and potatoes filled with void mana and core mana. At the end of it was a rift gate and a control panel, which Stella would use. You do realize you're sharing your mind, Chung, being the natural voice of skepticism among the heroes. Lumuf does it, and he's all right. Stella said, Look, I know the risks, but we have this core, and we have to crack it. We can't fight this war against the demons blind. We're currently essentially reacting to every single invasion. We're doing a lot, I know, but we can do better. Fight wars without having to fight them, you know. All it takes is more brain power, and in this world of magic, I really don't see why you're feeling queasy about it. Stella said, Can you build something, a structure or a thing to do so? I checked and realized I could. Essentially, I would have to grow an attachment that would tap into her mind, something like a living helmet, which would then be linked to an artificial mind. Yes, we'll start small. Within a month, I had a prototype, forged out of wood magic and my evolutionary powers, to create a wooden suit that essentially linked itself to her scalp. It would tap into her mind if she granted access to be augmented by artificial minds. Holy shit, I feel like Iron Man. Stella said as she was wrapped in a wooden suit that was linked to artificial minds nearby. The limitation was that the transmission of the mind waves meant the artificial minds couldn't be very far. Is this how you see the world? You should totally roll this out to everyone. It's freaking amazing. Stella said, It's like what modern soldiers wanted to have. A dedicated AI for every single one. Rune and Johan were both intrigued. Seriously, Alka observed it and nodded. It's that amazing. I already have these lab assistants in my lab. I know, but these things help so much. If they can be specifically configured, Stella asked. Ian, can they be magic-focused? They are designed to do specific functions. It would need some prototyping and training before they can do what you want them to. Ah, never mind. Let's see how this does against the core's void map. She then tested out her contraption and tapped into the Demon King's core. I felt the supporting artificial minds glow, and then they splattered in a small explosion as the demands of the Demon King's core overwhelmed them. I immediately cut off the connection. Oof, not ready yet, Stella cursed. Despite the failure, I liked the idea enough. It felt like a natural evolution of the Valthornian super soldier, and so I immediately got Patrick to start work on designing new super soldier suits. In line with its superhero inspiration, I decided the first version would be named the Timberman Mark I. How'd it go? I asked Edna, who reappeared from the pocket realm. It went well. It wasn't even that hard a fight. The knight answered, just punching some monsters really hard and I get this. She showed off her new haul, a shining sword, Sword of the Demon Slayer. It's got buffs quite comparable to your Demon Hunter special class, but it's an object instead of a class. It was interesting that the system permitted multiple iterations to achieve the same goals, and the return of the mythical era of knights was really appealing to me. My own extrapolation suggested that Edna could even someday obtain some kind of Excalibur equivalent. At the domain level, the system seemed to encourage the creation of new myths or legends. Interestingly, I'm permitted to undertake quests to obtain specific anti-swords. Oh. If I chose demons as my chosen enemy for the quest, I'd get swords for that purpose. The only condition it needs to fulfill is some kind of evil or injustice or destruction criteria, and I could choose them as a target. That means, should a hero commit evil, I could undertake a set of quests under this ability that would grant me some kind of anti-hero sword. That's really overpowered. It is, Edna said. Lesser knights can obtain lesser variants, of course, but it is still an incredible force multiplier. It meant knights, under this mechanism, would function as a check and balance, since any act of tremendous evil could result in creation of anti-evil quests. Seedling Portfolio. Year 225. Rune, Johan, and Lumuf both arrived in Three Worlds and found it the same as it once was, at least at first glance. Their mission was simple, to just have a check on what has changed in the years since we last visited. It's been a while since the three of us traveled together for something unrelated to the Demon King. Johan shrugged. Rune shrugged. It's usually Stella and Lumuf, and this is still tangentially related. 3 domain holders was quite overkill, but they'd all split up and headed in their own directions. Both Rune and Johan were rangers, and they had in their arsenal of skills a wide variety of camouflage, scouting, and movement abilities that made them perfect for checking on these folks from afar. Lumuf's projected presence also helped play the same role. How long till we get to see your dragon? Rune asked. It's a dragon. Johan sighed, and guess what? Dragons take forever to grow. It's just an egg now. Ha, Rune laughed. Should have started with something more ordinary, like a Zeratin. I'm pretty sure Zeratins also take forever to mature. At least with a Zeratin, you'd have your own interstellar ride. That's a good point. I should have thought of that. Johan realized a personal Zeratin pet was probably the ideal interplanetary transportation vehicle. I wouldn't need Stella or the Archmages to send me anywhere. Rune just gave him a gentle punch on the shoulder. But I guess dragons just have that cool legendary factor. Anyway, we should split up and start searching. Yup, got it. Johan's body faded and blended into the background. He was off, and Lumuf also activated his own camouflage. It didn't take long for them to each check on the 3 factions of Three Worlds. Everything's normal here, Rune said through our shared communication ability as he observed the massive city of the Sand People. They were a blend of desert creatures and humans, ruled by the Scarab men. Their warriors were the Scorpion Oids and their lesser folk everyone else. Doesn't even seem like the demons came this way. Some minor damage to the main city, and a bit more on the outskirts, otherwise it's normal. Lumuf returned to the outskirts of the Crystal Mountain and found it the same. The city looked far more heavily fortified than before, with large crystal golems on the walls. Those were new. There seemed to be some battle scars, but otherwise it's all normal. The demons had come for the land of man, and they damaged them only slightly. The centaurs' camps looked heavily damaged, and their population seemed to have shrunk quite a bit. But their main city holds, but I see the scars of heavy battle in this place. There's a large segment of their vast steppes that's now filled with demonic corruption, and there's a large crater in the center that looks to be the remains of the Demon King. Rune and Lumuf activated their own teleportation scrolls and arrived next to Johan in the vast, now corrupted steppes of the centaurs. They survived. Rune said, I suppose that'll have to be good enough. With at least a third of their grazing lands gone, Johan naturally was sympathetic. They don't need us here, Rune said. They chased Lumuf out the last time we're here. They survived. If we approach them now, they'll view us with even more suspicion. Lumuf nodded along. Rune is right. This isn't an urgent problem, even if the pain of the land is palpable. I felt it, of course. Even with my domain, I could shut it out, but it's there like someone shouting outside the window. The call of the trees, the grass, and the land for aid to resist the interlopers, corruptors, undo the damage. I've done so on Branchhold. I've aided the heroes to clear the demonic corruption, and there, it's now almost all gone. I felt that same voice here to clean it up. We should destroy the Demolite, Johan said, or shift it to one of the other worlds. Parasite World's a good place to start since it's a blank slate. What if they want it? Rune retorted. Then they'll get more demons. It's their choice, isn't it? Actions have consequences. In the end, Lumuf cut in. Let's just go. We're here to just check on them, not take action or intervene on their behalf. We'll only step in if the Demon King's running unhindered. Treehome was likely to be safe from the demons for a while, with the astral paths all gone. This was something known to my void mages and my domain holders, but the temples were naturally unaware. They had no means of seeing the astral paths unless they happened to have angels. The lava world was now our primary farming location, other than our dungeon, while I began resettling the parasite world with migrants from both Treehome and a selected few from Branchhold. Even Parasite World was changing, and I attempted to speak to the will on its name. It shared images of what it once was. Jungles and swamps, insects and parasites. It was a tropical world, and thus, I resolved Parasite World shall be named Tropic World. The interstellar migrants were immediately annoyed by the presence of an overwhelming number of naturally spawning mosquitoes, and magical flaming barriers were erected to prevent the bugs from getting close. My healing effects and aura meant the migrants never got sick from it, but it was a massive irritation. The fact that the terrain was still changing, as the core's power returned, meant it was also quite difficult to build anything permanent, since the shifting terrain triggered earthquakes, flash floods, and avalanches. No one died since Valthorns and Druids stepped in to protect them, but it is part of the challenge of settling in this new world. Despite this, the migrants were mostly hopeful. They were drawn to the scale of the land, where only my Valthorns had once walked. The vast forests I created, the new animals that spawned were different from those back home. It took a certain type of personality, an explorer and adventurer at heart, not for money but for novelty, to be willing to make this journey, to build civilization where there was none, to impose order in the natural chaos of this world. A delegation of lords similarly made the journey here. They were to be its new rulers. A small group of friendly Kenari made the journey too, just as there were treefolks, lizard persons, and gnolls who made the move. The swampy natural terrain was unappealing to the centaurs or elves, so they were a minority in the first batch of settlers. The system didn't entirely leave these to fend for themselves, and these pioneers were rewarded with an upgrade, a rather powerful set of classes: pioneer settlers, pioneer builders, or pioneer crafters, and other such, that helped them adapt to life in their new world. Their children grew quickly, and with the protection of my trees, I foresee them growing quickly. Here, there were very few resource limitations. With such a small population, the system spawned magnitudes more animals and monsters than they could ever hunt, and it would take at least a few decades before the population growth would start to run into resource issues. Just like Treehome, I worked with the new settler lords to set up nature reserves and areas that would be protected, areas where the natural state of this new world was preserved, and my artificial minds supported them with beetle guardians and beetle trucks. They could get certain necessities shipped over from Treehome, if needed, but as far as they could, they had to make do with what was available. Solving their adversity and working with what they had was a path to gaining levels, since it was the ethos behind their pioneer series of classes. My tree on the Comet world barreled through the void space at high speeds, and occasionally I saw other worlds come into view. Yet these other worlds were too brief and too hard to lock on. I started to wonder whether we could control our movement through the void space. After all, this world had shrunk quite dramatically, and the Comet world is like a male in a bottle floating on the wider ocean. My Comet world had somehow barreled far away from where we are, like a comet now in the far-flung areas. On the map of the Demon King's core, we were not even on the map, but it was hard to confirm this. After all, this map had a weird perspective and projection of the Void Sea. Stella and Alka worked on multiple contingency plans of potential retaliations from the demons. One possibility, from what we've seen in the Margmarian dwarves and also the dragons, was the comet. This was common in these two's memories, and the comet led to large-scale destruction. Our mitigating solution was twofold. First, Stella and the Void Mages prepared a set of portals as an escape plan. Alka's team of bomb researchers prepared for the possibility of blowing up the comet. Unlike humans, we have the ability to create portals, so reaching any comet or super projectile headed our way was a small problem. We just needed a nuke large enough to blow up any comet. There was a possibility, as Ken suggested based on his past knowledge of tropes, that the comet may well be a super demon king, or at least a larger fragment of that blob from the demon. I felt this possibility was unlikely, because if it was then, the god's solution of summoning heroes likely would not work. Also, if such a thing was possible, Treehome would have been a demonic wasteland, so it's unlikely. Ken's counter-argument was that the Demon King may just give up on its corruption, ability, and instead make a combat-focused Demon King, since every Demon King has two roles. One, to both defeat the heroes, and two, have a set of abilities designed to capture the core of the world. A focused Demon King meant to erase the targeted world to a blank slate could give us trouble. Again, unlikely. I personally had a third idea. The demons may just wait us out. If I were to put myself in the demon's shoes as the demon's chief strategist and tactician, and I saw a world that's giving me trouble, my first instinct may not be to throw stronger units at it, but just wait and see. This is because I'm an immortal, while these habited worlds are usually humanoids, and humanoids don't live very long. If I just left the world alone, the defenders would have aged and died, and when I send a demon king after 100 or 200 years, those who stood against me might have been long gone or descended to infighting. A strategy like this required some knowledge of the nature and thought process of mortals, but the demons could read minds, and they have acquired that knowledge by capturing heroes in the past. If this was the demon's chosen strategy, it required eternal vigilance and heavy preparation over decades and centuries, and that was a very hard thing for a society of mortals to do effectively. Well, good thing we have an immortal on our side then. Alka laughed. You're all immortals. The issue is making sure our mortal friends share our concerns. If we warn them too much and too consistently but nothing actually happens, they'll think, after a decade or two, it's just scaremongering and we are just being naggy old creatures. I had no issues with those longer lived because they know. For someone who lived through 1-in-100-year disasters, those things were very real, but to those who didn't or grew up after those disasters, they just don't feel it personally and would take things lightly. I would mitigate this in my Valthorns with my dream academies and other such abilities, and send them to the other worlds. I realized this contradicted a thought I had previously with Branchhold, that different societies had different future time horizons. Some cultures prepared, some cultures reacted. Ian, your concerns are overstated. There's actually no reason to warn them at all. Alka interjected. What could the kingdoms do with their levels and their resources? Nothing truly substantial. Nothing compared to what we have access to. If anything, the duty to prepare falls on us, those with domains. We do not expect a regular man on the street to know how to guide a ship through a hurricane, and likewise, we do not expect a village chief to know what to do against a god. Is that from a book somewhere? Stella quipped. No, but our eyes can see, our minds can foresee, and we shall guide our fellow men through these dark woods. Stella actually clapped. You've been reading. Yes, I have. Alka laughed. I suppose it's true. There's not much these societies could do against such an existential threat. Kravik, my treefolk Yonic Lord of Growth, approached me with the latest of void-attuned treefolks. The youngest one could now speak and grew up well. By now, we have close to 15 such treefolks. Our process of breeding, more of them was slow because we checked everything. Our concerns of their weak physique was overstated, as it soon became clear that the soul adapted to the body, and the body adapted to the soul. Their soul springs became an unusual mixture of both void and normal mana, and their soul springs had a two-layered structure, one normal mana, one void. Still too young to learn magic, the first void-attuned treefolk was named Kala. Curious and uncertain of his place in the world, we spoke a lot, and the void child reminded me very much of a once young Lausanne. They still had their naive innocence, a clear, wide-eyed wonder of the world around them. They do not know to be intimidated. The very act of speaking to me did not strike them with fear. Every time I look at the children I trained and designed all for the future of waging war, I felt conflicted. They were necessary. The skills, the adaptations they had, all in my mind necessary. Reality remains cruel, and with the demons all over the multiverse, my recruitment of talented children never stopped. The continuous process of building a pipeline of talent for our war to end this cycle never ended. I hope there was a world someday in the future where children could be children and not have to fight wars on my behalf. When we destroyed and defeated the Demon King, I wondered for a moment whether I've achieved my goals. I asked my domain holders once whether this was it, that this was where we should stop since we've stopped the cycle for Treehome, but everyone knew it wasn't. All we did was buy time and force them to rethink their strategy. They would return. They were still there. I looked at my future young soldiers all over Treehome and Branchhold and prepared them for a war that I wish I never had to fight. But it must. One day it will end. One day we will have our victory. But until then, I will keep adding more to our war potential. Den of Snakes. Den of Snakes. Year 226. I'm there. I've reached Sneck's world. Stella said the words that they've all waited for. Really? Seriously? Ken jumped from his chair as the message propagated to all the senior leaders and the hero-related groups. We knew she was getting close, but the uncertain nature of the void and its erratic patterns made predicting the specific time and date difficult. The void was simultaneously a stormy sea, a folding space, and a thick, dark, and confusing forest. Sneck immediately asked, "What did she see?" "My void body just arrived, and I can't see anything. The void body's just a void portal probe. I'll have to open a portal, wait." Sneck yelled and Ken just shook his head. "What now?" Ken said. "We've finally reached your world, the goal you've always wanted, and now you're saying, wait, I'm not ready. You're a spiritual snake ready to sacrifice your life to somehow bring heroes back to your world, and now you're not ready. Come on." Sneck felt a range of emotions I've rarely seen in the spirit snake. Confusion, uncertainty, fear, hope. To return after so long. How much time had passed? He didn't know, we didn't either. "The gates are open," Stella said, and it was Lumuf once again who stepped through. We were greeted by mountains and canyons so high that it felt unreal. Instantly, we felt the presence of the demons. A world of dragon demons, the ones we saw from an earlier time, the ones that Lozan fought. They zoomed overhead, so far above the canyons that they couldn't see us. "They don't have very good eyesight," Lumuf quipped as the demons seemed to ignore us. Sneck and Ken ran through the city and rushed to the Valthorn's keep and ran to the room where the portal floated midair. Stella nodded in the room. "Well, the gate's there. Lumuf is already on the other side." Sneck's little snake form seemed nervous, and I felt it. "Is it safe?" Ken asked. He hadn't actually stepped through to a demon world. "Yes, the weather seems a little dry, but for now still breathable." The demons did not do much to the air. "Well, is this your home?" Lumuf asked. Sneck sat on his shoulder. Yes it is," he said. "It's the same sun and moon." The terrain had changed, and their world had become even more mountainous. There were huge cliffs, deep valleys, and mountains that were filled with caves, all inhabited by the demon dragons. The dragon demons flew overhead, and in truth, they were a pale imitation of real dragons. They lacked the overwhelming power that I felt in the ancient dragon bones, the energy and magic that could survive the batterings of time. "Where are your family or friends?" Lumuf asked as we walked through the valleys. The valleys all had small streams of running water, grass and foliage still grew on the banks of the stream. It seemed that certain demons didn't outright destroy their worlds, and instead merely leech off the core like some kind of planetary parasite. "I'm not sure," Sneck answered. "The terrain has changed so much, but my people live underground, a strange coexistence." When I considered, and Lumuf felt the world through his feet. "The good news is your world looks like it has hardly aged." There was still a strong, pulsing presence in the core, deeply entangled with the demon's presence. The demon king in this world was still growing, and it'd be years before it was ready for an invasion. Stella popped up right next to them. The first thing she did was to look up, and we saw the growing but still weak astral path that led somewhere. "So how do we find your kind? Do they have any magic or markers?" "No, we hid everything, but things may have changed." Stella closed her eyes, and I felt her energy pulse outwards like a wave that swept out. Lumuf activated my avatar mode, and my magical labs spawned at the edges of the stream. These magical labs then activated my array of magical sensors. We had to first offset the magical energies of the core and the demons, but once that was out of the way, we were left with a smaller pool of possible locations, about 500 places. "Do you think we can hide from the dragons?" Lumuf asked Stella, and she shrugged like it was a stupid question. "Do we even need to?" "True, they may look like dragons but lack their power. If Lozan could take them on, Lumuf and Stella certainly could steamroll their way through them. Actually, now may be a good time to get the next generation of Valthorns up to speed." Lumuf realized. "That's more like it." Stella grinned. Stella and Lumuf were at the center of about 250 Valthorns, all level 100s and above. These are the possible locations of Sneck's people, based on our magical sensors, and they refer to themselves as the Ularans. Ulara. After the demonic invasion, their message infrastructure collapsed, so there may be multiple surviving Ularans in this world, scattered all over the world. Sneck claims he came from the Utara Ularans, and there's the Selet and Ularans. The Valthorns separated into groups of 5, and they fanned out. Simply put, make a spectacle, lots of noise, and crush the demons, and see whether the Ularans will come out and talk to us. Everyone nodded. Lumuf and Stella just followed their trail of destruction. The demon dragons themselves were strong relative to the other demon types, but their low quantities were a drag. The Valthorns tore through the flights of demons. Here, the Ranger-Archer Valthorns had extensive advantage. Their piercing arrows and crystal bomb-tipped arrows were very effective against their heavy scales. Our sound and fury agenda was successful. Patriarch Lumuf, we spotted some natives. Aduran, a Valthorn triology monk warrior, reported through our message system. One of them was spying on us, and we tracked him back to a network of tunnels in the nearby valleys. I felt Sneck breathe a huge sigh of relief. He had feared for his fellow snakefolk. We spotted some Ularans. All in, we spotted 3 separate groups of Ularans as we fanned out, and Stella, Lumuf teleported us to the nearest one. They lived in what appeared to be a really complicated network of deep tunnels and chambers, and built secret irrigation tunnels and light-collecting structures that funneled light into underground farms. Snek was nervous, but he knew how the tunnels worked. The tunnels were small and not meant for normal-sized humanoids. Instead, Snek, in his strange form, went to the door and searched for something. There was a metal plate no larger than a small teacup, and he hit it 5 times. He held it up and it vibrated midair, and waited. Soon an Ularan emerged, a snake with 2 hands and no legs that resembled a really small naga. The Ularans were all small-sized, no larger than a small table, but what was interesting was that they all had a large cobra-like head. He had a small dagger and small arm. "Who is it? I am Sawib Sarulars." Snek did the introduction. "I was once one of the high-blood ritualists meant to find heroes for Ulara. I have returned and wish to speak to the present Ularan Lord of the Dens." The Ularan looked unsure. "I know not of this name or the ritual you speak of. Begone, you are not welcome." "Wait, we acted on the orders of the Ularan Lord Rajat Dungular and Lord Capacular. Are those names familiar to you? They are long dead and their den long destroyed." "How many years has it been?" Snek asked. "I do not know." "Do not enter, as you are not welcome." "Are they welcome?" Snek pointed to Lumuf and Stella. "They can defeat the demons of this world and may even bring us to a world without demons." There was no response from the Ularan, and instead he just hissed. "That didn't go as planned," Snek sighed. "Let us try the other dens, but it is a good sign that my people survived after all. The second attempt was a lot better." "Oh, you are one of the ancient ritualists, and these are the leaders of the creatures above ground." "Yes, they do not look like the humans that the gods used to send. They look so old." Stella frowned. "Times have changed." Snek responded, "And they are not the heroes. Unfortunately, we cannot let you into our den. We can meet outside." "The demons, do they not come for you?" "Most dens have settled to a comfortable status quo with the demons. We leave them alone and they hardly bother us. Those that venture too far get eaten. That is the way." The Ularan of the second den said. "Are you in contact with the other dens?" "No." The rest of my Valthorns continued to fan out and scout out more of the locations. There were surprisingly more dens than we expected, as the dragon demons really didn't like going down to the valleys and were happy to remain in the peaks and surface. It was an unusual coexistence, and I was getting the sense that the Ularans didn't really want to rock the boat either. Snek's mood soured as we encountered more and more dens, almost all of them turning us away. "I don't get it. I even obtained a hero class, and they don't even seem convinced. Too much time has passed." Lumuf said, "And they've changed their minds in that period of time. Or maybe it's just a form of Stockholm Syndrome. Don't rock the boat." As Snek's frustrations with the dens grew, I've decided to go on a small detour. "Lumuf, if there's a dragon demon champion, let me know. I want to capture one." "Ah," Lumuf nodded, quickly passed the message to the teams, and I got a target soon after. "Patriarch Lumuf, there is a dragon demon champion in this location. We've backed off." Lumuf charged to the location at high speed, and then landed before a dragon demon. These dragon demon champions were one of the strongest types of demon champions we've seen, just slightly weaker than the combined Demon Walker super cannons. Lumuf leapt on the dragon demon champion. It flailed and struggled, but my vines wrapped around the giant dragon demon and flooded it with my mana. It's gotten easy. My vines pulled the dragon down to the ground and continued to flood it with mana. Natural mana overwhelming has converted the demon drake champion to a giant tree drake. Giant tree drake requires a titan soul to operate at full power. The tree drake lumbered helplessly, unable to move much, so I had Stella send it back to Treehome for further investigation. Destroying the demon dragons or demon drakes, since the system doesn't consider them to be real dragons, was quite entertaining for my Valthorns. Every wannabe hero has been sold the idea of slaying dragons, so this was the fulfillment of that dream. "All right, what should we do?" Lumuf gathered the senior leaders and Snek, while the rest of the Valthorns had fun slaying demons. Snek is clearly not having much success with his kind, though some of them are willing to at least talk. "My humble and utmost apologies, Patriarch Lumuf." Snek offered and seemed extremely embarrassed by what had happened. "I did not expect my people to be so difficult. But at least I now know that about 340 years have passed since I shed my physical form and entered the void. What is the root cause of their resistance? You have the hero class. Surely they should welcome you as a savior of some kind." Stella was fairly curious as well. Generations have grown up under these dragon demons, and only the really old would remember life before them. As weird as it sounds, my fellow Ularans adapted and accepted life as it is, and adopted some insular behaviors. "I will need some time to address their concerns," Lumuf said. "Do we have time?" "Plenty," Stella said. "The star paths are weak, and the core of this world is still holding one of the baby demon kings." "There you go, you have time. You may offer them a chance to move to our world. We will have somewhere safe for them. Perhaps the bug world." Snek nodded. I fear my fellow people may get aggressive if I badger them too often, but I will try to undo this. The little snake creature bobbed his head and looked back at the insular little Ularans all hidden in their dens. With Stella's Void Explorer locked on Sneckworld, we were able to open portals to the world as needed. For now, Stella and Lumoof returned to Treehome. All right, what's next? Stella said. Lumoof shrugged. I'm taking a break. I'm going to go get some tea, a nice hearty meal, and then get a shower. I'm all dusty. Ha. Without the demonic invasions to regularly pulse and space out our time, even though I did feel it was a little too frequent, it helped structure my time and allow me to aim for the next goal. Now, I needed to figure out that goal for myself. I had to prepare for what came through the astral ways next, especially from that blob. Some of the distances were still too far, even with rift gates, and how the demons created those astral paths, which was subsequently reinforced by a combination of void and core mana, was still a puzzle. At least my other Valthorns seemed to be growing. Cloven Hooves. Year 227. There are times when nothing seems to happen, and I generally enjoy these periods of time. It's not to say nothing happened, but it's more that the events that happened were largely small to me. On Treehome, my roots and vines finally crossed all the necessary oceans, and we've reached all the continents. I was now able to spy on everyone in the world, but there was nothing worth spying on. The temples did not hold secrets of communicating with the ancient gods, or if they did, it was lost to time. Kingdoms were embroiled in endless politicking and jostling for power, what little power they had. The common folk, well, there's really not much to gain from spying on them. Again, it comes back to my two main objectives. The first main objective for expansion is the gathering mana and resources, which does not require my direct control of the land. My subsidiary trees are able to hide and camouflage such that most people don't notice them, and they, connected to the rest of the trees, generate. The second was talent. There was a valid argument for the expansion of my cities into the other continents, to have a wider pool to gather talent. It is also true, just as Raf correctly noted, that my reluctance to control these other lands meant they were lawless, and many of these young, potentially talented children would encounter a demise before their time. On this aspect, my spy networks in the other continents help serve as my talent hunters. Talent is an ephemeral quality. It emerges in some and doesn't in others. I've known this through my decades, almost century-old training program. Some people bloom early, some people bloom late, some never bloom at all. Some thrive in a structured, safe environment of the central continent, some thrive in the lawlessness of the kingdom's fringes. I tried to recreate similar chaos by letting go of the kingdoms of the central continent. I allowed them to fight each other. Chaos, conflict, it's all natural. Order is stifling, and worse still, the frustration created by order eventually causes the general populace to turn on the force that applies that order. Every few years, my Valthorns had to step in and quell some smaller actual rebellions, some small pockets of dissatisfaction that somehow turned on us. We catch most of them before they turn into larger rebellions. My minds keep tabs of their general mood and try to ensure that their frustrations are aimed at each other, rather than us. Sometimes my spy masters accelerate the collapse of certain incompetent kingdoms, just to ensure that the frustrations are focused on them than us. We step in when they do something. It is a slippery, slippery slope. Lumoof said to Raf that we are wardens. That is my goal, but in practice there are flaws to this ideal as well. If the lion were to hunt the last surviving gazelle, would we not intervene? We would, because in the interest of diversity, I should retain these rare species. Yet the natural way is to let it collapse. The strong survive, that is nature. When are we wardens, and when are we zookeepers and conservationists? Nature's diversity is hinged upon every species finding their niche. A species that does not find their niche thus dies. Is that how we do things? Is that how I want to do things? The cities of Treehome have grown larger. The sheer concentration of our power meant resources, infrastructure and facilities have made the 6 ports, Freshka, and the many directly administered cities of the Valthorns into large, sprawling city monstrosities. The decades of peace have created a huge accumulation of people in these large centers of economic activity. It also made it easier to find talent, because there was bound to be talent in a larger pool of people. Like it or not, the central continent's incredible prosperity is an outcome of decades of order. By my artificial minds measures, the central continent's population has increased by a factor of 10 since a century ago, all because of significantly higher food availability and significantly lower death rates. The resurgence of the lizard folk, centaur, and tree folk populations were also a big factor, and it was all possible because of our presence, to create order and to protect those I saw as worth protecting. But it is not fair. The Valthorns have our inbuilt biases. If the lizard folk or tree folk were inferior, by the order of things they should be extinguished. So though we claim to be wardens, we are not very good wardens. We step in. We made changes. We elevated some lizard folks and tree folks beyond their natural state and made them into wardens. but the very fact that we made it possible informs the others of the height that they could achieve. We protected some and encouraged certain populations to grow faster. Honestly, we're hypocrites. We apply order and intentionally create chaos. We impose our rules. Our rules were drafted with a significant bias for choice, for self-determination. It's hypocritical because if we really wanted to be wardens, the nature of Treehome should be a state of anarchy. The kingdoms should be able to fight each other to the death if they wanted, but we don't allow them to, in the interest of saving the innocent and sparing the continent from the fallout. The philosophical difference between myself and Raph was actually really just on the spectrum of our intervention. We advocate a light touch, yet we occasionally intervene, sometimes heavily, thus we suffer the consequences. Raph would, by the sheer nature of his philosophy, need to consistently intervene. That, to me, was an untenable position. I did not like that. Initially, my framework for intervention generally considered whether there was an extinction event, such as the last gazelle example, large-scale unnecessary death, a unique or special resource, or if the intervention could significantly alter the direction of the world for the better. It occurs to me that the framework was structured so wide that it is effectively useless as a framework. What is significant? If one subscribes to chaos theory, that small events have large ripples, everything is accordingly significant, and thus, like Raph, I must always intervene. That is not where I want to be. I want to end the cycle, and these days, any intervention is filtered through whether it could lead us further along that path. Again, still very vague and not exactly useful. How would you know that a person could someday be the future savior of the world? It was something that still stumped me, and so, for now, I'm going with my gut, which is mostly my roots. Managed to get the crystal computers to work. Kay looked at the flashing crystals with great interest. They work, but all this computational power is not very useful. Alka was frustrated. We now had the equivalent of computer chips, and Alka is now literally a walking chip foundry. The issue was making that computational power do something useful. What was the world's greatest supercomputer if there was nothing that required that sort of computational power? Creating a language and operating system for the supercomputer was a challenge in itself, though they were not entirely working from scratch. It was fairly easy to adapt runes and runic carvings into supercomputers, and that was their first instinct. There was a language already native to crystals, runes. If the crystals could inherently maintain and process statements directly, Alka's first idea was that they were essentially artificial minds, but in crystal form. So we combined them with my suit of living wooden armor to augment our Valthorns in combat. This was actually the first useful application, since the supercomputer crystals could function as the home of the artificial minds. We then combined the artificial minds, the supercomputer crystals, and the Demon King's core. Stella referred to it as the Void Chamber, and it was our first full-scale attempt at supporting Stella's attempt to look further and deeper into the demon's map. It worked better than expected. She didn't have a nosebleed or her eyes didn't hurt, and she could begin to manipulate the map and convert them into something useful. Coordinates, directions. Stella needed the Void Chamber because the Demon King's core was not designed for the regular mind. The chamber helped to interpret and convert the signals and signs and inputs into something more usable and allowed her to take it all in. I need a bit of demonic mana. Stella said after a few days of experimenting with the Demon King's core, there are some segments locked behind a key of demonic mana, certain carved paths within the core that need to be powered by demonic energy. Got it. A small army of void mages watched as a demonic hybrid tree appeared nearby, and a small trickle of demonic energy pierced the Demon King's core. It hummed strangely, and Stella manipulated the demonic energy into the path. She froze as she felt the presence of an unusual blend of divine energy leaking, that then transformed, decayed into something else. Ian, I'm not sure if I'm reading this right, but from what I'm seeing, there's a dead thing in the prison. It leaks divine energy, similar to that ancient log, but it's very faint, and I think it's getting twisted into some kind of demonic energy. God, yes. That blob is like a prison or an extraction device of some kind, and each Demon King is a piece of that fallen thing which perhaps is a god. That has been corrupted. We're actually going to fight a god. I cursed. This was going to be a lot more traditional than I expected. Oh great, there's also shit. Stella cursed. Heroes, the spirits of captured heroes in that prison. That thing contains both heroes and a dead divine creature. The Demon King is essentially a fusion of three parts: the body of the planets, the will and spirit of this fallen god, and the blood and energy of the demons. That blob contains the will, and the blood is passed on with each Demon King. Okay, so, when you corrupt the anti-magic Demon King's body, it messes with the blood and energy of the demon, as well as the body of the world, which was why it didn't work as well when it landed. Stella paused, but this doesn't help. Doesn't tell us how to get to it. The distance between us and the blob is huge. I'd have to gain at least 100 levels just to get enough void mana to get close. Can we hop there? The void chamber hummed as I felt the Demon King's core light up. Yes, we'll have to capture at least 40 worlds along the way, but here's the thing. The closer we are to the blob, the more demon kings they can throw at us. Wait, why? They technically have no limit on how many demon kings they can aim at one world. It is just its default setting to aim one world at a time, to maximize growth. It's transmitting a command. Stella had already started to read the command. It can essentially be summarized as a matrix between the nearest world, highest demolite concentration, and special weightage, which is normally 0. So it pretty much tries to invade the world with the highest weighted score, the nearest world on its star map. It's also receiving a pulse from the other demon worlds, every unknown number of years, which helps update that star map. If a world was already targeted by another demon king, there's a negative modifier applied. Wait, can you tamper with that pulse? I will, but we have to play listening mode for a bit to see what that pulse is like. If I know what's being transmitted, I'll try to modify and mimic it. I'll need your help to construct a listening facility of some kind on the lava world and the other demonic worlds. And you know what we are looking for? Yes. Stella grinned. I just figured out exactly what we need to look for. Stella and her void mages soon spent months constructing hundreds of little demolite gems filled with a special inscription, meant to mimic the exact energy-receiving formation within the Demon King's core. These devices were then scattered on all the worlds, particularly places like the Lava World and Sneck's World. They would function as recording devices to see what's transmitted and communicated by the demon, mothers, demon kings, and the blob. Now we wait. We didn't bother Raph and the rest of the angel world, nor was it in our interest to keep interacting with them. We had other things to focus on. We needed to train new domain holders, and the more my domain holders played a role in the battle, the harder it was for the rest of them to gain a level. It was just a fact that there was limited contribution to go around. That was pretty much the rule of thumb. The easier the battle, the smaller their role, the less experience they got. On the 3 worlds, it was time we made contact with the Sand People and the Centaurs, despite the Crystal King's earlier reservations. For this purpose, we had our own centaurs on the central continent and trained a group of them to function as spies. Lumoof would play a more observatory role. The lead centaur spymaster, Eudoxus, initiated the contact after months of surveillance. A lesson from the angel world, or lawyer world, we clearly could not presume good faith in our contact, and like aliens dealing with other aliens, we must first understand who we were dealing with before attempting to make any contact. We also needed to infiltrate our targets and know more about them before any proper engagement with the authority figures. I also needed to do it more discreetly, unlike Lumoof's rather high-profile buying spree in the Crystal Mountain. It's common sense in hindsight, but clearly I lacked it as I've suffered for it over the years, something about trees lacking common sense. The centaurs of the 3 worlds had a communal hierarchy organized around their large special land. A special relic controlled their great vanishing country, which protected their kind for centuries. Those who gained control of the relic were ultimately the joint leaders of their land. But what had happened? Arjun, one of my long-serving centaurs, was soon able to coax the story from a few of the centaur locals. The locals of 3 worlds, like the angel world, did not presume the presence of alien centaurs or centaurs outside of their immediate control. The great patriarch and matriarch couldn't fully control the relics of Gaar. Could you believe that? The local centaur chief of the pack cursed over some heavily spiked alcohol. In our centuries of history, the relic has never failed us. It is their incompetence. The story of the Whisperers claims that the relic had lost power, that our ancestors had overused it. Even with the centaur hero's energies, the relic is incomplete. Another centaur chief of the outskirts was quick to share the tales from the grapevine. The centaurs were strangely very, very gossipy, though we did eventually realize there was quite a bit of horse shit. Arjun and Eudoxus both played the role of traveling centaurs from a faraway village, nodded. I hear there is demonic corruption in the vast steppes. The spy group consisted of 6 centaurs, all from Treehome, and they melded seamlessly with the centaurs of the fringe. Yes, the centaur chief looked upset. That has never happened in our history. The great patriarch and matriarch must let go of their position for their failure. Arjun prodded. Is that something that would be offensive to say? If that's offensive, the patriarch will not be able to hold his place. The villagers responded, half drunk on some kind of fermented milk alcohol. Soon the great vote will be upon us. The centaur chief said, and the patriarch will be challenged to defend his position. And would you challenge him? Arjun asked. No, but I hear of those who will. The local chiefs shared names of at least 6 who have thrown themselves into the ring. It all sounded foreign. Back home, we had a discussion on what we've discovered. There are lands not owned by any faction. Rune said. These lands were located in the far south, near the edges of the deserts of the Sand People, and the edges of the land held by the humans and the Crystal King. The only reason they were not owned by anyone was because these were unproductive lands. They were a littering of overly cold, barren deserts and a smidge of uninhabited canyons. There was no food, and the weather was too darn cold. There were also no animals, and the place had atrocious weather. We could take this if just to claim territory. Lumuf had surveyed the land earlier and didn't like it. Ideally, getting somewhere with a magical ley line was best, but given my ability to spread trees anywhere, it doesn't actually matter. Or we could come in at the invitation of the other factions. Or just place our trees and spread invisibly, Rune countered. With Ian's camouflage abilities, how hard is it to hide? It was a strange thing to even consider, whether a tree had the right to place itself and grow anywhere it wanted. Having rights to land in itself was a great advantage, since it meant no one could take it away from us, but in reality, they couldn't enforce the claim. In fact, once I had my seed planted on this world, I would be spreading my trees everywhere without any care for legal rules. I didn't care for legal rules back on Treehome, why should I care here? Maybe I shouldn't care all that much and just look for someone far away from the three just to avoid conflict and spread my trees anyway. But at least one of them had a domain, which meant they might be able to sense my presence. It was a risk. Was it worth it? In my mind, yes, but I'll do so after contacting the other two factions. There had to be one faction willing, or at least, is a bit more cooperative than the rest. Arjun and Eudoxus arrived at one of the largest centaur gatherings, in their largest city, Hoofhall. They had somehow convinced some centaur merchants to take them along, and the group of 6 centaur spies had established themselves as merchant bodyguards. Centaurs raided each other, and raiding was a fairly common affair in their society. As a result, they've developed some norms in order to prevent loss of life. Centaur raiding leaders would often battle it out with the head of the bodyguards or the local militia, and if the bodyguard or militia lost, they would surrender their wares, but usually no one was killed. If they won, the raiders would leave. Towns and cities even had their own raiding parties who did the same to the other cities. Brutality was generally frowned upon, despite the sheer machismo that centaur war leaders had to display in combat. Arjun was a level 136 spear saint, and so in combat there really was no contest. So usually it was Eudoxus who took the role of the head, as Eudoxus was a level 87 spymaster and level 50 or so hardened warrior. It was easy for him to fake his strength as a spymaster. As they rode through Hoofhall's gates, they immediately noticed the strange markings on the land, and Lumuf, hidden and camouflaged in the wagon, saw the lines of magic immediately. The entire city was overflowing with a kind of magic, not unlike the shamans or the lizard folk's magics, a blend of runic power and centaur's folk magic. Folk magic was a milder blend of soul energy and their own energy, like how shamans and witch doctors could somehow use a limited array of soul-linked magics, like how the rituals of priests could also touch the soul. The folk magicians and spiritualists of the centaurs were developed in such similar concepts. The centaur guards shuffled them in after reviewing some documentation. It was fairly easy to forge, but they didn't need to. The centaur chiefs of the outskirt villages were more than happy to issue them new papers. The guards instinctively stepped away from Arjun. He was the strongest of the centaurs present, and his presence still rippled through the system, even if he tried his best to hide it. The challenges will begin soon. Eudoxus quickly shuffled away to get information of what's next. Challenge. Arjun asked. The challengers challenged the patriarch for the title. Eudoxus explained. Should we? Arjun would defeat the patriarch if it was a straight combat. We don't know anyone. It's best we lay low and build our network. I've given them a decade or two to build a realistic faction within the centaurs, with the goal of lobbying the centaurs for friendly terms. With our power, it wasn't impossible. We were the equivalent of an extraterrestrial power funding and influencing a faction, and meddling with centaur politics. When I put it that way, what I'm planning to do really sounds distasteful. I need the mana because I don't know what the future holds. If I could get it on favorable terms, which mostly just involved non-interference, that would be sufficient. I wonder why I care. I should just plant my tree clone and be done with it. Fuck whatever these people say. Rune clearly agreed with that approach, but legitimacy would smooth a lot of issues. Arg, I am just reminded that I despise politics. It would be easier that way in the short run, but all it'll do is sow the seeds of conflict over the long run. If any of these domain tier or relic holders can be swayed our way, that will save us a lot of bloodshed in the future. We are aiming for the demon's heart, and we best have our foundations safe. It would not do to face nibbles from unfriendly natives at our roots. Year 227, Ulara. The way of our people has changed, Sawib Sarulars, the Ularan answered as they met in a quiet cave in the canyons of Ulara. Snakeworld, or Ulara as Snek called it, eventually opened up to his presence. Snek wanted to meet in the open to show that the Valthorns could give them safety. Why, we can undo all of this. I have a hero class. All we need is a young child who has not received her class to accept it. Centuries of living in the shadow of the demons. The Ularan Den Lord answered. We are not the race we once were. We have accepted our fate. Fate, where was my kind that was proud and willing to stand up to the demons? My fellow Ularans who were willing to sacrifice themselves and partake in the soul arts, to send me and many others like me to seek help. Snek was furious. We hid away because we couldn't fight then, but now there's an army strong enough to defeat almost every single demon above us and heroes to retake our world. Centuries, Sawib. The Den Lord was pensive. Will your army be here forever? Will we be able to resist the demons forever? If the other worlds could do it, why couldn't we? We resisted them for a long time, too. We had heroes. I have a hero class here. And what? A single hero. When that hero passes, we're doomed once more. Perhaps we will face a type of demons that doesn't let us survive in the caves and canyons. It was a conversation he had with many others. Snek couldn't believe it. I feared that my people were dead. I came to find that my people lived, but were dead at heart. He refused to believe that the young were like that. If you refuse, at least let me speak to the young Ularans. Surely some would wish to live in a world not in the shadow of the demons, where we can step into the light with pride. The Ularan Den Lord sighed and then nodded. Very well, I've seen enough that I can trust our young to you. Sawib smiled in relief. At least some wisdom in the others. After his stint on Ulara, Snek eventually settled on 2 goals. Collect as many young Ularans and send them to Tropic World, and also regain access to the clean blood magic and various rituals. Lord Sawib, is it true that you went to another world? The young Ularans were extremely curious and Snek nodded, that you could defeat the demons. Snek, who lost his physical Ularan body form, nodded to the young Ularans. Right now the Ularans lost their faith in themselves, that these small snake-like creatures had no ability to fight against the demons. Yes, I could not, but these people have. Snek pointed to the Valthorns. Almost all regular Valthorn were tall, healthy, and strong as the elite soldiers of my force. The Ularans were half their height and they found us intimidating. Over the years, the idea that Ularans cannot win against the demons, what more the giant dragon-like demons, was carved into their psyche. If Snek wanted to retake the world, we could do so with our Valthorns, but that would not restore the confidence of the Ularans or destroy the belief that their people are meant to exist in the shadows of these demons. The snake spirit asked for my assistance to train the young Ularans so that they could show their fellow Ularans that they have the strength to fight the demons, even the champions. I spoke to my council, and I felt it was worth it, even if there was a risk of creating another raft-type event with the Ularans' knowledge of clean blood magic and the existence of the multiverse. It's a long, hard journey, but they had the time. At the rate this world is going, it's unlikely to die in the next 100 years. Snek had spoken to my mages, and the mages had performed a wide range of data collection and magical studies. Their world still possessed a fairly robust core, and though we found the pits to the Demon Mother, it wasn't time for us to go in. Snek, ideally, would like his own people to be the ones to free his world, a hero made from an Ularan, but he was not yet ready to gift the hero class stored in his soul to a young child. In fact, he soon confided with me that he would require my assistance to assess the suitability of the young children. I wondered personally whether a hero class like that, taken away from Ken and then later granted to another, would still have the same mental compulsions and controls. My question is, the mental compulsion a part of the hero class, or is it something that came together with the application of the hero class? No matter, the new Ularan hero would be a fascinating case study. As part of the talks to convince the young Ularans, and also inspire them to achieve something, Snek told them stories of the Valthorns and our conquests through the stars. It was quite effective, that eventually a few of the older Ularans agreed to join a small exploratory batch of 500 young Ularans to be trained by the Valthorn Academy in the ways of combat and offensive magic. These young Ularans were brought through the rifts produced by the Void Archmages and to Treehome. They had an experience that was far more exaggerated than the lizard folks of Mountain World. It was expected, since these young Ularans grew up in the relative modesty of their dens in the caves, and they have not seen life out in the open or the vast sprawling cities. Their dens, some which are fairly luxurious for them, are all built in their underground labyrinth, and therefore the sight of a large city out in the open is absolutely alien. I believe they would have a similar reaction if they've seen the cities of Mountain World too. Still, the spectacle helped to convince the young Ularans and their minders to get started on the training program to create the next generation of Ularan warriors. The Ularans were very amused to see the lizard folks. Ularans, unlike lizard folks, are egg layers and do not have the practice of communal spawning pools or private spawning pools. Ularans do generally keep their eggs within their dens, and Snek explained that in the pre-demon days, their dens were pretty much regular buildings. Their current practice of tunneling labyrinths, which had grown far more extensive since Snek's time, was an evolution of their adaptation. The Ularans had developed and trained good tunnelers and abandoned some of the classes and roles that they no longer needed underground. In other words, the current Ularan, despite their meekness, were quite the ideal doomsday preppers because they could build entirely self-sustaining environments entirely underground. The Ularans' fighting style needed to take advantage of their natural size, and a brief assessment of their physique soon leaned towards a more magical approach. Despite their size, their magical prowess was comparable to the others, and they were also naturally more in tune to the spiritual side of magic. They were quite fascinating subjects to study, quite like the angels. Ken and the rest of the heroes, when faced with the Ularans, found them quite cute, and they were even slightly smaller than the Kanari, like little pet snakes, but they knew better than to say it out loud. Snek said references to snakes would have offended them. They would be spexed into mages, druids, or agility rogue types in order to take advantage of their small size. They were naturally mages and also transformation-type druids, where they would take on giant snake forms to do battle, but their mages never got very far due to limited research on spells and abilities. The system awarded and awakened new spells for a leveling mage, but without centralized teaching for mages, the resources of the land, and the loss of many older records, newer mages didn't have the level of competence of even their predecessors. They were pretty much sent back a few centuries, if not millennia, in terms of magical development. Within months, the young Ularans displayed promise. Their weakest one was in single digits, simply because the Ularans couldn't take on a large dragon demon on their own, but without low-level mobs for them to gain experience, they couldn't progress very far even with spars and practice battles amongst themselves. Their levels were around 20 to 30 at first, but once they were introduced to the dungeons of the appropriate levels, this quickly shot up to level 30s and 40s. I could use my ability to let one of them instantly reach level 60, but from my own experience, this wasn't a good idea. I foresee their progress would slow down significantly, since they lack the experience-boosting abilities commonly seen in my Valthorns. So I doubt I'd see a level 100 Ularan mage or fighter within the next few years, but getting some of them to level 80s should be possible within the next 5 years. Snek believed that Ularans taking down a dragon demon on their own would be a significant psyche change and help break the mental shackles that weighed down their now insular society. Our forces captured a few rift gates, and Stella immediately worked to set them up. Once they were properly set up, it freed up Stella's Void Explorer to keep on exploring the Void Sea or Void Forest. She also had an epiphany one day, looking at the map contained within the Demon King's core. The alphabets used in the rift gates were in a sequence centered around the Void Gate, but only if viewed from the demon's perspective. From our perspective, there was no order or sequence. It made sense since the rift gates were constructed in their language, but it also meant that the rift gates themselves had a way to understand the demon's perspective. How? Why? If the perspective of the Void Sea was relative to the viewer, what made the rift gate view the stars as what the demons saw it? How? Did all races see the Void Sea differently? You're suggesting that because you and I have human origins, we see the Void Sea in a certain manner, Stella proposed. What else could it be? Yet it is not the same with mine. What you see and what I see has subtle differences. We've known that. Was that because of my mixed origins as a tree with what was once a human soul? If that is true, our treefolk and other race void mages would have seen it differently. I countered. They don't. They see the way you see it. Because I handed them the flame and their view is forever colored by mine. Stella mused. Yours was gained through the system. We should find a way to exploit this different perspective, since it essentially widens our reach. We already have access to 2 sets of void perspectives, ours and the demons. We didn't count the subtle differences between mine and Stella. Year 228. 3 World. Eudoxus, Arjun, and my 4 other centaurs had established a network of friends and allies within the centaurs. Arjun privately relayed that as a centaur, he admired their society, a society where centaurs were a majority and not a minority. On Treehome, we had certain areas where centaurs were the majority, and they were the local ruling government. But in Freshka, centaurs were definitely a minority, and as strange as it sounded, Eudoxus, my spymaster, soon commented that some of the centaurs were getting very attached to their newfound friends. Are they compromised? I asked. It's not entirely unheard of, but it is fairly rare that my agents become compromised, simply because of the sheer superiority of our culture and our extensive training before deployment. Not yet, but it is something I'm concerned with, Eudoxus commented. At some point, there is a degree of freedom of association. I didn't hold my people to be loyal to me forever, and I generally allowed them to leave service when they wanted to. Thing was, they were entirely remote in another world where my trees could not see them. I had to trust that they knew what they were doing. Trust, that's something I struggle with, but here I had no choice. If these agents run off, I could catch them, but it would require me to expend significant effort. Lumuf offered to speak to the centaurs as part of a regular briefing session and so snuck through some portals. My priest assessment was simply, the centaurs truly considered their new friends as friends. They were still loyal, but that was a form of compromise, wasn't it? I suggest we let it go, Lumuf said. The centaur society was honestly one that was nursing its wounds. Their hero, the centaur hero, and the human hero died in the final battle against the Demon King. The Demon King was the only time when the 3 heroes of the 3 sides came together and fought, but that didn't mean it was a sign of unity of politics. All three factions clearly disliked each other, and my spies soon revealed that due to the extensive damage suffered by the centaurs, the humans and Sand People have begun encroaching on their land. Only the Sand People's hero was left, but no one actually deployed their hero against the others, due to the bad precedent it sets. The heroes themselves, from what the centaurs gather, were mostly content with their own kingdoms, all nestled in the security of their respective lands. I was really curious what a Sand People hero would be like, and I quickly made a request to both Rune and Johan, whether they'd be keen to do some deep spying into the heart of the Sand People's territory. Rune returned to the land of the Sand People, and this time tried to look for the hero. With his significantly higher levels and high-quality equipment, he was able to sneak into the Sand People's cities with no problems. The Great Pyramid of the Sand People was a fortress, and from afar it appeared entirely made of stone. But closer up, it's actually made of a kind of sand-colored steel, and was actually an armor for the large magical construct within. That majestal pyramid was humongous, the size of a city in some, and could be seen a mile away. It was pretty much a crystal mountain, but made of this magical steel. We didn't detect the presence of the domain, but the pyramid itself radiated energies that felt more like hero items. Rune passed through their greatest city, aptly named the Pyramid, and headed for the kingdom of the Sand People's hero. Back on Treehome, my focus remained on training more people and preparing for the upcoming retaliation. For most of the world, they still expect to see a demon king in a few more years. It is when it doesn't happen, then I expect to see some shift in the mindsets of the general population. The challenge of the Valthorns to keep our swords sharp, our equipment polished, even when there is no demon invading our world. As the angel rightly pointed out, one of the ways I could keep my warriors in fighting form is to constantly send them to other worlds to fight the demons. There is a shift in mindset, though. What a warrior has in his mind when he is defending his home from the demons versus an expeditionary invasive force isn't the same. It doesn't matter much at the senior level because my experienced Valthorns all understand our long-term goals of ending the cycle. They could see the purpose of the fights to eventually reach the demon's heartland, if there is such a thing. How it would affect me, of course, is future recruitment of young talents. Defend your home from demons is a lot more effective than invade the demon worlds or protect the multiverse. Those goals are too far-flung. Okay, maybe protecting the multiverse would work for those with a hero complex. My Valthorns and priests would have to adapt to hiring, but in a world without demon kings, it's likely that there would be higher discontent towards our militarization. Year 229. The kingdom, or more appropriately, the queendom of the heroine wasn't exceptional, and Rune discovered the hero took the form of a part scorpion, part woman that resembled an arachna. She referred to herself as Kefri and her kingdom Kefria. She won concessions from the Sand People to claim the lands located not far from the heart of the Great Pyramids, and it had been said that she possessed a harem of servant men. Not entirely unusual, as many heroines went down similar paths, just like their male counterparts. She built a great palace of painted sand and stone, with a great oasis with flowers and decorative plants, and she traded her hero items to fund her lavish life. Food and goods seemed plentiful, though it was soon clear that this queen had no way of sustaining her country beyond her hero items. It is her hero items, sold and traded to the rest of the nations of sand, that allows a semblance of a nation to exist. If there was a queendom designed to collapse immediately after her death, this was exactly it, and it was soon clear that her hired administrators had other masters. We had seen this in effect to some degree, but never quite so obvious. Rune approached the palace carefully and deftly avoided the presence of certain magical traps meant to deter assassins. Yet, as he got closer, he began to feel a magical presence that seemed to loom over the entire palace. It came from the hero. I'm not sure whether I should approach. Rune asked through our familiar link. It felt like she's coating the inner palace with her presence. We should retreat, I agreed. Rune checked the perimeter and felt the hero's presence pushing and wobbling. Then she appeared in the same room. So you're the one poking at my detection field. She appeared almost undetected, and Rune turned to face her. Crap, a human assassin. No, you don't look human. The heroine's eyes glowed purple, and she immediately pierced through the illusion. An elf, there are no elves in this world. Rune smirked, and he felt an inspect bounce off his domain. And I can't see your status. The heroine seemed more careful and took out her weapons. She was frankly majestic, a half-scorpion creature with a dark silver carapace. Her body came with a natural chitin armor, though there was clearly some mark of demonic injury scattered over her dark silver body. Who are you? The heroine asked. Rune bowed and decided to engage politely. Rune, an elven ranger from another world. Pleased to meet you. Can we talk, Queen Kefri? The words from another world immediately made the hero cautious. She looked around and then nodded. With me this way. They snaked through the palace, and now her detection field was strong, but it swirled around Rune as Rune's own domain disrupted the magical field. He He was led to her throne room, but now, late at night, there was no one there. The room was adorned with her magical equipment, and Rune felt vulnerable. If a conflict happened, Kefri had a significant advantage. It is not polite to approach a woman at night, the scorpion lady said as she sat. Her throne was more of a large, plush bed than a chair. One thinks you either intend to kill me or take me to bed. Rune had to admit that was rather funny. Are there other options? I am here merely to speak to you. Without the presence of your fellow sand people present, the lady sat not amused. Well, you have my ears for the next 10 minutes. Speak wisely. The ranger found Kefri's aura to be quite different from the other heroes and wondered whether the heroes of this world were different. We didn't see any large variance between the heroes of Mountain World and our own, so this gap with Kefri was curious. Was it a product of her training? Well, I am Room, a ranger from another world called Treehome, and I've been sent here by our patron to speak to you. If you are amenable, we would like to consider the possibility for a heroic alliance. We are in contact with heroes of our world. You have heroes on the other worlds. Are they human? Yes, Rune answered. Cursed gods, Kefri spat. Her face resembled a chitin helmet. Humans. At that moment she glowed and she transformed into a human-like person, yet she wasn't. Her hair was dark purple and seemed to be more like a scorpion's take, and her skin was pale gray with the same glowing purple eyes. They look better than this, I hope. Rune shook his head. They are humans. Then do you find this form beautiful, elf? Ranger was stunned, but he had enough experience to answer her. It is a unique appearance, Queen Kefri. Bah, answer it cleanly. Yes or no? Yes. Rune smirked. Good, you answered correctly. So what sort of alliance do you speak of? Some kind of interstellar league of heroes? Rune laughed. That's exactly what the heroes have in mind. Can I meet them? Yes, if you let our patron plant his tree here. Just a tree, sure, what could go wrong? Kefri answered too casually, but then she stopped. Wait. Why a tree? Our patron is a tree, Queen Kefri. His tree allows us to travel worlds, and with it, he can send you through to the other worlds. And I thought I got fucked to be reincarnated as a scorpionid. Kefri laughed. Your patron is a tree of worlds then. How did you get here without your patron? We have access to portals, but those portals are incompatible with the hero's star mana. Kefri nodded. I see you are familiar with star mana. That at least supports your statement. How many heroes signed up for your arrangement? 6. 6 in one world. They summoned just one. 3 of us in total, scattered one each to the one segment of the world, and they restrict us. And there's 6 on the other worlds. There were more. Kefri fumed and she became pensive. What do you need to make it happen? Do you have permanent rights to your land, and are you able to surrender a segment to our patron unconditionally? Yes, I could. Well, sort of. Kefri asked, but Rune could sense she was unsure. But why? The Scorpion Queen adjusted her position, and the way she rested on her plush throne was rather seductive. It is better to come invited than to appear out of nowhere. Rune answered. Our patron's presence can be overwhelming to the less prepared. Our patron is an undying, immortal presence, and he would prefer to own its territory through proper means than fight the natives for it. You speak as if the natives will lose. They will, Rune said. Unless they deploy heroes like yourself. Queen Kefri laughed. You look down on the natives too much. The Great Pyramid has the power to suppress even a hero like me. The great vanishing kingdom of the centaurs could imprison a hero in the Immaterium, and the Crystal King has slain stray heroes with its hero-slaying formation. Why would I just remain here if not for those relics? What gives you that confidence that you can stand against the 3 great powers of this world? We defeated a demon king on its home world, Rune said, but we now had a better idea of what the relics of the world could do. But what you just said is fascinating. Kefri frowned and her glowing eyes glowed brightly. You're not a hero, but now I realize your powers are not insignificant either. What are you? Not unlike the Crystal King. You do not like to give straight answers, do you? I'm not a diplomat, but unfortunately, those suited to deal with heroes are few and far between. Are you the strongest then? Ha, no. Is there a way for me to meet your patron? I must admit that I am intrigued, but I must know which devil I am making deals with. Rune nodded. Are you able to leave your kingdom? No, the Great Pyramid sealed this entire country such that I am bound to this land. It is why my land is so close to it, and you are not able to fight it. I could if I try, but I will be vulnerable and then killed. Do you not feel the presence of those designed to kill me? The 3 powers hoard weapons meant to destroy us heroes, if only to blackmail us to do their bidding. No, Rune admitted. He had honestly missed them, or probably they were well hidden. But I could get my patron to visit you indirectly, then bring him. I was somewhat annoyed with her tone, but I wonder how much of it was an outcome of her circumstances. Lumoof and Edna both arrived with Rune about a few weeks later. There were some scheduling conflicts that made visiting her difficult. Meeting a Scorpion Queen is not something I have on my checklist, Lumoof quipped, but I suppose there are weirder things out there. She wants to meet Ian. I know, I'm just Vessel. Lumoof laughed as they snuck into her queendom at night. Rune had visited her earlier to inform her of the timing, and she had naturally cleared her palace. She rested on her throne as usual in her scorpion form when the trio arrived, and we felt her energies met with our own. I see you were not lying, Rune. I wouldn't bother lying, Queen Kefri. May I introduce my compatriots, Patriarch Lumoof and Knight Commander Edna. Patriarch Lumoof is the avatar of our patron Ian. Well, let's cut to it. Who am I really dealing with? Lumuf stepped forth and my avatar descended. As my presence flooded the palace and the world beyond, it instantly triggered some of the hero item's defensive abilities. Queen Kefri panicked. Wait, I forgot to turn that off. That's not supposed to activate. It triggered arrows and magical blasts that smashed into Edna's protective shields, and a small barrage later, Kefri looked apologetic. My apologies, I had not expected them to trigger. The conditions are usually much more. I felt my reach expand from the palace and then to the region beyond. I felt the ripples of my energy radiate outward, and then met an energy from within the relic that resisted my own. It was weaker. Domain has blocked scrying. Domain has blocked attempted inspect. I see your Grand Pyramid has started to spy on us. I spoke through Lumuf. He floated in the air with his eyes glowing. Greetings, Kefri, I am Ian, a magical tree from Treehome. If the Grand Pyramid could sense my presence, it was time we met it and find out what it stood for. Kefri laughed as my own presence washed over her. I felt from a quick sense of my energies brushing against hers that she was around level 120 as a hero, but the way her power radiated was different due to her nature and race. Are my eyes deceiving me? You really are a tree. Why lie? I answered. I can break you out of your palace if you want to, though I would prefer to come to an arrangement with the pyramid. The Grand Pyramid will consider you an enemy if you do. This prison is meant to keep me in. I would prefer not to make enemies when our real foe are the demons. I answered, but why does the Grand Pyramid lock you here? Why else? So I could do no harm to the rest of its realm. Is it not obvious that we are just troublesome to them? What is the Grand Pyramid? I asked. It is an ancient pharaoh scorpion, rumored to be the first hero. The ancient stories say he didn't want to die, and the god agreed so long as he served to protect the world, and so turned the pyramid into his body. Then let us meet this pharaoh scorpion. Perhaps a deal can be struck. Would you come with us? There was a moment of silence as Kefri stared at me. She stared, waiting for me to continue. You're not joking. Queen Kefri stared at us like it was the most ridiculous idea. Why would we? Do we need more domain holders present to sell the idea? I responded, and I felt more of that detection ability fail. Let us meet the pharaoh scorpion. He already knows we are here. We walked out of the palace and headed towards the Grand Pyramid. Queen Kefri looked at the three of us a little suspicious. The Grand Pyramid has just as many anti-hero items in its pyramid. I won't be able to protect you. I think it's clear we do not need protecting. Lumuf smiled. We can just disappear if we are attacked. With my shields and Edna's abilities, we had enough time for me to activate my teleportation. The Grand Pyramid was quiet at night, the area around the pyramid in incredible silence. We felt it again, a formation quite like the centaurs that engulfed the city around the Grand Pyramid. When Kefri approached, the guards bowed politely. Greetings, Queen Kefri, a late-night meeting with the Grand Pyramid. Yes, Kefri answered. I have guessed that the Great One would find interesting. The Grand Pyramid's magestial plates shifted like a magical puzzle and reshuffled itself to reveal a door. Kefri led the way, and eventually we went into the inner chambers. It was dark and dim, and Lumuf felt the presence of a domain all around us, but my own bubble pushed back. This was when I realized it was weaker than me in terms of absolute levels. It had centuries, if not millennia, to stockpile equipment, but it was not stronger. Maybe this was because it didn't have to fight much. Maybe it didn't have fragments that supercharged my leveling. Further in, the path kept reshuffling, and eventually a straight path emerged that led us directly into the deepest catacombs of the pyramid, where the pharaoh scorpion in all of his golden glory waited for us. Greetings. It is unusual for Kefri to come at this time, but the circumstances explain themselves. I am Jampu, the master of the Grand Pyramid. Lumuf stood first. I am Lumuf, a priest and an avatar of our patron Ian. These are my compatriots at arms, Edna and Rune. We greet Jampu, the master of the Grand Pyramid. May we get directly to the matter. Proceed. We wish to form an alliance of heroes across the many worlds invaded by the demons, and also an alliance of powerful entities like yourself to assist us in the great battle with the demons. You intend for Kefri to go with you to the other worlds. Yes, join forces and fight the demon kings. Jampu was a golden scorpion, though its face was more of a dried skeleton than a steel helmet. Its eyes had a golden glow, and Jampu looked at Kefri and then back at Lumuf. It pulsed briefly, and then it opened its arms. If she goes with you and returns when it is time, I agree. Agree? Yes, I shall aid you in the battle against our old ancient foes, and Kefri shall do so as well. It is her task, as the gods commanded her. I am tasked in the same manner, though I also have the task to ensure the safety and prosperity of my fellow people, the children of the sands. You have the power to send people through the stars, do you not? Yes, then there must be worlds filled with more sand than my people can imagine. These are my two conditions. 1. Kefri and any subsequent hero must return when the Demon King is here. 2nd, I want a world of sand for my people. I am tired of this tripartite stalemate. Lumuf paused. We are not invaders. We do not invade other living worlds, but if there are such demon worlds that we reclaim, we shall deliver them to you. Jampu considered the statement fair. That is acceptable. Are you able to move something of my size? Queen Kefri had not expected the question, and honestly, neither did we. Unlike before, we had done some research, but the Grand Pyramid remains an elusive, unknown thing. It acted to protect its people, but there was nothing substantive about its beliefs and personality. This was ultimately a risk of dealing with fellow immortals. No one truly knows what is an act of duty and what it really believes in. Lumuf considered it possible, but it would need some workarounds. It would likely not happen so quickly. We would also like to negotiate on the placement of our patron Ian. There are uninhabited deserts in our realm. You may select any you deem fit. Jampu retrieved a golden plaque from a magical pocket space and threw it at Lumuf. This sign shall signify my approval of your claim. The golden pharaoh stared at Kefri. I shall organize an army of 1,000 sand warriors to be deployed in your service. Use them well. Kefri did not expect that and lashed out. This conversation did not go how she imagined it to go. Why? Why do you treat them so differently? You didn't give me an army when we fought the demons. Why not? They are not immature children chosen by faraway gods. I see and feel the weight of their actions, and the experience on their souls have substance. They are immortals like me. It is accordingly expected that our conduct would be different. I'm a child. Kefri's mana and aura radiated outwards. It was unstable and hostile. Yes, you still are, young Kefri. I believe some time on the other worlds would help you mature. You didn't let me visit the other nations and even travel out of my land. The pact of the three binds the three forces of the land, but now you will. This is stupid. The heroine's arm claws glowed, but just as abruptly the glow vanished. We felt the Grand Pyramid somehow drain away at her power. The pact of the three binds you too, young Kefri. Arg. She stomped and protested with her 6 scorpion legs and turned to walk out. This is so damn stupid. This shit is all a scam. As she ran out, Jampu just sighed. Forgive the young child. Her life is still too short to realize the weight of her actions. I had hoped keeping her in her palace would give her time to think once she grew tired of her harem, but I thought wrong. Lumuf just rubbed his forehead. It seems we have signed up to be nannies. We are all caretakers of children once. Jampu chuckled. Please take this child off my hands. Year 229, Part 2. We selected a large, mostly deserted desert on the furthest north of the Sand People's domain. My goal was more mana, and to do so I needed trees. I could spawn desert-adapted trees and convert some of these deserts into ordinary land where normal, more productive trees could form. So a largely deserted desert was fairly ideal for me. The Sand People loved sandy deserts, but only if they were not too far from bodies of water. They also preferred warmer climates, and the cold deserts further north were also not ideal. The only reason it's their territory was because it was at the far end of their territory, too far from both the centaurs or the humans. The administrators of the Sand People handled the transfer quickly. The golden plaque from the Great Pyramid itself was indisputable. We had our papers within days. The administrators worked hard and pretty much dropped everything else to give us the necessary documents. All because the Great Pyramid's will is absolute. Their behavior is very much normal. Lumuf laughed. You should observe the Valthorns when you grant them an order personally. Their reaction is entirely normal. Once all that was sorted out, Lumuf traveled personally to the location to place the seed. The cold in the fringe territories of the Sand People was actually quite comfortable. My immunity to weather effects and terraforming abilities meant I could easily alter the temperature and makeup of the place. I recall when I placed my seed on the mountain world and set up Branchhold, I got access to another color of my soul forge. I wonder whether the same would happen now. Each full will of the world had the ability to grant access to soul forge. Well, let's see. My seed emerged from Lumuf's palms like magic. I felt the seed touch the cold sand, and then my seed drilled into the ground. I felt a sudden but not overwhelming surge of mana as the seed creates new roots that immediately soaked in the mana of the new world of Three World. After being in multiple worlds, I could largely feel slight differences in the nature of mana. It's not a significant one such that it changes the type or quality, but in a way it's like how water somehow tastes slightly different in different places. It's still water, perfectly drinkable. Normal mana that is produced by almost everything can be said as a blended form of mana. It's the potpourri of everything, the neutral element in the world. Star mana, demonic mana, void mana, blood mana, and normal mana. Some were lost forever. Burying magical books in this canyon-like, water-scarce world was a surprisingly good way to preserve them. The truth is, even normal mana can be separated into elemental types of mana, which all fall under the greater, normal mana pool. It is an imperfect mental image, but I imagine elemental mana as the equivalent of flavored drinking water. Water with certain flavors accentuated. Star mana in this concept is a little like carbonated, condensed, high-pressure water. Powerful but dangerous in the hands of those not able to cope with it. Demonic mana is dirty, sludge like water, like wastewater. Void mana is kinda like oil or grease, or maybe a kind of alcohol. I haven't quite truly understood what void mana should be. So in this image, each world's drinking water has a slightly different flavor. The ratio of elements and other components do differ in minute amounts. Nothing yet. The ground and the sand shook and a tree sprouted out. I felt my mind connect to my new clone, and now I saw through it. I had a decision now. What did I want to do on 3 World? I spawned trees all around my new clone and soon realized they produced decent quantities of mana, despite how terrible the land was. I had thought there was some correlation between the health of a tree and how much natural resources it had to the mana it produced. This did seem true on Tree Home, though the gap wasn't that big. A cactus produced mana. A shrub in the steppes produced mana. Master, trees produce mana best when the species or form of the tree is the form that is optimally adapted to its environment. An alpine tree in an alpine world would produce more mana than an alpine tree in the desert. A desert tree would produce more mana in the desert world than in the tropics. My artificial mind stepped in to correct. They handled all the nitty-gritty aspects for me, but we also influenced the natural state at the same time. I have some environmental tweaking powers after all. Yes, so over time it's possible to cause trees to be less optimized to its environment through our modification of the land. That was a little strange, and meant terraforming. This land was usually unnecessary if the goal was only to gain mana. So do I intend to build a city here, like how I did on Mountain World? Or would this solely be a mana-producing facility? My council advised that as it is, they already have their hands full. We were expanding on Tropic World, formerly known as Parasite World, managing Branchhold, managing the central continent itself. A full town was unnecessary, and I didn't really want to upset the balance of power between the 3 factions either. Therefore, I decided to go low-key and start modifying the terrain underground. It was partly inspired by the Ularans, and it reminded me of the century when I had New Frika dig up underground bunkers. It was fairly easy to create a perpetual mist that obscured the presence of the trees, and the entrance to the underground chambers was through my subsidiary trees. With my root tunnels and the help of earth mages and builders, we created underground homes, offices, and stores. In time, this would be a bit like a secret military base, where my operatives in the Centaur and Sandpeople lands could return to recharge. But still nothing on the Soul Forge front, then again. Clone deployed on 3 Worlds, you are now able to receive the souls of those from 3 Worlds, and also the soul fragments of the 3 Worlds heroes. Freshka is now at least 100 years old. This city was named a good 117 years ago, and so much has changed since then. Patrick also began serving me 100 years ago. It honestly didn't feel that long. Thinking back, it felt like just remembering something that happened a year or 2 ago. The 6 ports fell to my rule slightly over 100 years ago too, and that was the beginning of the empire. I've seen my vision expand from a little village to a region, then a continent, and now the entire world. My trees landed on every large significant piece of land of Treehome, and truly now deserve to be called Treehome. The world felt more vibrant, more alive, and as I covered more and more of the world, my trees, now extending to all major areas of the other continents. In hindsight, the speed from the rebirth of Freshka to what was my trees spread to the entire world was exceptionally fast. If I had to fight to conquer the other lands, I think it would take a long time, but the thing about trees is we are always perceived as invisible. We are always a background element, except when there are evil trees, but that has been quite rare even in stories. Now that my trees reached everywhere, I had a title. New title unlocked, one who covers the surface world. In an instant, I felt something extremely powerful reach out and pull on my will. Greetings, tree. The voice was in my mind, just as sudden as the voices of others. It was a little like Lily's, but more gentle, more motherly. I was roused by a notification, and I awoke to find a tree had claimed my surface world. You have the faint whiff of my fellow sisters and brothers. How strange. Hello. This was a sensation familiar to me. It was when the will of the tropics world reached out to touch me, and when the will of the shattered Comet world touched me. I am speaking to the will of the world. Yes, but I am no will, but a relic of the creation of worlds, the residual thoughts and structured processes, a system left behind to operate each world. I felt a tugging sensation, and at that moment, I could feel that tugging sensation reached out to touch many others throughout the world. It touched normal trees, people, everyone. The will of the world awakens. We felt your presence close to it. Fascinating. We would love to speak to it again. How strange indeed, you have seen the demise of my sisters and brothers and restored the structure of my consumed brothers. Are you reading my mind? No, merely reading the minds of those around you. From what it answered, it seemed the will was merely an AI. It doesn't actively resist intrusion by the demons, and that was why the demons could consume the core. The world is a bio-magical life-creating machine, and the core of the world is but the vessel and controller of the machine. You've gained powers quite like mine, and you had a chance to consume my will, make me a part of you, but you did not. I did not. Strange, but the great system must have offered something else. Now that I was speaking to the will of the world, I wasn't sure what I wanted it to do. Are you able to control your movements in the Void Sea? Void Sea. Long pause, and I felt its tendrils touch unprotected minds. Ah, the primordial soup, I could, but I am not allowed to. Not allowed. Your understanding of us is not flawed. We are bound, controlled by rules. Those rules dictate what we do and what we cannot do. It binds our actions, our decisions. Perhaps if you one day claim one of my sisters or myself as a part of you, you may instruct us accordingly, but now I cannot do so. What happens if I do, an enemy of the other worlds? Your presence will be forever marked by our curse, just as these demons are forever marked by the collective curses of my brothers and sisters. Interesting. The more I discover, there clearly seems to be some thought put into the design of these wills of the worlds. Is that why the demons become enemies everywhere they go? That everyone feels them? That the worlds reject their presence because of that taint or marker? Then I want knowledge. Tell me what you know of the demons. We know nothing except that they carry the markers of destroying my siblings. Those are clear for us to see, and so we resist. Their presence stinks. It is foul. We know not of their history. We know not of their origins. We only know they are an enemy, and we tell the system to reward those who slay them. You can tell the system things. We submit a notification, and the system decides what it decides. That's not helpful. What happened in the past, to the Margmarian dwarves, to the dragons? My children come and go. They died or changed. That is the way. If I merged with you, would I get marked? I may not be able to get the will of the world, but then again, could Lilies or Reefy or Arya get it? If the great system grants you the option, the choice no. What comes from the system is law. Then what are gods? Every system must have those who create the rules, modify the rules, those who punish the rule breakers, those who maintain the systems as they are and operate them. Every system must react to the forces acting on it, lest it perish. Gods are those who create and modify the rules, and those who punish the rule breakers. Those who reach the point where the system judges them worthy are offered a choice and... Wait. Oh, you have not had the choice. The choice, to be bound by the system's pact in exchange for the powers of the system. The implication was clear. At some point in our levels, we will face a choice with the system, and I wonder whether the pact is the same pact that restricted the gods, like Ava, from doing what it wants. If so, were Ava's words a warning to me, to be wary of the system's pact, but why? Merchant guilds had always existed since I first came to this world, but it is in the great era of peace that merchant guilds gained strength and accumulated wealth to rival kingdoms. With the enhanced rule of law on the central continent, that, as it was on Earth, empowered guilds, and these guilds eventually formed alliances. As a military, educational, magical organization, we did business with guilds, and as our demands grew, the guilds grew with us. Over time, guilds amassed wealth, hoarded and stored in various places where they could not be stolen easily. First, they gained wealth, then they purchased power. They hired the best adventurers money could buy. They attempted to sway the trained Valthorns to some degree of success with money and rewards to work for them. The structure put in place for the Valthorns was massive. Dedicated healing, defensive outputs, focused training and equipment, and guided opportunities. For those who aspired to reach the 100s, money was not that useful. Influence or money didn't buy access to the level 100 to 140 dungeons. Influence or money also won't buy access to the kinds of unique weapons we make. In a way, the Valthorns were stuck in the system, and that unless a large quantity of them left, it's hard to replicate it outside on their own. Even if they could, they didn't have access to the other worlds, or the unique materials, or the higher grade classes, or the various experience-boosting abilities I had. I didn't realize it. It was this system that made it very hard for them to quit, even if they were not loyal. That didn't stop the merchant guilds from trying, because a single level 85-90 Valthorn was a huge powerhouse, even if it didn't seem that way. They did have some luck in recruiting retired Valthorns, though all of them were smart enough to ensure that none of their assignments would directly put them in conflict with us. After all, they've seen the monsters we had to fight, they know what we have at our disposal, and our willingness to deploy it. Many Valthorns are also familiar with our spying division. Their role has increased of late, as Treehome settles into a new status quo. Still, it was interesting to bear witness to the first large-scale guild wars, where a merchant guild actually attempted to overthrow a kingdom that blocked its shipments. Right up to the last moments, I watched the merchants' leaders wonder whether we, the Valthorns, would intervene. We didn't, so long as they played by the rules. It was well in the news and a hot topic for discussion, the rise of the merchant nations, as they called it. Our non-interference in that one incident, unfortunately, set off a race. It set off a wave of merchant guilds, many prosperous and very wealthy through decades of trade on the central continent, to plan to use their financial might to overthrow kingdoms and nations on the other 4 continents. The kingdoms of the central continent are generally wealthy, safe, and are also able to hire mercenaries, which made them relatively tougher opponents for the guilds. The nations of the other continents were relatively weaker, and don't have easy access to the high-quality weapons produced by the central continent's many industrial cities. It naturally led to some concerns from my higher council, who wondered whether this would jeopardize our status quo. The four temples, mainly Gya and Hawa, were quick to spin this as some kind of proxy invasion. We thoroughly denounced it and claimed that the central continent's merchant guilds are also open targets. The other nations are free to attack the merchant guilds, so long as they obeyed the rules of engagement on the central continent. This was controversial, of course. The guilds were able to do what they did because their finances were secure, safe in the various Valthorn-controlled cities of the Six Ports or Freshka. No one attacked a bank in Freshka or the Six Ports. Rather than seen as protecting the guild's finances from retaliation, I therefore ordered that the property of any merchant guilds that waged wars on other kingdoms not to be subjected to our protection, and any funds held with our Valtrian Order's trade departments be returned to the respective guilds' own banks and vaults. But it was still a lopsided arrangement. The central continent was safer, stronger, and the merchant guilds of the central continent were able to work out a temporary understanding not to attack each other, while they focused on their target nations on the other continents. The age of guild invasions and expansion had begun. A part of me wanted to just let it happen, to witness the consequences. Year 230. In many ways, many centaur habits or traditions are persistent even though they are of different worlds. It certainly made it easy for centaurs to adapt to their new life in Hoofhall, and they were quite to slowly form their own sub-clan within the centaurs. The news of the land transfer to the Temple of Ian, however, spread quickly and reached the centaurs. It spurred a surge of magic, as they attempted to find out who and what this particular Temple of Ian did. The human faction didn't outright declare war, but within weeks there were spies in the new area. All they found was nothing but an empty barren land, a ruse they called it. My clone was hidden behind huge layers of illusions and spells that it's almost impossible for any lesser person to find. They did try, yet they didn't ask the Grand Pyramid directly. Communication between the factions was scarce in the best of times. Jean-Pu also wouldn't say too much. The three factions didn't trust each other, even if they worked together under a pact. They have a status quo that none of them liked, but didn't and couldn't break free of it either. Arjun and Eudoxus thus came with a fascinating proposal. As the Sand People are now aware of our presence, we would like to propose that we open up and declare our affiliation to Treehome. The centaurs deserve to know of the other worlds, and open communication would permit us to do so. Wouldn't we be seen as lying to them all these years? Our papers were forged. If anything, it should be another centaur that leads the conversation, and we remain as the hidden hand behind the scenes. Declaring our presence after being hidden was a scumbag move, so I believe that wasn't a good idea. Our goal was to find a nice place to plant my tree, and now that we've achieved it through Jean-Pu and the Sand People, I no longer needed a spot in the centaur lands. So after some consideration, I decided that they should remain hidden and change the scope of engagement. I wanted Eudoxus and the centaurs to just keep tabs on them and make sure they didn't engage in overtly harmful activities. Arjun, however, requested to return to Treehome. Unlike Eudoxus, he wasn't a spy, so maintaining this double life was more taxing than to the spymaster who flipped through personas as easily as changing profile pictures. My spear saint just couldn't take it anymore. I'm torn from keeping lies and hiding our origins. Arjun admitted to me as he made the journey back. Of the original 6 centaurs sent to infiltrate the Centolans, Arjun and one other decided to return. I'd rather fight 10 years in the dungeons than this. I've no idea how Eudoxus does it, but I can't. These centaurs that I know, that I meet and befriended, they are nice people, good folks. Friendly, but I have to be on guard, and I can't tell them stuff that reveals our own exceptional upbringing. They didn't manage to prevent all of it. Eudoxus did say that the non-spy centaurs did leak a few words or statements that pretty much indicated their foreign origins, but so far their new friends have not picked up. Arjun thought he was ready for it before he started this mission, but this long campaign in the centaur-ruled lands proved him wrong. It wasn't easy to lead a double life at all. That was expected, and it was entirely why spies and spymasters were needed. They had the ability, the instinct to know what to do, and could manage the double lives easily without feeling their own minds tearing apart. It required amounts of mental strength and intellectual prowess that not everyone had. In fact, once he returned to Treehome, the two went back to their real family, and I witnessed both of them have a small emotional breakdown. It wasn't that bad, as Freshka is pretty much saturated with my Tree of Prayers, which generally improves their moods. Tree of Prayers become less effective on those of higher levels, however, simply because of the mental protections of a stronger soul. Eudoxus understood. He had seen this too many times, and as the main handler, he was familiar with the emotional turmoil. He assured me that it can be managed. Ularans adapted well on Treehome, and Snek was pleased. Stella had withdrawn the portals, but because we already raided a few of the rift gates and obtained their rift coordinates, we were able to access their world. The young Ularans joined the Valtrian Order's academies, and they leveled. Meanwhile, Snek was able to share his new blood magic. The heroes, and Ken specifically, watched with great interest. Ken still wondered about my intentions for Sneck's blood magic, and so wanted to see what Sneck collected. Most of them were benign, but the Ularans used blood magic extensively prior to the era of the demons to augment their souls and gain spiritual powers. How do you insert a hero class? I asked, wondering whether the Ularans have a mechanism different from how I insert a class seed into a fruit, and the Valthorns then eat the fruit. Maybe it worked out the same way, maybe it doesn't. I know for a fact not all classes are created equal, and it is possible for the body to reject a class. A hero class is probably the most powerful class I've ever seen, so I wanted to know what Sneck's plan for it. In truth, it's likely we'll need more blood magic to tie the hero class with a new soul. Sneck admitted, much to Ken's horror. What? More sacrifice? Ken said, but as far as I recall, removing Ken's hero class didn't require living sacrifices beyond snakes. The others just fainted. Great power requires great sacrifice, but if it goes well, no one has to die. Sneck said, they'll just lose their blood. It's called blood magic, not sacrifice magic, even if it does get used interchangeably. As we reviewed the old blood magic tomes collected from the various old buried sites in Ulara, it occurred to me most of them are spying, buff, transformation, and summon type spells. They summoned various serpents and snakes to do their bidding. Of them all, I found the buff and summon type spells to be particularly fascinating. The buff type blood magics temporarily enhance the soul and unlock a higher level of power by temporarily stitching itself to the soul. We immediately wondered whether it was possible to forge this into something more permanent, in the same way that the ginseng was crucial to breaking the level limits. As I reviewed the blood magic summons, I also had a council of mages pull together some information on summon magic in our worlds. The concept of a summon is particularly important to identify because are we borrowing power from another world or from the system or from somewhere else altogether? Where are these summons when they are not summoned? Eventually, I concluded that summons pulled power from the system itself. That these summons are functionally creations of the system, and not really another realm. The blood magic and some of the faux demonic magic worked the same way. The concept of hell was a system creation, a part of this system presets. Still, the soul augmentation through blood magic, essentially taking pieces of souls and adding them to existing souls to strengthen them, was worth exploring further. We already augmented the body and mind with my artificial minds and the wooden crystal suits, and now we wanted to augment the soul. It would make them different. At some point, would Valthorn still be the races they came from? Kefri made the journey to the far north, escorted by Rune and Lumuf. Though she stomped off since our last meeting, in truth she didn't go far. All she did was let out her anger on some empty piece of land and blew shit up. Eventually, she calmed down and returned to her own queendom. With the barriers down, she was free to travel. You two seemed too used to this. The scorpion heroine was quite chatty. Rune shrugged. We've been visiting worlds all the time. Once you get used to it, you will. Why can't we use the way you guys came? Oh, I thought we told you about the star mana void mana interaction. Rune scratched his head. He swore he had that conversation. You did, I must have forgot. What are we heading to anyway, Ian? Rune smiled. What's stopping me from going crazy once I get to the other side? Kefri asked. Us. Rune laughed. In truth, we don't really know how well we'll fare if a hero decides to go rogue and starts bombing the shit out of our world. But I'm fairly certain at our levels of power we could pacify one hero, at the cost of tremendous destruction. Kefri paused and then nodded. Fair, and what? As the mist lifted and the terrain itself shifted, they arrived at the site of my clone tree that stretched to the skies above. Nice, she looked impressed. We'll walk close and Ian will send us to Treehome. The other heroes are waiting to meet you. Really? They approached the tree, surrounded by shrubs, and arrived at a platform, a flat part of my exposed roots. Hi, Kefri looked awkwardly at the 6 heroes. They nodded back. This is Kefri. She's one of the 3 heroes of the 3 worlds. The other 2 died in battle, so she's the last one left. She used to be human. Kefri sighed. I got the short end of the stick when they made me this scorpion thing. Chung whistled. On the contrary, milady. I think monster girls are exactly my Prabhu, and Colette smacked Chung on the head. Rune and Lumuf laughed. Well, you guys get to know each other, all right. We'll give you heroes some privacy. You can have a visit to the hero's journal if you're ready. As they stepped out, the heroes began to chat. We served them tea, hopefully for some clarity and honesty of thought. They all shared what they've been through, and I listened through my tree where they had their little meetup. The hero's journal was in the tree right next door. Man, I didn't know some worlds have additional rules on the heroes. Adrian, the mountain world hero, cursed. I thought we had it bad when we were imprisoned by the demons. That's pretty bad, actually. I wouldn't want to be captured. Kefri countered, and it almost felt like I detected a softening of her tone. Then a dam broke. It sucked that I had no one to turn to, no one to talk to, and all these sand people just suck up to me. I had followers, but no one I could confide in. That stupid pyramid corpse thinks I'm a child. Like, did he even know I wanted this? I didn't. No one did. Adrian countered. I had a family. I had friends. I was happy. Kefri crumbled, and I think this was the effect of the tea. The hero class imbued her with a sense of duty to defeat the demons, and here all her suppressed emotions erupted. Then that stupid accident, and three of us flung into another world, and we can't even talk to each other for long. All we could manage was a word or two. The other heroes didn't understand, of course. When they arrived, they had each other. It took a while for her to settle down, and eventually she too went and read the hero's journal. Over time, the hero's journal had gained quite a bit of power. I sensed the stored star mana and other energies within it grow and get stronger over time, but I couldn't look into it. Strange. She too shared her memories and thoughts with the journal, the combined effort of so many heroes before her. Her reaction was very similar to the other heroes. Now the sappy part's over. Ken said, "Let's take you out on a tour of Freshka and the nice places. I think it'll feel quite nostalgic. I'm not sure if I'm ready for nostalgia." Kefri admitted, "You need it to move on. Come, we'll be there with you. Like it or not, the seven of us are unique in this multiverse." Kay was very, very interested in Alka's supercomputer crystals. As a bio-crystalline golem, she was a natural fit to using the crystals, though we were a bit leery of directly experimenting on people. But over the past 2-3 years, Alka had gotten more comfortable with the inner workings of the supercomputer crystals and began testing out versions with Kay. Simply put, Kay wanted to know whether it's possible to augment her body by replacing it, or converting her entire body into a supercomputer, essentially transforming her into a living supercomputer. We are all intrigued by the idea. Kay, as she is today, was fairly weak. At level 120 or so, even with the extensive power leveling in the dungeons, she was still really far away from even getting back her previous strength as a hero. In a way, she was stagnant. Many Valthorns plateau at this stage. The level 120s to 149 is where each level feels like it takes forever to climb. Rune and Johan vividly remember the long struggle of this particular stage. In hindsight, I really lucked out with all the fragments I hoarded. The first small-scale experiment started with converting a bit of her shoulder into the supercomputer and then somehow wiring it to connect to her mind. At first, she didn't feel any different, but within a month, she claimed it was nothing short of exception. This is what sci-fi wants to show us, but always fails. It's like certain regimented thoughts, like calculations can be made instantly, instead of manually going through the numbers in our head. It's just amazing. Memory also seems far more fresh, more vivid, and I just store way more detail. I know exactly what's the fastest way to go from here to there. I know the time it takes to do certain things, what and who said stuff, so you become better at crunching numbers, storing information, and retrieving them. Alka repeated, "Sounds like an artificial mind assistant." Yes, and I'm not selling it short here. Even with the hero class's intelligence augmentation, I don't feel like this. The hero class's effects feel more like a really strong gut feeling of what to do. I know exactly the calculation that was made. It's like seeing the options available, instead of having a gut feeling of what is the right path. Kay's newfound computational power did improve her ability to make computations, but it's still all about asking the right questions, and the crystals themselves don't understand complex or vague questions. Garbage in, garbage out. It would take some time for standardized process and computations to form. We have some ideas of what would be useful in battle against the demons, but I'd like to see them tested. On 3 worlds, I expanded my trees as quickly as I could. Though most of it was barren, I could still, via roots, spawn other types of trees that fit the terrain. Cactuses, certain types of shrubs were naturally adapted to such lands. I spread them quickly, and eventually the trees also reached the city of Pyramid, home of Jeanpu and the Great Pyramid. "Your presence is interesting," Jeanpu said. He spoke to a palm tree in his city's courtyard. "No wonder the Crystal King claims you are an invader. I see you can sense me. We are inanimate objects. I am a corpse bound to the pyramid, my life sustained through this connection. This connection extends throughout the city and into the land beyond. I know when trees appear out of nowhere. Still, it is nice to finally speak without the presence of children. It isn't so bad. There must be some things you want to ask. The pact with the gods. Does that allow you to communicate with them? Rarely. When the stars align and the wobbles of the sun happen to be in the right place, we could. How? We pray and sacrifice 2 of my priests. Their blood and my magic unlocks a key, which allows us to speak to that faraway god once more. I chuckled. It seems that the gods have a poor reputation. Well-deserved for a distant god. What could we say except he is not here when we need him? Jeanpu sighed. You could get there, gain the levels. You do gain levels, right, me? In the last 100 years, I gained 4 levels. 4. Strangely, at that moment, Jeanpu didn't look like the powerful pharaoh of the Sand People. Instead, was just a sagging, tired corpse. The system benefits combat, and I failed as a ruler if I had to take the field and the battle reached my city. Failed. How contradictory, don't you think? Couldn't you nominate those to fight on your behalf? I did. They die too quickly. There was nothing much to say beyond that. Year 231. I watched the children play, the void-attuned children. Perhaps it was sentimental value, but I had requested for the children who spoke to me to call me Tree Tree. My priests quickly spun it into two aspects of my divinity. Ian, the guardian of the continent, and Tree, the tree of youth and children. It was a little cringe to hear the sermon in person, but I suppose if propaganda works, it works. It was normal in myths and legends for gods to have different aspects of themselves. Just like how lilies had different faces, different views, because they were a combination cobbled together from the spirits of the dead. That was a small matter, really, though I did wonder whether this was how those multifaceted or multi-headed gods started. No matter, I focused on the small group of children, playing and wrestling. Kala and the rest of the Void treefolk grew up well, and we witnessed the first of the Void-attuned lizard folks. She had a black olive skin, her scales shone in a way that was different, small but no less dangerous in potential. This play-based training was not really combat training, not yet. Kala would speak to me about their friends, about their lives. They were special and they sensed it. By now, we had specialist caretakers, matrons and caregivers that had skills to ensure their children grew up healthy and strong. Some even had the ability to improve stats permanently by sheer exposure, though the amount of absolute increase in stats wasn't that great. Yet at that age, it was a relative advantage. On Treehome and Branchhold, we've observed improvements in the children's health. A regular child of the central continent or Branchhold now had health and physical conditions comparable to the wealthy, powerful nobles of the past. That said, being sick does sometimes lead to levels. Every kind of setback was measured against their condition, their struggles, the process of healing. One of the issues that occurred really was that as my healing aura got stronger, the speed at which my healers' gain levels slowed. Priests also unlocked less healing spells and more buff-type abilities. This was a consequence of the challenge-based experience system. As a mitigation to ensure my healers still kept pace, they spent more time in dungeons to heal those injured or poisoned by the creatures of the dungeons, and so dungeons and the city around them transformed into centers where healers congregated. How many heroes is enough? Kefri asked the question that pretty much was on everyone's mind. We don't know, I answered. The Scorpionate hero wanted details on what exactly she signed up for. We are trying to get better reads and sensors on the relative power levels of the Black Sun and all the other defensive structures that we can see, but that's really more of a range and does not truly convert into power. Power levels are a really fuzzy thing, Stella explained. You don't know. Kefri repeated with emphasis. So this thing that we are preparing for. Wait, there's some misunderstanding here. Lumuf immediately clarified. As I understood it, the League of Heroes is largely a defensive pact. The problem, in short, is that the heroes will eventually stop. The god's ability to turn the tap and churn out new heroes is either limited by quantity or limited by some kind of magical distance. The League of Heroes aim to prolong the survival of the living worlds by pooling together the heroes, and so effectively nullify the Demon King's inherent design advantages against the heroes. Kefri understood the gist of it from the Book of Heroes. So you don't plan to attack that Black Sun? Wait, let me clarify. We, as in Ian and the domain holders, do. Lumuf answered, with or without the heroes. If we can destroy the Black Sun, we will try to do so. We want to see what happens and whether there is an end to this stupid wave of attacks, and if there are other Black Suns out there, then we're screwed. Everyone looked horrified and Lumuf laughed. Well, not really. We'll just have to constantly play this game of whack-a-mole and stomp out the Demon Kings as they appear, or take the battle to the Demon Lands, free the core, and over time create a buffer zone between the living cities and the Demon world. So this League of Heroes. We hope from world to world and defend it from demons, like a bunch of superheroes, Ken explained. What I do want to know, of course, is how the presence of other heroes interact with the pact of the gods that your world has. Kefri shrugged. Do I look like I know such things? All I do is play with my pretty boys. The heroes rolled their eyes, but in my mind it's likely this was not unique. There must be worlds where some local powers made arrangements with these faraway gods. The plan is to play defense while we find ways to go on the offense. The demons can see the heroes, we know this, but we don't really know whether this is true on a planar scale. Ken explained. This is why it's best for Ian's domain holders to do the scouting. All right, but let's play a number, Kefri insisted. 20, I mean to attack that Black Sun thing. No, Stella answered. At least 100. Shit, we're nowhere near if each world only has 1 or 2 like me. Unless we find a way to drift closer to where the gods are summoning heroes. Stella said. The issue, from our point of view, is that distance has an impact on how many heroes the gods can summon. It's also likely each god has a specific range, and some places are just too far from any god to get summons. Ken nodded. That's one merit for going in the other direction, instead of towards the demon sun. It's likely that we get closer to the gods, and in doing so, we access worlds with more heroes. That should bring us up to the number we need. The Mountain World hero nodded. If we ever encounter the gods again, I'm going to give them a piece of my mind. Like fuck 'em so hard. The Scorpionate heroine rolled her eyes. I should be first in line. I'm not even human. You have a point. What's up with this humanoid supremacy for heroes? Ken agreed. It's almost as if all the heroes are derived from humans with just minor cosmetic changes. Maybe the first gods are human, or maybe the source worlds are human. If all the source of heroes were from these Earth clones, it's only natural that this gets propagated over the multiverse, especially with how frequently heroes set up harems and mate with the locals. You do realize that means every human in these worlds are descendants of some horny hero somewhere, Chung interjected. The girls had a horrified look. Yuwa, so you're saying the constant introduction of heroes, which are majority human, function as super breeders into the population, which helps lead to a humanoid majority population. Ken nodded thoughtfully. That's a very interesting theory. That's like Genghis Khan's lineage. The girls shook their heads. Guys, let's not take this conversation there. We're all adults here. Why can't we have this conversation? Chung responded. It's fascinating to consider the implications of heroes on the long-term trends of the human population. Our extended aging also means we could have more children. Goodness, that makes heroes sound like super breeders. Heroes as hypersexual individuals, and that's really uncomfortable to think about. Harems have effects. Kefri paused uncomfortably. She had a harem, and as it turns out, Hafez and Adrian also possessed a harem. A small one, but a harem nonetheless, so they kept quiet during the conversation. Shouldn't this apply to all long-lived creatures, even high-level individuals? Ken coughed. You do realize heroes have many cards stacked in their favor. On Branchhold, it was an era of relative quiet, and my attempts to build a vertical, denser city encountered some obstacles. On one hand, there's a clear increase in overall quality of life. On the other, the density, noise, and hectic environment, even when suppressed by Tree of Prayers, did turn off some of the inhabitants, which led to immigrations to the surroundings. Sprawl, essentially. Lifestyle. Some people just prefer a quieter environment, but still desire the safety that we provide. No one tried to attack us so far, but based on my spies and trees, it's an inevitability. Jealousy, fear, all these factors still pop up, though some are wise enough, or their system gave them enough warning that they'll lose, that they decide against it. Lily's finally created an avatar. An inferior one. Well, I suppose everything would be inferior when compared to Lumuf, but an avatar nonetheless. The avatar was essentially a soul fragment of that greater hivemind, possessing a wooden puppet. It was created from a combination of a permanent scry spell and some kind of projection ability. That said, it had zero combat power, and the range of the wooden puppet was still fairly limited. For now, it could only travel a small region around Lily's. With more levels, it would gain extended range, something they really looked forward to because they really wanted to experience and see the other worlds for themselves. Arya and Acebang also tried to do something similar because being repeatedly shown what I've seen on the other worlds was strangely tempting. They tried to create an ice avatar, since that was where their shaping and sculpting abilities were best, and Arya insisted that they wanted to look good. I privately felt like they were spending too much time on appearances, but it was inconsequential. That's how they chose to spend their efforts. As fellow members of the Pantheon, I tried my best to communicate with them, and so Patrick helped schedule me to talk to them at least once every 3 years, and ad hoc if there are any big developments. 3 years felt quite regular for my two fellow immortals. It almost felt like we were meeting every other week. I wonder whether as my age increases even more, it'll feel too frequent. But for now, the conversations with the two were mostly about showing what we've seen, and they would give commentary and ideas. On Treehome, the Continental Guild Wars, some called them the Vassal Wars or Puppet Wars, were quite messy. For now, the fighting were mostly smaller-scale skirmishes and targeted attacks. Due to the guild's history and exposure to combat on the central continent, their first instinct was to conduct surgical strikes, attacks to remove the leaders of the respective kingdoms and replace them with their own puppets. Essentially a replica of how they fought on the central continent against each other due to our rules of engagement. But over time, this morphed into conventional warfare, and this was where the guilds noticed their first flaw. They lacked the high-level commanders needed to lead large-scale conventional invasions and maintain invasion-period logistics, again, due to their lack of experience on the central continent. If they hired generals from the regular kingdoms, they didn't have a level advantage against the kingdoms of their respective continents. In fact, they were frequently outleveled by the generals of those kingdoms, who had more conventional war experience due to the constant kingdom wars. The last large-scale conventional wars on the central continent were during the Sabnok era, and most of the great generals of that time died during the final explosion, and many more were killed during my subsequent expansion to the rest of the central continent. As I remembered it, my expansion to the central continent was primarily led by the elite force, supplemented by a near-infinite army of beetles, and against the tide, the kingdoms folded. The guilds didn't have such an advantage, and so the local kingdoms of the other continents adapted and hired significantly more security. As the guild war raged, the guilds themselves found that superior equipment and technology was incredibly helpful during the first strike, but the advantage it provided diminished over time as survivors counter-leveled and managed to steal those equipment from the dead. Survivors adapted, gained skill counters, and began to fight back. Ivalthorn's strategists and leaders collected data on the various wars fought by the guilds and used them to create learning experiences and case studies on what the leaders should have done. Patrick and my artificial minds also used the data to build simulations, where my strategists and leaders could try out different tactics and attacks. I quickly learned that the simulation was incredibly taxing, because it was impossible to account for the use of skill and level gains by the troops on the field. The system's pattern of awarding levels was also something that we didn't have much data on. Most reporting of the levels, at least by my Valthorns, was done after the fact. That meant we couldn't specifically tie level gains to specific events, even if we understood the patterns. We deployed Alka's crystal supercomputers to supplement and speed up the simulations, and I really found it sad that all this computational power is used to fight wars. My first observation from this conflict was wars of attrition had to be done quickly, and more overwhelmingly, with no combat survivors. It essentially encouraged slaughter, since survivors have the highest chance of gaining counters. So if I were to hypothetically invade these kingdoms, it had to be swift and strike with overwhelming force. Once the conflict drags on, the winning percentage will shrink and casualties will increase. I'm still confident of victory due to the massive level gap, but more people will die. The other kingdoms and temples tried to retaliate by cutting off the guild's finances on the central continent, by attacking caravans and trade shipments. On this front, I was forced into a rather annoying situation, whether I should continue to protect trade shipments from such attacks. After all, the incredible prosperity on the central continent was due to an active internal trading between nations, and allowing attacks on the trade routes fundamentally attacked our economy and our overall prosperity. In any case, I decided to stick with the principle of non-interference, and instead marked all the expeditionary guilds as war participants and therefore not subject to our protection. This extended to subcontractors and shipment partners. That meant trade shipments were separated by convoys into protected and not protected convoys. Even trading posts had to be separated into protected and unprotected. The markets had to be reorganized as well to prevent collateral damage. I wonder whether the guilds were trying to force my hand, but from Patrick and my tree's observations, they stumbled into it. Isolating the war participants led to an outroar from the guilds, because non-war participants could undercut them for waging war since their shipments were protected. Yet this process added complexity into trade, because everyone traded with each other at some level, so where did the line stop? Who was subject to the protections and who was not? Was the baker who sold bread to the warring guilds a supporter of the war? Where was the line where one was complicit? I wondered whether this was similar to money laundering issues, because protecting these warring guilds was essentially subsidizing their war effort. It's also interesting to observe the new merchant kings and guild lords in action, as they consolidated their powers and responded to the challenges both in their new vassal kingdoms. Communication and oversight at such distances was a problem. Message, scry, and all that helped, but didn't compare to the full-time surveillance state that I employed. They couldn't match our speed of reaction or how quickly news of an attack spread. They were always a few days behind, and things changed. All of this dictated deployment of high-level individuals, dependable ones on the ground to take over but left them exposed. Some of the defending nations had hero items and heirloom artifacts that gave them an edge. The guilds, despite their immense wealth, could buy some from the other kingdoms, but most of the time, these items were not for sale. The deteriorating and stress placed on the guilds due to the war also invited attacks from non-war participant guilds, who used the chance to muscle in on their poorly defended territories. It was very much a criminal gang war, and I really wonder whether stepping in was the right choice. For now, the central continent remains largely unscathed. The Valthorns continue to protect unrelated parties from these gang wars, but the embers of war are spreading. Year 232. Based on the notifications I received when I placed my clone on both Three Worlds and Mountain World, it seems that I could only collect hero fragments and souls from the worlds where I placed my clone. This naturally raises a practical issue with the League of Heroes. My clone should only be placed where there are a lot of heroes. I have one left, and I don't know how many I could claim to get over the next few battles. If let's say I get an extra 5 seeds in the next 50 levels, and each world only adds perhaps 2 heroes, then that's just an extra 10 heroes to the existing pool. It's clearly a limitation, because the only way heroes can travel and visit each other is via my clones. Without the clones, there is no League of Heroes. My senior leaders also know this, which was why Rune's idea of targeting only living worlds made sense. Reclaiming demon worlds doesn't add to our hero strength. Ideally, if domain holders could gain a full hero tier strength, that would remove the dependency on my clones, since Stella's portals and the Rift Gate network is quite robust and domain holders could freely travel. It's also less risky, since domain holders in my pantheon effectively can't die. In a way, it totally made sense to throw my domain holders at the grinder, since they'd be able to take risks heroes couldn't. They understood it, of course, but they still didn't feel too keen on dying. They may revive, but death must leave a mark. Someone who revived repeatedly would probably feel the strain of death in some way or form. Very few abilities are without some kind of flaw. What if there's some abilities that are only unlocked after multiple repeated deaths? Lumuf asked. After all, one gains resistance to certain events after repeating them. What if it's the same for death? Death is a fairly unique element of the world, since it is the process of separating the inner soul from the body. A person is dead when the soul leaves, even if the body may be alive. We studied the blood magic tome Sneck collected, and I found the aspect of willing sacrifices to be worth pursuing further. My problem was really a matter of test subjects. I harvested my sacrifices from the scum of society. These were criminals who broke the law, and not just any law, but the serious ones like rape or murder. These are very rarely willing sacrifices. They all have strong needs, strong cravings. Sneck's society, at least in the early days, maintained a large cult of the blood, where people truly are devoted to the goals of that blood cult, and at the side were people who've seen the positive effects of that cult. Unlike our mortals, somehow the Ularans managed to avoid the negative, bloodthirsty natures of the blood magic. Their focus on augmentation of the soul revealed something that I soon saw in the Ularans themselves. Their souls were robust and could repair themselves from damage far faster than our regular souls. These Ularans essentially had inbuilt soul regeneration. In their day-to-day life, I noticed that the Ularans did not face permanent limb loss. Their souls, even when a limb was lost, could maintain the soul schema of the limb without any phantom limb pains. Strangely, it was this self-regeneration that allowed the users of the blood magic to resist the corruptive effects of the. When looking at Sneck, I couldn't really notice it, because his soul was already warped in order to survive the void forest. The young Ularans, despite their tiny size, could recover from most kinds of non-lethal damage with absolutely no drawback physically. This, compared to the other humanoids, where healing or limb reconnection had to be done within a short day or two timeframe, or it's gone for good. But this wasn't very useful when faced with the giant demon dragons who could kill them in a single strike. If the Ularans faced a goblin-type demon king, or something more Zerg-like, they'd have far, far better outcomes. Anyway, back to the blood magic. My issue was I didn't have a way to volunteer individuals for blood magic sacrifices, and I didn't think using Valthorns was a good idea. They were an investment. I also found the idea of getting people to volunteer to die for the sake of science a little iffy, but as it turns out, I shouldn't feel that way. The Valthorns are willing to die for various causes. We battle great wars, and in doing so we risk our lives. Many will die in the line of battle, that is expected, Lumuf advised. Initially, I thought of approaching those who were about to die due to various medical conditions anyway, to volunteer for such experiments. It's uncommon even back in our world, but for science, many have put their lives on the line. But because of my medical and healing abilities, the general health of the populace was very high, so this was an incredibly small group of people, nowhere enough to actually do experiments. Next, I tried looking for those who were emotionally unstable or wanted to die. Yet, as I spoke to a few such individuals, I wasn't particularly comfortable using them for such blood magic. There was the issue of contamination, because their emotional states also affected the condition of their souls, and so their souls were not high quality. In the tomes gathered from Ulara, they went at length to clarify the conditions to create clean sacrifices. From what they explained, it's likely that if I used those who were mentally not at a good place, I may still end up having hex because their mental states were not clean. So this clean blood magic was a really wonky situation where you needed to be emotionally stable, mentally sound, and able to commit to killing yourself for a cause. Absolutely ridiculous conditions, in my opinion, but the Ularan's method of augmentation of the recipient's soul is without much of the downsides associated with blood magic. On another hand, I also know and very much preferred my own method of stitching soul fragments together into the soul bomb, since these required no sacrifices. Now I just needed to find ways to link the two together. They clearly are meant to be linked, since they are both soul-type abilities, but I just needed to figure out the relationship between these two concepts. It's a bit like a blind man touching an elephant's trunk and an elephant's tail, and now has to figure out how the whole thing is supposed to look like. It's quite rare you've paid attention to us again, Ivan said as I observed the children in their care. Both Ares, Ivan are in their somewhat humanoid forms, connected to their respective trees. I hope you do not feel neglected. My mind tells me you are all doing well. Well, I was aware of them through my artificial minds, but my attention was on the children. I still feel it, a little. Ares answered as one of the focused caregiving trees of Freshka, naturally interacted heavily with the children in our care. Children like Kala, or the void-attuned lizard folks and tree folks, needed our best nursing and care, and so it naturally fell on people like Ares to look after them. Once they were ready for any kind of training, it's also my training trees like Ivan that train them in the basics. They are well, if that's what you're wondering. Ares answered she's in the level 70s as some blend of caregiver. Some of the new caregivers have gained specialized skills dealing with them. The health of children throughout the central continent was good, though there are areas with spotty coverage, where the Valtrian Order's childcare services were less robust, or the persons handling the task of lower levels. One of the bigger issues that we face, that people like Ares and Ivan helped tremendously, was staffing and resourcing. These sort of administrative and domestic work leveled slowly, and training young women and men for these roles was a challenge. It's not perceived as a sexy or glamorous role, even with the high salaries the Valtrian Order gave for these roles. To me, caring for children is part of my talent management program, part of the pipeline, so it is only natural that they are paid a good salary. But after decades of stability on the central continent, the general population's mindsets shifted and now began to resemble Earth-like societies, where young men became pickier with their roles and classes. My own obsession with giving the people choice essentially led to these folks choosing certain careers and leaving certain careers understaffed, even with higher pays. The young also wanted to move to the bigger cities where everything was. For full-time mothers, we do notice that younger children tend to be healthier than the older children, as a result of mothers themselves gaining more skills related to caring for their children. In the central continent, the cities with strong Valtrian Order presence have good birth rates, mainly due to the nearly free end-to-end childcare services provided to those who want to have children. So with the mental load of caring for children taken off most parents, they were free to fornicate as they please, and that kept birth rates decently high. I did this, not for altruistic means, but merely to make sure that the modern society didn't face a population crunch, which would lead to a talent and resource crunch. The cost of providing such services was essentially my talent cost. As the society progresses and individuals have more choice, I would have to add more incentives in order for the society to produce what I want it to produce. For caregivers like Ares, this was a role I'll need more. I noticed that certain races had aspects that made them excellent at certain parts of giving care. For example, tree folks and dwarves were persistent and encouraged a great connection to the ground. Tree folks and elves are both very good at looking at the effects of actions after longer periods of time. They could visualize how hard work today would pay off decades down the road, and don't perceive it as a pointless exercise, so that made them great guides and counselors because of their long-term views. Humans and the shorter-lived races were better at quickly emotionally bonding with the flock, establishing passionate relationships and rapport. But these also comes and go quickly, unlike the longer, respectful, and mutual trust that elves and treefolk usually tended to have. Usually, for longer-lived creatures, I noticed how Lofin and Lausanne's relationship evolved over time. To Lofin, it was expected that her daughter would be an adult, and that was the same for their children, Arlissa and the boy, Lotta. As full adults, they lived normal lives, though Arlissa did go through what essentially amounted to 2-decade-long rebellious phase. Her mother had to bail her out of trouble a few times, though frankly, everyone gave Lausanne a lot of leeway. We rarely speak these days, though she did make regular trips to the northern continent to meet up with Mila and Alexis. Old friends, she said, and Mila's hospitality was impeccable. Speaking of Mila, my domain holders approached her on the idea of a multiverse arrangement, whether her branch hotels could be used as a replacement for my clone trees. She seemed agreeable, but her branch hotels did not have teleportation ability, and without the teleportation ability, what use was it? The heroes were curious on the next step. All right, what's next? What's next? We can't be waiting here. My people explained that it's a slow process. We are, after all, trying to plot against something that has the corpse of the dead god or something to that effect. If it could destroy gods, it certainly could destroy us. But what are we doing offensively? Surely there is something that can be done, the heroes said, and I wondered whether this was an effect of their mind control. Since we've disclosed the presence of the Black Sun, I've been curious whether the gods would take action. I long suspected that the gods had some way of seeing the world through the heroes, though nothing has truly been confirmed. But they have a point. Perhaps I am moving too slowly. How do I get closer to the Black Sun? I want to avoid a situation where I send people after the Black Sun only to die catastrophically. There's no way to test it out. The best I could do is a simulation. The Void Mages came with an interesting idea. The Will of Treehome said that they could move through the Void Sea, correct? Yes. Therefore, it is likely that any will or any world could move through the Void Sea, sensible. Yes, that sounded right. So we have the Comet world barreling through the Void Sea. It's moving too fast, but it is a small world. Tiny, in fact, and we believe almost invisible to the demons. Oh, ooh. It would be interesting to attempt to control or manipulate its movements. One of the Void Archmages suggested, "I don't know what it'll take, and if you can ask the Will of Treehome for details that would help, if we can control and direct the Comet world. We could turn it around and aim it towards the Black Sun. We could, essentially, have something that could deliver a strike team right at the enemy's heart. If the demons sent a comet at Treehome many centuries ago, why couldn't we do the same? It was just poetic justice." Year 233. The Void Mages were the busiest group these days. They had so many moving parts, but there's only so few of them. Stella had about 1,500 Void Mages under her, and her 4 other Archmages. There only used to be 3, but even one more wasn't enough, not with what we wanted to achieve. One group focused on deciphering the map within the Demon King's core and developing ways to make most of the map. There was another group that designed the listening devices and the potential interference devices. They looked out for demonic transmissions to figure out how the demons communicated with each other through vast distances, coordinated their attacks, and selected their targets. One group worked on expanding the rift gates and trying to combine the language of the rift gates to the maps. They also tried to find ways to work around the limitations of the star mana, which is our main stumbling block for a proper interdimensional League of Heroes, an empire. Now, we had the group working on moving the Comet world through the Void Sea. On one hand, I realized that the will of the world was able to move through the Void Sea without Void mana, thus I do suspect that Void mana may not be necessary for that purpose, but core mana would be the more likely material or resource. Yet Void Mages as the ones most familiar with the Void Sea, and so it is them who commit to the task. There are smaller groups, like those focused on weaponizing the Void mana and developing better ways to destroy the Demon King and that demonic glass droplet. Mages as a whole were relatively rare. Void Mages even more so, and even till this day I feel the lack of high-level mages acutely. We have level 120 mages, but so far only Stella reached the domain. I don't know what a domain tier archmage or wizard could achieve, but having someone at that level should greatly help our cause. We see this with the Lava World, where we lack the means to securely access the core. Magic, despite its perceived ubiquity, is still quite hard to train even if we have made incremental improvement over the last century. There is a certain level of genius that I feel the system expects from a mage, and the mage would not progress far without it. Even with decades and centuries of magic training, it's surprisingly hard to reliably get someone to a master, even if we do have a large amount of competently trained mages. Mattias, my first resident wizard many decades ago, once said that it is quite easy to learn the basics. After all, the first spells are not much more complicated than skills. Now we have an army of mages at his level, but our attempts to grow stronger archmages were just slightly successful. We only have about 100 to 200 mages that are above level 100, the highest of those in the level 130s. Magic was extremely hard to excel in because there's a component that's not dependent on experience, but comprehension of some kind of vague magical concepts. Our statistics indicated that, although almost 1 in 2 individuals gain some type of magical ability in spellcasting, such that they could use simple and intermediate spells, only 1 in 40 has the talent to walk the path of a mage. Of this small fraction, most just plateau at the level 40s to 60s. In our Valthorns, the numbers seem to suggest that only 1 in 20 mages who make it to level 60, even with magical experience boosts from the dungeon. Of the almost 500,000 mages we trained over the last century, we only have less than 200 level 100 mages. Attempts to brute force the levels didn't contribute to magic classes gaining levels. Instead, our attempts to force them to level caused their classes to reflect a combat focus. The system essentially starts funneling levels to combat-type mages instead of pure magic classes. This meant mages evolving into battle mages and great warp mages, or similar sort, and they gained more combat spell skills instead of pure magic skills. This was useful in their own way, but what I wanted was the out-of-the-world, Hail Mary type of magical solutions that eccentric mages could provide. So over the last century, the way we trained mages also changed. Instead, we rotated mages to various roles on the central continent. They would perform research, perform exploration of the underground chambers and ruins, conduct classes in the FTC, and provide basic concepts on magic to the administrator classes, maintain various magical artifacts and formations throughout the continent. Combat was still needed, which meant mages would still participate in dungeons, but only after a reasonably good and long stint in non-combat roles. This was how we discovered the way to somewhat reliably level a mage into proper wizard and archmages, instead of relying on brute forcing and dumb luck. It reminded me of the time, during the early years of Freshka and the FFA, I tried creating archmages and wizards through Class Seeds fusion. That didn't work back then, and it still didn't work now. My large stockpile of high-tier archmage class seeds instead came from the small army of archmages that died over the last century. My artificial minds claim the archmages all have their own quirks, and reading their minds often involve great leaps in thoughts that seemed rather disjointed. Training mages is still a problem we haven't truly cracked. We could teach them skills, teach them spells from our massive library of spells, let them have the resources needed to experiment, but it all gets stuck somewhere. Maybe in that way, it's the same with everyone else. I have knights that never make it as far as Edna, even if Edna's path was clear for them to see. Most Valthorns plateau before level 100, even with the level-breaking gift. Only those who breached a level 100 could even try to challenge the monsters we face. Right now, we have about 2,000 level 100 individuals, and so far, all of them are sucked into the system, a part of the structure we created. Reality is, if they all turned against me, I'd have a big problem on my hands. But they won't, simply because they've all seen what was beyond and realize we are all still just small fishes in a very big pond, and together we are stronger. More importantly, I begin to think the reason the guilds failed to entice the true powerhouses to their camp is because of the level 100's increasingly long perception of time. Capitalism is meaningless when one gets better at visualizing the changes after some passage of time. The powers that the guilds try to claim and control is nothing more than holding onto a candle. It is bright and warm but momentary. It will fade and is not something that would last. They know, as weird as it sounded, that whatever they created outside would collapse in decades and they would return to our fold anyway. They didn't have to look far. Even on our central continent, guilds come and go, kingdoms as well. Even creations of heroes could collapse once their heroes fall. Whatever the guilds are doing, it would be just a fling, a summer's dream, a project made for profit, gone once they got bored of it, cancelled once it wasn't profitable. I wonder whether I've trained my Valthorns too deeply in my own ideals that they fail to relish in the beauty of momentary flings. My artificial minds, the thousands of them that now crowd around the valley and also near to all my various clone trees, essentially sustain and operate the entire continent. Without my artificial minds, I would be immediately overwhelmed by the sheer amount of things that require my attention. I'd pretty much attribute the modernity of the central continent down to the artificial minds organizing, maintaining, and monitoring the various aspects of our continent. Without artificial minds, I would not be able to achieve any kind of omnipresence in the central continent. I would be stuck to just the area around the valley, and even then, I'd be able to focus on just a few things at a time. The topic of artificial minds came up fairly recently, as Alka tried to do some resilience tests to see how we would fare in various types of events. We have a massive vulnerability because the entire Beetle network, the application of growth, boosts, the monitoring of crime and trade, monster attacks, all essentially relied on my artificial minds. They did the heavy lifting, supported by a smaller army of administrators and druids. If by some event of a magical virus or disease were to sweep through my artificial minds, or say a demon king with an EMP pulse ability that could disrupt communication with my artificial minds in the trees, we could face a huge setback. They would need to design some backup systems and processes for such an unlikely event. All of this was additional cost and manpower. I have envoys from the Crystal King, and the message clearly requests your presence. Jampu said with a chuckle. Your attempts to stay hidden didn't work, and it seems to have figured that we made contact. I figured as much. I said through a tree located in the Pyramid City's parklands. My trees, cactuses, and shrubs covered vast areas of the Sand People's land and also segments of the Centaur lands. Domain holders are not so foolish. More mana. That was what I wanted, and I was getting it. Jampu merely grinned. Then have your priest be present. Lumuf smiled as he saw a familiar face. The envoy was the lady he met, 4th Archpriest of Mala's, Yada. Ah, Lady Yada, it's nice to see you after 30 years. She had aged quite a bit, but at someone at level 80s, she clearly had at least a few more decades in her. She froze for a moment, as if a memory she long suppressed reawakened. It is you. She didn't say a word to him after that. Jampu did not appear in person. Instead, he had one of his own senior ritualists attend the meeting, dressed in the most gaudy and overwhelming attire ever. Speak, envoy of the Crystal King, Yada said, but she didn't dare point fingers. Instead, she unfurled a scroll and said, the Crystal King demands, as per the pact, to know the deal with this Ian. Outsiders are not a party to the pact, and the pact of the three dictates that the land is shared by the three parties and not to be yielded to third parties. Jampu's priest was quiet for a moment and then responded. The Great Pyramid merely leased the land to the Temple of Ian to conduct some farming activities. They are just customers of the State of Sand. Lumuf didn't respond to the lie. Is there an agreement? We can provide the documents in due time. They would have to create a fictitious set of agreements, but Lumuf didn't intervene. This was Jampu's territory, and he should handle it as he saw fit. Now, Yada insisted. The Crystal King is intimately familiar with the concept of patience. We highly suggest he apply it. Retrieving documents takes time. Jampu's ritualist responded. Fine, we will wait 3 days. Lumuf could feel there was some kind of communication happening, a set of encrypted magical messaging. But she looked away every time Lumuf glanced at her. Jampu's priests quickly gave some land transaction records, and it was clear this was a fake set of records, some kind of large-scale forestry and farming project. It is less troublesome that way, Jampu admitted later. I dislike dealing with my peers, even if I do respect them for what they are. What exactly is the Centaur's a guardian? You've not seen it. Last I recall, a possession-linked formation, where the two joint patriarchs of the Centaurs would meld with the formation, thus granting the Centaur leaders access to the ancient wisdom, and also the means to control the formation over Hoofhall and its surrounding lands. Just like the pyramid, the truth was also shrouded in mystery. Even until today, my Centaur spies are still trying to piece together the identity and abilities of the Centaur's guardian. To some extent, I wonder whether I could force them to react to me. My trees had also begun to spread to the lands owned by the Crystal King and the Centaurs, and though I kept it low profile, I was sure they'd realize it eventually. Would the Crystal King wage war because I had trees in their land? My bet was no, it was just posturing. One thing became clear once the guilds controlled kingdoms and nations. Capitalism didn't inspire loyalty in the same way as a monarch or a religion. The loyalty a guild leader had was just not to the same degree that a king or a priest. Hired mercenaries bylaid when the risk-reward ratio no longer made sense, but a loyal knight or fanatical zealot would keep fighting under their last breath. The guilds, after decades of prospering as a business and treating its lower-ranking people callously, now needed to find ways to brainwash their men to fight with their lives on the line. A guild leader cared about the bottom line, cared about the salaries of its people and operations, but now it had to think further, of winning loyalty, of winning over hearts and minds. This lack of loyalty meant the guilds often had to deploy larger forces, stronger forces with bigger, better equipment, just to convince the mercenaries they had good odds of winning, or it's quite likely that there's a sudden collapse in morale, where mercenaries, particularly multiple different groups, all quit in succession. The guilds also discovered that they needed to insource military might to have internal competence and ability. Guilds that built up a stronger internal military arm, or have adventure guild subsidiaries or partners performed better than those that had to hire all their military strength from mercenary guilds. Various mercenary and assassins guilds, many of which merged with the merchant guilds over the decades, began taking on larger roles and used their growing importance in the war for new territories to take over their own conglomerates. When the merchant guilds concentrated on just trading alone and focused on central continent businesses, the leaders of such guilds tended to be pure administrator, merchant, and assassin types. But with their newfound colonial ambitions, the military and combat leaders had more visibility, and so they moved up the ranks. There was no space for weaklings when the assassins began to target the leaders on the central continent. There was also a growing schism. When some of the leaders sent to rule their newly conquered territories began to amass wealth in their new territories, and used it to defy the central continental guild's leaders. After all, the heaven is high, and the emperor is far, far away. Even with magic, the central continental guilds needed the means to enforce its rule, needed ways to ensure loyalty of its far-flung representatives. Some guilds relied solely on the loyalty of its invasion leaders, which, as they soon discovered, wasn't very loyal. Some realized they didn't need the central continent and convinced the entire invasion army to rebel and set up independent nations. It was such a clusterfuck across the world that my leaders began to discuss intervention methods. Even the kings and representatives, who meet regularly at Freshka for their own quarterly updates and discussions, were very worried about the chaos created by the guild wars. We've tried our best to sequester the conflict to specified zones and ensure innocents harmed were minimized. There was death. Death cannot be avoided in a conflict. Lilies spoke. They too were aware of the guild's chaos. I'm afraid so. I realized that Lilies was right. I thought about the past decade and realized I was beginning to drown in the big picture. I wish I could sigh. I am torn between choice and life, and I am often reminded that I prefer choice over life. This is an extension of that decision, the consequences. Mortals must be given choice, and they must suffer from the consequences. Then I must engineer them away from such mental frailties. It is a flaw to be corrected. I realize my earlier sentence was dangerous. If I began considering mortals as flawed and such, began engineering them away from such flaws, how is it their choice? But I have been doing it. My void treefolks, the void lizardpersons, the augmented children. I have been engineering with their form, trying to fix their flaws, their weakness, give them skills, give them advantages. I veer so close to the edge of darkness, and I felt Lily's minds. I mentally sighed. It is an incredibly hard challenge to balance the two opposing poles. To focus on the big picture, yet not lose sight of the small things in life. to focus on the arc of civilization over the decades and still live in the minutes and hours of the people. Year 234. The kingdoms ramped up their counter for the guild's financial strength, religion. As they were quickly reminded, zealots and fanatics are not easily tempted by money, and the Hawa, Gya, Ava, and Nira faiths all have fairly deep pockets of their own. Worse, some zealots took their money and went to the other side anyway. Secretly, the triumvirs were quite concerned about the conflict, and through our private channels, they relayed their feedback. Our line of thinking remained, this is a private affair undertaken by the new corporates of the central continent. Accordingly, we will not interfere, and we will not protect them. If the Avan faith wishes to retaliate, they are free to do so. If I didn't intervene in conflicts between kingdoms of the central continent, it certainly didn't make sense for me to intervene in conflicts between a kingdom and a kingdom of another continent. I reiterated my commitment to the overarching framework of non-interference, to the disagreement of quite a significant portion of my ruling class. As long as the rules of engagements were obeyed, I would uphold my part. Royals rise and fall over time. Was corporatized royalty any different? If they have imperialist ambitions, they are free to test it and see whether they succeed or fail. If they fail, they die. It comes as a package with their position. The rise of higher-level zealots in the range of level 50s among the defending nations and Templars spurred the counterattack against the merchant kings, their superior equipment, financial wealth, and higher-level employees. The defenders had some success, but the merchants' wealth seemed limitless to the defenders. The guild territories expanded some more. Based on my artificial mind's data collection, of the 50 or so guild groups that set out on their imperialist ambitions, all managed to conquer at least one city on another continent. About half managed to fully take over an entire kingdom or nation, but all of them encountered fierce resistance, guerrilla warfare, and rebellion throughout the past few years. They deployed mercenaries liberally to crush the resistance, to varying degrees of success. The half of the guilds that conquered entire kingdoms, about a third managed to suppress the resistance, mostly at great cost that the financial returns from the lower labor costs and resources collected barely compensated for the sums expended to wage the war. But of the third that managed to control the resistance, half of them should be able to make a profit within another 2 to 3 years, as the costs of managing the resistance began to dwindle and the population adjusted to the new regime. A few luckier guilds actually generated a profit already, but all of them faced the prospect of more prolonged wars, as the temples ramped up on their propaganda against these capitalist entities. My spies soon discovered that a few of the guilds seriously debated pulling out of their vassal kingdoms. For some, the profits from their vassal kingdoms were impressive. Some managed to get hold of large gem or gold mines that meant they were able to recoup the cost of maintaining their far larger defensive force, especially when these gems and precious minerals were sold back on the central continent, where prices and demand was naturally higher and more sophisticated. But fanatics were one of the factors they were not able to fully mitigate. The guild's rulers became the target of the religious propaganda from the temples, and this led to fanatics and covert assassinations. Even if the guilds still had the advantage, this was frightening to the guilds because of how ruthless they were. The guilds needed a counter, and so some of the guilds began to form alliances to attempt to develop counters. But ultimately, they realized loyalty, a problem they always had, could only be resolved with fanatics of their own. They could hire mercenaries, and soon realized mercenaries would change sides if the other side offered more. Fanatics were different. Inspiring loyalty to the point of death wasn't something guilds excelled at. They've always known that, but it's not as if they lacked references. There were some kings among them, those who got the title through their conquest of the kingdoms on the central continent, and they leveraged their position to create a royal cult. Lumuf rubbed his head when the spies gave the briefing. Back on Earth, kings used to wrap their position with pseudo-divine references, as if they were anointed by some god or descendants of some legendary hero, to enhance their position in society. Yes, Patriarch, we're very concerned that these cults, whose existence entirely serves to reinforce the throne of these merchant kings, may threaten our faith. The gospel of prosperity with a merchant king at the top, a cult of money. Lumuf paused for a moment and thought, we are no stranger to cults. We were a cult once. I suggest we leave them be. But we're different, Patriarch. Surely you see the difference. From my vantage point, it is just system levels that differentiate a cult and a religion. Lumuf answered, if they can ascend to the level of a religion, that is a good thing, but will be displaced. Are we that inferior as a faith? Lumuf challenged, that we cannot tolerate cults. Ian is not a god that cannot deal with challengers. If anything, we will emerge stronger from their attempts to usurp our position. These pretenders are but polishing stones in our path for ever more greatness. If they are strong, we will crush them and emerge ever stronger. The spies nodded, and indeed, if I wanted choice, I had to allow it. But let them know this. If they try to attack us, we will crush them. If they leave us alone, obey the rules of engagement, and leave innocence alone, we will do so too. It was only fair to let these nascent little cults have their chance. In the way of nature, if I couldn't compete, I surely don't deserve my position at the apex of this world, and how do I even claim legitimacy to push outwards to other worlds? When you break it down, every cult is just a form of association between a group of people, with stronger bonds, with a set of shared beliefs. A fan club could easily be a cult. A group that madly chased after money was a money cult. The issues with a cult was not the cult itself, which could easily be benign. It is often the negative activities undertaken by the cult, in the sense that they had their own set of laws and acted beyond the scope of what they could. There was a separate discussion among my clergy. My patriarchs and matriarchs had their own set of views, but who is innocent? A child brainwashed from young by a cult is innocent, but because he embodies the beliefs of said cult, he doesn't know it. Let's think of this in extremes. What if there is a cult that seeks to destroy us? Is Ian going to tolerate that? No. Lumuf said after I expressed my feelings through him, we will crush those that go past the boundaries that we set. We were more than willing to coexist with the other temples, but it was their attacks, their crusades that forced our hand. Likewise, we'll set certain terms to ensure reasonable conduct. I do feel this still cuts too closely to our faith. Matriarch Hoya was also present. All religious cults we've seen have been fairly hostile to our rules. In fact, I consider them to be a return to the olden days, when the kings maintained a huge myth around themselves. They were not just men, but more. The guilds merely adopted them, to instill loyalty. It was extra pomp and pageantry meant to inspire those serving them into believing they were part of something greater. More rituals, more little ceremonies, and it worked to some effect. The system acknowledged rituals, symbols. Those who go through the process usually get a modified version of their class to acknowledge their rituals, and this only reinforced the necessity of the process. Knights and soldiers became blessed knights or ritual soldiers. Some corporate guild employees, from regular royal merchants, transformed into royal cult merchants. They used their new skills to convert the people of their new territories, all to secure their position. A natural evolution, and just looking at it, eventually these cults will grow. Again, I feel it is right to let them grow. If they didn't turn against me, I could co-opt them into our structure. If and when they turn against me, I would crush them, and my people would gain levels that way. Or do I have to? Discontent towards my hegemony would rise over time. That was expected and normal. No empire lasts forever. I called on Lumuf and my patriarchs for an idea to consider. Vanish, I suggested. I've seen enough superhero and spy movies to realize that all villainous organizations are invisible, but somehow everywhere. Could we achieve this, using the cloak of the vassal wars? Could I use these cults to my advantage? But why? It's just something to think about, whether we could switch away from the pervasive super state and become the Illuminati with our agents at every major institution and players. Our Valthorns then transform into folk champions and heroes, crushing injustice wherever they go. It would allow us a far wider latitude of action. I was not sure whether invisible was the best way to achieve my goals, but it was something to consider. We already have that latitude of action. My leaders responded, if we want to, we can do it. There is no institution, perhaps except the heroes, that can stop us. And they certainly don't have our breadth and reach. There's also the possibility of just having Freshka disappear from view, but that didn't seem particularly useful, since our threats mostly come from demons who somehow could see through illusions. Even if locals attempted to hexbomb Freshka, we have ample defensive measures. For now, the thought of existing entirely as the hidden hand of the world was shelved. Even though the vassal wars pretty much swept through all the continents, there were still some concerns on the delayed Demon King. We defeated the Demon King 13 years ago, and it was already late. Ava and Triumvirs naturally asked for updates. We defeated the Demon Kings, that's all we said, but there was no notification. The Triumvirs challenged. Their knowledge of our affairs on the other side was extremely limited. Until now, we didn't share what we are truly capable of. The local rulers themselves had a worry or two, but for them, it wasn't a problem until it became a problem. Their reaction to not having Demon Kings is more muted than expected. Edna commented, true, there was extensive thought analysis for my Valtrian Order and Valthorns. At each step, they were mentally evaluated by my artificial minds before they took the next step. Loyalty, compatibility with my beliefs. The evaluation only stopped truly incompatible or potentially dangerous individuals from getting further benefits, but otherwise I allowed disagreements. But that meant bickering happened a lot, mostly friendly. It occasionally escalated into rivalries between factions. Ultimately, the goal of defeating the demons trumped them all. We still don't know what sort of countermeasures the demons have, despite the Void Mage's best efforts. On 3 Home, now that we have our own little corner of the world, I sent my Void Mages here to spy on the skies above and see whether there was somewhere we could visit. I still don't get how there's trees in this demon world. Never seen it. Edna said, but then she stopped. But then again, Ularans managed to have some underground farms. I suppose being a demon world doesn't totally exclude the presence of trees. Boreal World or Ice World, I haven't quite settled on the name. Rune, Edna, and a continent of level 100 Valthorns were sent to this demon world to scout out the location. Their last invasion was the Mountain World. The Rift Gate still worked, since our Void Mages were already locked to their Rift Gate's locational codes. We've largely cracked the planar element of the code, but we're stuck on the last few digits. It appears to be some kind of checksum character, but we're not exactly sure. Valthorns were a party of druids, mages, and some other researchers. Here, they collected samples and performed studies. There was a smaller team that came earlier to deploy the listening devices, and we noticed it was still untouched. Data collection was a really long affair, and even when we knew what we were looking for, the somehow low frequency of transmissions meant that Stella's endeavor was pretty much looking for aliens with super large radio dishes. There's a lot of waiting, and there's a lot of nothing. Meanwhile, the druids harvested and collected the plants of the Boreal World. These were unique species to the world, not found on any of the 3 worlds we were at, but not entirely alien. There are similar plants. They are surprisingly tolerant of ice, and I wondered whether Arya and Aspeng would love this ice world. It seemed like the perfect place for them to make use of their talents, once we could reclaim it from the demon mother of this world. I decided to bring the idea to Arya and Aspeng, whether they would be keen on moving to this world. I'm immobile. Arya and Aspeng said, I'd be relying on the summoned creatures and the ice monsters to fight for me. That's like me. I responded, all the combat could help your levels. It won't be immediate. We're still working on creating the larger rift gates, and that's taking a lot more time than expected. Why do you need a large rift gate? You're big, Arya chuckled. It seems you forget that I can shrink. I'm an ice crystal with a soul. All these are just excess appendages that I can shed and regenerate. I paused and considered the implication. She technically could be deployed anywhere, though icy environments are most advantageous to her, just like how Jianpu would probably excel in a desert, sandy environment. Again, let me think about this. I should be able to provide an answer within a few years. Arya said. They had specialized skills that worked in such environments. As for myself, I consider myself mostly a generalist, but I excel in forested or grassy environments that are more temperate or tropical in nature. This is partly because my beetles perform best in these environments. In colder and sandier environments, they needed specific adaptations, which took up some space for other types of skills. Domain holders like Edna, Rune, and so on had tremendous advantages in combat. They are mobile. They can hit really hard, but that's also part of the problem. They do not excel in building safe spaces for lower-leveled folks to live. Lavaworld relied massively on my tree's presence to suppress the demons and act as a safe anchor for my forces to retreat to. For domain holders, it's not an issue, but it is a critical one for those in the level 100s to 149s, and these are the group of people I really want to get to the next level. We needed forward bases backed by domain holders. You're suggesting that we become an invasion force. Jianpu sat and stewed on the question. Yes, I responded. Let me be clear, this is an idea that we are considering, given our limitations. I've stretched myself as far as I could, and we have clones on a few worlds and one active demon world. But realistically, if we want to strike back at the demons, we need more. Jianpu's golden eyes sat and mulled the question. It's certainly an interesting proposal. If we succeed, we essentially have the entire world to ourselves, and many of my servants would gain levels. But given my size, that would be. It's something we can solve. The demon kings can move their large bodies through space. We should be able to do it too. Jianpu stretched and cracked his mummified fingers. There are some lingering concerns, especially how it affects my pact with the old gods. I would have to revisit the terms and study them. I agreed. There is no urgency. Not yet anyway. It is an idea I'm floating with other immortals. It is something that needs much more deliberation. I must contemplate this suggestion a little longer. Lilies mulled the idea, though I sensed it was fairly lukewarm. If there was another lake or parasite-type world, Lilies, as a being that could spread roots across the entire lake, could be a candidate. Any swampy environment would do. That said, the chances were low. They've never left, and they survived so well in their current state. Why would they change? But in any case, they didn't reject me outright. Just like both Arya and Jianpu, they needed time. Relocating to another world, a demon world just to wage a war, wasn't a simple decision. It was a commitment. I remembered I didn't like moving. I hated it. My fellow domain holders would agree that moving sucks. Our presence was all about permanence. We existed, and the world warped around us. If they rejected the offer, that was fine. We are already developing countermeasures and bases that do not depend on my presence. I'd probably consider Rifi as well if there's some waterworld out there. I believe there should be some waterworld, though I'm not too sure whether Rifi would even let me move him. Rifi's very, very touchy about his core. That said, Rifi's probably too low level to reach that stage. The Valthorns worked on smaller, more compact and self-sustaining bases. little independent outposts on these demon worlds will find a way. Year 235. The vassal wars raged on, and the long war drained both the many defending kingdoms and also the merchant guilds. The larger merchant guilds, even with their greater risks on the central continent, still commanded respectable market power and thus were able to continue to fund the war. It helped that the central continent was far more prosperous and with higher populations. The prospects of achieving greatness conquering other continents led to some uncomfortable propaganda, which I asked my spies to quietly suppress. The smaller merchant guilds were feeling the strain on their finances, thus began to sought out some financial assistance from the larger guilds, and that led to a string of takeovers by the larger merchant guilds. It felt like I was witnessing the start of the conglomerates, as smaller entities began cobbling together into a larger whole. A guildmaster's skills and abilities interacted in guilds and corporations in the same way as a king's skill, but it clearly strained with the massive number of members. We spied a few instances where certain skills ran into limits. Most times, hitting those limits triggered class evolutions. The merchant kings and guild kings emerged as an upgrade to reflect the growing power of the guildmasters over their members. Their powers were stronger on the weaker members, but less so on stronger, higher-leveled members. This matched my own control over my Valthorns. With souls, what mattered is the gap in levels. The higher the level, the stronger the soul's ability to withstand outside influence. So it's fair to say I have fairly little actual ability to force anyone above level 100 to do what I say, though I do have the weight of the entire institution behind me, which often compels them to obey. As the guilds expanded, we also observed the guilds have upgrades of the typical administrator classes to executive and manager classes. To be fair, the massive Valtrian Order as an institution already had manager and executive classes for quite some time, so these weren't totally new, but it was just interesting to note that the guilds finally got them too. The powers of contracts were heavily invoked, and guild contracts that served as the foundation of alliances in their outward war. Kings and nations had the ability to form alliances and sign contracts with each other for a while, but the nature of kings meant, under the system, they existed above petty contracts. The king class, due to the feudal nature of being above mere men, refused to bow to a contract, so normal contracts died when they reached a king. Thus, alliances of kings, based on trusts and relationships, were frail, brittle, and prone to abrupt dissolutions. That was not the case for a guildmaster. A well-written normal contract was a chain that a guildmaster cannot easily shed unless his class changed. A guild, by constitution, exists because the law permits it to exist. A guildmaster could never be above laws and contracts. Thus, each guild is bound by contracts, even if their members could leave the guild. Leaving a guild usually imposed penalties, even if temporary. So the ascension of their members to kings led to some interesting shenanigans and vulnerabilities. A merchant king and a guild king did not have the ability to shrug off the law or the contract as easily as normal kings. In short, they were inferior. Our observations of their abilities also soon revealed they were weaker than the typical king, at the same level of power. Last year, we noticed some guilds experimenting on cults as an attempt to shore up loyalties, especially when faced with fanatics from the other continents. The need to increase loyalties was magnified by the increasingly united defenses of the four temples. The four temples selected high-leveled kings and queens and backed them strongly. They engineered mergers of the smaller kingdoms into the larger kingdoms. It surprised me that the temples were willing to do so. They've never mounted a coherent response against the demon kings, but were strangely united when invaded. Still, the merger of the kingdoms and the quasi-holy state of these now larger kingdoms created class upgrades for the defenders. It was my first encounter with the Holy Emperor and Holy Empress classes. I've never managed to actually create Emperor classes, despite collecting multiple King classes over the decades. Just like mages, there were some strange things about these royal and noble classes. The first Holy Emperor of the southern continent rose to the throne of the empire as the first of kings, cobbled together from 22 separate kingdoms. A union forged by the Church of Gaya and the Church of Hawa, they initiated a grand ceremony to invoke the greater blessings of Gaya and Hawa. They merely hoped to upgrade the chosen king's class to that of a blessed king, but I suspect because of the scale of the land and followers involved, and perhaps a bit of desperation, they somehow created a holy emperor. I watched and felt the moment when the king's presence warped and changed from a set of trees within the palace's compound, the first holy emperor. On this great day, we, the archpriests of Gaya and Hawa, grant and bestow all of the blessings we could muster upon King Erinul, for the great Erinul shall be a king above kings, and lead our combined empire against the foul advances of the greedy guilds. The archpriests of the two temples declared, and I felt a great power emerge from within that Erinul. His voice changed, as if he had the force of the gods behind him. I knew it wasn't, but to any lesser man, it would certainly feel as if one was standing before a god. His body suddenly radiated an incredible oppressive aura. He was silent for a moment, as that strange twisting presence settled. I am Holy Emperor Erinul, and I evoke the Emperor's edict. We wage a holy crusade against the guilds and the foul enemies that lead them from the shadow. His followers throughout the continent experienced a sudden surge of power, which we estimate to be close to a 10-level boost. A blessing, the fury of the Crusaders. At the same time, an emperor's blessing was stronger than a king, and I witnessed the empire's financial and economic might seem to improve out of nowhere. The retaliation of the new Holy Empire of Erinul, as the 10-level boost seemed to compensate for the technology and level drawbacks they faced against the guilds. The weaponization of faith forced the guilds and the merchant kings to adapt and try to develop their own. I thoroughly disallowed the use of my faith in the conquest. Anyone who did was promptly punished, and thus, the guilds had to seek out other faiths, or in their case, invent their own. The guilds then found a fundamental issue with faith, especially one that sought to elevate a single person into some kind of reincarnation or blessed by the gods. A guild is a union of various merchants working together, thus each merchant has a stake, a shareholder. Due to the fractured ownership, these merchant guilds had structured ways of decision-making. Almost every guild often resolved and made decisions through committees and councils, and a guildmaster was often elected from the merchants themselves, even if he was the leader. But a king was different. A king was not elected from a selection of merchants. It was not the nature of the class. Not in this world, mixing the feudal structure of a king with the enterprising, raucous nature of the guilds. Then add the worship and idolatry present in cults, and that made things complicated. One of those elements would prevail in the end, for better or for worse. Some guilds tried to make things into a two-tier system, where the cultish behaviors and messaging was applied only at the lower levels. This seemed to be the smartest solution from some of the guilds. In some guilds, the feudal elements they introduced proved too strong, and these guilds then faced strong factionalism between those who wanted to hold on to the guild's more democratic roots and those who converted into a master-servant relationships with the kings. In others, the cults did bring in loyalty, but again, not at the corporate structure. The ordinary methods of guild decision-making were abandoned, and the cult leaders became those who could do no wrong. It was a slippery slope that many merchants didn't even see coming. After all, even in ordinary guilds, there were always dominant figures. As a result of the fraying internal forces of the guilds and the stronger united response from the defenders, the vassal wars that were fairly one-sided all this while began to seem more balanced. For now, the guilds still had advantage. Tremendous financial advantages, seemingly limitless manpower due to the central continent's stability and prosperity, and better quality equipment meant many guilds still held onto their conquered territories. The four temples rushed to replicate the creation of the Holy Emperor in the northern islands, the eastern continent, and the western continents respectively. They succeeded in creating two more. With the Valtrian Order, there were a lot of discussions about the latest developments. For my senior Valthorns, most understand my position that the conflicts of the world are irrelevant. People fight wars all the time. It's not for me to step in unless they cross the red lines. For most part, wars remain feudal wars where two armies meet on some battlefield. My Valthorns, as far as I could tell, understand that these empires would fade in time, and they all recognize the progress being made on defending the world from the demons. But the question of when is Ian going to do something about this just gets ever so loud, and my priests had to go on overdrive to explain my inaction to the general populace and the increasingly unhappy nobility. The heroes were not unaffected by the war either. Some of them maintained small kingdoms and harems. For now, the guilds were smart enough to avoid attacking them, since that was suicide. A hero could level a kingdom overnight. Instead, the guilds approached the heroes for tech. They offered to pay them for hero items, superweapons to deploy against the other side. I had to step in and stop the transaction, and reminded the heroes that they shouldn't get involved. The heroes didn't quite like it at first, since it meant they didn't get big amounts of money, but they understood that hero items would be tools of mass slaughter. That wasn't the reason why hero items were made. They were designed to be emergency tools, not super weapons meant for conventional warfare. Even defensive hero items meant the defenders could have a solid base for expansions and counterattacks, so the only winning move was to not sell hero items. Again, the only possible move was to abstain. At this point, it was increasingly clear that if the defenders win decisively, a retaliation and a crusade against the central continent was almost a certainty. Buoyed by the high of winning, they would try to reassert their strength as vengeance. I asked my domain holders privately what they would do if placed in the current situation. Edna sighed. I've been actually getting that question from my Knight's Order. Many are itching for a fight, an unnecessary fight. Lumuf said, but this war seemed to have helped create more high-level individuals on both sides of the conflict. That's a horrible thing to say when people die. Stella cursed. Ian, you should stop it. Wars are bad. Stella, as an earthling, naturally didn't think wars are a good thing. People died even if the death wasn't as crazy. This was simply because of the conventional nature of these feudal-type wars. Killing citizens that produced goods, operated the mines, and generated resources the conquerors needed didn't seem like a good idea. Too much death in a certain area tends to generate death energy, which triggers the spawn of undead and ghosts, and creates cursed lands. This still wasn't the world of bombs and missiles, even if there were some equivalent tier weapons. Mages, even if they seemed like they were everywhere, were not so many that they could use their abilities without restraint. Alka shrugged. It's appropriate to remind everyone that our goal is stopping the demons for good. If this leads to that goal indirectly, by leveling everyone, I say that it's fine to leave with it. Surely there are better ways to level people up than wars, Stella protested. On a large scale, without a large institution that we have to control, Alka responded. Wars are the best way. Second best are demonic incursions into our worlds. Maintaining an institution of that size would be better than this, Stella said, and then eventually she had a long sigh. It just sucks that the sheer presence of levels and magic meant the playing field would never be equal, and so the concept of equality, frankly, is laughable. It's like trying to say a fish is equal to a man. Exactly. On some scale, this is just the natural order of conflict. Your world may have the concept of equality, but it exists only within humans. Can a human ever be equal to an alien with far superior strengths and intellect? Can a human ever be equal with a dolphin or a lion? There must be some kind of shared understanding in order for equality to exist, and to some extent, a narrow range of abilities. With such great ability differences, it is only normal that kingdoms value the level 100 general way more than the level 10 soldier, because they are not the same. So large power gaps create feudal societies. Stella cursed, but I suppose you are right. A chicken farm, even in the millions, cannot prevent man from chopping them off. A higher being with far greater intellect than ours would consider our intelligence no more than that of a farm-raised chicken, and thus would slaughter us for food if they find us tasty. Thus, it is not beyond Ian to consider Ian's decision as the equivalent of a human watching two large armies of ants slaughtering each other. Does a human stop ants from fighting? But these ants could one day grow into something on Ian's level, and only then will Ian treat them as another of them. Stella scratched her hair and Edna sighed. I don't quite like that. Choices have consequences, Stella. The choices of the guilds and the choices of the kingdoms. Lumuf intervened. Our goal is to enforce the scope of engagement to limit the damage. Let the children duke it out in the sandpit. The Knight Commander nodded in agreement. That we will do. Stella, of course, was soon distracted by other pursuits. She and a group of Void Archmages were now on Comet World, hoping to figure out how to manipulate the Comet World's trajectory through the Void Sea. It's not an easy task. It certainly doesn't have any clues. My attempts to quiz and communicate with the Will of Treehome was greeted with nothing. It had returned to sleep. The other domain holders had no clue either, so we had to experiment. The Void Mages tried injecting Void Mana into the world, or into the Void Sea. They suspected that manipulating the Void Sea was probably how worlds drifted on them, so they tried using techniques similar to the astral tunnels created by the demons, and used the tunnels as some kind of ore. Then a group of Void Mages observing the Comet World would then monitor for any shifts against expected trajectory. Nothing. They tried different shapes of those void tunnels, or more power. They weren't sure what they needed, even if we knew what was the end goal. For now, they had to keep on experimenting. It's possible that we may not be able to control a world without the will of the world, perhaps via system. If that is the case, we would need to create a new domain holder who is able to merge with the will of the world, and then send that world on a suicide mission. That seemed like a far more daunting and horrifying prospect. The Void Mages didn't give up, though. Year 236. All right, the goal is to push into the ridges. Edna declared to the group of 8 level 100 Valthorns, and the 8 nodded. We'll be here. Lava World was now our main training ground, other than the dungeons. For most high-leveled Valthorns, their life involved tour through the worlds, visiting places like the Boreal World where they took month-long missions to explore the location, an attempt to piece together the history of that world, or a tour on the Lava World where they'd fight through large swarms of demons, arrive at a certain location, set up a temporary base and defend against the hordes. With a small team, we tried our best to push them to try stranger, harder things. The level 100s also suggested missions and challenges for each other. After all, everyone needed to have a mind of their own. 2 of the level 100s in the group of 8 were members of Edna's Order of Valthorn Knights. It was an unofficial group, and as it wasn't official, they named themselves, partly as a joke, the Order of the Pointy Stick. Knights were trained to be proficient in a wide variety of weapons, but jousting spears, and pikes were a favorite of these knights. It was a practical consideration. When demons are such massive creatures, it makes more sense to use spears, especially throwing spears charged with magic and designed to release huge bursts of energy. The range was just more useful with large magical creatures and safer. How's this group? Stella sat next to her, taking a break from her own tour through the worlds. She offloaded many of the initiatives to the archmages, since she couldn't feasibly attempt so many projects at the same time. The other archmages even took on leadership roles, as Stella and one other Void Archmage focused on the training aspects of new Void Mages. There was a gap in education for Void Mages, despite my best attempts to copy and record her experiences through my Dream Academy. The training outcomes of Void Mages was always a little bit better when Stella was the instructor, as she had first-hand experience from the Zaratans. The pain she went through during the multiple attempts to develop Void Mana gave her a sense of perspective that younger Void Mages, with more focused process, didn't have. The Zaratans were not warriors, and Lilies told me that any attempts to get the Zaratans to participate in any war effort would fail. The most they would do was teach. This year was also the first year since the founding of Branchhold that a recruit from Mountain World was admitted to the elite Valthorns. It's been slightly less than 30 years since that day, so a single individual from Branchhold, a human swordsman named Farson, reached level 100. There was nothing quite like the shock of visiting the Demon Worlds for the first time. To feel the presence of nothingness in a world conquered by the end, it made it easy to see what would become of their home should the demons succeed. A common flaw in people was that many struggled to visualize the future if they didn't see it for themselves. You could tell them 1,000 tales, but until they were there to feel it on their skin, to see in with their eyes, that future just seems ever so remote. For my Valthorns, especially those who visited the Demon Worlds for the first time, it was usually an experience, a reality, a version of the future if their homes fell to the demon. This usually evokes a visceral reaction in some first-timers, and for Farson of the Mountain World, it did. Some, even though these are level 100 folks making their first trip, had a minor panic attack. For those less than level 100, I mostly sent them to fight in dungeons within Treehome or the few dungeons in the underground areas of Branchhold. Once they crossed level 100, they would be sent the other worlds to hunt demon champions. This meant some of them visited places like Lava World or Boreal World or Ulara. For Farson, we delayed his exposure to these other places until level 100. The Valtrian Order spoke of the existence of these worlds for a while, but as the first of Branchhold to see what it was like, he returned feeling somber, as if he now had a burden on his shoulders. I can't be the only one who knows, he said to the Valthorns who came from Treehome. They know. No, they don't. The Mountain Worlder looked at the desolation of the Lava World, the sense of emptiness and lifelessness. They don't know it at all. The Valthorn gave the Mountain Worlder a knowing tap on the shoulder. Once you've seen it, you really just can't go back and pretend everything's fine. From what I know, a part of it was skills. Over the decades, Lumuf and my senior priests gained skills like Eye for Talent or Recruit Scanner. On top of that, there's also a whole load of education and perspective. It's probably brainwashing to some degree, though my priests would argue that presenting a set of facts doesn't constitute brainwashing. By this point, it feels academic. Tropic World's reconstruction effort was beginning to speed up as more migrants and pioneers moved to the New World. It's been 10 years since this initiative started. At this point, about 70,000 from Treehome had moved over to visit a world unlike any other, a world that has all traces of civilization erased and now ready to be repopulated. I wondered whether the will of the world resisted it, and it responded with a mere sensation of acknowledgement. I prodded it more, but it responded with a feeling, acceptance, not agreement, but acceptance. Over the time since we reclaimed this world, Tropics World's natural environment significantly improved. Trees, animals, and monsters now cover most of the world, though the magical energies barely recovered above 25 of the living worlds. 3 to 4 small towns emerged, the frontier towns of each of the races. The Canari were quick to set up their own little place, just for themselves, as did the tree folks and lizard folks. The air of the Tropic World was different to that of Treehome, and the pioneers who moved to Tropics World had skills that made settling in easier. The tree folks and lizard folks have feet better adapted to the muddy terrain. The Canari gained skills that made them better able to regulate their heat and deal with the generally dirty waters of the Tropics World. The water system of Tropics World was still unstable, even if they were carved through the powers of the core. River banks could easily shift and rain patterns still irregular. Some part of this was due to the core itself. The core's power ebbed and flowed, and that affected the strength of rains, the speed and growth of monsters, the strength of the winds and the heat from the ground. So even rivers and lakes were not permanent, as the subtle shifts in the ground due to those fluctuations move water around. Some pioneers remarked that the weather only got more erratic as the core of the Tropics World regained its energy. The Void Mages' attempts to manipulate Comet World's trajectory through the Void Sea went nowhere. They were essentially flailing at the unknown. They tried a wide array of items and techniques, but ultimately nothing seemed to work. Or at least, they were not sure whether they made any impact because it was quite hard to measure how it worked. Meanwhile, the Void Mages pursued their other tasks, until one day. Stella, you've got to look at this. She felt one of her Archmage's magical energies as the Void warped in the area around her office, and her Archmage appeared through a small portal. She stared at the contraption in the Void Archmage's hand, a crystal record linked to the various listening devices. Another Void Archmage popped up right behind him with the exact same item. "Oh, you're here already." The second one quipped and laughed. "Ha, you got the same signal from your side, yeah." Stella checked both of the crystal records and looked at the two Archmages. She had her suspicions, but then waited for the Archmages to give their views. "What are we looking at? Likely some kind of transmission. If all the other planes were getting it, it's not a routine one. I was studying it while on the way here and here." The Void Archmage pointed to a part of the transmission. "This was the only part I recognized, a locational coordinate, tree home," Stella said as her mind scanned through the transmission again. As of now, we've not yet decoded the language of their transmissions, but with our growing lexicon of demonic characters, we could try to guess. What does it? It may be one of the countermeasures. The Void Archmage speculated. "I've asked the mages to scan the skies, but for now." "Nothing?" Stella paused and looked at the transmission again. "Stella, you could use the Demon King's core to check." The Archmage suggested something Stella already planned on doing, but she was pleased that he brought it up anyway. She nodded. "Come with me," Stella said, and then she called out to me. "Ian, I'll need some mind backup." The artificial minds were ready, and Alka teleported in. I was summoned. Stella tapped the bomb maker on the shoulders. "Got a weird transmission from the demons," Alka whistled. "Predictions are long-awaited countermeasures," Stella said as she walked into the special chamber now crawling with roots and vines. There was a station right next to the demon core, surrounded by more vines and roots with some crystals. Mixed among the mass of regular vines and roots were some black ones, those that produced demonic mana harvested from the few unrestored rotted limbs and the demonic hybrid trees. A few mages shuffled about, preparing the place and documents. Stella strapped in, and I felt the artificial minds buzzing with activity. I kept track of her physical state and noticed her heartbeat was elevated. She pulled large quantities of mana at certain moments, and about 6 hours later she emerged all sweaty and exhausted. The third Void Archmage joined the earlier two, Lady Stella. "Nothing conclusive. My Void Explorer is too far, but I suspect there's something." This transmission came from the Demon Sun itself. "What's the progress with our attempts to develop extended Void Sea detection?" The three Archmages glanced at each other. "We'll need to spy on them." One of them stopped. "Progress is middling. We're still attempting to test it out on our junior Void Mages." "Don't think this can wait. Run the side effects and observations, and if it's plausible, we need to scale it up as soon as possible. The earlier we can see what the hell the demons are throwing our way, the more time we have to prepare for it." The three glanced at each other. At once, "Milady. Something concerning I should know about," I asked Stella at a private session. "The demons have sent something, but the star paths don't indicate anything. No star paths yet." "Could be something that doesn't travel on a star path. I know what you're thinking. We've been predicting it for so long that I know it's the damn demon comet." Stella cursed. "But I want to be sure, so I'm planning to hop my way as far as I can go. I'll need some bodyguards." Looking at the demon's star map, the Boreal World's probably the starting point. Stella wanted to hop to the Boreal World and travel to the nearby worlds and figure out a way to get closer to the demon's sun. Due to the weird nature of the Void Sea, this could be a decade-long journey, or could be super short, because traveling the Void by hopping to nearby worlds didn't actually mean getting closer to the core in the demon's map. "Can I take Lumuf and Edna with me? I could pull all three of them back instantly through my ability." "All right, you don't sound convinced." "What if we're wrong?" I thought. "It's not a comet, and it's multiple demon kings invading at once." The fact that our coordinates, our location is transmitted, seemed to suggest some kind of coordinated strike. "Why not both?" Stella laughed uncomfortably. "In either case, we need to go and see, get some visibility. If it's multiple demon kings, we'd have a chain of astral pathways over our skies. Those things take a while to build, unless the demons had a way to open up such portals instantly. As it is, the rift gates we could open portals to other places, even if there are no astral paths, but the void mana cost is significantly higher without the path. That essentially placed a cap in the range of the stolen and repurposed rift gates. Like, yeah, we have the numbers to call, but it's like not having enough money to call an international number. There's nothing to worry about but to take our next steps," Stella said. "We need information, and we'll only get it if we get nearer or can see further." Adversity rewarded those who made it through them, and it was horrifying to the kings that the Emperor was gaining on them in terms of levels. A new skill from the Emperor, or just a few extra levels, meant his blessing was stronger. His empire produced more weapons or some other effect that began to push back. the guilds began to encounter more draws and losses, and the assassin guilds, previously eager to take the Central Continent Guild's businesses, began to shift. The Central Continent Guilds decided to double down on the financial and technological prowess to counter the faith powers and the Emperor's abilities. They invested more on even better equipment and leveraged on their industrial bases to build stronger, more powerful weapons. Of this came the largest privately owned warships ever seen on Treehome, equipped with long-range bombardment equipment. These weapons resembled railguns, but were magical. These came about after my craftsmen and Alka all worked on large quantities of long-range weapons against the Demon Kings. Some of these designs were inadvertently leaked to the general public, and independent craftsmen began designing copies. The magical railguns, equipped with a crystal core projectile, were one of those that was copied. It was similar enough to ballistas that the private sector could begin making modified versions, and now they have these weapons that could shoot a location almost 100 miles away. At the same time, my Valthorns had to be extra careful with their state-of-the-art weapons, and even older generation weapons. My spies and counter-espionage agencies detected large quantities of attempted spying and theft of Valthorn issue equipment. Any advantage, any exposure would lead to attempts to study, replicate, and then mass-produce to use against the other continents. So far, they've not outright attempted to attack the Valthorns, but my agents and people were increasingly edgy. My artificial minds picked up multiple thefts and spies, some of which were then caught by my own agents. It felt like the guilds were in a cold war with the Valthorns, even if we were publicly cordial and professional. Even the nobility were fracturing, those who supported the guilds secretly and some publicly. The nobility of the Central Continent all had respectable wealth. These nobilities benefited as they were at the top of their realm, taxing a percentage of all trade going through their nation. Then they could store that wealth in highly safe places, such as with the Valtrian Orders banks, but that was limited. In order to prevent excessive robbing, we placed deposit limits on the accounts itself, and the limit was usually about the price of a single reasonably sized mansion. This forced the nobilities to have other investments. These banks were usually safe from attacks and riots from their peasants, so they had a lower risk of losing their money in a political upheaval. It was a deal many nobles took, even with the high storage or custodian fees charged. Next, they placed their monies in assets and in investments, such as these guilds. It was fairly well known that many guilds were essentially bankrolled by the nobility, even if their management was independent and profited off the nobility's money. But the increasingly costly wars meant the guilds were now forced to spend a larger share of their monies. It triggered the wealthy nobility watching their money pool shrink. The response was fairly varied. Some began to publicly campaign for outright annexation of the empire, claiming that these empire folks were essentially primitive cavemen that deserved to be liberated from the ancient chokehold of their primitive religions. I found it hilarious, of course, as if the very presence of a lord is not a primitive thing, as if the Central Continent won't begin a devolution if my army of artificial minds were removed. In Tip, one of my oldest spy masters, had to hire and train more counterspies. He had no choice because the guilds were fanning the flames of war. Ian, like or not, you will have to step in eventually. The heroes, Kay and Ken, all remarked, a sentiment that my domain holders also increasingly shared. This is a challenge to your authority over the Central Continent. The Valtrian Order sits at the top of the continent's political pyramid, but right now, by taking actions of waging war and fanning the public opinion, they are trying to drive you towards an outcome. Increasingly in Tip, and the spies caught a few instigators who tried to paint my non-interference as wrong. Worse, it was an opinion that a growing number of my own Valtrians shared. We were superior. They said if Ian stepped in this war would be a slaughter. But what was the point? To the lesser Valtrians, who were not privy to the greater conflict in the background, they felt a lot could be done to improve the condition of the other continents. I wanted mana, I wanted resources, I wanted talent. These three things supported the war effort against the demons. I didn't need all the land. I didn't need to rule everything. Others could do it. But it was so easy for the nobles and guilds to easily twist it into a narrative. It didn't help that the temples and the holy empires used those same talking points to amplify the hate. Ian's long attempts to train administrators and lords through the FTC and the educational institutes was a long-term plan to improve the quality of the world's rulers and nobles. The seed of this conflict began when Ian began brainwashing the nobles. The Central Continent views themselves as superior to the rest of us. The Holy Empire's new crusade against the guilds also attacked us indirectly. They fanned hatred towards the Central Continent, concocted propaganda against us. It undid all the goodwill and assistance we had, and caused a return of the old wars. Once more, we all felt the beginnings of another crusade, one brought about by my inaction and refusal to stop the guild's expansion. I could tell that the nobles and merchants were indirectly leading the situation towards an outcome where we could only choose the guilds. For now, public opinion within the central continent itself remained fairly ignorant of the war. My agents on the 4 continents also found it harder to defuse the situation. The propaganda that emerged was full of hate and essentially painted the entire central continent as an enemy. The fanatics and the holy believers that now form the inner circles of the new holy empires were harder to crack, all because I didn't stop this war, a war I wanted no part of. Yet it's been years, and I'm getting more and more intertwined with this conflict, even as I commanded non-interference. I wanted to abstain. My spies sounded the alarm that another crusade was not far away. A few years before the anger would boil over and we'd be faced with a total war. What a waste of resources. I stared at the prospect of a demonic counter-invasion. I would need to prepare for it, but my house is not in order. So I brought my council, Valthorn's greatest spies and agents together, and suggested an idea entirely impossible for anyone but us. Tormented me to even contemplate whether to use my force in such a manner. Matriarch Hoya spoke on my behalf as she stood to the crowd. Ian's question to everyone is this: if we capture all the rulers of the guilds and all the rulers of the target kingdoms, can we control the vassal war, prevent it from spiraling further out of control? All the spymasters and agents, Senior Valtrian and Valthorns present, were quiet. The rest of my domain holders were elsewhere, busy with the bigger things. Let me rephrase. Ian wants to know whether, if he were to order the capture of all the kings, rulers, merchant kings, priests, lords, and generals, and essentially force everyone to sit down and talk, would it stop the nonsense and prevent it from escalating to a total war? The crowd stared, as if waiting for the matriarch to continue. She did. Ian's intention is not to stop the war altogether, but increasingly we are getting caught in the crossfire. The fanning flames will grow into a crusade and a world war. It is unnecessary, and so we intend to have this session to remind the participants of this conflict to keep to their designated scope. As parents often say to their fighting children, we want them to play nice, or play in the agreed sandpit. What if they don't? Ian proposed sending the leaders to Lava World for a year as punishment for excessive warfare. Nobles supporting the war will spend some time on Lava World too, depending on the extent of their involvement in this war. I could tell all the members present were seriously contemplating it, and some looked at each other, wondering whether it's even possible. But they knew it was. They've seen my void mages, and it's entirely possible for mages with teleportation spells to swiftly capture any nobility or general, especially with our Valthorn's huge level gap and superior equipment. No one was safe, not when we could reach anywhere in the world instantly. The heroes stared at each other before Prabhu laughed and everyone else followed. It was a good thing they were in their own soundproof chamber so no one else could hear them. Oh Lord, Ian's going to catch all the naughty boys and send them to the naughty corner. Does that work? I'm sure people are greedy and... It might. Ken nodded. Fear does great things to people. What's happening now is that all these people waging this war are increasingly arrogant and belligerent, confident in their own strength. You know that doesn't work, it'll just return eventually. Colette said, naughty kids don't get better from going to jail or detention. There is no one better suited to break the souls of warmongers. Back in the larger hall, one of the spymasters, Varada, stood. I'm in agreement. I believe it will work. Anything, it is about damn time Ian asserts our strength and reminds the world that things must be done in moderation. The crowd stared in horror at the spymaster. One lord looked back at Matriarch Hoya. Matriarch, do you believe in this? Matriarch Hoya shrugged. Those who live in fortunate times do not know how fortunate they are. It would be helpful to remind these ignorant ants gnawing at Ian's roots and give them a small dose of Ian's perspective. The same spymaster smirked at Hoya's wordplay. I propose that the phrase, Ian's perspective, be the official name of this operation. The similarities to Ian's mercy must be intentional. I did not intend to carry out the order just yet. I wanted to see how much mileage I could get out of the threat. Ian's perspective. A little embarrassing, but if it strikes credible fear into the hearts of any ruler, so be it. Year 236, Part 2. A world since Borealworld, Stella said as she stepped out of the portal and landed right into a pile of mud. Her magical shield immediately popped out around her. Lumuf and Edna followed close behind and looked at the world around her. Borealworld was linked to 2 other worlds, and the world was surprisingly empty. Yet no demons. Where are we? Lumuf asked, as Stella tried to triangulate her location in the void sea. Each world's location was different, depending on which map we're looking at, so Stella looked back at Lumuf like it was a weird question. He naturally picked it up and laughed. Sorry, stupid question. Still happens sometimes. Stella sighed and then her eyes gazed on the skies above. The location was not good. It seemed further away from the demon's sun. Not good. Lumuf looked. Well, I suppose all we can do is keep hopping until we figure out how to link our version of the Void Sea to the demon's version of the Void Sea. Stella's magical senses blanketed the world and discovered that it was a medieval fantasy society of humans. So, do we spend time exploring this world? Lumuf asked. No time. We'll need to keep hopping. We can come back later. Edna looked around. Well, then I shall give it the temporary name of Mudworld. Your naming sense is just as bad as Ian. Stella cursed. I'm a knight, not a namer, nor a scribe, as someone who used to paint posters for a living. Edna didn't let Stella continue. Now, we're pressed for time, right? There's two, Stella said, referring to two other worlds we could visit. Pick one. Stella pouted, waved her hand, and then we felt more void mana in the air. Using solely her void mana, a portal ripped apart the space before us, and we stepped through. The next world was supposedly Mudworld's astral neighbor, and it was just quiet. It was also barren and dusty and perpetually gloomy. The sun was small, tiny. There was a faint scent in the air, strange and alien. Stella's senses spread out, and so did Lumuf's. There's some living beings here, and I sense magic. Another non-demon world. Edna seemed puzzled. If we are headed towards the demons, shouldn't there be more demon worlds? Void sea peculiarities. The demons targeted every world that is close, but only from their perspective. From our perspective, it isn't, Stella said. She once described it as each world existing in a 3D space, and the demons compressed it into a 2D flatland from the top. For her, they are viewing it from the front. Our attempts to reverse engineer the original 3D illustration of the Void Sea from our 2D perspective proved to be very challenging. Wouldn't our perspective of the astral neighbors be the real one, as real as the demons' star paths? Stella said inside. We're somewhere far away now, we'll have to hop again. All right. Lumuf waited, and then another black void appeared before them. I'll need to rest after this. I have enough for a single portal back, but that's it. Edna paused. Before we go, we should give this world a name. Do you want to do the honor, Lumuf? Tiny Sun World. Lumuf said, and both the ladies groaned. It'll have to do for now, Stella answered. Names were temporary anyway. They could be updated once we interacted with the locals on a later date. Let's go. Got it, Lumuf and Edna said, and they were through to the third world. The third world was a demon-conquered world. Edna was the first to sense their presence, as the demonic hounds roamed the terrain. The demonic world itself was covered with the same type of spires we've seen in other demon worlds. There were multiple large spawning pools. Are we close? Lumuf asked as Edna slaughtered the rest of the demonic hounds. They were weak, but these hounds looked almost exactly like the ones we've seen on other worlds. Demonic hounds were frankly like the low-level grunt type that the demons spawned on so many worlds. Stella frowned and didn't answer. It was a stupid question. She rested in the small prototype rest stops. These prototypes were meant for Valthorns to use in the event they couldn't retreat to any of my trees. The domain holders, this was as good a time as any to test it out. Honestly, no idea. Magical bag of holdings and a set of crystals that functioned as a controller. They deployed a magical wall, a small home,